Guys, subscribe to my Boosty because there is a lot of lemon and hint content link in the description.
Chapter 1. There were days Naruto would forget himself. He would sit in his iron, seal-reinforced cage, staring at nothing but remembering when life was better and more innocent. Days were brighter, people were kinder and life was easy. Once upon a time he had a sister. A twin sister. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, and in his line of experience he had seen his own fair share of girls and women walk in and torture him with metal instruments of death. She was the most precious person in his whole life and she had sworn to always be with him, and he with her, because they shared the same soul, they thought the same thoughts, they knew each other so well and so deeply that they might as well be the same person. They killed her in front of his eyes as he struggled to save her, and for what? So he would become a better pawn. Naruto was his everything, and they had killed her, slit her throat and laid her body in his cell so he could cry over her. Hug her cold body to his own like his life depended on it, before she was taken away by Kabuto, and he never saw what they did to her body but he could guess they threw her away like a bag of dog shit. When the twins had been handed over by their father to Orochimaru to be experimented on, Naruto only had Naruko to stop him from biting his tongue and bleeding out. He lived for her, as she did for him. They were each other's strength, even as the experiments got crueler and they slowly started to lose their humanity. His father, Minato. Konoha. Fire Country. The whole world would pay for taking his sister away from him. Orochimaru slinked through the many cages in his base in Grass Country, a sick smile etched on his face as those inside the cages shrank away from him in terror, clenching their eyes shut and praying to whatever god they still believed in to save them. He tutted, a low hissing sound that drove them closer to the bars at the back of their cages. If they still believed in being saved, then they still needed to be conditioned to lose that hope. Gladly for him, and sadly for them, he still had more than enough tests to break their will. The snake Sannin walked to the very end of the prison room of his base and stopped at the smallest cage there. Inside it was his most prized test subject. Naruto. He had no surname seeing as his father disowned him as he was handed over, for the good of Konoha, they said. He was the holder of Kyuubi's chakra, while his dead sister held the great beast soul. Minato personally made sure the seals were securely in place and added a failsafe seal to kill Naruto if so much as a sliver of Kyuubi chakra escaped. Orochimaru checked and so did Jiraiya and Hiruzen. The Snake Man didn't know why the Yondaime chose to keep the youngest Namika's child and hand over the twins, but quite frankly he was too happy to care. His job was to break Naruto's will and make him a loyal, mindless servant to Konoha. Danzo would have done this much faster, but they had entrusted Orochimaru because he was the twins' godfather. It was his obligation to raise them to be loyal to Konoha. The cage the boy was kept in was about 2 adult shoulder lengths wide and about as tall as the Sannin, but for the painfully unhealthy child the space was more than enough. Though, as he squatted down to Naruto's height and smiled widely into the cage at the boy, Naruto didn't move away in fear as usual, or even shiver. He just stayed on his knees, his hands on the ground and his head lowered, making his dirty red hair cover his eyes. Orochimaru could hear the boy breathe in quietly and release it just as low, a continuous process until he coughed for Naruto attention, but got no reaction. The man found it strange that he hadn't been able to look the child in the eyes after his sister had been murdered. Either the hair would block him or painfully clenched eyelids would. Seeing his eyes as he tortured the child didn't really matter to him, so he chose to ignore it. This was how it has been since he had murdered Naruto a week ago. The 9-year-old boy lost all sense of emotion and feeling, rather letting the world move around him while he stood and allowed whatever happened to him happen. Brutal experiments didn't make him scream anymore. Being beaten to a bloody pulp by his ninjas didn't faze Naruto anymore. Hell, even being threatened by his most intimidating interrogation expert didn't make the boy quake with fear anymore. Orochimaru was almost tempted to think that he had finally broken Naruto, after 6 long years of trying, but at the same time he didn't. He chose Naruto over his sister for one reason and one reason only. Naruto had the great beast chakra. There was no use for the soul whatsoever, even if the holder of said soul was a magnificent human specimen. He heard a faint rustling sound from the cage and he saw the oversized, brown with dirt shirt Naruto wore crinkle slightly, though the boy still hadn't moved. The Sannin's smile wavered and fell altogether when he saw the chain connected to the boy's collar, all the way to the back of the cage, sway from side to side before it stopped, then vibrated, making a clinking sound as it moved. The mad Sannin chalked it up to a slight draft coming from the lone, tiny window a few feet on the wall behind Naruto. "How are you today, my godson?" he asked in a sinister hiss and frowned sharply when he got no reply. "What have I told you about not replying when I speak to you?" Naruto's breathing didn't waver and his body didn't shake, even as Orochimaru poured all of his killer intent onto the small child. "For your insolence I will have Kimimaro and Kabuto teach you some manners." The man sniffed and was about to stand up when Naruto whispered under his breath. "What was that? Speak up, child." "I said," Naruto said in a raspy voice, not caring that the last time he drank water was 3 days ago and it was the mucky brown water his face had been slammed into during a beating from Kimimaro. "Do you love me, godfather?" Orochimaru smiled. "I love you much more than anyone would give me credit for, my child." "Then, why?" "Why what?" There were a lot of things Naruto meant by why. Naruto's clothes rustled again after a slow exhale. "Why did you take my sister away from me? She was the hurdle you needed to pass before you can truly reach your potential. If I hadn't killed her then you wouldn't have been able to lift all those weights, or move very fast. The boy had shown them that he was able to lift an outstanding amount of weights, merely a day after his sister was killed. Any more questions? Yes, Naruto muttered, his voice sounding like a quiet hiss as he drew out the word. Do you think I'm ready to destroy the world? The man chuckled in amusement and closed his eyes. Oh child, you have some crazy dreams. I'm going to be frank with you, my godson. His face moved to the cell bars and he clasped two in his hands as he grinned evilly at the child he loved. You will never be free long enough to even think that. I see, the boy said. Suddenly the chains began spasming erratically and the boy still hadn't moved as his clothes rustled loudly, drawing the attention of the other slaves. Universal pull. Orochimaru's head slammed into the bar, forehead cracking at the sturdiness of the seal-reinforced bars. Naruto muttered the Rinnegan jutsu again, in an eerily calm voice, and the snake man's bashed his head again, and again, more than 7 times, each one more bone-chilling than the last and cracking open his tormentor's head mercilessly, until the 8th time packed in enough strength to slip it through the bars. Even as Naruto stopped saying the words after the second try, his mind and his eyes still allowed him to use it without stop. Naruto's right hand lifted up and he placed his hand on the head of the dazed Sannin. Soul Eater. He pulled his hand back and as he did so a wispy white smoke flowed from the head of the struggling snake man. As the very last bits of it came out, Orochimaru stopped moving abruptly. Naruto looked at the palm of his hands where he held the soul of his godfather, his head still lowered enough to hide his eyes before he squeezed tightly and the soul disintegrated into nothing. Naruto rose onto his feet in one smooth motion, quick enough to startle the others in their cells, and the bars of his cage creaked aside, making Orochimaru's dead body slump backwards and allowing him to step over it and move outside. The boy stood still after this, his hidden eyes on the cooling body of his tormentor, before he looked up and every other slave beheld the almighty eyes of the outcast. The Rinnegan. It was black with red concentric circles winding out from the small dot-like pupil. The eyes of a god. It drew their attention and they nervously shuffled closer to him, barred from reaching him by their cages, but that didn't stop them from hesitantly reaching out to touch him, still all to no avail. Naruto could hear the alarms blaring as he focused repulsive force to blow apart his red restraint collar. He was still the most prized test subject in the entire village. It would be stupid not to connect his restraints to the alarm system. His eyes allowed him to sense the multiple chakra signatures pounding down the stairs and armed to the teeth, but he didn't care. He had activated his Rinnegan the night he spent the night with his sister's dead body. Never knew his eyes changed as he kept his arms tightly wrapped around her limp form until he had the deep feeling of change happening in his body. The Dujutsu mutated with his already mutated chakra, which happened after the rigorous experiments done on him, allowing his chakra to mix with the potent reserve of the nine-tailed fox, perfectly mixed together by his Rinnegan, making it black with red circles, an amped-up version of what it was supposed to be. That was why he could use gravitational forces to bash Orochimaru's head against the bars without having the usual 5-second cooldown. The boy somehow knew that his eyes were not supposed to allow him this much abilities. He was smart for his age, so he summed it all up to the changes Orochimaru had been making to his chakra network. Naruto's eyes looked at each slave holed up in their cages, yearning to merely touch his feet and pleading for him to have mercy on their souls. As he felt the ninjas nearing the containment room, he said, "Who wants to follow me?" No one replied, and Naruto was about to begin his march forward. His intentions for the village were not good, until he was stopped by many screams coming from the slaves. "I will. My lord, I will follow. Take me. Master, please. Help us. Save us. Take us with you, my lord." Naruto raised his right hand for silence and he felt his lips twitch upwards at their complete devotion, especially after witnessing him end their oppressor with no problem at all. He was their hope. Naruto began his march forward, to the door into the containment area, and every cage he passed creaked heavily and the bars bent apart. His godly eyes pulsed with each bent bar and the slaves slid out, timidly walking behind him and growing in numbers until the underground room that was easily as large as the forest to death was full of free people, all following the one that had set them free, adoration in their eyes and fear singing songs in their heart. Naruto didn't need to turn around to gauge their loyalty, and it made him pleased that his plans for world domination, after it had been purged of all he hated, was going so well. He already had a growing base of followers that would do anything for him. These people, ranging from children as young as babies being carried by their mothers or older siblings, if they were still alive, to old men and women that hobbled in the crowd, trailing after the god with black and red eyes as he slowly led the march to the door, where he stopped and his eyes thrummed again as the iron door crinkled within itself like paper and blasted outwards, towards the swarm of ninjas flooding down the stairs. The redhead felt his heart thud when he caught sight of Kabuto standing at the front of the ninjas, after dodging the iron doors. The other few ninjas weren't so lucky, their bloody body parts became smears on the walls and ceiling. "Get back to your cells." Kabuto yelled and brandished 2 electric batons in his hands, clashing them together and making those behind Naruto flinch as small arcs of lightning escaped and scorched the ground around the medic. "I will not repeat myself," he said with an evil smirk that made the glint of his glasses even more menacing. The people following Naruto became silent and looked to Naruto, who remained emotionless and unafraid. Their eyes widened, as well as those of the sound ninjas, when an unseen force ripped Kabuto's arms off and had the severed limbs float in the air before the shocked medic, still grasping the crackling batons. "Do you all want justice?" Naruto said in a low voice to those behind him, and there was a collective roar of voices and Naruto nodded curtly. "So be it." His eyes flashed and Kabuto's legs ripped off his body again, making the regenerating medic scream in pain as his limbs floated before his eyes, still twitching with movement. Naruto lifted up the body of the man with his jujutsu ability and casually threw his stumpy body behind him like yesterday's garbage. This left the armless, legless loyal ninja to Orochimaru at the mercy of those he tormented, for once in his life and also for the very last time, as all those around him, where Naruto had dumped his body, descended on him in a flurry of fists, feet and curses. As Naruto allowed his followers to have their fill of revenge, he lifted his hands up and motioned around, making the arms with batons and legs dance around before the terrified shinobi. He recognized most of them. Those that laughed when he mourned his sister, those that jeered as he was frequently injected with chakra poison and subsequently healed before he could die, those that poked fun at him for being a rejected son of the Yondaime. He could recognize them. The pandemonium of activity behind him continued as he reached his hands forwards abruptly, grabbing hold of all the shinobi tasked to contain him and the others, and tore out their hearts, soaking the stone ground and drenching the walls in their blood as he dragged his arms back, elbows bent as he made the action of pulling. He began the procession again and the satisfied people continued behind him, stepping on the motionless, dead body of the silver-haired medic. There was only so much his regeneration could save him from. They tried not to get fazed by the blood and gore around them, because they wholeheartedly wanted their god to smile upon them for their devotion. It would have been harder to proceed up the stairs with all the dead, blood-soaked bodies littered around, but Naruto mentally used his control over gravity to gather them up into a ball of bleeding flesh and hovered them before him, adding more and more shinobi to it as they surged down the stairs. The new Rinnegan holder emerged from the stairwell and held his right hand above his head with a giant ball of body parts floating above it. Naruto closed his fist and the bones of each part fractured and broke, right before the very eyes of the stunned silent sound shinobi. The boy glared at them as he whispered, "Almighty, push." And the bones shot out from the ball, as well as an energy field coming out from before him, and peppered each shinobi. That day, Naruto left the village hidden in the sound with a flood of followers, more than a few of them members of the Snake Man's village submitting to him without complaint, and even more slaves crawled out from the woodwork after Naruto had ordered those with him to free the others. The boy and his followers left the village devoid of all life, leaving the place a mere smoking crater in the ground and vanishing with more than 8,000 people without a trace, not to resurface for many years. Chapter 2. If Minato Namika's, Yondaime Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, was to say he had any regrets, it was not handing his twin children to Orochimaru sooner rather than trying to tolerate their existence up to when they were 3 before he gave them to the sadist. His friend had been regularly reporting that the runs had been making leaps and bounds in his care, even going as far as saying that Naruto, the holder of the soul of the nine-tailed fox, was able to bench press 300 pounds when she was 6, though Naruto was still being a disgrace to his blood by being a useless child. Orochimaru frequently said that he knew there was latent potential welled up deep in Naruto, even more than Naruto was showing, and that he would soon bring it out somehow. Orochimaru had even gone as far as saying that the boy would become higher rank when he was 10. Minato didn't really care what sort of living conditions his children were in, he just wanted Orochimaru to live up to his promise of making them worthwhile loyalists to Konoha. When he heard that Naruto had been killed and left to bleed out before her brother, he still didn't care. All that mattered was raising his youngest child, Minato, who was his only pride and joy as far as he knew. The child was born on the same day he had handed the twins to the Snake Man. After the whole Kyuubi attack, Kushina was never the same, going in and out of consciousness and in and out of sanity for 8 long years while Minato watched, helpless, as his beloved wife succumbed to madness due to having the Kyuubi ripped out of her and barely surviving. It was why Minato hated the twins with his very being. Before the last Uzumaki princess could fall headfirst into her insanity, she made love with Minato for the last time, and that was enough to make Minato Jr. a carbon copy of his father in appearance, but with the fiery spirit, emotion and drive of his mother. It broke his heart to see his dearly loved wife being forced into a straitjacket and left in a white padded room. He tried to visit her every week, but it always broke his heart to see that she didn't recognize him at all, though he could still see a small sliver in her eye when she saw him, but disappeared after a few short seconds. Some days he couldn't get the courage to see her anymore. It was funny, a man that had bested the current Raikage on multiple occasions, created jutsu that was synonymous with death, was able to move at speeds that far surpassed human logic and was known to be the strongest ninja on the planet till date, was afraid of seeing his wife. The man had stopped visiting her a year after she had been placed in the psychiatric ward of the hospital. Much like his wife, he didn't visit the twins, not even once. All he wanted was video proof of their progress and a handwritten letter from his friend Orochimaru on what was needed, whether it was funds or resources, Minato would send them. The thing was that the weekly report the Snake Sannin stopped abruptly 7 years ago, and after a month of silence he sent Jiraiya to investigate, even if the Toad Sage hated the Snake Summoner with boiling passion. Jiraiya returned back, pale-faced and horror-struck, and said that there was no hidden sound anymore, just a smoking massive crater in the ground. It looked Kami had brought her foot down from heaven and ground her heel on the village, destroying all live on it in one fell swoop. Minato wasn't sure what to think about the news, but decided that it was good, seeing as this confirmed the death of his son, Naruto. It was a waste of years of effort and resources on the boy, but it was also this same boy that had driven sanity away from his wife, alongside the help of his twin sister. Death was a blessing for Naruto, was what Minato thought, before he discarded sound, and even Orochimaru, from his memory. Though he did give the Snake Sannin a befitting burial and a place on the wall of fallen ninjas. His former teacher, Jiraiya, insisted that he wanted to find out what had happened, and the Yondaime allowed the investigation. As long as it didn't bother how Konoha ran, he was fine with it. Then another phenomenon occurred. A massive chunk of land, spanning many miles wide and deep, was simply scraped off the earth and disappeared. This happened a year after sound was crushed. 7 years. That was how long it took for the legendary toad sage to find the smallest of answers to the long question of who or what squashed the Sound village. One of my most trusted informants, the one in Kumo, told me that when he was about to deliver a message to a friend in Iwa, he saw men and women, about 20 in number, in gleaming armor underneath their clothes, marching away towards the ocean. They were going to Uzushio. Minato asked with a quirked eyebrow. Jiraiya shook his head. I'm not sure. They were miles off point from reaching Uzushio, and even if they were heading to Uzu, they would never be able to pass the water defenses. Every last Uzumaki is either dead or. He hesitated and continued when the Yondaime narrowed his eyes. Or Kushina. Did you investigate this claim? Minato said to drive the topic of the conversation away from his clinically insane wife before his conscience began judging him. Yes, I did, and I found footprints going from the coastline to miles under the water. Then the trail ran cold and I had to come out of the water. How is this connected to sound? For all I know, they're just priests that take worshipping their god to a whole new level. It's because my informant said that he saw a girl with long red hair, bright purple eyes and red-rimmed glasses marching with them. He said she was bringing up the rear and that she had a long sword sheathed on her hip, along with that under armor. I mean, the armor was on her fingers, her upper arms, her boots are metal, so I'm guessing everything she had under is armored. The man had vividly described the red-haired girl by saying she wore a red and gold short-sleeved shirt and black ninja pants. An Uzumaki. The Yondaime muttered in disbelief. Not just any Uzumaki. It's Karen, one of Orochimaru's test subjects, and yes, she's an Uzumaki. The name rang a bell, but he couldn't remember past a little red-haired girl serving him tea in Hidden Sound, Orochimaru's administrative office. What do you want me to do, Minato? Dig deeper, keep your ears on the ground and your eyes open. If you so much as hear a rumor of these armored men, then I want you to follow it up to the very last word. Oh. Off the shores of Kumogakuwa. 3 miles west of Uzushiogakuwa. Hundreds of miles in the sky. A kingdom cannot be built in a single day, or even a single year. This was especially so if the kingdom was built in the sky, on a bed of clouds, air, heavy fuinjutsu seals and motors. Naruto covered his mouth to stifle a small yawn that wanted to escape his lips as he slowly stomped down the red-carpeted hallway of his magnificent palace. The redhead, now a 16-year-old, was in a short-sleeved red and gold shirt with black pants. Under his shirt was black armor that contrasted his red shirt but at the same time didn't slow him down. The boy clenched his segmented armored fingers and ran it through his shaggy, but clean, red hair, and idly nodded to the deep bow of the guards standing outside his throne room. He walked in and was immediately met with an ageless woman with fiery red hair and eyes, with a heart-shaped face and a kind smile as she bent her knees in greeting to her master. Naruto regarded her briefly with his red-ringed eyes before he proceeded to his glorious throne, made out of precious metals that sparkled and lit up the entire, extremely wide throne room. The art and decor of the room was magnificent, depicting creatures of myths in poses, but this didn't stop eyes from staying on the throne. The teen took his seat on the throne and reclined to the side, swinging his right leg over the armrest and slouching with his head perched on his left palm as the woman walked up to his left side and leaned down to speak to him. She was in a long black dress that could easily pass off as a ball gown, but with the wide apron over her torso and the dainty sandals on her feet. That is, if one could get a glimpse at her feet, one would see dainty black sandals. The wrists of her dress frilled out slightly, stylishly, and from her straight, almost even rigid, posture it was obvious she was the combat maid that doubled up as the head of the palace workers. Her small black painted lips smiled at her master and she closed her eyes as she spoke to Naruto, who listened as red, gold and black clothed with platinum under-armored soldiers, dressed similarly to him with their armor under their clothes but with forehead protectors having the kanji for sky on them and red armbands on their left upper arms with their divisions clearly written on it. The spacious room allowed them in and they increased to 10, while still leaving a lot of room for more, but the doors were closed by the guards there. Good news, my lord, our spies in Fire Country have sent word back that they have placed themselves in minor positions of authority. Her eyes flicked to the soldiers as they all stood in a row before the throne and fell onto their knees before Naruto, their eyes to the ground and their heads inclined. A few of them are among the Fire Daimai's close confidants. That is good news. Naruto hummed and the woman bobbed her head in agreement. Would it be possible to take the throne? Yes, my lord. Then tell them to begin preparations. But I want Fire Country, specifically Konoha, to be the last place I take over. I want them to see their defeat coming. She pointed at a man, a samurai with his weapon placed before him as a sign of subservience to Naruto, and she jerked her head to the door. I trust you will ensure they do it discreetly. Of course, my lord. He got to his feet, saluted with his sword across his chest to Naruto, and hurried out. Your forces are ready for global domination, my lord Naruto. Here his eyes brightened but he didn't change position. Is that so? Yes, sir. The heads of each combat-related division in the kingdom have reported that, by normal shinobi equivalent, the least of their forces is special Junin rank. Then we begin our plans as soon as possible, Shinokura. He sat up and the woman dropped to her knees and hung on to his every word as he said to the warriors in the room. Introduce yourselves. Your name and division. His Rinnegan didn't allow him the pleasure of forgetting information, but with all the excitement that was about to happen he wanted them to remind him of all he had been able to do for the kingdom by saying their divisions they headed. He motioned from right to left and the first person on the right spoke. Nirvana Kurgoku. Invention Division, she said with a wide, possibly crazed, grin and a crisp salute. It was a multicolored haired girl with blue and red, heterochromatic eyes, red on the right and blue on the left. She was the one that headed all the engineers, mechanics and technicians on creating inventions that moved the kingdom forwards. They were even the ones that made the motors that kept the entire kingdom floating in the sky and the security systems that ensure no outsider knew or were able of gaining entry. I am forever at your service, my lord, she said with her eyes lowered. A bald 6-foot-tall, heavily muscled man was next. Hamato Toshi, Intelligence and Interrogation Division. He was among the few people that had managed to survive 20 years of continuous torture from the snake Sannin, and this endurance had taught him the best ways of getting information out of any living being. He commanded a division that could retrieve information from even the tightest-lipped, most loyal person, and there was very little information he couldn't gather. His division shared the intelligence responsibility with the Scout Division. I am at your service, King Naruto, he said in his gruff voice. Karen Uzumaki, Medical Division. The redhead bowed deeply to her lord with a sweet smile on her face. She had been hiding in an underground lab in sound when over a dozen former slaves marched in and easily overpowered her. They brought her to Naruto and he was about to kill her without batting an eyelid but stopped when she swore her undying loyalty to him, after watching him crush Jugo, Saken, Yukon and Kimimaro into bloody paste. It was obvious to the boy that she was in love with the power he held, and he chose to keep her alive until she turned against him. My life is yours, my king, she trilled. Mora, Hunter Ninja Division. This was a deeply tanned man in an eggshell white hunter ninja mask with red markings that looked like slashes across the surface and the painted kanji of the kingdom on his forehead. He headed the division, or department, that ventured outside the kingdom and collected bounties so as to increase the wealth of the kingdom. He worked hand in hand with his twin sister, who was the head of the Scout and Retrieval Division. I am eternally grateful for your mercy, my king. Nora, Scout and Retrieval Division. The twin of the hunter ninja head looked identical to him besides the mask she wore, which was coal black and had white slashes on the surface. Naruto knew how they looked underneath the mask, but they hid their faces out of shame for having them destroyed by Orochimaru's experiments. The Lord didn't question it, merely allowed them their freedom, and in return they gave him their unrelenting loyalty. I am eternally grateful for your kindness, my master. Yu Akuso, Infiltration and Espionage Division. The man had blazing white hair that was tied up in a ponytail. He had kind black eyes and a friendly smile for his imperial king as he bowed smoothly after introducing himself. The white-haired head of spies was the one that deployed those to infiltrate and gain the trust of the people in countries and villages all over the continent, all for his lord. I swear my life to you, King Naruto. Magi Haruhi Gamatamo, Fuinjutsu Division. The mint-haired girl that spoke timidly was just barely 15 years old. A prodigy in the art of seals, Naruto saw her potential as far back as when he had liberated her from her cage. She stood out among those that chose to study Fuinjutsu because she was the youngest, 8 years old, and the most vocal of her love for seals. She was especially dedicated to Naruto and his ambitions and had since been pumping out seals from her division to fortify the kingdom. Along with her forehead protector, under armor and the armband she also had on a bright green backpack with pictures of unicorns and rainbows dancing on it. My soul is yours, sir. Satoshi Todoroki, Rescue and Support Division. He had frizzy blonde hair, making it look like he had been electrocuted, and calm teal green eyes. His weapon, a bow staff, was securely slung on his back as he bent his knees in greeting to his lord. Another of his division's responsibilities was internal security, therefore the police fell under his command. At your service, Master Naruto. Indra Watashi, Frontline Soldiers Division. This man had dull eyes and limp black hair that flopped as he bowed deeply to Naruto, who looked at him and nodded back as he did with the others so far. On his back was a large zanbatsu that, even from a distance, people would recognize as the Kubikiriboku, the deadly head cleaver sword of the 7 Swords of the Mist. Naruto had given him the blade after a particular scouting mission to wave with the masked twins. He initially went to wave to see if he could catch a quick glimpse of the Konoha shinobi before they returned back home, to better gauge their strength up close because Kakashi of the Sharingan was there, a higher-ranked shinobi. I am humbled to be in your presence, sir. The men and women before him were physical manifestations of Naruto's efforts. They had been the ones to stay closest to Naruto at the very beginning and helped sort the thousands of people that depended on him because by himself he couldn't administer to them alone. The scrolls and documents he had acquired from Orochimaru's village were what he had them study after they picked the areas they wished to specialize in. Like every person on the Flying Kingdom, they were willing to die for him. That thought made Naruto smile, a small upward curve of his lips, but it was still enough to make them glow with pride and puff out their chests. The absolute control he had over them never ceased to astound him. Since we are closest to Lightning Country at the moment and since it is on the very edge of the continent, we will begin there right away. Yes, Lord Naruto. I want our spies to begin executing key officials in the Lightning Country capital and the Hunter Ninja Division to take care of the shinobi forces that are stationed on outposts bordering Kumo. There will be no mercy whatsoever. Am I understood? Yes, Lord Naruto. I will personally oversee the takeover, even if it takes months. I want the world to come under my sole rule. He looked at Magi, the head of the Fuinjutsu division. Have you finished administering the flight seals? The girl tilted her head down as she replied, a small stutter in her voice. Yes, sir. The seals are fully operational and are quite simple to use. Flight seals was something the Fuinjutsu division had been working on for weeks. It was 2 small seals placed on the feet, the toes and the heel, that allowed the user to fly but only for short periods of time. Some of the ninjas that didn't need them, or want them, were mostly from the Interrogation division and the Invention division, the latter because they preferred using their own inventions to fly. Good. Are the emergency medical vehicles fully stocked or ready to be used? He asked Karen, the medic, and Nirvana, the inventor, and they saluted. Yes, Lord Naruto. We have decided to have teams of 4 medics and 2 engineers inside each EMV. Karen said. There is a fleet of over 100 EMVs ready and waiting for your command, my lord. Nirvana finished with a satisfied hum. She had designed the vehicles herself and had presented it to Naruto for approval, with Karen's presence and support. They pitched the idea that if a soldier was injured on the field they needed a secured way of getting them to safety and healing them. Thus the EMV was created. Alright, assemble your subordinates and have them prepared to enter Kumo first. For this first invasion I want it to be as subtle and unexpected as possible. After that we can make as much noise as we want. Dismissed. The soldiers marched out of the throne, leaving Naruto with his personal maid. The teen tapped his iron-armored fingers on his comfortable throne, in deep thought. I've decided to join in the infiltration. The red-haired maid's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Are you sure, my lord? I'm certain that your forces are perfectly capable of handling the other shinobi with ease. Naruto nodded in agreement. I know that. I have seen their training regimen and compared it to that of the major 5 hidden villages. It is considerably harder. If anything, I delayed the global domination to make sure everything would go off without a problem. I merely want to be there physically because I want to personally see what my forces can do, not reports or even videos. When it comes down to it, leave the cages or those that are highest rank for me. They might pose a small challenge, but it will still be a nice exercise crushing their bodies into dust. The woman chuckled in amusement. As you wish, my lord. I also need to lead by example. I cannot, for the life of me, sit down and order people to fight if I cannot fight myself. My lord, you do not need to prove yourself. The people serve you because your sheer presence rejuvenates their zeal. Naruto waved flippantly at her. I'm sure. He got to his feet and both proceeded to the main doors, which led outside the great palace. Shinokura followed behind him in a walk so smooth it looked like she was floating. As the guards opened the great doors for their lord to pass, their eyes beheld the glorious garden before the palace, where lush grass grew, well-trimmed hedges flourished and trees were neatly arranged and maintained. Naruto walked on through the paved path leading to the gate, and as he did so he ran his fingers over the back of his hands, and the under armor he wore rippled and stopped. Intricate seals glowed blue over the armor. His right hand reached to his right silently, and Shinokura brought out a black helmet from her sleeve, a miraculous display for those not used to seeing it, and gave it to Naruto, who placed it over his head. The helmet shimmered as Naruto placed it on his head, recognizing Naruto's chakra network and linking with the armor he had under his clothes. All high-ranked soldiers of the kingdom wore their armor under their clothes, so that when they were summoned by their king they didn't need to spend half an hour placing it on. The armor, a masterpiece created from the joint work of the Invention and Fuinjutsu division, was comfortable to wear anywhere and was equipped with a seal that could make it seem invisible. Though Naruto preferred his armor to be seen, he had the only obsidian black armor in all the kingdom, symbolizing his position as lord and king of the kingdom. The kingdom hidden in the skies, or the Great Tsukai Kingdom, was a highly advanced civilization. Naruto was reminded of that fact as he stood at the gate before his palace, placed on a high rise that gave him a great view of the entire kingdom. His godly eyes took its time to look at all the advancements and progress his kingdom had made for the past 7 years, after more than a few of them left sound with him. The buildings were mostly high-rise, the roads were tarred and people moved around without fear. Many miles away from the palace were numerous squares of land for farming and herding, as well as training grounds for his soldiers. By normal standards the kingdom looked futuristic and more sophisticated than the crude lives people lived in the nations below them. Ever so gently Naruto's feet lifted off the ground and he hovered away, his Rinnegan eyes quivered slightly and Shinokura followed suit, floating laxly straight forward. He always had the option of taking a vehicle to the kingdom's gate, but he enjoyed looking at his accomplishments, which was why he liked flying over Tsukai. People looked up and began pointing at them, 2 figures in the sky, but it was obvious they knew it was him and Shinokura. They started cheering and hooting and he reclined in the air as he drifted, relaxing with his hands behind his head and his left leg crossed over his right. Shinokura watched her master, the king of Tsukai Kingdom, take in the praises his people were giving him masterfully, without gloating or preening under their attention. The air was calm and the smell of the sea made her feel at ease. Do you wish for me to fight as well, my king? Yes. You still want retribution against Konoha, right? She bowed her head to hide the wild grin on her face, exposing long, animalistic canines. Her heart thudded with expectation, and Naruto didn't need to look at her to know that she really wanted to step on Konoha. If you will allow me. He was still her master and she couldn't even imagine herself going against his rule, so she patiently waited for him to reply. I will allow it. There are plenty of countries we have to subdue before it's Konoha's turn. He said smoothly and gently landed on his feet, controlling Shinokura to do so as well. I give you permission to not hold back. The woman bowed her head in thanks. You will not regret it, my lord. Naruto nodded and passed her, making her hastily scamper back to her feet and enter the royal vehicle with Naruto. It was painted gold and red with black trimmings on the doors. The four wheels were powerful and were able to endure a lot of damage, while the windows and doors were capable of taking multiple attacks without cracking. The driver, an old man with grey hair, turned on the car as his lord entered and drove the car through the gate. The driver stopped the car over a flat green platform over the black road and flipped a switch over his head, making the tires latch onto the surface. The car hummed and lifted off the ground, gliding down to earth, with a fleet of soldiers flying after it, numbering in the thousands and using the newly administered flight seals. The car, and the soldiers, shimmered in the sun and camouflaged with the sky, hiding their presence from those below them. Shinokora, sitting in a rigid posture beside her lord, turned her head and looked out of the window at the landscape of the earth, lost in thought. She was the soul of the nine-tailed fox, Kyubi no Kitsune. Naruto, after many months of deep meditation, had brought her soul back from the Shinigami's grasp and placed it in a body of his own creation. Initially he intended to resurrect his sister, but found out that the Shinigami kept Naruto in his pocket for reasons he didn't understand. The Rinnegan made him aware that with the ability to remove souls from people's bodies he could also drag souls back from the dead and place them into bodies, but only once a year. When he was not able to reach his sister, he pulled out the nine-tailed fox and the death god allowed him to take her. The body he prepared for her was from a grass kanoiki that had attempted to attack his budding kingdom during the days they were still on the ground. The change in hair, eye color, physique, chakra and general appearance came about as he forced the soul of the fox into the human body, after making sure that the grass ninja's soul had vacated it and that the body was well fortified to accept the soul of a tailed beast. The demon chakra Naruto had in him couldn't return to her, not while he was still alive, but in spite of that she was still a force to be reckoned with. When she had been revived, she made a blood oath to serve his lineage as gratitude for bringing her back. The Rinnegan king still vowed to bring his sister back one day, but he still needed to figure out how to pry Naruto out of the grip of the death god. The car trembled a little as it touched down and she got out of the car with Naruto. The ninjas dropped down around them, more than enough to make it look like a sea of humanity standing on the sea and waiting for his command. The Lord of Tsukai narrowed his Rinnegan eyes from under his helmet and turned to Kumogakure, the hidden village in Lightning Country that bordered the sea. Let's go. And their forms, from Naruto and Shinokora, to the very last soldier standing at attention out on the sea, flickered out of sight as their armor hid them from view. Info Guide. The Tsukai Kingdom. Name, the Tsukai Kingdom, or the Kingdom Hidden in the Sky. Ruler, King Naruto. Size, approximately 5 million square kilometers and growing. Geography, the kingdom can be regarded as a flying, almost sentient island, so basically an island kingdom. 60% of the kingdom is highly developed with tall buildings and mechanical vehicles used for transportation, while the other percent of the kingdom is made up of lush vegetation, like forests, groves, glades, grasslands, streams, rivers, lakes and even a waterfall. The seals placed on the earth are to perfectly replicate the earth in tune with the increase in population, making it seem like the kingdom is alive. Population, approximately 100,000 people. Military force, the military is divided into 10 departments that are headed by 10 platinum-ranked soldiers, all of whom are under the direct command of the king. The ranking system is split into 6 ranks: copper, bronze, silver, gold, platinum and obsidian. The latter rank is reserved only for the king. The silver to platinum ranks wear their armor underneath their red and gold shirts and black pants, while the bronze and copper wear shoulder pads, forearm protectors and shin guards. Each soldier wears the different colored forehead protector of their division. There are about 46,000 soldiers in the army and counting. Civilian division. This division was created by the king to look into the needs and wants of the civilian populace to better share out his attention without straining himself. There are admittedly more departments in the civilian division than its military counterpart because of the large number of civilians on the flying island, but this does not lessen their efficiency in administering in the king's stead. The overall head of the division report the happenings straight to Naruto every week. The deputy heads of each department report to the head of the division. Power is clearly decentralized in the kingdom with the recent growth in the population and the activities ventured by the kingdom, with the king the undisputed top of the hierarchy, his chief moles who are those who are citizens of a major village but serve him. So far their identities are unknown by most besides the division heads. The king's combat maid and the king, a close second, along with his personal combat maid, Shinokora, and his division heads. All of who share the second-tier rank, directly under the king. From their limited power is shared downwards, still connected back to the king. Author's comment: the Tsukai Kingdom is a highly advanced society that has flourished so far with the smart decisions of Naruto and the absolute loyalty of his subordinates. The resources packed into the ground can be said to be partly man-made because they were as a result of replication seal drawn on them before they were placed in the ground to expand with the earth so that it wouldn't break the kingdom apart. The people are hard-working, mostly stemming from their desire to impress their lord, and this has radically pushed forward its development. The country does not stay in the sky because of Naruto's supreme manipulation of gravity, but from great motors eternally spinning and seals that are powered by solar energy to fuel these motors. These motors are only to be maintained by those in the inventor's division. The kingdom's structural integrity is held together by yet another seal instead of gravity, creating a sort of dome air around it and thick clouds to block it from view from those on the ground, as well as control the atmospheric condition of the kingdom, from rain to cloudy to even snowy when the season arrives. There are several jutsus being used to keep the kingdom afloat and hidden from sight. Chapter 3. For the Raikage, the day started like any other day. He woke up, got out of bed, got decent enough to leave his house and go to the office for another day of monotonous paperwork and agreement deals with both obscure and suspicious villages and countries. At exactly 8 in the morning his lively built, silver-haired secretary waltzed in, dropped a stack of paper for him to deal with and left wordlessly. Recently she had been mad at him that he was having talks with Iwagakure, a village she detested with her whole being for reasons he didn't wish to share with her cage. She had assured him it wasn't important, so he shrugged it off. After she had left, another Junin entered his office to report on the current state of his ninjas on missions outside of Kumo and Lightning Country. He had expected the man to say the usual, they all reported back that they were fine, but was mildly alarmed when the other ninja informed him that the radios were offline. That meant they couldn't get information from those in the field and they couldn't get information out. It was a very urgent development and it conveyed that by yelling for the ninja to have it fixed immediately before he went back to skimming through paper. It was a change, but a bad change. The communications system for any village, hidden or not, was its beating heart. The leader's office was the brain. The heart of the village was connected with the hearts of other villages it was allied to, and if that heart was in danger and it was not able to beat, then it wouldn't be able to convey their distress to other villages. It basically left them alone in the world, like an island. Not even the outpost station around the village could communicate back to home base or even to each other. At that very moment at the Information and Communications Center for Kumogakure, the computer engineer called to fix the system scratched his head in thought as he stared straight at the damaged system. It was clear that 3 to 4 sword strokes had slashed apart the main servers, and that was what brought down the other chain servers connected to it. He shook his head sadly, and the head of communications hovering over his shoulder raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Don't you have eyes, idiot? This thing is totally damaged. The head scoffed and rolled his eyes. Of course I can see that, I mean, can you get it fixed? That's what you're paying me for, was the sharp reply as he shone his flashlight at the server box, located in a metal box at the very center of the room, with smaller servers situated on the edges of the room and chairs placed before them for people to sit on and remain in constant communication with those outside. But it'll take me at least 6 hours to replace everything and connect those other boxes back to it, he said as he pointed his light to the other, dead, servers. Well, get to it already. Hi, don't rush me, the man said as he put his flashlight in his mouth and rummaged through his toolbox, bringing out a screwdriver and beginning to unscrew the bolts holding the server in place. He furrowed his eyebrows and glanced over his shoulder as his hands busily worked. Hey, what's wrong with the electricity? The whole one-story building was in pitch blackness, making him wonder why it had happened. He was sure that as he entered there was light. Are you just noticing? I wasn't exactly idle, you know. The engineer shot back as he made exaggerated movements of unscrewing a screw. The head of the center allowed the sharp-tongued reply to roll off his shoulders. It's been on the fritz since sunrise. I'm not sure why, but we think some idiot used a lightning jutsu in the electrical room. He watched animatedly as the engineer removed the bulk of the servers in on strong yank, placed it aside and began removing the colored wires connected to it. Speaking of lightning jutsu, don't you think you should report that the main servers were brutally attacked? There was a low thump behind him and his eyebrows lowered. Hey, did you hear what I said? Still no answer, just painful silence. The man huffed and whirled around, releasing hold of the wires in his grip. I said, are you going to ha? Before him lay the head of the communications center, split in half from his head to his pelvis and bleeding all over the floor. Over his body stood a black-haired man with silver armor under his red and gold shirt and trousers, armor that even covered his fingers and his neck. There wasn't even a speck of blood on his clothes. The civilian engineer began sputtering as the katana-wielding murderer looked at him with a small smirk before he turned around and began stomping out of the door, where a small group of others dressed similarly, but instead of red shirts they were in blue and black with silver shoulder plates, forearm protectors and shin guards, waited for him. They spared the man a final glance before they left the building. The young engineer sighed in relief, placing his hand over his heart and panting at his close brush with death. He shot to his feet to report what had happened to the Raikage. The bleeding corpse before him was giving him the chills. The brutality of the kill was almost too much, but when he straightened onto his feet his head rolled off his shoulders. He didn't even know that his neck had been sliced by the man. As his headless body fell down to the ground, it joined the throng of others littered around the room, counting up to about 15 headless corpses of people that had been in the building and trying to figure out what was wrong with the servers. The black-haired killer flicked his bloody weapon to his side and sheathed it on his hip in one slick movement. The subordinate shinobi with him, 5 in number, looked at him in expectation. Captain Eagle Eye wants us to circle around the village and stand guard outside Kumo's ANBU headquarters while he and his team clean it out. We're to pick him off as they run out, the man said to them, and they nodded curtly as they zipped through the shadows, away from the eyes of civilians who were none the wiser that their village was steadily coming undone. They made it in time to see a swarm of camouflaged group of ninjas, roughly 50 wearing red shirts and bronze shoulder pads, forearm and shin guards, bronze boots and gloves. The fact their armor wasn't all over their body and under their clothes symbolized their low rank in the Tsukai Kingdom's army, unlike the silver, gold, platinum and obsidian ranks, kicking open the door and flying inside in bursts of wind from their feet. Their weapons fell down as their feet did. The building branched off in 8 directions and the soldiers of the Tsukai split up and blurred down through the darkly lit to the living quarters of Kumo's Black Ops, the commander's office and the training grounds. Why wasn't the building on fire with alarms? The answer came when a middle-aged man with bleached blonde hair removed a plastic box with 2 red and blue wires coming out from the top from the circuit breaker inside the electrical room of the building. He had short-circuited the electrical systems and fried the security seals, an addition from Magi the Fuinjutsu head. As he slipped out from the room and drew his weapons, a bow and arrow, from a seal on his wrists, which in turn made his hidden under armor flicker into sight. Golden armor. He waited for the bronze-armored soldiers to fly by before he followed as well. He was one of the many spies that had infiltrated the ranks of the village. His mission had started 2 years ago, when he had been handpicked by the head of his division, Yuakuso, as well as 10 others, because of their high concentration of lightning chakra. It was this high concentration that allowed them to have citizenships for Kumogakuwa, saying they were refugees from the Kiriagakuwa. How were they able to find the ANBU quarters? The place was the best hid location in all of Lightning Country. The only way for them to know how to get there was to be let in by Black Ops. That was where the middle-aged man came in. As he entered the mess hall, he drew his weapon and fired 5 consecutive arrows around him, stabbing the heads and hearts of his comrades in the ANBU, relishing in the betrayal in their eyes as they fought against the bronze soldiers of Tsukai. He waltzed through the chaos and noise, confident that every escape route was blocked by Tsukai soldiers, his real comrades, idly slashing up shinobi that leaped at him with the sharp edges of his bow. He got to the door at the very end of the mess hall and reached over his shoulder for an arrow. He jammed the arrow into the keyhole and the seals on the weapon fried those on the door and eased open the door slowly. He crossed his bow across his chest when a lightning strike shot out from the door and the commander of the ANBU bolted out. The silver-ranked soldier grounded his teeth as the lightning jutsu pushed him away. A few stray arcs slammed into the backs of a few bronze-ranked soldiers and threw their concentration off Fukumo ANBU to land critical hits. His metal boots gained traction and he spun around the attack, dodging it as it flashed past his nose, drew his arrow and shot a single one straight forward. The arrow whistled through the air and was deflected by another summoned bolt of lightning, but the man's distraction cost him. A bronze soldier slid up behind him and sheathed his tanto in his chest, through his heart. His armored hands went up quickly and snapped the dark-skinned man's head to the left in one smooth motion, just to make sure. The bronze soldier allowed the man to crumple onto his knees and fall flat onto the side of his face, dead. The chirpy, blue-haired bronze girl waved happily to her superior as she unsheathed her blade from the dead body. The silver soldier sent her a thumb up and shot down the last few surviving ANBU, banking on the distraction from the bronze ranks. He signaled for them to move out and meet the others at the end of the hidden building as he pulled out a headset from the same wrist storage seal he kept his weapons. He placed it on his head and held down the right ear as he spoke, watching his subordinates rush out of the mess hall to other rooms to subdue or kill ANBU, mostly subdue. "This is Captain Eagle Eye. Patch me over to Division Head Yuakuso." "Patching you over, please wait," was the reply from the receiver, and 2 seconds later there was a small buzz in his ear and the lilting voice of his head of division. Yu was currently sitting in the Raikage's secretary's chair, his feet placed on her desk and reading a magazine. "I'm listening, Eagle Eye," he hummed as he licked his finger and flicked the page. The quivering woman kneeling before her former desk blubbered please silently as she felt the sharp edge of a blade on the side of her neck. Yu ignored her as he partly paid attention to his deputy head of division. Requesting to lend help to Hunter Ninja Division outside Kumo. Eagle Eye began stalking forward, stepping over the dead bodies of Kumo ANBU as he did so. "Can I ask why?" Yu said as he raised his hand for the silver rank about to kill. The secretary raised his weapon to cut off her head, making him pause. The platinum rank soldier cocked his head to the dark-skinned civilian woman and placed a finger on his lips to tell her to keep quiet. She clenched her eyes shut tightly and clasped her hands together, silently pleading for mercy. "We are just about done in the ANBU headquarters. You have my permission, but make sure you don't interfere with the hunters, you know how much they hate that." "Noted. Eagle Eye, out," the older man said as he walked out from the back door of the quarters. Before him were about 4 dozen ANBU operative on their knees and at the mercy of the Tsukai soldiers. His orders weren't to have all of them executed but subdued, and their numbers seemed fairly sufficient, so the silver rank ordered half of those present, 50 or so, to move to the outposts bordering Kumo and the others to wait for a squad from the scouting and retrieval division to arrive and contain the submissive shinobi. They were to meet the others chasing fleeing Kumo ninjas when that happened. The king had a list of villages he intended to drastically reduce the number of the shinobi force to quell any thoughts or plans for a revolt any time soon. Kumo was on that list. Meanwhile, Yu sharply got to his feet and fell on his knees as Naruto walked up the stairs, Shinokura right behind him in her rigid posture and her serene smile. The Rinnegan king looked at Yu, then to the cowering civilian that had been forced on her hands and knees at Naruto's appearance by the silver rank holding the blade to her neck. There were 20 golden ranks lined on the walls in the secretary's office, just behind the door to the cage, and they too fell on one knee and placed their right hands over their hearts, a sign of subservience to their leader. Naruto's lips quirked up and he waved for the silver rank to move aside as he stared down at the petrified woman, who looked up at him with an erratically beating heart. "What is your name?" Naruto said in a low voice, and the silver-haired woman gulped deeply. "Mamabui, sir." She correctly gauged that since the platinum under-armored man, who commanded the golden-armored people around them, readily fell onto his knees when Naruto arrived. He was the supreme leader of all the invaders. She was the Raikage's personal secretary. That gave her the privilege, or bad luck, of seeing various things others wouldn't normally see, and on multiple occasions her life had been in mortal danger. But this situation was different, she didn't even hear any scream from the village or struggle. The armored soldiers merely marched into the room and got her onto her knees. She knew the look in their eyes, they had no problem killing a defenseless civilian woman whatsoever, as long as it made their ultimate master happy. "Mabui, I have a question," Naruto asked slowly as he squatted down to her, his red-ringed eyes glowing with amusement when she tried to shuffle away but was stopped when Shinokora grabbed the back of her neck to keep her in place. Mabui swallowed thickly and whispered, "Yes, sir." "Are you scared?" Naruto said to her, and he added with a flash of his terrifying Rinnegan eyes. "And don't lie to me." Why yes, sir. I'm scared." Naruto stood up and motioned for his personal maid to release Mabui. "Good, you should be very scared of my men." He smiled coolly with his Rinnegan eyes closed. "And of me. I have a lot of things planned for you, Mabui, but for now we have to part. Run along." He nodded behind him to the door and Mabui wasted no time hurtling out of it, only to stop when she saw all the staff in the Raikage's office on the knees and their shoulders lowered. Silver ranks patrolled around them with their weapons drawn. One caught sight of her and ordered her to get onto her knees. "My lord Naruto, you, the head of the Infiltration and Espionage Division, said to get the attention of his master." Naruto hummed in reply and looked at him. "Should we kill them all?" "No, we want the world to submit to Tsukai and to me. Killing them all and leaving the world empty would negate that plan." Naruto wanted the whole world, all the nations in it and every living creature that had sense to be under his grasp. He didn't want to have any direct control over them, just their submission to his imperial rule. He had already planned what he would do after taking over the world, the global fighting tournament between nations. The winning nation would have his favor for the time being. When he got bored with that, he already had another plan. "Understood, sir." Shinokora moved aside as Naruto walked to the door of the Raikage, who still wasn't aware that his village had been successfully taken over. Naruto raised his left hand and dragged it back, ripping the door right off its hinges in one clean motion and throwing it away for it to slam onto the ground, safely away from his soldiers. He got onto his feet in alarm, glaring hotly at the perpetrator, a 6-foot-tall teen with crimson red hair and black eyes with red concentric circles going from the dot pupil outwards. The boy was in a deep red shirt with the kanji for Sky King on it, with obsidian black armor under his clothes, even his fingers and metal boots on his feet. His eyes lifted up over the teen's shoulder to see dozens of similarly dressed, but gold under-armored men and women, standing at attention behind him with a royal maid directly behind Naruto and a man with platinum under armor, who gave him a hidden smile as he looked at them. This observation happened in 2 seconds. "Who the hell are you?" The man roared as lightning crackled over his body. He clenched his gauntlets as this happened and his white hair frizzed up. "My name is King Naruto and I am the ruler of the Tsukai Kingdom." "The Tsukai Kingdom? Why haven't I heard of that place before?" The Raikage thought but refused to let his full attention waver from the obviously dangerous teen before him, who stood with his arms crossed and shoulders relaxed. "How dare you attack me? In my own home? I would have thought you would notice, but my people have completely subdued this village with little to no problem. I expected a bigger struggle, if I'm going to be honest," Naruto said with a small disappointed sigh. He growled madly as lightning arced of his body in burning waves, scorching his desk and the walls around him, but the boy didn't even seem fazed, rather he looked bored. "You will pay with your life." The cage shot a bolt of lightning at Naruto that was so hot that it glowed deep purple. A transparent barrier covered Naruto from the fatal attack and his Rinnegan pulsed in enjoyment as he began draining the cage's chakra with the Rinnegan ability. It was too late for the man to cut the attack off when he noticed the repercussions. Naruto kept on siphoning out the lightning cage's chakra, watching with glee as he fell onto his knees when his chakra became too low. Naruto stopped and cocked his head to the side, intrigued when he saw the tired cage pant heavily, dragging himself back to his feet and holding his fist up in a fighting style. "Interesting. You clearly don't know when you are outmatched," Naruto commented. "Outmatched? What's that mean?" He said as he shook the sleep out of his eyes. He was severely low on chakra. Naruto snorted, a small laugh that made the warriors stationed behind him chuckle under their breath with him. "You are resilient, I admire that, but you see, if your people see that, it will give them hope. I can't have that." A great force closed around the cage's neck and lifted him off his feet. Naruto's red-ringed eyes followed the floating man and smashed his body out of the window. Naruto flew after him and levitated high over the submissive village. His right hand shot to A and caught him after commanding gravity to bring him over. The Tsukai warriors that were holding down the civilians and every other person in the village looked up and hailed when they saw Naruto holding the cage by his neck, making the silver-haired man grit at the strength behind the hold but wasn't able to summon the strength to pry it off him. The king of Tsukai Kingdom lifted his other hand for silence. "This is your leader. This is the one that was meant to protect you and he has failed," Naruto shouted for all to hear, his voice echoing far and wide in the deathly silence that fell upon the village. The citizens of Kumo were shocked into silence at the desperate situation their Raikage was in. "Bow down to me and I will not destroy this village." The people were on their knees, but after seeing that even their Raikage, the strongest man in the village, was at the mercy of the godlike boy, they fell forward onto their hands in a bowed position. Naruto smiled a little and addressed the man in his hands. "See, there is nothing you or anyone can do to stand against me. I didn't even have to do anything, but my soldiers still succeeded. My brother, and Yugito, will avenge me." He grated as he wheezed for air. "I'm sure they will, that's why I'm having my hunters find and force them to their knees. Those, Jinchuriki, would serve well in my kingdom." Naruto said with a wide smile. You will never win were his last words before Naruto closed his fists tightly, snapping his neck and killing him. Naruto's smile lessened as he whispered to I already have, and allowed his dead body to drop out of the sky, all to the uproarious cheers and hooting of his men. Oh 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 oh. The forests north of Kumogakure. 3 miles away from the nearest outpost. Lightning country. Who the hell are these guys? Yugito yelled as she hopped from tree to tree, away from the surging black mass of people that doggedly followed after her. Leading them was a heavily tanned man in a white hunter ninja mask with a woman with multicolored hair jumping along with him, with curious-looking heavy boots that had fans spinning on the soles. The woman maneuvered the boots like she had been born with them, but the obvious hunter merely jumped from tree to tree after her the conventional way. The different color-haired girl cackled in glee as she spun dexterously in the air, leaving behind a small trail of white smoke that cleared up moments later. Behind the pair were at least 6 other hunters and 2 more people wearing the flying boot contraption. B, who was speeding on the ground with his own group of hunters after him, yelled back. No idea. He stopped speaking and hissed when a spear connected to a gleaming silver chain skimmed past his side, barely scraping his skin but not drawing blood. Let's kill them, Yugito shouted and whirled around in the air before her friend could reply. She slashed the air and blew fiery after images came out from her nails, flashing towards the stalkers. Mora, the head of the Hunter Ninja Division, and Nirvana, the head of the Invention Division, signaled to their subordinates, many masked men and women in silver under armor, and they dispersed before the deadly claws could reach them. She stopped on a tree branch and her senses made her aware that the hunters were surrounding her with the 3 contraption-using ninjas in a triangle and the hunters filling in the gaps. The one that seemed to be the head hunter hopped forward and drew a deadly-looking red kunai from the back of his armored wrists, crossing them to block the elongated claw strikes from Yugito. Blue chakra shrouded her body suddenly and Mora ducked away hastily when he saw his weapons melt against it. He tapped his ear and communicated to Nirvana. She's using it. Hi, containment field will be operational in 15 seconds. Keep her in the triangle. What do you think I've been doing? Mora whispered hotly back to the inventor as he used his hands to swing from a branch and landed on another as dangerous claws burnt the branch to nothing. Stay still, bug. The Jinchuriki for the 2-tailed cat roared as she pelted after the man, who diligently managed to dodge her killer attacks. As his feet touched down on a tree branch within the triangle, he quickly tapped it with his right pointer and middle finger, creating a quick seal and leaping off in time before a crazed Yugito could sink her teeth into his neck. The seal covered her in a plume of smoke and trapped her. The woman channeled even more chakra and the seals burned off her not even 3 seconds later. The containment field is ready. Get the hell out of there. The questionably sane head of inventors muttered into her headpiece. Roger, was Mora's response, then signaled to one of his subordinates, who smashed his heel of his left hand on the branch above him, breaking it off cleanly and throwing the broken chunk of wood to his right, which was when the platinum rank hunter, Mora, switched places with it in a flash of smoke, leaving behind the cut-off branch. The beast chakra-shrouded woman snarled when she saw this and pelted to him at top speed. Do it now. I hear ya, no need to yell, sheesh. The platinum rank inventor, Nirvana, grumbled as she clapped her hands together in sync with her subordinates in the Invention Division. The forest lit up in a glorious flash of light, stunning Yugito momentarily, and when she opened her eyes she saw that she was in a glass cube that spanned about 15 feet from her place in the middle. Her face slammed into the glass in front of Mora when her feet couldn't stop in time from her headlong run. The man didn't even flinch as he stared back at her, making her notice that he had bright blue eyes. Yugito's fist blazed on his face, but the thick glass never even cracked, even as she pumped in more chakra in her attack and her body ignited on fire. She fully activated her tailed beast cloak, transforming her into the 2-tailed demon cat, but that change was short-lived. Mora placed his palm onto the surface of the containment field, not able to feel the heat on the surface under his platinum-armored fingers, and a great seal opened up under his palm. He turned his hand, like he was turning a knob on a gas stove, and several flashes of light exploded inside the containment field, shocking the 2-tailed cat and making her stumble around. He turned the seal even more and watched as the beast chakra fell off the cat in clumps as a vibration resonated inside the cube so heavily that the cat could feel it shake up her bones, and a sharp pinging sound rang painfully in the cube for only the keen-eared cat to hear. The deadly chakra was then absorbed into the cube as quickly as possible, until Yugito was left on her side in the very center. Unconscious. Works like a charm. Well done, Nirvana, Mora said to his headpiece, and the inventor chuckled bashfully in appreciation. Let's push this containment field down to size and call a retrieval squad to take her back to Tsukai. Hi, Nirvana answered and began pushing from her side on the glass surface with the other hunters and inventors, and the cube began shrinking. The shoulder-length multicolor-haired woman spared her right hand to press against her receiver as she said, "How is it going down there, Gore?" Gore was the deputy head of the Hunter Ninja Division, a short red-masked man that used a mighty war hammer as his chosen weapon. He was wild and vicious by nature. It was understandable that he had gotten it from years of being on the receiving end of mass beatings from dozens of sound shinobi. Naruto named him Gore after being an audience to a particular mission to Kiri to gather information like the one to Wave. Gore tore through any and every living creature before him, besides his comrades, with the ferocity of a feral lion. Most weren't aware, but under Gore's mask was a large, needle-teeth-filled mouth, no nose and no eyes. He was among the group of people that had been mercilessly tortured and experimented on, like Naruto and the head of intelligence and interrogation, Hamato Toshi. Among many others. Gore licked his lips and said, "He's down for the count." He tapped the glass box that held the knocked-out Eight-Tails holder, wishing he could just enter inside and rip the man's arms off. He only held his urges because his lord, Naruto, would frown on that action, that was akin to death for Gore. B had put up a valiant fight, making use of as many skills in his arsenal, but it could only last so long with the evasive tactics the hunters chasing him used and the brutal forwardness of Gore, forced to either dodge the hammer strikes or else it would have crushed his head. Unlike Yugito, he didn't really use the eight-tailed beast's chakra until it was much too late and he was stuck inside a containment field with a persistent vibration shaking up his chakra core and a painful ringing in his ear. The hunters and inventors that were outside the field pushed hard on the glass surface and the size lessened till the cube was just about 6 feet wide. The golden-armored maniac called Gore looked to his subordinates as he hefted his weapon onto his shoulders. "Has anyone called a retrieval team?" he asked, and was answered by a blue-eyed, black-masked woman sitting down on the cube that contained Kirby. The cube containing Yugito was placed on the ground beside the male Jinchurikis. "I came as soon as I got the call from Mora." She crossed her legs and pointed her fingers upwards to the large, flying retrieval vehicle hovering above them, over the dense forest because there wasn't enough space to get any closer. It was similar to a land vehicle, but it had no wheels, with a small area where the driver sat and a large behind that stored those that were to be retrieved, as well as a few scouts to help go down and bring back those to be recovered. It never ceased to amaze Gore that a vehicle as large as the retrieval truck was capable of being so silent. Nora, the platinum rank head of the Scout and Retrieval Division, patted the glass to her side and her brother took a seat beside her, seemingly from out of nowhere. He slung his arm around her shoulder and she wrapped her own around his side, cuddling close to him. The sight might have been a bit too strange and intimate for others, but the hunters and scouts were soothed to seeing it, and on a few rare occasions other divisions too. There was even a rumor going around that the masked twins slept with each other, but it was never their place to ask. As long as Mora and Nora stayed efficient servants to Naruto, there was no problem. 10 minutes later and the large, flying vehicle took off back to Sukai Kingdom. The hunters returned back to rounding up Kumo shinobi in the outposts bordering Kumogakure. Much to the displeasure of the twins, they had to split up to perform their functions, while the inventors chose to go back into Kumo to meet up with the others, with Nirvana wanting to meet up with her lord. The next place they were to hit was to take over the whole of Lightning Country before they proceeded to either Spring Country or Hidden Mist. Naruto was leaning more to Spring because he wanted to save the challenge of Mist for later. "This is Nirvana Kurogoku, patch me over to Shinokura, maid of King Naruto," the different-colored hair girl said as she and her inventors hopped from tree to tree with random gusts of wind from the propellers on their legs. "Patching you over, please wait," was the reply, and a second later there was a low buzz in her ear. "Yes, Nirvana," came the sweet voice of the soul of the Kyuubi, staring in awe at her master as he floated back into the office. "We have captured the Two Tails and the Eight Tails holders and have sent them back to Sukai Kingdom." There was a low shuffling sound on the other end as Shinokura handed her earpiece to Naruto, who motioned for her to hand it over. The Rinnegan holder placed it in his ears and spoke to the inventor. Naruto speaking. "My lord," she almost stumbled as her subordinates, who had been eavesdropping, also almost fell from the air in surprise. "Excellent job taking care of the 2 and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. I want you to return back here as soon as possible," he said, and the girl squealed in happiness. "Right away, sir," and he closed the link. All the way back in Kumo, with Naruto the king of Sukai Kingdom, he pressed the earpiece and said, "Patch me over to Indra Watashi, head of Frontline Soldiers Division, and Satoshi Todoroki, head of Rescue and Support Division." Why yes see sir." The lady on the other end stammered and connected Naruto to the two heads. "Indra here, Lord Naruto." "Satoshi here, my Lord Naruto," came the two replies as the transponder hurriedly informed them who was on the line. "You two are in charge of mobilizing your soldiers on taking over Lightning Country. My spies at the capital are ready and they will begin acting accordingly when the capital is invaded. Do not waste all of your soldiers, I have seen here that would be too excessive, and do not make other countries aware of what is happening. You know how best to deal with them. When you're done with Lightning Country, station your forces around Water Country, keep them hidden and wait until I arrive." "Yes, sir," they said in unison, and Naruto cut the call. The teenage king sat down on the dead cage's chair and placed his feet on the table in a LAX backward lean. He was in deep thought, trying to decide whether or not to wait for Lightning Country to come under his rulership or to move ahead with invading Spring Country. Maybe their famed chakra armor could pose more of a challenge for his soldiers. A full frontal attack, that sounded about right. Let his soldiers have their fun, he thought with a sinister smirk to the kneeling high-ranked soldiers before him. Chapter 4. The next day. Spring Country was beautiful this time of the season. The air was calm and serene, blowing through the landscape that was filled with lush grass and flourishing trees. Naruto had heard that a group of Konoha ninjas had helped liberate the country from the tyrannical rule of Doton, the uncle to the present leader of the country, Koyuki Kazuhana. Before it was a wasteland of snow and ice, cold and barren of any kind of warmth or feeling of belonging to both the occupants and the visiting Konoha ninjas. Quite frankly, Spring Country reminded him of his floating home, Sukai Kingdom, but on a much, much smaller scale and a bit less developed. Even though there was an abundance of precious resources constantly growing in the earth of Sukai and that he and the people capitalized on this by building all manner of buildings and mechanical breakthroughs, there was still acres and acres of fresh land that was populated by nothing but nature. Animals lived in peace, since the Wildlife Conservation Department of his civilian division ensured no harm came to the slice of nature that was in their protection. These thoughts made Naruto not want to harm the beauty of the country. Pain teaches us who we are. Those words echoed in the king of Sukai's mind. That was the first lesson Orochimaru taught him, without actually saying it, when the redhead was just 3 years old. You can't really live until you die a little. The tall Rinnegan holder stepped out of the royal vehicle as it stopped in the middle of a gravel road leading towards the capital of country. He waited patiently for the ninja he had asked to accompany come down as well before he began his walk, his iron boots stomping with each step and crushing any stone under his feet. He didn't put on his royal helmet signifying his position, even though he didn't really need it for his troops to know him, because he was sure he wouldn't need it. Nirvana Kurogoku was a usually outgoing 19-year-old girl, always smiling and laughing and even muttering to herself in the presence of others, creating the image that she was a mad inventor. This image was coupled with her multicolored hair and the chirpy way she spoke. She liked that image. It made her feel like she had an identity among the soldiers of the Sukai army. It made her stand out because, during her time in Sound, a slave to the pleasures of Kabuto, she had just been a blurry blob in the presence of other blurry blobs. Now that she had gotten the attention of her lord, the godlike person she had wholeheartedly come to call her master, she stood out among the masses. This happy-go-lucky girl did not skip in joy behind her master but rather shuffled her iron-booted feet as she timidly looked down with her hands behind her back. A legion of over 1,000 soldiers marched behind them, not even trying to hide their presence. Sir. The head inventor spoke and Naruto briefly looked over his shoulder and raised an eyebrow to acknowledge that he had heard her before returning his eyes to the capital he was about to invade. Pardon me but, if I may be so curious as to ask, why you wanted me to accompany you here? Her head shot up after she had heard the words that had just come out of her mouth, like she had said the most vile and most evil words in all of creation. Not that it is not an honor to follow you, my lord Naruto, I am merely inquisitive because it is usually Shinokora that escorts you. She clenched her eyes shut in fear but opened them when she heard a small snort, a sigh that meant Naruto was not offended. He motioned for her to walk beside him and he pointed at the great capital with his black armored fingers as he placed his other hand on her right shoulder. Tell me, Nirvana, what makes Spring Country stand out on this continent of legends? The girl's mind was hazy as Naruto kept his hand on her shoulder but she barely stuttered out her reply. Their chakra armor, my lord. Correct. You are the best person I know that can fully analyze their armor and find a chink in it. You see, you are just as important here as you were holed up in your lab all day. He patted her shoulder then dropped his hand, not wanting the adoring girl to pass out on him. I had Shinokora stay back to supervise the takeover of the Lightning Country capital. The other two heads can look over how to best command the country by themselves. She will meet me after I subdue Spring. It is well known that when the capital of a country fell then the whole country followed suit. Admittedly there will be a little resistance from other parts of the country but not as great as the capital. I am humbled by your thoughts of me, my lord. Think nothing of it. They could already hear the alarms of the capital blaring as they saw the sea of humanity, led by one single figure, marching towards them. Naruto's expectations of the shinobi had gone down after his invasion of Kumo, so he didn't think much of it before he lifted his right hand to the sky, ordering his soldiers to stop and waited patiently for an incoming envoy of Spring Shinobi, numbering in the hundreds. You will speak for me, he said, and she placed her right hand over her heart as she bowed. He couldn't wait for all of Lightning Country and its resources to come under his power. He trusted his two division heads to act in his stead. If the country posed a problem, all he had to do was say the word and dozens of trucks from the Inventors Division would rain down bombs on the country and the Fuinjutsu Division would ensure people stayed within the boundaries of the country. His soldiers didn't just die for him, they lived for him. They breathed for him. Naruto was not in the mood for having his people fight for dominance for extended periods of time. If the place posed too much of a hassle then he would simply wipe it off the face of the earth. His plans for world destruction was still there, maybe after he had gotten his fill of entertainment, but for now he was going for world domination. After the events of Sound, Naruto would admit that he had lost his soul, primarily because his sister had died in his presence, but also with the terrible, chakra network changing and body augmenting experiments they conducted on him. He was what they made him to be, a partly emotionless human that sought out enjoyment in the destruction of lives, livelihood and property. And he led an army of people that would do anything for him. War was not something he ran away from, he caused the wars, he fought in the wars, and he will stand over the dead bodies of those that dared defy him. And not that he would have to lift a finger, his soldiers would do the fighting themselves, and when Naruto felt like it he would step down from his throne to show the world how powerful he was. Like now, he didn't need to fight, but he wanted to, not because he needed to have the blood on his hands but to see if years of developing his kingdom had dulled his abilities. He still remembered asking his dead godfather if he was ready to destroy the world, and his answer was yes. He was ready to destroy the world. But not yet. There was still an abundance of entertainment he could squeeze out of them, and by them he meant those that lived on the continent, not his soldiers or his people, before he could drop a bomb on the planet and move into space with his kingdom, maybe to look for other planets to conquer and destroy. The possibilities were endless. He was what they made them to be. That was the simple fact. Naruto placed his hands behind his lower back, elbows slightly bent, and looked at the armored shinobi stoically. He spared a quick look to the inventor standing by his side protectively, and she nodded with a small smile. Naruto refrained from scoffing. She already had a way of bypassing the armor. He knew he didn't make a mistake by bringing her instead of Shinakura, or any other division head, all of whom wear platinum rank. He nodded for Nirvana to walk forward and meet the incoming ninjas. "That is close enough," she shouted and held up her palm for them to stop about 25 or so feet away. The shinobi stumbled in confusion and few even chuckled in amusement at the authoritative yell from the unserious-looking teen. Her hair is wildly multicolored, so yeah. Behind her, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest silently and allowed his speaker to speak for him. The spring ninjas decided to humor her. "State your name and your purpose." "My name is Nirvana Kurogoku, platinum rank ninja and head of the invention division, and I am the honored speaker for the great king of the Tsukai kingdom, the almighty sovereign of the sky, the immortal master of the six paths, Lord Naruto." She shouted as she made a flourish motion to Naruto, and the warriors behind Naruto hollered with their fists raised, chanting Naruto's name 4 times before Nirvana ordered for silence with a sharply raised hand. "We are here to wrest control of your country in the name of our Lord." The leader of the hundreds of spring soldiers sputtered out a laugh that made the devout follower of the Rinnegan holder feel a vein throb on her forehead. "What an idiot. I think it's best for you and your Lord Naruto to turn around and crawl back into your hole." He crossed his arms and smirked cockily, which didn't waver when he didn't get any facial reaction from the king of Tsukai kingdom, but Nirvana was different. The multicolor-haired girl ground her teeth and her armored fist shook terribly with rage as she roared. "You will pay for your insolence." "Yeah, sure." Standard formation. The head inventor yelled over her shoulder to the soldiers of Tsukai kingdom, and they stamped their feet on the ground at once, making the earth tremble under their metal boots, and marched rigidly amongst themselves so that there were 10 rows of soldiers standing behind Naruto. Bronze ranks stood at the front, followed by silver ranks, then gold ranks. The first 3 rows contained the hundreds of inventors and the medics, with the medics stationed behind the inventors and frontliners, and the other 2 rows had the hundreds of frontline warriors their head of division, Indra Watashi, had graciously given Naruto. Their movements and position changes was quick and fluid. Attack positions. The under-armored soldiers drew their weapons. Those at the front held swords, sickles and battle fans, and those at the back held arrows and chained javelins irrespective of rank. The humor in the spring shinobi leader died as he saw the strength the red shirt, black trousers and under-armored men and women were resonating. The king of Tsukai kingdom didn't even move from his cross-armed posture, but he did cock his head to the side and send a small, impressed smirk at the fluid movements he sensed from behind him. Quick, efficient and effective in intimidating their enemies, just like how they were trained. "Now hold on." The platinum rank cut him off as she yelled. "Frontliners, ready. Inventor, ready. Medics, hold." The tight muscles under surprisingly comfortable and light armor, which was still abnormally tough to scratch, of the soldiers tightened even more when they heard their divisions being called. The frontliners growled, not too happy that their master had been insulted, and the inventors, with their boots expanding as their fan propellers emerged on the soles and their armored hands held up in fighting positions, also enraged that the man they swore their life to had been insulted, prepared like their superior had ordered, while the medics mentally prepared to run in when the order was given. Even though medics were trained in hand-to-hand like every other soldier division, they were not to actually engage in combat unless the situation was dire and they had to drag a comrade out of the line of fire. The thousands of soldiers stationed behind Naruto suddenly became silent as Naruto lifted off the ground slowly. Nirvana though slammed her fists together, making bright green and blue sparks to fly off her armored fists, and her boots morphed into their propeller forms. She crossed her forearms and sent a large, crazed grin to the spring soldiers through the gap between the back of her hands, and a sharp, buzzing blade of iron and chakra slid out from the back of her wrists and stopped when they reached 4 feet long. Target the necks. First 7, step forward. The first 7 row of ninjas took a single step forward, separating from the dozens behind them, about 500 in number. Long ranges, ready. The long-range weapons users at the back prepared their weapons. Wait a minute. The leader of the spring warriors yelled as he unintentionally took a step away at the image of death the inventor was casting as her shoulder multicolored hair thrashed lightly with the wind and her red and blue eyes darkened. Attack. The spring soldiers barely got their wits about them when they saw the Tsukai forces storm towards them. They ran straight to them and brandishing their weapons they slammed against each other. Nirvana clashed her forearm blades against the katana of the commanding officer. The distraction of watching the fluidity of their motions mesmerized the spring, which was why they didn't attack initially, coupled with the genjutsu the illusion users of the frontline soldier division were subtly casting in the sidelines. The high-rank, cooperation genjutsu casted by the illusion experts made all her commands seem like it was all in one word. Attack. He could of course merely crush his enemies into paste with a mere thought, but what was the point of finishing a fight that quickly when he had spent 7 long years raising a civilization out of nothing but blood, sweat and dust? What was the point of wars if his jujutsu gave him an unfair advantage when he has an entire advanced kingdom at his beck and call? Admittedly, his soldiers too had a big unfair advantage over any other soldier on the continent. The Tsukai forces, from copper to platinum rank, all went through a rigorous training process that would sooner break a man but not them. They had survived Orochimaru's torture, and this abnormal endurance and resilience was passed down to their children and their children's children. No point in having soldiers if they did not fight for their king. Let them have their fun, was the thought of the Rinnegan king as he hovered over the war zone. Hundreds of rows of Tsukai forces waited in attention to be commanded forward, but from what he could see they would have to reserve their strength for the true takedown of Spring. Naruto smiled as he watched his soldiers stomp over their weaker opponents. 30 minutes later. Palace of the Daimyo F. Spring Country. Spring Country capital. Spring Country. Standing at the front door and looking at the inventor head to his side reminded Naruto that a good 95% of the people of Tsukai Kingdom were mutants, including him. Nirvana's combat uniform was pristine of blood and gore, but her boots, specifically the soles, were covered in blood. There were shiny red, green and blue scales on her cheeks, and covering her neck as well as her different colored eyes became reptilian. Her mouth was filled with needle-like teeth that would change back to normal once she calmed down, and there was a short lizard tail coming out from her tailbone. She closed her eyes and cooled down her lizard heart as she bowed down on one knee and placed her right hand over her heart before her master. Her reptilian feature smoothened over and she returned back to normal. "Did you have fun?" Naruto asked the 19-year-old mutant as he turned around and looked at the sea of soldiers standing there. At the far back, those that had been injured were being tended to by medics. No one had died in the scuffle. Now there were about 600 Tsukai soldiers, while the others that hadn't been injured, about 400 in number, were stomping around the capital and dealing with the other spring soldiers that had not yielded and making the citizens aware that the country was now going to be under new lordship. The plan was to spread out a few other soldiers to other locations in Spring to better control them. Then all soldiers were to leave, but not without making it very clear that if Spring ever tried to revolt against Naruto, then the entire country will be turned into a bleeding, smoking deep depression in the ground without hesitation. Like all the countries after Tsukai was done with them. King Naruto didn't need to have the bulk of his soldiers stay in conquered countries. Just a few would do to constantly remind those countries who their new lord was. Right now, though Naruto had a meeting with the daimyo, Koyuki Kazuhana, he could already feel the men and women behind the door prepare for his arrival by barricading the door and arming themselves to the teeth. Quite frankly, it was funny, but the Rinnegan king allowed them as much time to prepare, which was why he stood at the door and spoke with his loyal-to-death lizard mutant division head. "Yes, my lord, I had a lot of fun," she said and retracted her tail and her teeth, frantically smoothing down her hair as she muttered. "I apologize for looking so unsightly, my lord." Naruto waved her worries away. "It shows you were fighting with all you have." "I fight for you, my king. If I do not fight with all I have, then I am not worthy to serve you," she said. "That is good. You, all of you," he said to the gathered soldiers standing rigidly, "are what good soldiers are meant to be. You have made me proud today, and I want you to keep making me proud." "Sir, yes sir," they all called and pumped their fists in the air. Inside the palace there was pandemonium. Chairs, tables, even cooking pots were thrown in front of the door to barricade it from Naruto's army. In the middle of the chaos of rushing palace servants and soldiers was the stunned daimyo, Koyuki. "You said he can fly," she squeaked as she gawked at the only man to escape the slaughter. In truth, he was the only person Naruto allowed to escape to warn her daimyo. He wanted her to prepare for his arrival. The shivering, bald samurai bobbed his head and looked around, paranoia clear in his eyes. "Yes, madam, and his army, his army," he shivered with terror and continued. "It is like they do not know pain or fear or even death. It is like, they are not even human." "Not human? You aren't making any sense." The way they moved, the way they fought, it was like they were all a single entity. They knew where they all were at the same time, and they never once allowed any openings. The only possible way to injure them is to stab oneself to reach them, and even at that their armor is very nearly impenetrable. He grabbed his hair and pulled as he looked at the ground with wide eyes. Then there is that demon that led them, the lizard woman with different colors in her hair. She, he fell on his knees and cried. The daimyo clenched her jaw and walked past him to her throne. Though she didn't sit on it, she began pacing back and forth. What does this Tsukai kingdom want with her recently freed country? From the report the man had given before he fell into hysteria, she didn't know. The Tsukai soldiers were a terribly powerful force with weapons, skills and abilities that far surpassed anything she had ever dreamt of. Then an idea clicked in her head and she called a servant to her side. The panicking girl tore off her white sleeve and handed her daimyo a brush and a pot of ink from panel at the foot of the throne. She hastily wrote the distress letter to Konoha and tasked the same servant to run as fast as her legs could carry her, with as many valuables she could take for her own well-being, through the tunnel leading outside of Spring and straight to Waterfall, which was still many miles away. It was a secure tunnel. "Go, now," she urged the 13-year-old girl and pushed her throne aside to reveal a stairwell that wound straight down. She ushered her servants to rush inside as well and pulled the throne back in place before the last servant could opt for her to follow as well. A few ninjas and samurai refused to flee and chose to stand by her till the very end. Though the traumatized bald warrior fled with the servants. The palace was devoid of sound as Koyuki sat down on her throne slowly, her heart beating the song of death and despair for her own life, and she waited for the king of Tsukai to gain entry, which he undoubtedly will with the kind of reports she had gotten. Her remaining guards stood by the side of her throne, 10 in total, and held their weapons tightly, also nervous to meet the king that led an army that had bested her forces so easily. A minute of waiting later and the items used to barricade the door began shuffling aside by themselves, driving cold chills up the spine of the guards that chose to stay behind, but the spring daimyo lifted up a stubborn chin and watched as more and more items moved from the door. The great door flew open by itself and soldiers in golden under armor marched in, making the sounds of metal on marble thud through the silent palace. The warriors stood at the walls and placed their right hands over their hearts but kept their eyes on the spring daimyo and her guards. A single warrior, a girl with rainbow-colored hair, stomped in with her hands behind her back after the last golden soldier entered, leaving a small gap for Koyuki and the others to see a sea of gold, silver and bronze under-armored men and women standing outside her castle. They gulped at the sight. The feeling of dread increased when the lone rainbow-haired woman, this one with platinum under armor, stopped before the open door and slid to the side. She too placed her right hand over her heart and inclined her head a little downwards. The warriors outside the castle watched, transfixed, as their master took his time walking into the spring daimyo's castle. It was obvious that he was the king with the way his mere presence commanded an air of fear and respect in her and her guards. His black with red ringed eyes and the kanji on his red and gold short-sleeved shirt that read Sky King made it even more obvious to the beautiful actress. Naruto had a small, amused smirk on his face as he walked in, his hands behind his back and his head shaking in disappointment. "I can't help but be surprised you did that, Madam Kazuhana." Koyuki forced up courage from its drying well inside her and yelled, "Who do you think you are to walk onto my lands and act?" She gasped when an unseen force closed around her throat, making it harder for her to breathe. "I am Naruto," the Rinnegan holder said as he took a step forward. A deep thud from his metal boots shook the palace. The head of a guard to her right exploded in a geyser of blood, but not even a drop touched her. The headless man crumped onto his knees. "I am the king," he continued, still walking steadily towards the choking woman. Another guard's head exploded to her left and still no blood touched her. "Of the Tsukai kingdom," he took a step up the small set of stairs leading up to her throne and the earth tremors rattling the great palace increased. The spring daimyo's eyes began to water as the desperation for air called to her. A guard's head exploded again and that was when the others began gearing to attack, but before they could leap at the Rinnegan king they stumbled and fell flat onto their faces, showing the kunai at the sides or back of their heads. The golden armored soldiers stationed at the walls lowered their hands. "And you," Naruto said, taking another step up and stopping before the woman, "have done exactly what I wanted you to do." He smiled a little and released his gravity hold around her neck when her face turned an ugly shade of grey and her eyes were about to roll up into her head. Naruto looked at her with his still glowing Rinnegan eyes, eyes that were much more powerful than they were supposed to be because of his mutated blood and chakra network, and placed a gentle hand on her head. "Do you really think that I'm not aware that you have a distress letter en route to Konoha, in the hands of a child running through the hidden tunnel? Under your throne?" he asked slowly, the amused tone of his voice making the woman's infuriated but weak against him. The main question that ran through her head was on how he found out about the letter. "I can have them killed with the snap of my fingers." He lifted his other hand and rolled his wrist. "But I will not do that. Let them know, let everyone know, about the might of my kingdom and let them prepare as much as they want, their defeat is inevitable." His lips lowered to her ear and she closed her eyes tightly in fear. "And you know that, don't you, Madam Kazuhana? I'll give you anything you want," the woman cried, afraid for her life to slap away the hand that was on her head. "Just please, leave my people alone. I want one thing before I leave your wonderful country, Madam Kazuhana. One very simple thing and life would return back to how it used to be." He gently lifted her gaze from his obsidian black boots to his eyes. "You can stay on the throne and your people will live, but I want all of Spring Country to swear fealty to me. If not," his smile widened a little and he closed his eyes, "I will shower the blood of your people on you and turn this country into a hole in the ground. And we both know I can do that, don't we?" She nodded immediately and tried to lower her eyes, if not she feared her heart would give out with the amount of terror she was feeling. "Good, we have an understanding," he said as he patted her cheek, standing back up. He snapped his finger and held his left hand out, palm up and waiting. Nirvana rushed forward, her platinum boot intentionally treading heavily on the marble floor, and placed a scroll onto Naruto's awaiting hand. The king gave the daimyo the scroll and turned around. "I will send a squad to pick up that scroll at dawn tomorrow. Whether you sign it or not is up to you, but I know you will do the right thing. For your people." Before he turned around he then added as an afterthought, "Oh," he bent on one knee so he could be eye level with her and whispered, "and you made the right decision not stabbing me with your blade." He patted her head once and turned around in a flourish, his obsidian boots not making the heavy stomping it had formerly been making. "Why kill the Raikage and spare the spring daimyo?" Naruto had to admit that they both had equal amounts of stubbornness between them. He could see the famous actress about to pull out a blade to stab him when he approached, despite having her throat squeezed tightly, but only stopped her doomed plan after all her guards were killed before they could take the step forward they intended. The Raikage did not hide his attempts to murder Naruto. The reason was that the dead Raikage was too stubborn to die out of natural male pride. He did not want to be bested by a boy many years his junior, but Koyuki was stubborn because of the lives she was responsible for, not for any kind of personal pride. The Rinnegan king could see it in their eyes. He could respect her brand of stubbornness. As the king of Tsukai Kingdom left the palace, leaving the solemn daimyo by herself in the middle of dead bodies with only a scroll in her hands, the Tsukai soldiers marched out with him. 10 minutes ago Indra Watashi also handed the lightning daimyo the scroll that detailed the fealty Naruto intended for the world. The head of the frontline soldiers and Satoshi Todoroki, head of the rescue and support division, allowed the man time to think and hopefully, for him, make the right decision. The old, white-haired man had an extended family. Naruto knew that fact very well, so the choice he made was the same as Koyuki Kazuhana. They spread the scroll on the ground and signed their names on the dotted line. Nirvana opened the royal vehicle door for her master and Naruto ducked into it as he said, "You've all done exceptionally well, you may stay here and rest for the time being but do not cause any trouble." Addressing the legions of soldiers standing outside his car and also to the division head, Nirvana Kurogoku. "Yes, Lord Naruto. I entrust them to you, Nirvana," Naruto said in a low voice to his subordinate, speaking to her from the lowered window. The teen nodded and bowed her head slightly. "When the scroll is signed, you and the others can return back home. Wait there for my command." "Understood, sir. Oh, and also send for Magi the head of Fuinjutsu. Tell her to wait for me at Water Country." "Yes, sir." The Rinnegan King waved a little and wound up his window, signaling the driver to take off to Kiriagakura, where he suspected his previous orders of soldiers be stationed around the village has already been undertaken. His vehicle flickered and camouflaged with the sky as it smoothly sailed to its destination, leaving Naruto to sit at the back and read a short novel. If they took their time, like they were now, they would get to Water Country in roughly 40 minutes. Minor countries like Frigid Country, which was further up north than Spring Country, could be dealt with later. Their threat level wasn't that high to begin with. After Water Country, then Naruto would be more comfortable spreading out his forces to take over countries 2 or 3 at a time. He had more than enough soldiers for that and the technology they used increased the kingdom's chances of succeeding. Everything is going perfectly. Amigakur no Sato. How many tailed beasts do we have now? A male voice asked from a dark hallway to the other person walking with him. You don't keep count. I'm positive you're present when we seal them. A deep voice answered. Another male. I wasn't around for a while, remember. Master regularly sends me to check up on his younger brother. We currently have 4 tailed beasts. Itachi and Kisame have said that the 2 and 8 tails have vanished, but Hamato Toshi updated me that they were in the kingdom. The taller of the 2 said in a low voice. He was referring to head of the Intelligence and Interrogation Division. Impressive. Did he say anything else? That Lord Naruto has begun his plans for global domination. That is fantastic news. The man said in a low voice. No doubt our other comrade in the Akatsuki would be glad to hear it as well. He said, referring to the other mole in the S-rank organization. Division head, you will tell us when it is time to make our true allegiances known. The speaker said as his eyes shone with expectations. He then chose to turn the conversation away in case others heard them. How is Master's younger brother? At the moment he is still recuperating in Konoha from his battle with Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother. 2 Chidoras to the chest and dislocated collarbone. Just yesterday Sasuke had attempted to defect from the village in order to find and kill Itachi. It had failed and now he was under house arrest for the next year. I pity Sasuke, was what the other man said after a long pause. They separated. The second man, the one reporting about the welfare of Naruto's younger brother, kept walking until he encountered his partner, and the first speaker, who had been informing the other of the number of tailed beasts in their grasp, turned into the Amegage's office. Chapter 5. Hey bro, a voice whispered beside him. Yeah, a 5-year-old Naruto turned to his red-haired sister and shuffled closer to her, if that was even possible seeing as they shared the same tiny cage among the bigger, but still considerably small, cages in the underground slave containment room in Hidden Sound. Naruto rested her head on her brother's shoulder and intertwined her right hand with his left as their other hands wound around their sides. What are you gonna do first when we get out? She asked in a low, tired voice. They had just returned from their usual morning round of chakra virus infection and cure and they were exhausted from all their screaming. The purple-eyed male child smiled wanly at his precious sister. A sharp pain shot through his heart at the sleepy smile she gave him. When we get out, he coughed upwards so he wouldn't do it in her face. Yeah, when we get out. I'm going to have an ice cream. The older male child stifled his giggle at the sheer innocence his younger twin sister still managed to have, even after all the horrors she had been put through. A ray of sunshine on the dark days their lives had suddenly become. She tightened the fingers clasping his own and hid her face in his neck when a sound shinobi passed them, but disregarded the twins and dragged out a sick mother from her child's arms. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes at the sight. Well, his sister prodded and Naruto placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head when he felt her body weaken from lack of sleep. I'm gonna, he said as he felt sleep wash over him as well. The twins yawned in sync and also smacked their dry lips for water they knew would never come unless their heads were dunked into a bucket of filthy water. I'm gonna, his slowly churning mind tried to think of what he will do when he got out if he got out. I'm gonna eat ice cream with you, he said to her and she smiled. The connection they had could almost be said to be supernatural. This was evident when they both finished what they were both thinking. Sitting on father's dead body, they said as one and sleep overtook them. Naruto's black with red ringed Rinnegan eyes snapped open when he heard a polite cough from his driver. We're here, my lord. The king stretched like a cat on his comfortable seat, long and spacious enough for him to lie down comfortably and take a quick nap before he got to Water Country. A 10-minute nap would have to do for now. Naruto sat up and swung his feet onto the floor of the car, straightening his red and gold royal shirt with hazy eyes. "Thank you," he said to the driver and ran his right hand through his shaggy hair, just as the door of the car was opened by Indra Watashi, his head of Frontline Soldiers Division. "I hope you had a pleasant journey here, sir," the holder of the kubikiri said with his dark eyes lowered and his right hand over his heart. His other hand was holding his king's door open. Naruto took a step out and the thousands of soldiers stationed around water country that had gathered in formation at his arrival snapped into attention and then fell onto one knee before their lord. They had been stationed around the country, but at his arrival about 60% were ordered to be present to welcome him, while the others begrudgingly stayed where they were, miffed that they could not go and welcome their lord. "It was fine, thank you, Indra," the king of Sukai Kingdom replied to the platinum rank soldier. His eyes moved around and stopped at the two more platinum ranks, with Indra the head of the Frontline Soldiers Division, Satoshi Todoroki, head of Rescue and Support, and Magi Haruhi Gamatomo, head of Fuinjutsu. The other man and the youngest platinum rank had their heads tilted down and their right hands over their hearts. "I see you got the message to come, Magi." The mint-haired girl bowed deeper and slightly shook at being acknowledged by her king. "I am happy to have been called by you, my king," she said. One of the Rinnegan's abilities, the usual Rinnegan's abilities, was to take the soul of a target, like he did with Orochimaru, but that was not the end of it. He could also take the memories of the victim from the soul. This not only gave him the biggest possible cheat code to increase his jutsu list and his intellectual advantage over most people, taking into account that Orochimaru had an expansive knowledge of all things, but also allowed him access to who exactly the former slaves were or where they were from. Take for instance, he knew of the deep mutant abilities of those in his army, caused by the experiments, and the history of the former slaves. Magi Haruhi Gamatomo was formerly from Kiriagakura, born into a merchant clan that was closely tied with the Toad summoning clan but with none of the Toad-like capabilities. The Gamatomo clan had been a clan that traded in oil, but when the Bloody Mist War erupted due to the madness of the Mizukage, they had been slaughtered, but Magi had been hidden in the bushes by her parents, who ran in the other direction to draw the attention of the Kiri ninja away from their baby daughter. Kabuto had picked her out of the bush when the dust had settled and took her to his master. The vile experiments done on the girl and the constant reminder that she was the last of her clan, that even if she escaped she would have nowhere to go, broke her resolve and any self-confidence she had. Magi had been a very hard person Naruto had helped, not because she was not talented. The girl was a Fuinjutsu prodigy, so much so most times it seemed that she was born holding a brush and a paper pad, though unlikely. It was that she always berated herself for the smallest of mistakes. The teen she had sworn her life to, the person she ultimately wanted to be like in every way, took it upon himself to boost her confidence so that it wouldn't end up killing her in the battlefield. It was among the people Naruto chose to pay close attention to and to help, mainly those that were now his division heads and his gold and silver rank soldiers. The girl straightened up from her bow and held the arms of her bright green backpack with depictions of unicorns and rainbows dancing on it. The king nodded to her and faced his other subordinate, the platinum rank head of Rescue and Support, Satoshi Todoroki. The moisture in the air did not dampen the man's frizzy blonde hair. "Your forces are ready to fight for you, King Naruto," he said in a deep, calm voice. "That's good. How many are here?" 3,000, sir," Indra replied as he closed the door. He ensured to listen to Naruto's command of not going overboard with soldiers because, against what they thought and expected from the shinobi, they were surprisingly weak. Naruto had roughly 46,000 soldiers currently. The numbers were still growing. It was merely a tiny slice of his forces that had been brought. Naruto hummed as he felt Shinokura's presence behind him. He opened his arms and allowed the woman to put on a deep red overcoat over his body, long enough to reach his ankles. He raised his left hand for the maid and the soul of the Kyuubi stood back, allowing her master to fasten on the 4 buttons himself. The king rolled his shoulders and clinked his iron-armored fingers against each other, nodding to himself when it didn't reduce his movements. "I want you to take 2,000 of them to the capital of this country, while I take the rest." The platinum ranks and combat maid of the king exchanged worried looks. "Are you sure, my lord?" Indra asked. "I'm sure. These ninjas haven't proved their threat level to me yet, so I will not take them seriously. I'm sure that even 500 of my forces can take down the capital with little problem." "I too am sure about that, my king," Satoshi said, and the others nodded in agreement. "Keep 1,000 of those soldiers on standby while the others actively participate. If the water daimyo is stubborn and keeps sending ninjas, then make sure he is humbled and shown who the true master is." "Of course, sir. Magi, you will be coming with me," Naruto said and briskly began walking into the country, past the border with a flourished movement and lightly flapping of the tails of his coat. The green backpack-wearing prodigy rushed to him with Shinokura. The 2 male platinum soldiers began ordering for 1,000 warriors, with a good distribution of gold, silver, bronze and copper soldiers. But yes sir, wouldn't Indra or Satoshi be better to accompany you?" The fact that he was back home didn't faze her anymore. She was stronger than she was back then and she knew that fact very well. It was her lack of self-confidence surfacing that made her doubt her ability to protect her master. "You will be fine," Naruto said in a slightly reassuring voice as he patted her shoulder once. "Your particular skill set will be an advantage for us in Kiri." He glanced over his shoulder to the silently following maid. "You would speak for me if I do not want to." The red-haired woman nodded. The Tsukai forces marched on behind their king, ensuring not to make too much of a loud stomping sound, even as the mist began to set in as they finally reached Kiri, after a long hour of marching. Magi took in a deep breath and tapped her right ear, where a single white earbud sat, and said to each soldier behind her, "Buddy system seal." They muttered their replies and held up the snake hand seal as the Fuinjutsu prodigy flipped through a dozen hand seals before ending it by lacing her fingers together and whispering, "Buddy system seal, activate." The different metal hands of the soldiers began glowing gold, though they didn't stop marching, and there was a quick flash of red that flew from the Fuinjutsu prodigy's fingers to Naruto and Shinokora before it flashed and jumped from one soldier to the other, always leaving the golden hands red after it had left, until all their hands turned bright red. The jumping string of light disappeared as it got to the last soldier, an older gold-ranked soldier, before all dropped their hands back to their sides. All of their right eyes blinked red as their hands went down before returning back to their normal colors, signifying that the buddy system seal was now active. This seal allowed each soldier to have a deep knowledge of where the other was by a sort of projection of light only they could see. Even as the mist thickened enough to block sight for more than a centimeter before them, the mental seal light cut through it and shone on their comrades, coupled with the light from others, and the army could see well enough as well as a few feet before them. They had been trained to fight as a unit when the occasion demanded it, and as long as they knew where the other was they would know what to do. Activate sensory seals. The seal master whispered into her earbud, and as one the Tsukai soldiers tapped the back of their right wrists with their right hands, and then they were able to sense for a 4-foot radius around them, but with the comrades around them this sensory ability was boosted to allow each soldier to sense for a mile or two around them. Naruto smirked a little at the display, and the sensory seal allowed the seal master to know when her master nodded to her in gratitude. The girl blushed and bowed in appreciation. The Rinnegan was not able to see through mist or smoke bombs, no matter how overpowered his eyes made him, leaving him with nothing but his natural sensory abilities and the trust that his soldiers had his back. They kept trudging in silence until Magi abruptly said into her earbud, "Trap ahead, 20 feet from me." 10 silver and 5 gold ranked members of the frontline soldier division that specialized in traps rushed by and disappeared in the mist. 5 seconds later, trap disabled. Scout out for more and report back with each one you find. Understood, ma'am, one of the trap specialists replied, and the 5 soldiers surged forward, their metal armored feet not even making a single sound as they moved and their armor as silent as the night. 10 more feet and they stopped before a pit covered in grass and soil, under which was a bed of wooden spikes. The same trap specialist said, "Trap found, disabled," as another member of his team flashed through seals and covered up the pit with earth, making sure it was perfectly covered before they continued forward. They kept going, and his buddy system seal allowed him to see 2 silver ranks quickly burning down a tree where a snare trap was hidden. Trap found and disabled. A gold rank dismantled 7 senbon launchers hidden in the ground and also cut the trip wire. Trap found and disabled. Another gold rank poured deep red fire into a pit of scorpions and covered their melting bodies with earth. Trap found and disabled. The gold-ranked captain of the squad bent down on one knee and ripped off a Fuin Genjutsu seal tag on the ground that would activate when stepped on. It crumbled into dust in his hand. Trap found and disabled. "That's enough, come back," Magi said, and the trap specialists returned back to their positions in the marching group of soldiers. "We have arrived in Kiriagakura, my lord." Naruto nodded wordlessly with his eyebrows somewhat furrowed in thought. These sort of commands were taught in the Tsukai Soldier Training Academy back in the kingdom, so he wasn't too surprised that she knew the right command for the right situation. Multiple chakra signatures approaching. 40 Kiri ninjas. For his relative blindness, Naruto could merely force away the mist with a well-placed almighty push, but what fun would that be when he could see his forces in action with his buddy system seal. The king did not have any intention of being kind enough to speak with the ninjas, so he nodded for Magi to continue as he put his hands into his overcoat pockets. "Frontline and support teams 25 to 50, go and deal with them." There was a low whooshing sound as those in the called teams took to the sky in small gusts of wind with the flight seals and landed directly on top of the incoming ninjas. Each one wielded a weapon and brought it down without remorse onto the shocked ninjas. A few managed to dodge the initial aerial attack but were quickly overwhelmed by the number of under-armored soldiers and their single-mindedness. Blood soaked into the ground and dirtied their metal boots as the leader of the first squad reported back. "Subdued. Come back. Roger." The mist lightened as they approached the gate of the village hidden in the mist, just as the soldiers that went out to kill the shinobi returned on foot, but not before clearing away the dead bodies of their victim from the path of their king, even going as far as using earth jutsus to cover up the blood spilled on the ground. The head of the Fuinjutsu division wanted the path to Kiri to be clear of any obstacles. She knew that an impending battle was going to ensue if the cage disagreed to bow to Naruto, but she wanted her master to have peace for as long as possible before that could happen. Shinokora, who felt left out of the action, said into her earbud, "Not headpiece. I'll take out the gatekeepers." "Go for it," Magi replied without looking back, and felt her mint green hair thrash as the combat maid surged forward with her head lowered and her arms flying behind her. Naruto kept track of her chakra signature, even as the woman super suppressed it, and knew that the maid had her claws unsheathed. Shinokora thrust her right hand forward and a silver sword that was split into 7 pieces from tip to hitless base and connected to a chain flew out from her sleeve and sheathed itself in the throat of a gatekeeper. She yanked the weapon back when the second gatekeeper became alarmed, switched with the dead body of the person she had just killed, and thrust her pointer and middle finger into the base of the skull of the second gatekeeper, instantly killing her before she could yell. The maid shook her right arm and the chains slithered back in, easing the unusual sword in as well in on fluid movement. 2 gold ranks opened the gate and Naruto walked with his hands in his pockets into Kiri. Spread out and contain the shinobi. Magi muttered into her earbud. The Tsukai soldiers separated into their teams and these teams, containing 5 silver ranks and 1 gold rank, joined other teams to make 10 combined teams, which went their way to hold down the village while Naruto proceeded to the Mizukige's tower with Magi and Shinokura. It has been 3 years now since the Bloody Mist civil war in Kiriagaku no Sato and the village was still trying to get back to its feet. So far it had declined new alliances but had been calling up its former allies in Kumo and Iwa to aid them, but so far only Kumo had sent over money and other resources to help the village. Despite this, Kiri still had powerful ninjas that the war had not managed to kill. The mist was very thin in the village but even at this the shinobi was still able to creep around without being easily detected. Though this could only be a major disadvantage to other people, not for the Tsukai forces Naruto commanded. The memories of Orochimaru allowed him into the hidden secrets of the village the Snake Sannin had been able to find and in turn Naruto documented these secrets and gave them to the academy to learn from. The Rinnegan king caught sight of 3 Tsukai soldiers running up the walls and intercepting a Kiri ninja before he could attack their king. 2 more blocked off his right and another 2 blocked his left before the ninja was swiftly killed. The soldiers converged and went back to forcing the village onto its knees. It was impressive because all that could be heard was quiet flapping of clothes and gasps of surprise as shinobi were picked off. The civilians were still none the wiser but they did give Naruto strange looks as he walked down to the Mizukige's tower between 2 females who diligently created a path for him. Then the alarms sounded and everyone ran back to their homes, emptying the streets. Naruto stopped abruptly and kept his hands in his coat pockets as he waited for the Mizukige. "You sure do have a pair, kid," Mai Terumi said as she waltzed out from inside a cafe, her eyes narrowed but not glaring at the holder of the Rinnegan. Ao and Chujiro joined in behind her and glowered at the calm confidence of the leader of the attacking force. "May I kill her, my lord?" Magi asked as her right hand reached over her shoulder and pulled out a trench knife from her backpack. Naruto snorted and waved at her to calm down. The 15-year-old girl's killer intent was going out of control. "Hold on," he said to her, then speaking out loud to the Mizukige and her guards. "My name is—" "I don't give a flying fuck what your name is," the woman yelled. "Killing my shinobi has already sentenced you to death. I merely wanted to make a point. If I didn't then you won't believe my claims." This got the infuriated Cage intrigued. "Claims?" "Yes, claims. Like that my army is far superior to yours, like your village is not even on my danger radar, like I would order for Kiri to be destroyed if I don't get any compliance." "Enough," the woman said and cracked her knuckles as she nodded to the 2 at her side. "Deal with those 2. They nodded and rushed to Shinokura and Magi. Naruto didn't move an inch but rather the 2 females at his side rushed in opposite directions, drawing Ao and Chujiro's attention away from Naruto. "Get ready to meet your maker, brat." "We'll see about that," Naruto replied with a small smile and a twinkle in his Rinnegan eyes. As Mai charged at him the Rinnegan king decided not to make use of his ultimate gravity control to win the match easily. It had been a long time since he had used hand-to-hand, might as well brush up on it. The long brown-haired woman flashed up in front of the Rinnegan holder and her molten red right fist surged towards his face in a right hook, an inch away before it could burn off his face and the boy shifted aside by cocking his head away from the blow. He shuffled to his right when a knee came up to break his left arm and lifted his left foot as a fiery sweep came at him. He turned his body completely to as her palms shot forward, missing his chest by a few small inches, and strangely enough his shirt didn't burn up despite the waves of heat pouring off her. All the while Naruto kept his hands in his coat pockets and his posture straight. His Rinnegan flashed and he dodged a quick sequence of kicks to neck and took a single step away from the cage when her left fist flew forward to bash his head in. "Stand still, brat," she spat venomously as a right elbow was again avoided by the redhead with strange eyes. After her last attempt she flew through 5 hand seals, held up a half-ram hand seal to her chin, took in a deep breath and said, "Lava release, blooming fire flower," and released all the built-up lava in her mouth, washing it on Naruto, who raised an eyebrow before it covered him. As lava dripped off his standing statue she cut off the lava from her mouth and began another set of seals. Wind release, killer frostbite. This time the wind she blasted from her lips super cooled down the lava and solidified it. Without missing a beat the last Terumi cocked her right fist back and leaped forward, breaking the ground up and sending a shockwave as her sandaled foot left the ground. The Mizukige roared and let her tense arm fly forward and punch a statue of the Rinnegan holder. The air shattered as her fist whistled through it. Thud. Boom. The grey statue cracked once, a small chip on the forehead, before it exploded. The woman stood back and smirked proudly, buffing her nails on her chest and admiring the side before her. The statue was missing its whole upper body and there was a circle of fire around the base. She was brought down from her high when she discovered that there wasn't a lower body in the statue, just emptiness. "Ah, that must be the famous lava release Kekai Genkai," Naruto commented from behind her, not more than 2 feet away. The woman's eyes widened and she whirled around, leaping away at how close he was. The king continued speaking. "I heard you were the last of your clan. How are you still alive?" The woman asked hesitantly as she lifted up her fist in a shaky fighting stance, both curious and afraid to hear his response. "Simple really," Naruto said with smile, closing his eyes in glee. "I moved." He moved. That fast. I need to end this quickly before he pulls out any more tricks. Sadly for her it was too late. My servants are almost done dealing with your subordinates, so I best finish up with you. It would be a shame if they thought I was having trouble. He could crush her head with the weight of gravity. He could forcefully pull her closer and suck out her soul. He could summon an animal that could rip her to shreds, but he wouldn't do that. The Rinnegan king pulled his hands out of his pockets and lifted them both to her, beckoning her to come. This time try coming at me with all you have. How did he know I was holding back? She shook the thought off and flickered to him, thrusting her palm to his chin, though Naruto swiped the attack aside, dragged her right leg to his right with his right heel, roughly grabbed her neck in his right hand and brought her down onto the ground into an earth-shaking choke slam so hard that the ground beneath her broke up and formed a shallow depression. In quarter of a second after she had arrived, the Mizukage realized she was on the ground. The force of the great attack hit her like a stampede of bulls and blood exploded out of her mouth and nose. Naruto straightened up in one smooth motion and pointed his right fist to her face. Her swelling eyes didn't catch it on time, but she most definitely felt the next attack. Naruto's arm from his tightly clenched fist, his elbow blasted out, disconnecting from the socket, and bashed her on the face, making the crater she was in deeper. Her hazy brain didn't know she was in it until Naruto commanded his arm back and blasted it back onto her face again, all with a tiny smile on his pale face. He repeated this Rinnegan ability, coming from the Asura path his eyes allowed him to access, like with all the other paths, 3 more times, breaking the weakening woman's nose and concussing her with each punch, until his rocket-powered fist flew down to her face but with the hand open, grabbing onto her neck and pulling her back. Naruto lifted the woman off the ground and tightened his fist, closing off air from entering her body. The wind considerably picked up, making his coat flap around erratically as his black with red ringed eyes quickly looked over her body. He scoffed when he saw her about to perform a seal-less jutsu. He closed his left hand, leaving only his pointer and middle finger out, and his fingers blazed over her wearily struggling body. A tap on her shoulders, a tap on her elbows, a tap on her wrists, a tap on her thighs and a tap on her forehead, closing up her chakra and leaving them just a bit open to keep her alive. May gasped out blood, making a river of blood flow from her mouth and nose, chopping it onto the armored hand holding her off from the ground. My chakra, she whispered. All closed, Naruto said as he dropped her limp body onto the ground. The Terumi tried to will her body to move, but it remained out of her control, as immobile as a dead body. It was like an out-of-body experience for her. She could see how much she tried to move from her facial expression, but she also knew what it felt like because she was currently experiencing it. Why am I still alive? Because I want you alive, Naruto said and squatted down by her side. His coat rustled at the movement. I want to see the moment you realize you cannot defeat me. His voice sounded pleased, but he barely restrained himself to a trembling smile, which increased at the glare she sent him. 2 heavy thuds sounded beside her and she swiveled her neck, the only part of her body she could move, and her eyes widened when she saw a badly beaten and bruised out and a possibly dead Chujuro, his weapon sheathed in his stomach and still glowing with his chakra. She looked back to the Rinnegan king and Naruto had a small grin waiting. And there it is, defeat. Shinokura stood over his shoulder, wiping off Chujuro's blood from her hands with a white handkerchief and Magi rubbing her sore knuckles, still clenching her trench knife in her left hand. Are you happy now? You've won. The Mizukage spat, disgusted at her own words and at how easily she had been defeated. It was like when she was still a little girl learning from her teacher. Yes, I am quite happy, was Naruto's slick response and even adding a nod. The Tsukai soldiers had finished rounding up the Kiri ninjas and had them on their knees in the center of the village. The civilians were also there but in a separate group than the shinobi. Naruto waved over his shoulder and Magi bowed curtly before she went to inspect the king's soldiers. What now? You're going to rape me? Her eyes flicked to Shinokura. In front of her, I bet you get your kicks from that sort of thing. Naruto chuckled and shook his head in amusement as he casually ordered Shinokura to stand down. If I wanted sex I can have it with anyone at any time, but I choose to restrict my choices to those that are willing within my kingdom. Who were considerably many, he admitted with a mental sigh, his mood momentarily cast down by how enthusiastic people were to jump into his bed when he asked them, like they wanted to be in a harem. No, I want a signed agreement that Kiri and by extension Water Country is a subordinate to the Tsukai kingdom and will also pay regular tribute to my kingdom. He motioned to her guards. This was all to show you what we can do. A sort of clue to what will happen if you do not agree to my terms. Clue. To put it bluntly, I will make Kiri a distant memory if you decline. Hundreds of lives are counting on you now. He got onto his feet and turned away from the immobilized Mizukage as his ear vibrated. Division head Indra calling, sir. One of the people in the intelligence and interrogation division said into his ear. Yes. The Water Daimyo has signed your fealty deal scroll, my lord. The head of frontline soldiers said in a low voice as he watched, intrigued, as blood got absorbed into his kubikiriboku. The cracks that had been on the sword after he had been using it to cut through dozens of ninjas began sealing up. Good. Send all the soldiers, even the ones still in Kumo and Spring, back to the kingdom. Tell the civilian division's head to begin preparations for a week-long festival starting tomorrow to celebrate our outstanding victory. Everyone is invited. His lips twitched upwards when he heard Satoshi whoop in the background. The carefree head of the rescue and support division always liked the kingdom's festivals. He no doubt knew that the division head was spreading the good news to the troops and they were all getting excited. He chuckled when he heard Indra hiss for silence. Thank you, my lord. Think nothing of it, you all deserve to celebrate. Naruto, out. He cut the connection and spoke into his earbud. Patch me over to Division Head Magi. Patching you over, sir. He heard the person's voice tremble with excitement. A moment later, yes, my king. He heard the feeble whisper of the head of Fuinjutsu say. It was like the girl had a personality that came out when she commanded the troops and another one when he directly addressed her. Have all the soldiers, sent back home. We are going to celebrate. Excellent news, sir. I will contact Division Head Nora of the Scout and Retrieval to come and pick us up. She doesn't have to personally come, she just has to send a few retrieval vehicles. I'm sure Division Head Nora would be more than happy to come herself with the vehicles, my lord. Fine then, tell all the division heads that we will have a meeting as soon as I get back home to formally report our discoveries. Yes, sir. Naruto disconnected and turned back to the immobile Mizukage. So what will it be? Life or death? The woman slowly turned her head to him, formally looking at Chujiro with worry. The boy was breathing very shallowly, and if his wounds weren't treated, and the sword wasn't removed from his stomach, then the boy would die. She sighed and closed her eyes in resignation. Life. Good choice. Shinokora dropped the fealty agreement scroll beside her head. Copies of the scroll were meant to be jointly signed by both the daimyo. I will have a squad return to pick it up, but if you attack him then I will consider it null and void. His rinnegan flickered and the blade sheathed in the young man's stomach was pulled out. Fix him up, he said over his shoulder to his personal maid. He saw the potential for entertainment in Chujiro. Fighting tournaments and other life or death situations he would throw at him. Your major chakra points would open up in an hour if you don't try to force them open. Make sure you read the scroll in detail. I really hope you don't try and rebel against me. It would be a shame to kill off the last of a clan. So soon. He left the woman lying there and entered into the royal vehicle as it drove in from the sky, though not before taking off his coat and handing it over to Shinokora. The other soldiers, save a few that wanted to ensure their king leave safely, remained and waved at him as he entered. Nora, the head of Scout and Retrieval, bowed to him with magi. King Naruto is just so, wow. The black-masked woman said with a wistful sigh, watching as the royal vehicle left with a few other retrieval vehicles flanking it in the sky. Magi joined the older ninja and breathed out. I know, he's so cool, she squealed in a low voice, and the taller, older female threw her arm over the seal master's shoulder and walked into the back of a retrieval vehicle. Shinokora joined in a second later after ensuring that Chujiro wasn't going to bleed to death. It makes me glad I was privileged to serve him, Shinokora commented as she watched the last of the Tsukai soldiers sit down on the seats at the back of the truck. About 80 seats and 60 were filled up, the others that had already gone were at maximum capacity. The seats were black, red and gold in color with seat belts that each soldier strapped over their bodies as the truck slowly lifted off the ground. The soul of the fox then leaned to the other two females to her right and whispered, "Did you know that conquering these 3 countries was just a test to see if our army was capable of taking over the world? He tested us in all situations, stealth in lightning country, full frontal in spring country and individual and group strength here in water country." Magi scratched her chin. I suspected so. He didn't think we were capable. It was Nora that replied. Of course he did, our master has the utmost confidence in our abilities. His other intention for invading those 3 countries was also to send a message to the other countries. The Tsukai kingdom is here and we are dominant. She yelled and the soldiers with her yelled with her. Yeah. The masked woman laughed and leaned back. Shinokora beamed at the two and settled back into her seat, clasping the seatbelt holding her in place as the truck smoothly moved upwards towards their home. Believe me when I say this, girls, our king believes in us all. The girls nodded in agreement. Meanwhile in Naruto's royal vehicle, the Rinnegan king told his driver to inform him as soon as they got back home before he lay down on his seat and fell asleep. Oh. The Hokage's office. The Hokage Tower. Konohangakure no Sato. Sir, Minato looked up to the door at his assistant and the woman continued. There are 2 people here to see you. Tell them to come back in an hour, I'm on my break. He swallowed a spoonful of ramen and took a swig of sake. Sir, they said it is of great importance. They all say that, Suki, tell them to come back later. The woman named Suki began fidgeting in place, then she added. Spring country was invaded 2 days ago. This seemed to get the Yondaim's attention. Suki stepped aside and allowed 2 people to enter, a bald man with bloodshot eyes and blood-stained chakra armor. He had a sharp face and thin lips, which kept looking around the office suspiciously. The woman, or better yet girl, had long silver hair and was in a pink and white dress that went down to her knees as well as black sandals. She too had bloodshot eyes and her chest was heaving like she had been running all the way from spring. The 2 graciously bowed to the Yondaime and he motioned for them to be at ease. Spring is miles away from fire country, how were you able to come so fast if the invasion was 2 days ago? We first ran to Waterfall and Lord Shibuki was gracious enough to have a ninja carry me here. He can carry himself. The little girl marched forward and presented the clothed letter her mistress had written in her haste. The words were disjointed and partly illegible with the haste at which Koyuki had written it, but the Yondaime had years of experience reading through the bad handwriting of some of his ninjas. Even still the words were all over the place and panicked. Danger, King of Tsukai, invincible, unstoppable army, he can fly, advanced technology, he will come for the other countries, warn everyone, I might be dead, please, save my people again. King of Tsukai, where have I heard that before? The blond man wondered under his breath as his eyebrows furrowed in thought. He hummed and looked to the two scared people before his desk. I will send some of my ninjas to investigate, but I need to know before I do, what else can you tell me about this, King of Tsukai? The young girl sharply looked to the older man beside her and jerked her head to the yondaime, glaring at the shivering man to speak. Minato kept silent as the bald man tried to gather his wits before he spoke. Lord Forth, I was in the army that was to intercept the King of Tsukai and his army before they got to the capital. His soldiers, he clenched his hand and bit his bottom lip as images of the blood that had poured that day flashed through his mind, his best friend getting his head ripped off his shoulders by an uppercut, another friend having a barbed spear thrust deep into his stomach, twisted and yanked out, pulling the intestine with it, a comrade being brought to the ground and being punched to death by the soldier hovering over him. His younger brother, fresh into the Spring Country Army and a little wet behind the ears but still a very competent ninja, had his spine ripped out and used to cleave off the head of another Spring Ninja. They are monsters. He spat with rage and disgust. They move and fight as a unit. They do not know what pain means. He recollected seeing a comrade breaking his kunai against the tough golden under armor but still using the butt to break the nose of the soldier. This didn't stop the high-ranked Tsukai soldier from slicing open the ninja from his navel all the way up to his forehead. None of their blades could penetrate the armor, whether it was silver, gold or platinum, but for the copper and bronze. A comrade had driven his fist through the chest of a Tsukai soldier and instead of falling onto his knees the bronze rank used the position to break the elbow with a knee kick, pull the limb and use it to continuously bash the head of his opponent. And their king, he did not do any of the fighting, he just whooshed off the ground and watched us get crushed. Whooshed? Minato asked with an eyebrow raised. He flew up into the air. He can fly, huh? From the general analysis he had gotten from the shaky, paranoid report of the foreign ninja he could gather that the Tsukai soldiers were as close to unbeatable as unbeatable could ever be. But he was still interested in this, King of Tsukai, and why that name just sounded so familiar. Describe this, King of Tsukai. He has the palest skin I have ever seen, red hair that looks like he soaked them in blood and his eyes, he had to pause to gather himself. He had black eyes, with red rings in them. With concentric red rings I mean circles. The yondaime asked slowly. The man looked at him in surprise before he replied with a simple yes. The Namikaze Hokage clasped his fingers together, perched his elbow on his desk and narrowed his eyes in a faraway look. The description the man had given was similar to the one his former teacher, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, had given of one of his first students, one among a group of 3, that had red hair and the same described eyes but with the difference that they were purple with black rings, not black with red rings. Whenever he asked Jiraiya to elaborate he always said that things always came easier for the boy, Chijutsu, ninjutsu and even genjutsu. He was a fast learner and he associated it with the eyes. The eyes. The third dojutsu. The Rinnegan. That was the name of the dojutsu, but that was close to all he knew, except that Jiraiya suspected the child, he still couldn't remember the boy's name, was either a descendant of the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan. Could it be that there was a completely different Rinnegan holder with a more sinister pair of eyes than the child Jiraiya trained? The Toad Sage had said that the boy had died. He needed to dig deeper into this because if indeed it was a different Rinnegan holder, and one that led an army of monsters, then he had a lot of questions. Did the different, more menacing color mean that it was stronger? Was the Rinnegan holder the thought to be dead former student of Jiraiya? This army of monsters, were they indeed unbeatable as the man claimed? And the King of Tsukai, the Kingdom of Tsukai, why was it all so familiar? Suki, he shouted and his assistant popped in. Find Kakashi and tell him that the dog needs to go for a walk. A code that Kakashi needed to don the dog ANBU mask again. Right away, sir, she said and rushed out. What's that supposed to mean? The little girl asked, a little bit offended that the man wanted to have his dog walk rather than help her country and her daimyo. Minato looked at her briefly before he said, don't worry about it, I will have my assistant take care of your needs while you are in Konoha. He said, but instead of calling the woman he scratched his chin in thought. The two spring ninjas observed the pensive man as he bit his thumb and smeared it onto his desk. A small plume of smoke later and a hand-sized toad in a white robe and wooden sandals sat on his desk. Reverse summon Jiraiya, I need to ask him some questions on that redhead he taught a long time ago. The toad silently saluted and disappeared, leaving Minato to his thoughts and two intrigued spring visitors. Why does that name sound so familiar? He ran his fingers through his hair before it finally came to him, not the complete answer but a memory of two red-haired 2-year-olds who were sitting on the swing in the playground, holding hands and looking at the sky as they gently switched back and forth, never letting go of each other's hands. I'm gonna call it the Tsukai Kingdom, the boy said, struggling to have the long words come out, but his sister knew what he was talking about. She always knew what he was talking about. The young twin girl smiled widely at her older twin brother. Why? She asked in a high, squeaky voice. 'Cause it's gonna be hidden in the sky. He answered as he made a grand gesture to the clouds and the sun, shining down warmly on the children. Can I be the queen? The girl asked timidly and blushed at the larger-than-life smile Naruto gave her. Yes, you can be the queen. Chapter 6. The story so far. Naruto, the outcast of the Namikaze clan, by his father's own hand, was handed over to his godfather, Orochimaru of the Sannin, with his twin sister when they were 3 years old. His twin sister, Naruko, was killed in front of him when they were 9 to toughen him up, but that also activated a dojutsu called the Rinnegan, which he made sure to hide until he got a fair grasp on how to use it. After a little while he made use of his unparalleled control over gravity to break the head of his godfather against his seal-reinforced cage and ripping his soul out of his body, yet another ability of the Rinnegan, thereby giving Naruto all of the memories of Orochimaru of the Sannin. Naruto disappeared with all the other slaves from all the other chain labs all over the continent, and years later he returned as the king of the kingdom hidden in the sky, the Tsukai kingdom. He received news from his personal maid that his forces are ready to take over the world in his name, but in order to confirm he had them conquer 3 countries of his choosing, in his presence, lightning, spring and water countries. Now after having flawless victory in all 3 countries and their respective shinobi villages, Sand Spring because they had no major ninja villages to note, he has called for a week-long festival in the kingdom to celebrate his forces and their accomplishments. It's a time to relax all the tension in the kingdom, a way to reassure his people that his soldiers are far superior and with nothing to fear, especially when there were 0 casualties from the Tsukai soldiers. Konoha has just realized of the Tsukai, but the king does not mind, he wanted them to know. Now the Hokage is trying to piece together who the supposed leader of the army of monsters is, as well as warn all the other countries to beware. Chapter 6. Ne Jr. A high-pitched voice squeaked, making the boy she was calling wince and wiggle his pinky fingers in his ears. The boy looked at her briefly with his sky-blue eyes before he returned them to the scroll he was reading, an old report his father had allowed him to have on Minato's failed mission to rescue his older siblings from a mysterious kidnapper. Yes, he said as his lips twitched downwards at the amount of detail his father put into the report, from every step to the exact shoe size of the kidnapper. For the little Minato clone it was strange. I was thinking of having a team dinner at my place tomorrow, Mama even said that she won't mind. The girl clasped her hands before her and lilted on her heel nervously, blushing as the stoic boy flicked his eyes down to her from his perch on a tree branch and narrowing them briefly. Kakashi-sensei went on a mission, but you and Sai are still available. So, what do you say? Sure, tell your mother to make a lot of ramen, please. The girl pumped her fist to her side and quickly straightened back up when Junior looked at her, his empty blue eyes analyzing her for something but returning back to the report. Where's Sai? I need to tell him what to say and what not to say when he's with my mama. Junior unrolled the old scroll a little more with his lips pursed. Right behind you. The girl yelped in surprise and leaped away from the widely grinning artist named Sai. Your detection skills need work. The blonde muttered as his eyes scanned the scroll. He had stopped counting how many times he had read and reread the scroll and drilled those that had gone on the mission for information. His father, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Ibiki Morino, Inoki Yamanaka and finally Mebuki Haruno, the mother of his pink-haired teammate, who was busy yelling at the smiling black-haired boy. Junior was not able to completely grill the former Junin shinobi turned civilian councilwoman for information, but this chance of team dinner at Sakura's house was too good an opportunity to pass. I don't know how you couldn't hear me, I've been standing behind you for 10 whole minutes. Sai said in a pleased voice. Sakura brought down her fist on the top of his head and yelled. You almost gave me a heart attack, you idiot. As the two bickered on, Minato Namikaze Jr. knew that his father resented his dead older siblings, that much was very obvious. Naruto and Naruko, that was what he said their names were, had their faces scratched out of every picture and the birth records were taken out of the hospital and personally kept in the attic of the Hokage's mansion, away from the prying eyes of the general public but not away from the eyes of the only living child of the Yondaime. Junior knew that Naruto and Naruko were the joint holders of the nine-tailed fox, one of the soul and the other for the chakra. He knew that despite his father always ordering him to give up his investigation, the 13-year-old boy found it strange that everyone in Konoha, even those that went on the failed retrieval mission, found the twins to be the nicest, cutest kids you will ever meet, while Minato frequently called them vile beasts that should be slowly eaten away by termites and worms. And this was the man that led the retrieval team. It was, for lack of a better word, strange. Minato skillfully hid the hate from the people, because the people of the village had mourned the twins' death when the news had returned, but Junior was exposed to it every single day since the day he could make coherent thought. It was not something people widely knew, but from Junior's personality and his vast skill set for someone as young as him, the Yondaime had been putting him through the grinder. From sunrise to sunset, Minato Sr. had the boy exercise and practice and exercise, all over again. 10 years of being forced to live up to his father's high expectations not only took its toll on Junior's body but also his mind, specifically his personality. Sakura dusted down her red apron shirt and gave the mess of limbs on the ground a final kick to his torso before she asked her stoic blonde teammate. Hey, shouldn't you, ask your dad before you come for the team dinner? He won't mind, the boy answered. Their team was on a break from missions because Junior was still healing from his wounds from fighting Sasuke a few days ago. His ribs were still pretty sore and the fracture on his collarbone had been sealed up. His only problem was the itchiness of his bandages and how much he sweated anytime he was wearing a shirt over them. That was why he only had on a white with red flames jacket over his torso and bandages wound up over his trunk. Are you sure? She insisted. Junior jumped over the question and leaned back, flipping off the tree branch and landing on his feet like a cat before he straightened up and zipped up his jacket. Come on, let's go and see Sasuke. Sai got back to his feet and minutely frowned. Why? I want to look through the Uchiha records on something personal. During the course of his investigation, Inoki the Yamanaka clan head had let out that Itachi and Shisui Uchiha were once the twins' caretakers. The Minato clone wanted to know who his siblings were, if there was even a slight possibility that they were still alive, and gain closure for how broken his childhood was. After watching the interactions between Sasuke and Itachi, before the latter defected, Yugao and Amy Uzuki, and Asuma, Leonaise and Sarutobi, and how close these siblings were, he wanted to have that feeling, because no matter how detached Junior's personality was and how ruthless his decisions were, he still wanted to know what being loved felt like. People said that the twins had love in their heart to spare, but these people chose to stay away from him like the plague out of fear for the wrath of their father. He wanted to have some of that love. He needed some of that love, or his career as a Konoha shinobi would be called into personal scrutiny. How are you sure he will let you? For all we know, he's still mad you brought him back, Sai pointed out, and Sakura hesitantly agreed. Junior folded his arms under his chest and his eyebrows lowered. We'll just have to see, don't we? He spun around on his heel and began his trek to the Uchiha compound. His teammates quickly followed after. A few hours later. The kingdom hidden in the sky. Magi Haruhi Gamatomo, head of the Fuinjutsu division, rushed down the stairs of her apartment house situated in the soldier accommodations/barracks district of the Sukai kingdom, wearing a white and black skirt and a bright red and black long-sleeved shirt without her usual backpack. The platinum under armor symbolizing her rank and her was still present and glinting under the lights, each one dimmed as she passed by mental command. Her mint green hair was tied up into a ponytail, which she kept on adjusting as she ran. She stopped at the bottom stairs, her eyes quickly looked around and made sure that the furniture in the parlor and living room were in place before she moved out of the house. She pulled up the sleeves of her shirt and clapped her hands. The platinum armor on her body shimmered and disappeared from sight, and even though it was still very much there, she couldn't feel much like if she had it in sight. Her metal boots changed into white sneakers and deep red knee socks. The feeble girl straightened her skirt and closed the door with a click. She took in a deep breath, sparing a smile to the soldiers that rushed past her house, chattering excitedly and dragging each other to other parts of the kingdom to see more of the kingdom-wide festival. She cleared her throat and glanced to her side. On the left side of her apartment's porch, where a woman that looked to be in her late 60s sat in a rocking chair, glassy-eyed and motionless. The green-haired girl walked to the woman and gently kissed the side of her temple. The woman remained unresponsive. I'll be going out for the festival, Granny, she said, and the woman only breathed out. A friend from the medical division would be coming every once in a while to check on you. She tried not to let her spirits drop when she got no reply. The woman she referred to as Granny was once her cellmate during their days in Sound. She had been tortured into a vegetable state by the sadistic snake summoner. Karen had made it her mission to help fix what Orochimaru had caused, but a cure was slow in arriving because they still couldn't find what was wrong with her. The girl smiled sadly and sharply looked up when she heard her name being called. She beamed at the questionably sane head of the Inventions division. Nirvana was dressed in bright red khaki pants and a black sleeveless hoodie shirt with her metal boots now in the form of white sneakers, like with Magi. The inventor stood with Nora, head of the Scout and Retrieval division. This time the woman was in a white mask, wearing a gold and black jumpsuit and red trainers. The masked woman was eagerly jogging on the spot and beckoning the youngest division head to come, barely being held back from hurtling deep into the kingdom to the festival. The Soldier Accommodations division was a wide district that stretched around the kingdom, leaving more than enough space for nature and fields to flourish, making it that the division took up 40% of the outer side of the kingdom. This was so that when it was time to defend the kingdom from internal and external aggression, they would be able to do so as quickly as possible. Hurry up, Shorty, Nirvana yelled to the girl and did a double take when she noticed Magi's Granny sitting there. Oh, and good morning, Granny. The woman didn't reply, but the inventor knew why and chose not to take offense. The green-haired girl ran over and the three females ran out of the district together. As they got closer, they had to wade through the gaggle of hyper-Sukai citizens that were moving from tent to tent, playing the games and winning prizes. They looked around with wide eyes at all they were going to be doing for the next 7 days. Magi hopped in place before she grabbed hold of the two older girls' forearms and pulled them towards a stand where various large stuffed animals. As she got there, another person dragging the arm of an amused woman with him there. It was a purple-haired, black-eyed boy that looked to be in his early teens in a pair of black trousers and a black shirt. The woman had black hair and was in a casual green dress. The boy had a small smile on his face as he looked at the stand, where a widely grinning, pot-bellied man stood with his arms akimbo behind the counter. The game was fairly simple. Use a purple rubber ball to hit down a tower of 11 bottles. The females looked at the boy as he bowed to them. Hello. Nora waved slightly. Hey, I see you like stuffed animals. Not really, I just want to try all the games before the festival is up, was the reply from the boy as his guardian paid for 3 balls. He graciously took the balls and stuck out his tongue from the side of his mouth and wound his right arm back. He lifted his left knee as he dragged his arm back. The ninjas nodded at his form and let his arm fly forward, releasing the ball as he did so. The ball clipped off the first 3 bottles at the top and the child bit his bottom lip in barely surprised excitement. Then he looked at the other team with mild shock. I'm sorry, did you want to have a go? My name is Magi, she said in a shy smile to the almost expressionless boy. Call me Jinji, he said and pointed his thumb to his chest, before pointing to the woman over his shoulder. And this is my friend, Gamey. The woman nodded to them. So, do you want to try? He tossed a ball to her and she deftly caught it. Don't worry about paying, Gamey here works in the palace and I just got into the academy. He said it proudly as he puffed out his chest. The women looked at him, tickled by his attitude. They didn't have enough in them to reveal that all three of them were platinum rank division heads. That's nice, Magi said with a slight bow, hiding her nervous smile. She was above rank to this boy, it wouldn't be nice if she brought his spirits down. She idly tossed the ball between her hands as she walked closer to the counter. How old are you, Jinji? 16. How about you? Magi rolled the ball in her palms before she drew her right hand back and thrust it forward, like she was palm striking the air, but instead a ball was released. The purple ball tore forward and crashed against the bottles, toppling it all down. I'm 15. She pointed a massive purple salamander and thanked the man as she took it, hugging it close to her body. Jinji took the last ball and threw it again, this time tumbling the pyramid of bottles. He hummed and drummed his fingers on the wooden counter as he carefully looked at each stuffed animal, before he picked out a cartoonish-looking scorpion. The purple-haired boy took the toy and held it under his arm. Why a scorpion? I have an uncle in the army that likes scorpions. He really likes scorpions. He added the last part with a mild shiver. Oh, the 15-year-old girl scuffed her foot on the ground. The other platinum ranks behind them looked at each other, then to the boy's caretaker. Well, see you later, Magi, Jinji said as he turned around, about to run to the next game stand where people were surrounding. Would you mind if we tagged along? Nirvana said with her eyes squinting at the boy's back, ignoring the elbow jab from Nora and the wide-eyed look Magi was sending her. How about we test our strengths over there? She motioned to a sparsely populated test of strength stand, where a short, grizzled-looking man stood with his arms crossed, observing the others that were trying to heft up the mallet and bring it down. I don't think I'm strong enough to carry that thing, Jinji said and began walking away. Gama shrugged and followed him. Wait, are you HM? If you win then I'll be your slave for a week. She shouted and the boy stopped abruptly. You heard me. Why do you want me to test my strength so much? Don't listen to her, she gets impulsive when she's hungry. Magi interrupted and began pushing away the inventor. No, I know that look, Jinji said as he looked over his shoulder, still gripping his stuffed scorpion under his left arm. She thinks I'm an imposter. I didn't say that, Nirvana tried to say with her hands waving for the boy to calm down, her eyes large like dinner plates that he had caught on so quickly. You don't need to say it, he said before she could finish. Look, you look like someone I know. That's all, she trailed off as Jinji fully turned around, flashing a quick knowing smirk to her. My lord, the purple-haired boy shook his head with a wink. No, my name is Jinji. You must be confusing me with someone else. Those that walked around him unashamedly eavesdropped on their conversation, though they were not able to grab the main points with the small hint the king of Sukai had dropped. You didn't know, Nora fiercely whispered into the multicolored girl's ear. I did, I just wanted to confirm. She muttered back, not so quietly. Magi though tried not to look like she was about to faint. Do you want to tag along with us? Gamey always wants me to be around friends. He handed the stuffed toy to his disguised maid. All the king's royal guards were on the break. Naruto had ordered them to go on to celebrate in the festival, so the king did not have any gold-ranked soldiers following his every move in hidden positions, just his reliable combat maid, Shinakora, who was wearing a black wig and chose to don something more casual so as not to draw attention, while Naruto had on a purple wig and black contact lenses to hide his godly Rinnegan. He drew the line on applying makeup. Hiding in a genjutsu might draw the attention of a few people, especially the soldiers that had spent the majority of their lives studying illusions in the academy. The females fought the urge not to bow to their master, who was obviously in disguise so as to hide his rank. Yes, my Sir King Ahem Jinji, Magi replied on behalf of the others. The majority of the festival took place around the royal palace of the king, which was placed on a highly raised platform at the very center of the kingdom, giving the king a good view of his whole kingdom. This didn't mean that places at the edge of the kingdom were left out of the festivities. In the soldier accommodations district the bars there open and all the drinks were free, as by the king's order. Naruto would pay for the drinks from his treasury. The king looked around with his mighty but hidden Rinnegan eyes and ducked into a dark alley. His subordinates followed after him, not drawing too many eyes besides the undercover police officers, who recognized the three division heads and left to be, though they kept a vigilant ear out if they needed help. A police officer never truly went on a break, even if Naruto had ordered for their vigilance to cool down a bit. Shinakora or Gamey stayed at the mouth of the alley, just shaded by the darkness, and allowed the other three females to pass by. The king hopped onto a dumpster and sat down. He leaned back and looked up to the sky. It was about 5 in the afternoon and the weather was very pleasant, caressing his skin with warm breaths and making the Rinnegan king sign in comfort. He closed his eyes and placed his hands behind his head. You have questions, he assumed, and the females standing before him, their king sitting on a fairly clean dumpster. You're free to ask. They couldn't hold back the impulse to place their hands over their hearts and tilt their heads down to the ground, and despite having his eyes closed and supposedly unaware of their movement, the king still puffed out an air of frustration. Why are you in disguise, my lord? Nora asked first. Is your life in danger? Jinji, Naruto corrected for the second time and answered. And no, I want to truly enjoy this festival without worrying about being bowed to left and right. I will be fairly busy during the course of this festival and the first day might be the only time I have to really relax. Why not pose as a higher-ranked official than a new academy student? Nirvana queried. Naruto shrugged. I just felt like it. Sir Jinji, if I may, I do not think it is proper for one such as you to walk around without proper protection. Nora said, putting her foot down with a mildly trembling voice. Naruto's lips twitched down but he kept his eyes closed. Are you assuming that we have an assassin after my head in my own home? Among my own people? The masked woman sputtered. No, I did not mean to assume. Are you saying that if anything remotely bad happened, and that is a big if, then my police officers are not more than enough to contain it? SSSS, sir. Are you saying that I do not have the ability to protect myself? He sat up abruptly and the shaking woman fell onto her knees immediately, making sure her hand was still over her heart and her eyes were on the ground in subservience. That after everything you have seen me do without lifting my hands I still need constant security. The fact that he spoke in a calm, low voice was what sent chills down the spines of the division heads. There was no oppressive force on their shoulders, there was no bloodlust in his voice, he did not even glare at them. He sat forward, propping his hands on the wide metal lid of dumpster at his side. That my servant, Shinikora, is not fully capable of defending me if I ask her to. I apologize, my lord Naruto. Street stepped out of L-line. It will not happen again. Naruto stared her stoically for a few seconds before he leaned back again and looked at the clear sky. No, it's fine. You were just looking out for my safety, but I would prefer it if you did not think of me like some sort of regular grounded daimyo that is heavily dependent on others to defend him. He said, speaking of how the daimyos and leaders on the ground mostly had no prior knowledge of combat and hid behind their soldiers. You are not a grounder, sir, you are the great king of the Tsukai kingdom. The greatest and mightiest leader the world has ever seen and will ever see. Nirvana piped up, trying to quell whatever anger was in her leader that he did not make him see. Magi bobbed her head in agreement. You do not need protection, my king, we your people need your protection. They were trying to stoke his ego so he didn't crush the head of Scout and Retrieval, Nora, into a bloody paste. It wasn't working because the king was not angry in the first place. It's fine, Naruto said as he waved for them to calm down. But when I am in this disguise I am Jinji the academy student, understood? Yes, Jinji. Good. Now, I trust in the abilities in the Inventions Division and Fuinjutsu Division to have the perfect device to protect our home from external aggression of any kind, whether it be jutsu, bombs or physical attacks. The floating island kingdom was being kept in the air by strong solar-powered engines that powered massive, heavily muffled fans that constantly spun so that the kingdom was able to stay in one place at a time unless those that worked in the controls were ordered to move the kingdom. These engines were hidden behind Fuin genjutsu that summoned clouds to hide them and cover the sound from the notice of the grounders, also swaddling the kingdom in clouds and sunlight to hide its presence. If by chance they were found, then there was a translucent bubble of chakra that covered the island kingdom, able to take even the strongest lightning attack constantly until soldiers arrived to repel them. I have looked at each security measure myself and I have personally approved them, or have I not? You have, Jinji. Magi replied. Remember this, I was the one that assembled people to fight for my cause, but that is not all. I am obligated to protect them, not because it is my duty as a king but also because I want to protect them. I would use my last breath to ensure all of your safety, despite how selfish my ambitions are. Your ambitions are our ambitions, Nora said. And we are forever honored you regard your people to such extents. Nirvana added. The Rinnegan king opened his eyes, showing the black contact lenses there, and sat up. Well, I think this is more than enough of this talk, go and enjoy the festival. Do you mind if we accompany you? Magi asked, watching as their king deftly hopped off the dustbin and dusted down the back of his black pants. When he looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes she hastily said. So that we can enjoy the festival with you, my king, I mean Jinji. Fine, try and keep up. He said in a tiny, excited smile spread on his face and he raced out of the alley with Gamey, still holding the stuffed scorpion the king had won. The three platinum ranks had to push their way through the crowd of people as they too ran about, playing and eating all the festival offered, most of which would be paid by the king through the civilian division while the others like the throwing games were paid by those that participated. It was all a blur of color and laughter as they chased their king as he rushed from game to game, food court to food court, actually letting himself go as much as his upbringing allowed and sparing a small smile on his face and an thrilled glow in his cold black eyes. At one moment they were all trying a dart game and another Nirvana was in a dance competition against a dark-skinned man with 4 arms, then it all slurred together and Gamey tried her hand eating a spicy pepper, making the gloating chef gape in horror when the disguised soul of the Nine Tails swallowed 10 flaming hot peppers with a large, toothy grin on her face. The group laughed uproariously when the man grew red in the face after taking a single bite, thinking his peppers were defective, before they all ran away as he yelled profanities at them. Jinji almost got into a fist fight with a well-built man after said man brazenly groped Gamey, if not for the timely intervention of Magi and Nora, who swept in and knocked sense into the man before Naruto could lose his cool and suck out his soul. The mood took a slight dip after that until they ran into Satoshi, the head of rescue and support, and Mora, head hunter ninja for the kingdom. Both were wearing casual sleeveless shirts and black pants, though instead of sneakers or trainers they wore black boots. They waved over the group and did a double take when they saw Naruto in his Jinji disguise, though they silently, mutually, agreed to go along with it, even if they decided to still give him the respect of a king. Mora and Nora immediately threw their arms over each other's shoulders and the ever-so-happy Satoshi and Nirvana began chattering amongst themselves. Jinji walked in the middle, but even still he dictated where to go by subtle bodily cues. "Hey, Jinji," Satoshi said as he turned back to the disguised king. "Would it be okay if I left to go and see Hamato at the Grey Tusk Bar back in the SA Soldier Accommodations Division? We have some important things to talk about. Is it something I should be made aware of?" Naruto prodded, idly realizing that it was 9 at night and the street lights were on, illuminating the still busy streets. He noticed a few soldiers running on the roofs and stationing themselves to watch over them. His eyes twinkled at their intuition. The smile on the man's face never wavered. "Yes, tomorrow." Naruto nodded and motioned for the man to come closer, whispering in his ear. "Please do so. I'd like it if you and Hamato reported to my office with Indra. I have a request to ask him." "Yes, Sir Jinji," the man said with a subtle nod of his head. He soon melted into the background and vanished in the crowd of people. The king saw some of the police patrol back and forth in the crowd, some dragging with them handcuffed people that had been causing trouble. As the night went on, the throng of people thinned and the patrol increased, until Naruto became tired and decided to return back to his palace. Naruto's eyes burst open and he quietly groaned as the sleep gently left him. He tried to sit up, but a weight on his chest kept him in place. He looked down and blinked twice when he saw a white head snuggling close to his chest. His eyes ventured to his right and there was a mop of rainbow-colored hair hugging his arm, and then to his right there was mint-green hair. All three females moaned tiredly when he shifted his arms, making him realize that he had them wrapped around their shoulders, pulling them close to him under the thick blanket. The king breathed gently and his fingers twitched. The girls were lifted off his body and he levitated upwards a little. His control over gravity pulled him out and he allowed them to drop gently onto the bed. The Rinnegan holder landed on his feet silently, sparing a quick look to the girls before he proceeded to his bathroom. He passed by the mirror and stopped when he got a glimpse at himself. His red hair was frizzy and all over the place. There was a cowlick on his forehead from Kami knows what. He had many red kisses on his chest and mid-abdomen, and his black pants were frayed at the feet. The teen rubbed out the last vestiges of sleep from his eyes and walked into his bathroom. He had a crazy, partly memorable night. Like with a few other nights he had with some of the women he trusted, this trust was for them to keep their bedroom relations a secret. It wasn't the first time he had invited more than one female into his room, and with his almost insatiable Uzumaki libido it would most definitely not be the last. It was good that he didn't just ask any random woman, but rather people that had sworn an oath of secrecy, mainly due to how close they worked to his office. Shinokora was usually the one that participated in the nightly, and sometimes daily, romps in the bedroom, but he had sent her out on an errand in the kingdom as they reached the palace. The king stepped out of the bathroom, steam billowing in his wake as he rubbed his hair with a towel. He passed the bed where the girls lay on, Nirvana, Nora and Magi, and entered his wardrobe. He emerged in a short-sleeved red shirt and pants, his obsidian under armor now in plain view. He opened the door and passed by his maid as he walked out. The woman followed behind him, making sure to close the door to hide the decency of the exhausted females sleeping in the king's bed. "Indra and the others are waiting for you in your office," the fox said to her king. Naruto nodded and proceeded up the stairs, replying to the greeting of the palace workers that went around throwing curtains open and dusting down his furniture. Outside the palace the kingdom was already awake and ready for another day of festivities. Two silver ranks snapped into attention at his arrival and opened the door for him. Naruto entered and they closed the door behind him, though allowing Shinokora to enter as well. The office of the king of the Tsukai kingdom had 4 sides and a solid mahogany desk. The carpet was deep red and the paint on the wall was white with gold lines on the corners and the entire ceiling. The whole of the wall to the right of the desk was a large window, showing the kingdom. It was an unassuming office by Naruto's request, but only until he decided what to fill it with. Indra, head of frontline soldiers, Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and Satoshi, head of rescue and support, stood at attention before his desk in their combat uniform. Indra had the kubikiri sheathed on his back. Naruto smoothly sat down and relaxed in his chair. "Before we begin, Satoshi and Hamato." He motioned for them to speak. Hamato was the one to speak up. "We were discussing on what you wanted us to do during our last division head meeting here in your office." Naruto, in understanding, recalling that he had tasked the division heads to prepare for what would happen after the festival. He also assigned specific functions to specific members. To the 2 heads he gave them the task of keeping watch of the countries he had already conquered. He told them to go on. "Our tracking chip tells us that Madame Koyuki is currently meeting Hitaki Kakashi." He unsealed a scroll from his palm. "This is what they discussed so far. Do you want us to have Kakashi and his team taken care of?" He gave the conversation manuscript to Naruto and he opened it. His smile increased fractionally and he handed it back to Hamato, his fully exposed Rinnegan glowing with joy. "Perfect. That is exactly the message I want Konoha to get." Speaking of messages, he pulled out a drawer from his desk and riffled through the neatly filed papers there before pulling out a single sheet. He gave it to Hamato. "Have that sent to all the leaders of the countries and hidden villages we haven't yet conquered, including Konoha and Fire Country. Make sure you assign them to their respective leaders, not just generally assigning them. I want them to feel like I'm speaking to them personally." "If I may, my lord." Indra piped up. Yes. Do you want him to wait for a reply? Naruto hummed before he shook his head. No, I made sure to have every possible outcome of them reading the letter accounted for. If they choose right or wrong is up to them. He perched his elbows on his desk and his head on his thumbs. I want at least a squad silver-ranked intelligence and interrogation soldiers to deliver them, seeing as they are best at sending out information and they should be able to defend themselves if things get rough, though I doubt they will be detected. I'm honored by your thoughts, my lord, Hamato muttered with a polite bow. Naruto sat forward prompting his loyal till-death soldiers to stand straighter. Don't worry about it. Now, I'm sure you are all aware of the exact details in the fealty agreement scroll. They nodded. That means each village head or daimyo are allowed to give as much information as possible to those that ask but are not allowed to lend aid in a revolt on my rulership. He looked each of them in the eye as he paused. That means that the ninjas from Konoha that division head you of espionage and infiltration and division head Hamato have reported that are in Spring and not to be attacked, and this goes for Spring as well, until Spring give ninjas to aid in the revolt. Though I'm sure Madame Koyuki has read the agreement deal in detail. Understood, sir, they all said. Do you three know why? Yes, sir. Just so we don't have any confusion in the air, can someone tell me why I want the world to know about us before we strike? Hamato spoke on behalf of the others. The Tsukai Force's individual strength, technological, skill and medical advancements have given us a big advantage over the grounders. If we were to march in with all we have, then they will stand no chance and submit much too quickly. And we want them to prepare as much as possible so that after we defeat they will realize that no matter what the Tsukai Kingdom will always be great. He faced Indra. Will you be free by noon? Yes, sir. If you will be busy with your duties I won't mind, Naruto insisted. I just have a routine weekly inspection of the barracks and the accommodations district, and a meeting with Division Head Karen of Medical for the report on the well-being of your soldiers. What is it you want me to do, sir? I want to have a quick spar to see if my skills have dulled. I do not think they have dulled, Indra said as he momentarily lost his cool. His king wanted to fight against him. It was cause to panic for him. Naruto waved for the man to relax, even though the only indication that he was panicking was the light dusting of perspiration on his forehead. It's just a quick eye and body check. Do not worry, I will not go overboard. Push those scheduled inspections and meetings down to this evening. I want that spar soonest. I am humbled you want to fight me, my lord. You may all go. The platinum ranks bowed and left his office. Shinokura, I have a mission for you. The maid stepped before his desk and bowed, awaiting his command. What is it you want me to do, my king? I want you to personally contact my spy in Suna to check if she would need help taking care of the Sand siblings if Suna decides not to submit. You know of her pride, so if she insists that she needs no help, then stay regardless. Do you want me to have another of your maids to work in my place? He nodded and the soul of the fox in human form bobbed her head and left to go to her room to get ready for her time in the desert. An hour later. The Hokage's office. Hokage's tower. Konohangakure no Sato. Minato rubbed his forehead. Kakashi and his team must have reached Spring by now. He tiredly stalked to his desk. His assistant greeted him and he flippantly answered with a wave to her. His eyes suddenly became clearer at the letter seated safely on his Hokage's working table. He suspiciously looked around his office, not seeing anything out of place besides the widely open window, allowing in the cool morning air into his workplace. His bright blue eyes stayed on the window, his left hand inching behind him but stopping when the shadow hidden behind the curtain lightened. Strange. He pulled out a small scroll from his white with red flames cloak and tossed it onto the scroll on his desk. It burst into white smoke and a minute later he blew away the smoke with a low-level windjutsu, revealing the scroll to be untouched and unaffected, meaning it was safe and without any traps on it. He swiped it off his desk and unrolled it. To Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. I am Naruto, the king of the Tsukai Kingdom and leader of the Tsukai forces that successfully invaded Lightning, Spring and Water countries. If you are not aware of this fact, then you may go and inquire about them. The daimyos and cages are permitted to give as much detailed information they want. Those three countries, all respectable foes in their own right, were no match for my soldiers. They all fell in 2 days. That means that I invaded 2 countries in 1 day and the third was a few hours after sunrise. If this is not enough to convince you of our might, then, again, you may ask the daimyos and cages of the places I conquered. I'm certain they will tell you of how easily we took them down, and if my assumptions are correct, then Spring Country will have video surveillance. I made sure they weren't taken out as I walked in. My orders are simple. If you wish not to be trampled under the might of me and my army, then unseal the fealty agreement scroll from this letter and sign it. But if it is shredded to pieces, then I will immediately be notified and I will assume that your country wishes not to swear fealty to me. But if you sign it, then we will pass by in 6 days to collect it. Not signing at all will also be taken as defiance, and I will subdue defiance or destroy it if I see fit. Do not forget the lives you hold accountable to. If you disagree to swear fealty to me, then I will have no other option to come to them myself to show you exactly why I am king of the Tsukai Kingdom. I will give you 6 days to decide the fate of your people. The fate of your people lies in your hands. The king of the Tsukai Kingdom. Lord Naruto. Minato slowly lifted his eyes off the letter and hissed in fury. So you're still alive, you little piece of dog shit. He unknowingly began pulsing killer intent, pressing down on the ANBU that hid around his office as well as making his assistant cry in pain. Like hell I will submit to you. The Yondaime Hokage tore up the letter, shredding the pieces with wind chakra. The blonde man threw away the tiny pieces and yelled, "I'll kill you myself." Chapter 7. Spring hasn't changed much, Kakashi noted as he waltzed through the capital gates quickly. His dull one eye looked around from under his dog ANBU mask. He signed over his shoulder to his team of 4 jogging behind him. "Go and gather information. Meet me back here in 30 minutes. They saluted and disappeared in different directions to ask the citizens of the country the detail of the invasion from their perspective and compare it with that of their captain when they met so that would at least understand what sort of threat they were up against. As the Sharingan holder looked around he didn't notice any major change in the capital to signify that it was overrun besides the large flag that waved at the top of the Spring Damai's palace under the country's flag. The flag had a deep red background with the kanji for sky written in golden strokes. There were also scuff marks on the ground from obvious struggle, and as he came closer to the palace he saw that there were blacksmiths mending the hinges of the great door, even if it didn't seem like it had been ripped off its hinges but rather they were checking and refortifying it. The masked man entered the palace, ignoring the workers that ran about to reorganize their lives, and proceeded to the woman sitting on the throne. Koyuki had a sad frown etched onto her beautiful face and the actress closed her eyes at the memory of how easily her personal guards were dispatched. She opened them when she heard a polite cough. "Greetings, Lady Koyuki. I am Dog of the Konoha ANBU. The Yondaime sent me here to see if your country still needs help fighting those Tsukai forces." "Just you," she said with a raised eyebrow. "Several squads of my comrades are stationed outside the country." The woman sighed and slumped a little more into her throne. "Regardless of that, it is too late, they have already gone. Lady Koyuki, if I may," her fingers twitched on her armrest, telling him he was permitted to speak. "Can I know more about these Tsukai forces so that we can better know how to defeat them?" The actress was silent for a few long moments, staring at the dog-masked man with gradually widening eyes. "They cannot be defeated. The sole reason my messenger even reached Konoha is because their king was merciful enough to allow it." Her eyes dulled at the memory of the almighty king of the army of monsters. "Their king, he was able to crush the heads of 3 of my guards with nothing but the air and without a serious thought." She pointed at her neck, where a thin red line circled around it like a necklace. "He did this to me, without even coming near me. Lady Koyuki, this all does not mean he cannot be killed. He is still human." "No, he is not. None of the Tsukai soldiers are human and I believe the civilians are not human as well." "I'm sorry ma'am, but we still need information. Can you tell us what you know about the Tsukai king? The man and his forces didn't loot the kingdom or usurp the daimyo and take control, then it was less an invasion and more of attacking a country because they felt like it. Making it more or less a hobby." The woman wilted into her seat and rubbed her still sore neck. "He said his name is Naruto." The man's eye became alarmed and he burst out, "Naruto." Koyuki looked at the Hitaki with squinted eyes. The rubbing motion on her neck slowed to a stop. "Are you familiar with that name? Describe him, please." "He had red hair and pale skin. It was like he did not know how to express himself because I could see he wanted to smile or grin more but he didn't know how to. I know this because I'm an actress." She then snapped her fingers. The security cameras inside the palace were still working after he left. I think he didn't know about them. She snapped her fingers and a white-haired boy in his late teens wearing thick glasses and casual clothing ran up to his daimyo and presented a small handheld device with a flat screen that was just as big as both of his hands cupped together. The woman thanked the boy and tapped the screen twice. It lit up and she swiped across it once with her pointer finger and tapped again. She closed her eyes and gave the masked Konoha ninja the device. It was a video recording from all 4 corners of the ceiling. When the door opened up easily after all the materials used to block it had magically shifted aside, dozens of soldiers in red shirts and black pants with golden under armor stomped in and stood by the walls. A woman in rainbow-colored hair then marched in and swiveled to her right, placed her hand over heart in sync with the other soldiers and tilted her head a little bit down, though the soldiers by the walls didn't do so but rather kept their eyes on the defiant Spring Daimyo and her guards. Then Naruto walked in and Kakashi's heart almost stopped in shock. He held back from stumbling away as he watched as each step the boy took towards the woman rattled the building to its very core and the head of a guard exploded in a geyser of blood and brain matter. The actress's face turned a deep shade of grey as an invisible force grabbed hold of her neck. Naruto took his time walking to her, blowing up to more heads before the guards finally got a clue that he was the cause and prepared to attack but were swiftly killed by the guards lining the walls with various weapons to their heads. The golden armored soldiers dropped their hands. Somehow Kakashi felt like these soldiers lining the walls were mostly ninjas. The rejected son of the Yondaime Hokage stopped before the woman and gently placed his hand on her head, releasing her from his hold. There was no sound but the war veteran as well as Star Shinobi could feel chills run up and down his spine at the mildly amused face of the actress. "He was telling me that he knew about my message to Konoha," the woman said from her throne, her face in her hands and shivering at the memory. "That he predicted I would send on but he wanted Konoha to get the message." She looked up to the Hitaki, tears devoid in her eyes and her face eerily calm. "And I had a feeling that he could just as easily kill them with a snap of his fingers." The man silently listened as he kept watching the thought to be dead son of the 4th. Naruto said something over his shoulder. "He knew I was about to stab him and he still didn't kill me." The man's hands shook. This wasn't the little bundle of happiness he knew, this was a bitter, sadistic, evil shadow of the child he used to visit every once in a while. He heard from the Yondaime that the twins had been killed and he didn't question it, but something in him told him that one of the twins had indeed died. Naruto. It was very obvious that Naruto treasured his sister. Can I have a copy of this video? By all means, the woman said, and the same white-haired boy took the device. Kakashi scratched his chin with a deep frown on his face. I need to report this to Minato-sensei. He idly took the tape of the video and rushed out of the palace. He met up with his team, all of which wore grim expressions under their masks, and ran out of spring. Oh 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 oh. The Tsukai Forces Arena Alpha. The military barracks. The Tsukai Kingdom. Indra Watashi drew the kubikiri from his back and placed it on his shoulder. Small drops of sweat grew on his head as he looked across the training ground, a red-haired teen that stood with his hands to his side and a wistful smile on his face. Make sure you don't hold back, Indra. Naruto called to the platinum rank. I will try my best, my lord. The head of the frontline soldiers said as he bent his right knee and held the handle of his sword with both of his hands, though still keeping the massive blade on his right shoulder. Naruto though didn't move from his position. Arena Alpha was a place where silver ranks were tested to see if they were ready to be promoted to gold ranks, so needless to say that the place was so fortified with reinforcement seals that there had to be a separate seal set in place to not destabilize the floating island kingdom. The other promotion arenas, Beta and Gamma, were less reinforced because bronze to silver and copper to bronze respectively, because the abilities of the lower ranks were a bit less dangerous than the higher ranks. The other division heads watched from the sidelines, on a row of seats set apart for them and the king of the kingdom to watch over the promotion exams, this time though their king was the one fighting, or rather, having a quick eye and body check. Indra grit his teeth and ran to his king, moving so quickly he created a faint black blur of motion that raced towards Naruto, who still hadn't moved. Barely a feet away from him, Naruto's black with red ringed eyes pulsed and the world moved to a slow slur. The eagerly watching group of division heads slowed down with it until it all stopped. Naruto observed the man before him, bringing down the head cleaver to split his head open with a stoic expression and a rigid posture. The king pursed his lips and his eyes moved around, noticing that the dust in the air froze completely. He walked behind the man and his legs shot to the back of Indra's knees, forcing him to fall onto his knees, but even still Naruto's quick eyes still saw everything in stillness, like he had mentally clicked reality's pause button. The Rinnegan king then swung his foot and nailed the swordsman on the side of his head, but instead of sending him into the wall, the king continued the motion and brought down the division heads to meet the ground in a ground-shaking thud. Naruto stepped back and allowed his eyes to see things like any other person. The division heads collectively blinked in shock when they saw that at one moment Indra was about to open up the head of their king and then the next their king stood over the body of the man in a flash of red light. It wasn't that his amplified Rinnegan was able to slow down time, but rather he was able to see at such a fast pace that it felt like time had stopped, but rather it moved at a pace far slower than the crawl of a snail. The eyes also allowed him a limited ability to anticipate the next move of his opponent, but that wasn't what he was using at the moment. Naruto's lips twitched upwards when he saw his subordinate grunt as he got back to his feet. He took a few steps back and lifted both of his hands to Indra, motioning him to come at him again. Come on. If you wanted a practice dummy, then I would have gladly agreed to be that dummy, my king. Indra grunted sourly, his pride hurt that he had been taken out in the blink of an eye. I apologize, Indra, but that was the quick eye check, now for the body check. Naruto said and again beckoned his loyal till-death subordinate to come. As you wish, my lord. He ran to Naruto and slashed the head cleaver to the side, tearing through the sky towards Naruto's left side. The king lifted his left forearm and blocked the blow. Bright red and yellow sparks rained down after contact, not because Naruto had quickly changed the composition of his arm from normal to a metal Asura Path arm, like he did with his battle against Mai Terumi, but rather used his unbreakable obsidian under armor along his arm and fingers to defend against the attack. He stepped back from a palm strike and then jammed his foot into the midsection of the swordsman, driving air out of the man's lungs. Naruto slid around the stunned platinum rank and again kicked the back of his knee, though this time sweeping his feet from under him in a blur of motion and slamming the man into the ground with an axe kick to the neck. Naruto stepped back and dusted down his shirt. It seems I've still got it, he said before he walked closer to Indra and helped him back to his feet. The division head bowed his head in humility and Naruto smiled. You did well. Thank you, sir. Go and get yourself fixed up, there is still a festival for you to celebrate. Indra nodded and allowed Karen to gently throw his arm over her shoulder and led him to the medical bay in the arena. The other division heads trooped to him and fell on one knee, with their right hands over their hearts. Mora, the head of Hunter Ninjas, asked their king, "What will you be doing next, my lord?" Naruto hummed as he looked at them. "I will be going to the ground to perform a few personal missions." He made sure to emphasize, personal. "You do not want a guard detail?" Mora asked, fighting the urge to raise his voice at his king. The Rinnegan king waved their concerns away. "The missions I want to go to are of the greatest importance and I have to do them by myself. That means I do not want a guard detail or any tail following me, am I understood?" The division heads faltered nervously before they bowed their heads. "Yes, sir." "Good. I will be leaving in a few minutes, but make sure my absence isn't noticed. If anyone asks for me, then say that I am not around, simple as that." "Yes, sir." I'm sure you are all aware of the protocol if by any chance I am not present to lead. We are to all go about our functions until your return, my king. Hamato, the head of intelligence and interrogation, said in a low grunt, not very happy that his king did not want anyone going with him to the ground. It was not that they doubted their king did not know how to best defend himself, the battle had served to show them he was still fully capable, but rather the itch in them constantly wanted to make sure that their king was okay and in good health. You will all report back to me when I return. When will you return, sir? Yu Akuso, head of espionage and infiltration, asked. In 6 days or so. Maybe sooner, maybe later, I'm not very sure. I will relay any change to my scheduled return to you, Hamato. The bald man nodded as Naruto's black with red ringed eyes flicked over to him. Make sure my kingdom is still in one piece when I come back. We swear it on our lives, my king. The division heads chorused, even Karen and Indra, who had returned after healing the latter. The red-haired medic and the black-haired swordsman dropped onto their right knees, like the other division heads, placed their hands over their hearts and made the oath with the others. We will defend the Tsukai kingdom with our lives. As it was their sworn duty, they never really had to verbally profess this because it was a well-known fact. Naruto clapped his hands and waved for them to leave as he began his steady walk to the entrance gate to the mighty floating kingdom. Then I will see you all later. He wasn't going to use the royal vehicle to take him down to the ground but rather fly down. He already had his things packed and sealed into a small segment on his wrist. There was no need to go back to his palace to get his things. His division heads escorted him to the entrance, clearing a path through the gaggle of excitedly murmuring citizens that saw their king in the flesh. A few of them even passed out. Naruto waved to them with a tiny smile and nodded back to the salute the gatekeepers sent him, each one of them standing in a rigid standing position by their post. The 16-year-old Rinnegan holder shook his head when his driver made to enter the royal car, silently telling him that he wouldn't be taking the car. He turned back to look at everyone, the division heads that stood at a row before him, the gatekeepers at attention by their post and the massive gathering of citizens to see their king. A true smile came to Naruto and he waved to them for the last time before his feet slowly left the ground and he descended down to the ground, much to the uproarious cheers of his people. At the moment, the Tsukai kingdom was floating over the ocean much further away from Uzushio and Kumo but still within lightning country. The king dropped down to the earth, ensure the solid black armor under his short-sleeved red shirt and black pants was still in place before he ran headlong towards Konoha. Day 1, 6 days left. 9:30 p.m. Konoha Graveyard. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire Country. The Death Reaper seal, one of 2 existing seals that was able to seal away the strongest-tailed beast on the planet, the nine-tailed fox. No simple seal or vessel was capable of holding the 9 tails for an extended period of time without it being destroyed and the backlash of the unsealing taking its toll on the surrounding environment. The first considered seal was the demonic beast 14-chain shackle seal which conjured 14 great binders that would hold down all 9 tails of the fox as well as the arms, legs and neck for added measure. It was greatly effective in sealing away the fox as well as ensuring that the beast had no influence on the holder. Quite frankly, it was the more trusted of the 2 existing seals that were able to hold the fox until the death of the holder, where it too would die. The downside was that it took exactly 14 days to draw and shackle the beast inside a holder, which must be Uzumaki because the clan's chakra was proven effective in containing the beast. Each shackle took a whole day and the next shackle had to be fastened immediately after or else the beast would gain freedom. Barely anyone had enough chakra for 3 days of continuous use, much less 14 days of use, beside the much acclaimed Uzumaki clan, but even with this great chakra buff the user of the seal, and Uzumaki, would die from strain after the 14 shackles had been set in place. Mido was the first person to use this to contain the fox within her after leading the fox away from the fight between Madara Uchiha and her husband, Hashirama Senju, who was also globally known to be the Shodaime Hokage as well as the strongest ninja that ever lived. Kushina Uzumaki was the second person to have this seal used to contain the fox in her. The sealer had to be awake and actively seal the beast for 14 straight days but also the person the beast was being sealed into. The world watched the effect of having the beast slowly removed and transferred into its second holder, a slow decline into madness before the inevitable death of the sealer. Steady madness waited for the person that slowly removed the seal from within him or her, so what would happen if all 14 shackles were destroyed as one and the tailed beast was savagely torn out of the Jinchuriki? Terrible insanity. This was why Kushina, after fighting in the Third Shinobi War and going on numerous missions that would sooner break the mind of any other person, a strong Kunoichi in her own right, lost her mind after her beast had been taken from her. The Death Reaper seal was not too innocent either. The seal could take a relatively short time to draw but in order to seal the beast into its next holder the sealer needed to summon the Shinigami, the death god, to do it. Minato didn't have the chakra to use the 14 shackles and Kushina was much too insane to lend a hand so he had no other option but to summon the death god to separate the Kyuubi's chakra and her soul and seal them into Naruto and Naruko respectively. Before the god could stab his hand through Minato's back to complete the deed the Yondaime was pushed aside by the Sandaime. No one was aware but the Shinigami desired to consume the Namikaze's soul very much. The blonde man had created 2 high S-rank abilities, one of which pushed through the realms of mortals into the one of heavenly deities. The Flying Thunder God Seal. A seal, or jutsu, that allowed Minato to travel from one point to another faster than lightning and as many times or as many places as he wanted. This was one of the main reasons Minato was such a feared man over the continent, his ability to seamlessly be in many places at once, adding his taijutsu as well as general jutsu abilities, and the Yondaime was the strongest and fastest living shinobi on the planet. Most even compared him to the likes of Madara and Hashirama. The death god was all too happy when he was summoned to seal the Kyuubi into the man's twin children, but he was enraged when the older Hokage shoved his dinner out of the way to take his place. The Shinigami could not change the direction of his hand, so he kept going, plunging through the soul of Hiruzen Sarutobi and sealing the Kyuubi into the twins. As punishment for being denied the soul he so much desired to devour and instead being given a tired old soul, the Shinigami swore to consume either of his children's soul when they died unless he was sated with the soul of any one of the people that he yearned to eat. Those that have cheated death numerous times. This was why Minato didn't care much that Naruto had been killed. Being eaten by the death god was more merciful than what he had in mind for his children when they returned. Besides, if Konoha had plenty of people that defied death frequently, then it was to his benefit. Dark Rinnegan eyes looked to the tombstone of the third Hokage. Konoha had a long list of people that frequently defied death, so much so that it annoyed the death god. But the Rinnegan king needed to know who was possibly at the top of that list somehow. He couldn't summon the Shinigami to ask, the price was too high, but he did know someone that possibly knew each and every death-defying person in Konoha. But before that, Naruto turned his back to the grave of the third Hokage to a wide area of land sparsely populated with trees and bushes. His black with red ringed eyes shone in the dark as he lifted his left hand, palm open and facing upwards. As his hands rose, the ground trembled lightly, just about enough to alert the Konoha ninjas, but he had that sorted out. He had a shadow clone also make the ground shake far behind him to the east gate of the village. As his hand became level with his hip and rising, the ground cracked open, shaking up the trees and bushes around it. The crack increased as Naruto's hand lifted up to his diaphragm level. When he got to his chest, a wide, dark purple dome peeked out from the ground. After this the shaking stopped abruptly, but Naruto's hand kept rising, revealing a large, purple head of a creature with black with red ringed eyes and a fat, light purple nose. The head had no ears, seeing as a kind of light brown red cloak helmet covered its head, thick, light purple eyebrows that barely touched the massive nose of the beast. Naruto hummed the Rinnegan ability under his breath. Naruka Path, Summoning Jutsu, King of Hell. It was like the world around him watched in horror as Naruto mentally commanded for the King of Hell to open its mouth, revealing a frightening gaping maw. It had thick, sharp teeth under its upper lip, but the bottom was bare, though there was only darkness inside it. The Rinnegan king was not in the least bit intimidated by the sight. The redhead gingerly dropped his left hand but raised it again with his right up to his belly. A puff of smoke later revealed a clean white body bag about the size of a 10-year-old child. He gently dropped the bag onto the ground as he knelt down on both knees, clenched his eyes shut tightly and took in 3 deep gulps of air before he opened his eyes again and unzipped the body bag. He couldn't suppress the tears from falling down from his eyes when he saw the face of his twin sister, her face set in a peaceful smile. The one she had on after her throat had been slit to put him at ease, but that had failed because her brother futilely thrashed against his captors. The 16-year-old boy sniffed and his shaking hands went down, gently tucking a strand of red hair over her ear. Naruto was now sobbing quietly, his tears splashing down on the immaculate face of his sister, barely resisting the urge to hug her body. A few minutes of crying over her body, the king pulled down the zip of the body bag, revealing that his sister was in an armless red dress with gold trimmings at the bottom, but not in obsidian underarmor but rather bandages to hide the pain-stacking stitches over her body. Orochimaru and Kabuto did indeed want to incinerate Naruto's body, but not before they conducted a series of tests on her corpse. Naruto recovered her body from Kabuto's section of the lab, slashed up, ripped apart and devoid of blood. It had taken Naruto months to feed her his blood, because their godfather had said that they were the same blood type, as well as many months of sorrowfully stitching her body together. Only his division heads knew that he had been doing that, but everyone in the kingdom knew that the king had a beloved sister that had been murdered by their dead slave master. Naruto sniffed and rubbed the tears cascading down his face with the back of his hands. The eyes of the King of Hell looked down on his master stoically, keeping its massive mouth open. The boy gently picked up his dead sister, easing her out of the body bag, and steadily walked to the gaping King of Hell. The king of the Tsukai kingdom knelt down as he got into the mouth of the King of Hell and dropped his sister on her back. He stood back up and admired her glowing, peaceful face for a few moments before he walked backwards out of the mouth of the King of Hell. The King of Hell closed its mouth and Naruto patiently waited before his patience was awarded when darkness gathered over the head of the King of Hell. It was formless but with a pair of evil red eyes. The king did not waver in place as he crossed his arms, meeting the glare of the King of the Dead, the Shinigami. 5 years ago Naruto had attempted to use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, an ability of the outer path of the Rinnegan, to revive his sister, but the Shinigami had barred his path and repeated his condition to the king before he could release hold of Naruto's soul. At that time Naruto did not know many people that the Shinigami would want to eat besides his father. Summoning the King of Hell was an ability stemming from the Naruka path of Naruto's Rinnegan. It allowed all that it swallowed to be healed and rejuvenated in both mind and body. It was a medic's wet dream. The Rinnegan ability could heal but it could not resurrect. Naruto would have to tap into the outer path to do that. Unlike when he was younger, he intended to use the outer path before healing his sister. This had inadvertently summoned the death god to inform him of the price for Naruto's soul. This time Naruto wanted to do it right. He wanted his sister to return back to the living with no pain and no trouble. He would heal her body of every and all abnormalities and diseases before placing her soul back inside. The reason the Shinigami was now present was because it had sensed the mortal body of the one he had devoured or imprisoned within himself. You can only have her soul back when I have the soul of one who frequently defies death. The god of death reminded Naruto, who remained unafraid. The 16-year-old boy narrowed his eyes up to the god and replied, "I will have this soul ready for you soon." The Shinigami hovered in the air silently, observing the Rinnegan king. He then said, in a deep voice that would normally drive any other mortal to insanity, "I cannot reap your soul because of your Rinnegan. You are very lucky, Naruto." Naruto knew his eyes were special, even by normal standards, but to have the ability to repel the death god's touch. "You will give me my sister and I will find one of those that frequently defy death. You are one of them, just so you know. And I am the only one you will never get." The god grumbled sourly, like a pouting child. "Bring me the soul and your sister is yours, but if you don't then you will never see your sister again." Fine. The death god disappeared and the king of hell began healing the wounds of the girl inside its mouth, removing the stitches on her body and sealing up the skin, making it as good as new. Though the process of doing this for her whole body might take up to an hour since Naruto had commanded him to take his time to properly fix his sister, more than enough time for the king. Naruto turned back to the grave of the Sandaime and his lips twitched up in glee. "Soon I will have Naruto and your sacrifice will all be in vain." His black with red ringed Rinnegan flashed in the night and there were dozens of chakra smoke burst around the head of the king of hell. The smoke cleared to reveal roughly 15 hulking monkeys stationed around the head housing his sister's corpse. All of which had his brand of Rinnegan eyes, he could see through each of them too. The animal path summoned animals all crouched onto the ground and hid their presence as their summoner ran out of the graveyard and into the hidden village. It was ironic how the summoning animals of the dead Sandaime were in some way contributing to destroying the village they once loyally served. The irony almost made Naruto chuckle out loud. Oh 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 oh. 3 minutes later. The hospital. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire country. Tsunade Senju yawned loudly and smacked her lips as she pushed her key into the door of her office and twisted, locking it. Being the head doctor/medic of the hospital was hard work. She was in charge of screening in medics, nurses and doctors, make her rounds to ensure everyone was working, check the hospital records for any discrepancies, take charge of patients that were afflicted with severe problems and sift through papers and papers of reports from her subordinates. Today was particularly taxing on the Senju because Konohamaru, the late Sandaime's son, and Hanabi, the Hyuga clan head's youngest child, had gotten into a vicious fight over some ridiculous playing card. There were many casualties in the children's wing because of this fight but thankfully no one had died. Sasuke had gotten a severe concussion from Minato Jr. after the latter bashed his head into the wall many times because the former had attempted another Chidori on his turn back. Asuma and Guy had torn their calves during a spar. A few genin thought it was good idea to prank a teammate by pouring powdered ghost peppers into her pants. Lastly, Kushina had stubbed her toe on a door as she entered Inoki's office for a mental evaluation. Needless to say, Tsunade was beginning to regret agreeing to become the head medic. Damn her guilty conscience. With Kushina losing even more of her mind, the mournful Senju found less of a reason to stay alive but more of a reason to atone for her ineffectiveness to save her family. The main reason she stayed in Konoha was to look after her niece, Kushina. The medic sharply looked up when the lips flickered. Strange, her lips quirked down but she shrugged it off. Tsunade slipped the key into her pocket and began her trek out of the hospital, already making bar-hopping plans. The building was fairly silent, with just a few patients roaming around and in the company of her staff. Technically she wasn't supposed to leave until they were all asleep, but the woman felt very tired and in the need of a break from all the noise. She stopped outside of the hospital and sighed deeply. Katsu. The woman didn't even lift her hands to cut the genjutsu. The world around her wavered and thinned before she realized that she was on the empty roof of the hospital, looking ahead of her at a shadowy figure that stood with his back to her and looking at the Hokage's monument. Using AC-ranked genjutsu on a Junin as experienced as I am. Quite frankly, I'm insulted. The person, she realized, had his arms crossed. He shifted slightly and spared a look over his shoulder before his eyes went back to the monument. She tried not to step back when she saw his eyes were black with red rings, a painful reminder of a child she once knew with purple and black rings. And yet you still went along with it. His voice was breezy, she noticed, but not quite enough for her not to hear him. It was a calm night, the stars were blinking in the sky with the waning crescent moon. I wanted to see who had the balls to put an illusion over me. I see, he hummed offhandedly. I'm gonna make this simple and straightforward. Who are you? I am, the person said and waved his right hand flippantly. An old memory. What's that supposed to mean? She said and crossed her powerful arms, ever ready to turn the figure's head into a smear on the ground at a moment's notice. Yes. The person didn't answer her question, but rather threw a question that very nearly unsettled her. Is it true you enjoy lying, Tsunade? I don't know what you're talking about. Now answer my quest. A good poker face is the key to winning a game of cards, or so I hear, and burying the truth under several mountains of lies is a good way to hide the pain of loss and dread decaying your soul, is that not so? Listen up, whoever you are, if you don't start making any sense right now I'm going to paint this roof red with your blood. The person shook his head. I came to ask a few innocent questions, after that I will leave you be. For now. I still don't know who you are. And you will not find out for now. He turned around and her whole body locked in place as his godly eyes leveled on her own. First we need to go somewhere. What? She ground as all bodily movements left her, forcing her to stand rigidly in place. Her eyes looked down to her immobile arms and legs before they flicked up to the shadowy figure, who was now facing her, but there was still not enough light to illuminate his body. Take her and follow me. There was a large blast of chakra smoke behind her and she was summarily picked up by the back of her shirt by a sharp beak. A drill-beaked bird that had the eyes of its summoner flapped its mighty wings 3 times before it flew into the air after its master, who was rocketing through the sky, throwing an illusion around that he was a shooting star. No one saw him kidnap Tsunade or saw the chakra smoke because Naruto was using a much higher rank genjutsu to both hide his presence as well as the drill-beaked bird. Oh. I will explain this as best and as nicely as I can. The figure began as he mentally ordered the bird to gently drop the Sannin onto her feet. The bird pulled its wings back to its body and shuffled back to hide in the shade of a tree. The woman saw that the figure had a little bit more form to show he was in a short-sleeved shirt and black pants, though she wondered whether or not he was barefoot or in a pair of really thin sandals. The other thing she observed was the massive rise from the ground behind the speaker on his right. He held up a finger when Tsunade was about to begin yelling obscenities, her mouth clamped shut as if an invisible hand was placed over her lower face. I would appreciate it if you kept quiet. That was when the rise in the ground shivered and a pair of black with red ringed eyes opened up close to the top, a large light purple nose flared under it and thick light purple eyebrows sprouted out from above the powerful eyes. If she had been placed on the other side of this thing, then she might be able to see its face, as well as her captors, in the light cast by those still awake in the village, but all she could see in the dim light was the awe-inspiring eyes, the nose and eyebrows, and then the mouth opened and the Senju's eyes widened in horror as its mouth gaped impossibly wide, showing a darkness inside it that was so deep and so palpable it made her gulp. Not that she would ever find out, but on the other side of the King of Hell was another face, which was where Naruto's body was being healed. For now though, Naruto commanded for another face to be created on the back of its head. If I ask you a question and you do not answer it with 100% honesty, then that would rip out your tongue and drag your soul to hell. This was to his advantage because he would instantly get the memories of the Sannin, which would add up to Orochimaru's memories, making 2 Sannin memories. The woman was now visibly shaking, more from how hollow the boy's voice and also how terrifying it would be to be plunged into eternal darkness by this terrible beast. If you answer my questions with a question, your soul will go to hell. She swallowed thickly and closed her eyes tightly. If you answer my question cryptically, or vaguely, then, your soul will go to hell. Breathing suddenly became hard for the war veteran. She was trained by the Sandaime Hokage and had fought the likes of Hanzo the Salamander, but never in her life had she ever met a person as intimidating as this mysterious figure who had control of that nightmare-inducing monster. If you make light of a question I asked, then your soul goes to hell. If you do not answer a question, your soul goes to hell. His own red-ringed eyes at her from the King of Hell. Do you understand? Tsunade summoned as much pride she had in her body and tilted her chin up. Naruto's eyes narrowed but eased up when she whispered, yes. The teen was mildly surprised he didn't need to prove himself, but he regained composure and asked. Who are the strongest shinobi currently in this village, Konoha? Name 5. Minato Namikaze, Shikaku Nara, Shuzo Akamaki, Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi. Who are the strongest retired shinobi in the village? Name 5. The 3 council advisors to the Hokage, Kohoru, Hamura and Danzo, Mebuki Haruno and Fugamen. She's a farmer. Retired ninjas were those that were lucky enough to see old age. Who among those 5 are the most scarred? Name 3. Scars meant that they had been in many dangerous scuffles, especially for a retired ninja. It didn't have to be physical scars, it could also be psychological wounds. Mebuki Haruno, Danzo Shimura and Fugamen. Who among those 3 have refused to come for a regular checkup? Name 2. This showed stubbornness, meaning that they were unwilling to ask for medical help because they mostly preferred self-medicating, Danzo Shimura and Fugamen. Who is the oldest between them? Danzo. How old is he? 73 years old. What rank would you give him based on his strength? Chunin rank. Have you given him an unasked for scan and why? Yes, and because I wanted to know why a man as old as him would be in such good shape. Last question, in your opinion how desperate is Danzo to stay alive? The woman shook. I can sense different chakra in him, mostly around his arm and his eye, but he has seals there that try to suppress them. I don't know what they are specifically, but with how secretive Danzo is, it isn't good. Good. Now he had a target for one that frequently refused to die. You see, it wasn't so hard now, was it? Tsunade's vision became hazy and she fell flat onto her face. Gung! Tsunade sputtered awake, her eyes wide in horror and staring at the blackness before her. Her quivering hands patted down her body, surprised to find that there was a blanket covering her body. She reached with her left hand to her side and clicked on her bedside lamp, sighing in relief when the light went on to illuminate her bedroom in her apartment. The door flew open and Shizune stood at the door holding a kunai so tightly her knuckles were white. I thought I heard a noise. The assistant said and stashed her kunai back into the pouch on her lower back. Is something wrong, Lady Tsunade? The woman stared at Shizune for a few minutes, just grateful to be alive, before she shook her head with a gentle smile. No, it's fine. It was just a bad dream. Go back to bed. Meanwhile, back in the graveyard, Naruto smoked a little in triumph. His eyes went to the massive head behind him, as well as the hidden animal path summons. Now I need to find out where Danzo lives so I can take him. He silently mused to himself for a minute before he snapped his fingers. He had 2 spies in Konoha. One of them was especially close to the old geezer. He tapped the back of his hand, making a red dot light up in the very center of the back of his hand. He dragged the red dot towards his pinky, and then tapped his right ear, where a white earbud sat. Naruto closed his eyes and ran through his memory for the name of the spy he wanted. It finally clicked and he finally spoke to the awaiting receiver. Patch me over to, Sai. Chapter 8. 6:30 p.m. 3 hours before Naruto arrived in Konoha. The Haruno household. The Wealth District, also called the Influential District. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire Country. Ah, you must be my little Sakura's teammates. A fairly tall, lithe woman with softly flowing waist-length pink hair and smooth skin said in an unconsciously seductive voice to the children. She was more than used to using that voice in getting what she wanted. Her child eyed her suspiciously and the mother scratched the back of her head as she came to the realization. Mebuyuki cleared her throat with a delicate hand placed over her chest, making her white casual short-sleeved shirt and red home dress swish with her movement. It barely reached the ground, just a bit under her knees. Please come in, she said in a much lighter voice. Despite Sai and Minato Jr. being little more than robots, the 13-year-old boys gulped thickly, prompting the woman to sweat drop and chuckle nervously. Sakura groaned sourly and dragged both of them in by their ears so that they would stop ogling her mother. Though both of them took off their shoes at their female teammates' insistence, placing them beside the door in a row. Sakura knew her mother couldn't help it, making knees weak and groins heavy, but that didn't mean she liked it being done on 2 people she considered her friends. Can you and your friends help me set up the dinner table? She called from the door. The woman closed the door shut with a click. Yes, Mama, the girl shouted back as she led the charge to the living room once the boys managed to gather their tongues from the ground. Mebuyuki Haruno was a very beautiful woman, that was an undisputed fact in all of Konoha, with a heart-shaped face, lovely teal green eyes, a cute button nose and perfect lips that were ever painted a deep, intoxicating red. Her every walk could get a man standing in no time. She had used her looks to take her far in the shinobi ranks, but not as one that would kneel down and blow pipes just for a raise, but rather she became a mistress of illusions. The shimmering pink flower was what they called her. Mebuyuki was a great Junin, even though ninjutsu wasn't much for her and taijutsu was learned more out of self-defense than anything. Despite her looks, the woman was reputed to never be able to keep down a life partner, with each one either being too timid to object to her or too brash to take her opinions lying down. She never really focused on relationships when she was an active kunoichi, but rather saw most of the men around her as ways to satisfy her ever so ravenous hunger for sex. Minato Namikaze was different though. He was a man that embodied all the positives in the universe, in her eyes, and she saw that he could never do any harm. The pink-haired woman had gotten into many fights with Kushina over who was the better woman for him until the redhead later won. His marriage though never stopped the Haruno's shameless advances. Her image of Minato was destroyed when he had summoned her and a few others to her office and informed them that they were all going to be in a fake retrieval mission. Kidnappers had taken his children, Naruto and Naruko, and they were to try their best but ultimately fail. While in truth it was their godfather that had taken them to be trained to be Konoha best tools. His reason for this. The man didn't even bother to hide the venom welling up in his very being. He hated with children with a burning passion. Against popular opinion, Mebuyuki loved children. She had always wanted a child of her own, but soon it had carefully ruled out that prospect when it had been discovered that her womb had been damaged. No explanation came up, but Mebuyuki had a faint idea what had killed her chances of bearing children, despite always begging her sex partners to dump it in. She didn't want to relive those memories. Because of the hate of the Yondaime, she retired from being a kunoichi, against the latter's wishes, and became a civilian councilwoman in charge of traveling merchants that were born in Konoha. The pink-haired woman found Sakura in the orphanage. A tiny little girl of 5 years old with a mop of dirty pink hair and bright green eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The girl looked so much like her that she felt that the heavens had heard her cries for a child and dropped down an angel. Sakura was everything Mebuyuki ever wanted in a child, smart, but not a prodigy, adorable and stubborn as a rock, but only when it came down to living or dying, and Sakura had that in spades. Sakura was a smart girl, she was not a prodigy, so the proud mother wasn't surprised that her adopted daughter became Kunoichi of the Year, much like her. Though the mother wasn't too happy to hear that her daughter was having trouble making or keeping friends in the academy, she still found the willpower to hope. The woman was in her early 40s, but she was still good friends with her former teammates, so she banked on her Sakura making friends with her teammates. The woman happily switched into the room holding a gleaming pot of ramen in one hand and another pot full of roasted pork meat. She didn't particularly like the food choice her daughter's teammates had asked for, but she was just too happy to hear her child was making friends. The retired kunoichi dropped the pot in the middle of the table and spun around the table, serving the children food as she passed them and leaving the air with the scent of her rose petal shampoo. It was like her every movement was similar if not the same as a professional ballerina dancing. Smooth, fluid and in control. Before they knew it, she spun on her toes and sat down gently onto the seat at the head of the table. Sakura glared at her and coughed heavily. Ahem. Mebuki, who was about to swallow a forkful of ramen, paused and looked at her daughter, who was subtly nodding over her shoulder to the front door. The woman slowly lowered her fork of food. She was going to spend an extra hour in her private gym just to burn it out of her body, and grinned evilly. Sakura's green eyes remained defiant and insistent. Ahem. I'll have you know, Sakura, that I quite enjoy eating food too. The poor girl was now in a coughing fit. Akahem gakahem. The woman pouted. Fine, if you need me, she sniffled and sharply looked away. I'll be organizing my underwear. Anyone want to join me? Mama. Mebuki cackled at how red-faced her daughter became. I was joking. She was about to leave, but stopped when the son of the Yondaime spoke. Lady Haruno. Yes, Minato Jr. Junior is fine. Then please call me Mebuki. Lady Haruno was my mother's name. Sakura groaned and slumped into her chair in embarrassment. Ugh, Mama. The blonde mini-clone of the fourth Hokage nodded. I wish to ask you some questions. But Junior, this is supposed to be a team dinner. No outsiders. Don't mind her, she's just salty she hasn't hit her growth spurt yet. This time the girl didn't groan but rather sat up and lifted her chin stubbornly. She would hit that spurt when she was good and ready, damn it. Sai pursed his lips and looked to his teammate, then he said. Is that so? His empty eyes suddenly became much too amused and his grin was stretched painfully wide. As a matter of fact, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't think her lack of chest would be the cause. He chuckled when the girl faced him with fire in her eyes. Meanwhile her mother giggled into her hands. Junior cleared his throat. Just a few questions. She sat down. Ask away. The boy wasted no time. What happened on the retrieval mission you went on 10 years ago with the Yondaime, Ibiki Morino and Inoki Yamanaka? Can I have the details? The mission had happened 13 years ago and it was still as S-rank as it ever was, but Junior removed the file from inside his jacket and placed on the table, beside his food. Is it true that you, and I quote, accidentally cast an illusion over Minato that threw off his aim? Her lips tightened and her eyes fought not to harden at how similar the boy looked to his father. He didn't behave like Minato Sr., but he was as critically as his father. Well. The silence that came after was deafening. The retired Junin's eyes became large like dinner plates and she unconsciously reared back a little. I'm sorry, I have an errand to run. She stood up and left the room in a flurry of clothes. Junior narrowed his eyes. Was that guilt? Sai and Sakura shared a look as the boy kept his eyes on where the Haruno mother had sat. Oh. 2 hours 20 minutes later. The Forest of Death. There was very little that could be hidden from the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan king stopped before the gates in front of the forest. He bent his right knee and leaped over the gate in one quick movement. As he landed inside, he immediately faced his black with red ringed eyes on a tiger twice as large as any normal man. On seeing the eyes of the person that entered the forest, it scampered away, whining like a cat that lost its food. The king scoffed and began walking forward, a single red-haired teen with the most evil eyes the animals had ever seen. It was like his whole body glowed with an ethereal black light, attracting eyes but being too scary to actually be approached. The trees soon became too dense for the faint moonlight to penetrate and light up his path, but Naruto's eyes glowed in the dark, something that made every leaf in a 20-feet radius around his quiver and every tree bow towards him. The world became brighter in his eyes, and the light green specks of light that glittered inside the trees, their nature chakra, gave him the light he needed to tread forward. He stopped before a tree with absolutely no green light flowing in it, and he placed his right palm on the trunk before him. There was a long, low hiss as his hand pushed forward. His eyes shone with delight as the whole tree fell apart to reveal a 10-feet-long metal cylinder that looked to be about 4 feet wide, just about as wide as the tree was before it was taken down and used as a cover. The leaves and chunks of bark on the ground shuffled aside by his gravity control, and he kept pushing forward. The hiss continued until a seal flared to life under his palm. There was a spurt of fire under his hand, but he suppressed his delighted laugh. The fire collected over the seal in a translucent, fairly flat bubble of light blue energy under Naruto's palm. The flat bubble steadily increased as the defensive seal kept pumping out more and more fire to scorch the intruder. There was no doubt the base was on fire with alarms, but he didn't really care, until the flat bubble became as large as his palm before he compressed it all into a single spinning ball of death that bore a close resemblance to a jutsu his father created. The king pushed the ball forward and the seal immediately gave out in a glorious shower of yellow and red sparks. A terrible grinding, cracking sound broke through the deathly silence of the forest as the king pushed the contained ball of concentrated fire onto the door of the hideout. A large panel opened up when the locks gave out under the tremendous heat, just about as tall as him, and he kept pushing forward with the fire in his hand until the door exploded outwards, throwing the door down a long flight of stairs into the blackness of nothing. Naruto pulled back his hand and held the orb of gathered fire, held together by the chakra-draining/containing ability of the Predator path of his Rinnegan. His black with red eyes looked down into the stairs before he tossed the ball of molten, super-compressed fire into it. The ball lifted up into the air and light up the darkness, like a torch. Naruto looked over his shoulder and multiple bursts of smoke later stood 5 grotesque-looking centipedes that wound as long as 20 feet with dripping poisonous teeth and Rinnegan eyes. The multiple-legged creatures gathered before the door and wound their bodies around the entrance as Naruto got inside, blocking the exit with their armor-like bodies, though two stood before the door to guard it against anyone that found a way to break past. Naruto didn't want any survivors. The Predapath suppressed bubble of fire lit up his path down the stairs. He wavered in place at the top of the stairs, deciding whether or not to simply fly down to meet the hundreds of ninjas awaiting him, with the prideful man, Shimura Danzo, refusing to retreat standing behind them. He ultimately decided not to, not because his eyes couldn't handle using more than two paths of the Rinnegan at a time. He could use all the paths if he wanted, but rather he wanted to enjoy this opportunity to erase one of the people he most hated in the world. Shimura Danzo, he could remember very vividly, always visited him and his sister during their time in Sound to supervise their conditioning by Orochimaru. The old man never failed to remind them that it was one of his dreams to one day have them as his tools as well as to become Hokage. If he had to kill Minato to do that, then so be it. Naruto began his steady, careful walk down the long flight of stairs. He and his sister, Naruko, hated the man with a passion because he stood by and supervised their torture and training. They also hated him because Danzo actively discussed his plans to become Hokage, killing Minato if necessary. That was what made both twins hate him even more. They wanted to kill their father. His sensory abilities allowed him to sense the increasing number of people waiting for his arrival. He focused even more and discovered that the network of tunnels was gradually becoming emptier since the people were waiting for him, except those that waited in a large, separate room, possibly as support. Root was an illegal organization that was founded by the old War Hawk himself, and Sai was a member of this organization. The king could remember what he told the two 5-year-olds 7 years ago, a whole 4 months after leaving Sound with the other former slaves. He had just assigned spies to the other main villages and a few other countries. He chose to use children because he planned for them to work their way up the rankings of the village and gain trust from the grassroots, garnering a good reputation and great trust among people. A smaller reason he used children most was because he had a distrust for adults, and this was understandable, though as months went by with his people he excluded the adults of his kingdom and those that served him on the ground. There were only a few adults among his spies, but they were mostly to work among the civilians. Despite being busy with their functions in other countries, Naruto ensured to call them all back, a handful at a time, to collect their rank under armor depending on their level of skill. The civilians were given bronze forearm, shin and shoulder pads that could blur out of sight, and the ninjas were mostly given silver ranks. Sai and his other spy were both silver ranked, and they always wore their under armor under their regular clothing disguised to look like their skin. Their rank was their pride. Yes, he remembered exactly what he told the two loyal children. I want you to be my eyes and ears in Konohamaku. I want you to gain trust among the populace, as much as humanly possible. You will support each other, be friends with each other, but if this gets in the way with your cover, then keep your association a close-kept secret. Your allegiance to me should also be a secret. Are you both now aware of what it means to be my spies? Yes, sir, they replied. If life in their cages as slaves had done anything for them, it was force them to grow up. Among the many that had swarmed around their new leader, hoping to be picked to serve as his spies, Naruto chose them because of their zeal. We will not disappoint you. I trust you will not. If there is any problems, do not hesitate to contact me or the division heads. We will extract you if it gets too perilous. We are very grateful, sir. He escorted them into the village and dropped them in the orphanage. The other spy was the first to be adopted. Technically, Sai was among those that Danzo had gathered back to his root base to serve as his operatives. Sai had disappeared from the radar for a few years, but his other spy kept him informed of what had happened. When Sai resurfaced, Naruto was made aware that the boy, then 11 years old, had risen through the root ranks and was now among the 3 right-hand men for Danzo. Why had Danzo's brainwashing not worked on Sai? The answer was very simple. Both spies were fanatically loyal to Naruto, much like everyone in his kingdom. This had kept their minds on track. The root operative was currently on a secret mission to Hidden Mist to investigate a claim a traveling salesman made that the village was now ultimately in the command of a great kingdom full of powerful warriors and a king that was as revered as a god. It was minutes after his dinner that he had been sent on the mission by Danzo. The king could hear the deep regret in the voice of the younger teen that he was not around to meet him, but Naruto reassured the boy that it was fine. All he needed was where he could find Danzo. The boy went above and beyond by telling Naruto where all 5 entries and exits of the hidden base was, the approximate size and the exact number of ninjas currently in the base. A few root had gone on a separate mission to Demon Country to steal an ancient artifact, but besides them, and Sai's team on their way to Kiri, the others were still inside the base. The information was more than enough for the Rinnegan King. Naruto stopped 10 steps above the ground floor and mentally shifted his floating orb of fire far behind him. The orb enlarged to form a large bubble that covered the exit, which also sent light down to shine in the dimly lit area and blocked their exit. Filled with dozens of root ninjas, he looked over the still forms of all the white masked ninjas and saw an open door, where even more ninjas waited in an even bigger room. The redhead smirked darkly. The black with red ringed Rinnegan pulsed and all the bodies of the ninjas in the area locked up, standing stock still and in attention. He lifted his right hand up, palm open and facing the ground, and their feet followed suit by lifting off the ground. They didn't even have the bodily control to struggle against his powerful hold. When his hand was shoulder level and suddenly closed his hand into a light fist, and all of the levitating ninjas shot together into the middle of the room, crashing against each other in a floating ball of limbs. Then Naruto clenched his fist tighter and the push of gravity became too much for any human body. Blood exploded from their bodies and painted the walls and ground red, though never meeting the master of the Rinnegan. The bodies kept being crushed together, loud cracks echoed through the dim area and shot through the air of the room behind them as bones broke. Naruto's smile twitched up, but only a little, as he increased the power of the air around them. This finally led the ball of bleeding flesh to turn into thick red paste, full of human bones and fairly intact organs. Naruto flicked his hand over his shoulder and sent the ball of blood into the orb of fire behind him, commanding the thick black smoke to blow it up the flight of stairs so that the smell wouldn't irritate him. The Pretapath-controlled ball of fire fizzled and sputtered as the blood finally finished entering it, exiting as nothing more than thick pungent air. He suspected that the animals of the forest would catch the scent and run to the cause. It was what he wanted. The ball of fire kept bubbled but never pouring out of the containment sphere, which wasn't controlled by the Deva Path, which controlled attractive and repulsive gravitational forces, but rather the Pretapath, which allowed Naruto to suck out as much chakra as he wanted from anywhere or anyone, and also a myriad of other abilities. Naruto began his walk to the other root ninjas. This'll be fun. Needless to say that regardless of the ruthless training regimen of the ninjas, they were very much unprepared to face the might of the Rinnegan King. Oh 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 oh. The chase much more amusing than he thought. After he walked into the room with the next wave of root operatives, with his arms crossed and his Rinnegan eyes shining with hidden humor, the ninjas crashed down on him in waves of black, all in a flurry of metal and limbs to kill the intruder that had infiltrated their base. When they were close to him, about 3 feet away, the world spun to a slow crawl until it moved much slower than a pregnant snail. He could see each and every blank masked man and woman that rained down on him with the intent to end his life. He counted exactly 65 root operatives. The teen uncrossed his arms but kept his and his shoulders hunched over as his arms disconnected from his shoulders for the briefest of moments. His head lowered and looked to the ground, throwing his shaggy red hair over his eyes and hiding them in deep blackness. Quick as a flash he lifted his eyes and his Rinnegan flashed mightily, so much so that despite the pause in all motion there was a fast thud around his feet, heavily suppressed so that all of Konoha wouldn't feel it but not the whole base. He lifted both of his arms, fists tightly clenched and facing his sides. Then from his fists bright blue, scorching hot lasers fired around him. He moved them as he blasted the lasers about, cutting through each shinobi with ease until he abruptly stopped and brought his arms back to his body, crossing his forearms over his chest and shutting his eyes in concentration. Naruto threw his arms open as he opened his eyes. The world began moving at its normal pace once again as the teen muttered, "Almighty push." The whole riddled shinobi around them gasped out blood from out of their mouths in the shock they could not hold down. The air around Naruto vibrated violently and surged outwards in a bubble of extra thick air, throwing the root ninjas back and into the walls with enough force to bash their brains in their skulls into mush. A few though blasted out of the room and into the next room, as spacious as the Chunin exam stadium. They collided against their surprised comrades and summarily died from the number of thin holes in their bodies. The Rinnegan King continued his easy stroll forwards, each step sending terrible tremors through the base, though the seals holding the place up and keeping it from being felt in Upper Konoha. The thudding became louder and heavier as he approached the arena until it stopped abruptly with him standing at the door with his hands to his side. He regarded the gathered, tense ninjas that numbered close to 7 dozen and as far as 25 feet away from him. All of them stood in fighting stances, tightly gripping their weapons or their fists. It was silent for a few minutes, until "Kill him," a voice he suspected was Danzo's reverberated around the whole fighting area. Naruto smirked and ran to them, his head low and his arms flying behind him in a classic ninja run, as they also ran to him as well. As he neared him he leaped high into the air and landed in the middle of the fray. His fist shot out and caved in the face of a shinobi. He slapped a sword aside, causing the blade to slice open the throat of another ninja and sent a spinning kick to the swordsman that flung the receiver far across the room. The king caught a blow with his right palm and dragged the root closer, tripping him with a smooth sweeping of his legs so he lay sprawled on his face and using his limp body as a shield against a deadly fire jutsu. Naruto threw the dead ninja in his grips away and drove his fist again into the torso of another, making blood blast out of his mouth. The Rinnegan holder broke the left knee of another ninja with a wicked kick and dragged the ninja again to be his shield against a barrage of shuriken. He drove his elbow up the chin of a ninja, grabbed the face of another one that thought his back was open and brought it down to meet the ground in a earth-trembling slam. His palms raced forward and palms struck the chest of 4 root operatives, leaving deep dents above their hearts, and he allowed them to fall as he faced other black ops. As he smoothly flowed under 7 sword stroke that threatened to cleave off his head, his Rinnegan eyes flashed multiple times as they looked around with many quick flicks. This time he wasn't slowing down time in his eyes but rather masterfully making use of his ability to see chakra and his limited ability to predict or anticipate an opponent, not unlike the Sharingan. His eyes flipped around without him turning his head to look behind him as well. The incredibly powered Rinnegan in his eyes pulsed 7 times in the span of half a second, flashing over all the remaining ninjas, still about 60 in number. The king clenched his fist and stepped on the foot of a ninja with enough strength to flatten it, throwing the screaming ninja above his head to slam into the ceiling like an arrow. The man's body hung limply like a grotesque chandelier. He grabbed hold of the flak jacket of a ninja that came at him with a kunai wrapped with 3 seal bombs, a mass suicide attempt because the tremendous blast would take out dozens around him in the process. He ripped the blade out of his hand, pulled out two, shoved them into the ninja's mouth, breaking the mask in the process, cracking his elbow up to shut his mouth up and sending a heart-stopping punch to his heart to fling him away as he threw the kunai in another direction behind him. Bee-boo. Light flooded the room, and despite the arena being very well lit, it still blinded those that were unprepared for it and blew apart those in its blast radius from both bombs. He slid away a small step and his foot cracked against the head of a rude ninja that attempted to ambush him from beneath him, breaking his neck cleanly, and with another kick he decapitated him and the flying head bashed into the head of another shinobi. He shifted his shoulder aside and dipped his fingers into the shuriken pouch of his last attacker with blurring speed, far surpassing the man, grabbing a fistful of standard shuriken and jamming his fingers into neck of the person he took the shuriken from, severing his neck bone cleanly. He brandished the shuriken in his fingers and peppered them in a small crowd of ninjas. Naruto puffed out a breath and stood up straight again. His Rinnegan looked around and he smirked at the dead bodies surrounding him, bleeding corpses that were twisted in painful positions. More than a few of them were headless or were scorched from the bomb. The king dusted down his red shirt with his metal-armored fingers and continued his steady walk towards a stunned Danzo, who after witnessing one teenager take out a room of about 86 professional, highly trained rude ninjas began to seriously question his own chances. The man stumbled away from the eerily calm bearer of the Rinnegan, never really taking a good look, much to Naruto's disappointment. The elder hobbled with his cane into the other room and Naruto followed after at his own leisurely pace. He still had about 10 minutes before the King of Hell would fully heal his sister, and even still the monkey and drill-beak bird summons were keeping careful guard of them. He could even see through their eyes, which would have been a great disadvantage given that he was very busy at the moment, but he could switch to as many fields of vision he wanted without disrupting his own normal vision. He wanted to bring back his sister so much it was painful, but he also wanted one of the top 5 most hated people in his list to suffer terror before he died. The master of the Rinnegan deftly picked up a tanto that jutted out of the ground with his right hand and twirled it in his fingers, before he flicked it to his right, flinging off the caked-up blood spattered on it. His obsidian boots, connected to the equally black armor under his clothes, splashed through the small puddles of blood and then the black scuff marks caused by one of the bombs. He slashed across 2 ninjas and stepped over their leaking bodies. His new weapon shot forward and sliced through the heart of a ninja. He unsheathed his blade and pushed the dead ninja aside. His left hand came forward and grabbed the ninja by his neck as he fell down from the ceiling. His blade blurred forward into the root ninja's stomach an uncountable number of times as Naruto stared deeply into the dying man's eyes through the eye holes of the other's mask. He discarded the profusely bleeding man over his shoulder and threw the tanto in front of him, slicing through the hearts of 4 ninjas before pinning a 5th ninja into the wall. He walked around the lifeless shinobi to Danzo. The one-eyed elder had finally found his bravery and stood in the very last training ground, his eyes looking down on the far superior eyes of the king. The elder was standing a few short feet away from the wall. Naruto stopped 10 feet away from him and cocked his head to the side. "Do you know who I am?" The man narrowed his eye, then they became slightly wide. "I thought you were dead. I still have a lot to live for." The council elder glared. "Then you made the mistake of coming here, brat." Naruto opened his arms, motioning at the carnage that he had left in his wake. "I assumed that this would be more than enough to quell your pride, but I should not be surprised. You are always an old fool." His black with red ringed eyes glowed after his last words. Danzo snarled and clenched his walking stick, pointing it at Naruto, and a short blade slid out of the base. "You still do not know what respect means, even after all the conditioning. I knew I should have pressed harder to take you and your sister from that vile snake." He spat, getting angrier at the small smile on Naruto's face. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. "We both hated you, you know, me and my sister. We wanted to hang your guts all over Konoha and dance on your heart. You both were and still are weak." Then a realization hit the old warhawk and he smirked evilly at Naruto. "Oh yes, that filthy sister of yours was killed, was she not?" Suddenly all the amusement left Naruto's godly eyes and the teen slowly cocked his head to the side, staring at the older man with hollow eyes. "I watched the video of that snake slicing her throat. Your screams were simply amusing." He licked his lips and Naruto remained still, though his Rinnegan glowed even brighter and the lights around dimmed a little, though the man did not notice since he was too invested in his story. The funniest part of that was when she said you shouldn't worry about her. The man chuckled in a deep voice, the sound resonating around the room full of corpses. The king's red-ringed eyes glazed over and his lips twitched downwards. "She was more worried about what would happen to you than herself. Only a naive child would do that." He coughed as an invisible hand wrapped around his throat. He hacked and clawed at his neck, dropping his cane as he did so, but struggled even more when he felt no physical hands choking him. Naruto walked to the gasping man, forcing Danzo down onto his knee and his hands forced to support his body from crashing into the ground. "You just called my sister naive." His right foot shot forward and cracked against the chin of the elder, making his head bounce against the wall and slammed back into the ground. "She was the light of my life." His voice became deeper with each word he spoke, shaking the underground bass heavily. This time he kicked the elder's chest and the man grunted out a choke as he again crashed into the wall and back onto the ground. "She was my soul." He kicked the man's chest again and Danzo smashed into the wall once again and fell onto his face, almost lifeless. Naruto grabbed the back of the elder's head and lifted him off the ground, his eyes more than angry. "Your soul will be the price I pay to get her back. You should be glad your worthless existence would bring back my angel." The holder of the Kyuubi's chakra drove his fist into the man's stomach, never releasing the gravity hold around the older man's neck, and bashed the man's weakened body against the wall hard enough to leave a dent. The limp body of the former head of the now-defunct underground organization slowly lifted into the air and followed after Naruto as the teen flew out of the base towards the cemetery. As the air ripped against the cheeks of the teen, Naruto tapped his ear, mentally ordering the centipedes that wrapped around the tree to allow the wild animals of the forest into the base to eat up the bodies of the dead ninjas. "Patch me over to Sai." "Yes, my lord." A second later and he heard a low voice reply. "Sai here, my lord." He could hear the root ninja fall onto one knee from the dry leaves that crinkled around him. "I want you to kill the root operatives with you. Find as many as possible and kill them as well. Make sure you take care of their bodies. I give you 3 days." "That would be more than enough, my lord Naruto. I swear on my life to complete this mission." He could hear the spy in Konoha draw a kunai from his pouch with a slick ping. "Will there be anything else, my lord?" "Yes, I want you to remain in Konoha to look after my brother. When the time comes you and the other spy would meet up with those in the Akatsuki, but for now remain unsuspicious." He shot out of the exit of the organization, a sign for the wild animals to surge in and take control of the newly made feeding ground. His centipedes disappeared in 5 puffs of smoke, though Naruto kept flying with Danzo's body through the trees towards the Konoha graveyard. "Your wish is my command, my king." Naruto disconnected. There was a niggling feeling in him that Sai was already taking care of his former comrades. The king skidded to a stop in the grave, tousling the ground and making a few of the tombstones tilt backwards at the force. Naruto didn't spare Danzo with a comfortable landing. The older retired ninjas' bodies soon came after and crashed into a tree. Naruto looked at the crumpled form of the once proud leader of Root. 2 monkeys emerged from their hidden positions around the head of the King of Hell and grabbed the old man by his shoulders. Naruto's eyes narrowed as his Rinnegan saw the chakra network of the man. He nodded and the monkey gripping Danzo's right shoulder reached over and ripped out the eye hidden under the white bandages, making Danzo's grunt loudly in pain. Naruto nodded again and the other monkey ripped out the wood release, Hashirama arm clean out of its socket, leaving him with only one arm and heavily bleeding from his missing eye. Naruto frowned as he saw the seal lying in wait to activate after Danzo had died. Orochimaru was the one that gave Danzo the seal. He didn't care. Naruto faced the King of Hell head holding his sister's body and clapped his hand, the sound echoing around the cemetery like a death bell. He flipped through a set of 10 hand seals before ending with Ram. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. The same cloud of darkness that covered the head of the King of Hell swirled into sight again and a single demonic red eye looked down on Naruto as a pure white head with no nose but with small Rinnegan eyes rose up from the ground behind Naruto who still held the Ram hand seal. The great mouth of the head behind Naruto unzipped and opened wide, leaning its head back as if it was cackling to the heavens. The monkey summons dragged the limp body of the councilman to Naruto. Naruto grabbed hold of Danzo's head with his left hand, releasing the hand seal to do so, and titled his head down to look into the eyes of the warhawk. "Are you afraid, Danzo?" Before he could get a reply he took off his hand, ripping out the soul of the warhawk with it. Not wanting to waste any more time Naruto lifted the soul in his hand and threw it into the mouth of samsara of heavenly life. The darkness above the King of Hell hummed in pleasure. "Now that hit the spot. Give her to me," Naruto ordered and the Shinigami laughed. "Fine," and he disappeared in a swirl but only leaving a small ball of light. All the monkeys and the drill-beak bird bowed as the soul drifted downwards and entered through the top of the King of Hell's head. Naruto allowed the head behind him to return back to the underworld. The king slowly approached the head, his breathing getting more hurried but his legs nervous to keep moving him forward. It was an hour now and he knew her body was now fully healed. The mouth opened and the brightest, happiest purple eyes sparkled from the darkness in it. Tears slipped out of Naruto's eyes and fell down his cheeks as he saw them, also seeing the familiarity in her eyes as well. She remembered who he was. He stopped where he was and tried to blink out the tears in his eyes. He rubbed at his tears with his wrist and froze when warm hands gently reached up and held his cheeks. He looked up through his hair, trying to hide the wetness in his eyes, into a brightly smiling face. "Why are you crying, bro?" The girl that spoke looked to be about his age, with flawlessly pale white skin and straight long red hair that went down to her lower back, straight bangs over her forehead a bit above her sparkling, bright purple eyes and 2 big strands of hair curving down longer past her chin as a fang-like fringe, framing her face delicately. Her facial features were just as he remembered them, albeit a bit more mature, a delicate nose that crinkled every time she was angry or nervous and small lips that could stretch wide into a toothy grin. She wore a neat, armless red dress that flowed down just a bit above her knees, a dress that allowed her smooth skin to show in all its pale glory. Though she had no shoes, it didn't stop her from approaching him like before. Naruto's shoulders hunched and looked to the ground, sniffling. "I'm not crying." There was a tinkling giggle from the person. She knew how stubborn they could be. "Yes, you were." Her voice was smoother and a bit deeper than when they were younger but still familiar to the Rinnegan King. Her body merely ran through the years she was supposed to be if she had been alive, 16 years old. She was exactly the same height as him with the same body type, the only difference being her waist-length straight red hair and her more feminine bodily and facial features. She gasped in surprise when Naruto wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. "I missed you, sis." Naruto smiled softly and hugged her brother back, nuzzling her nose into his neck and inhaling deeply. I missed you too, bro. So much. The siblings sat down on the ground, prompting the King of Hell to return back to the underworld, and chatted happily with each other for the rest of the night. Naruto still had something to do in Konoha before he had to travel to Hidden Rain, but for now he wanted to catch up with his formerly dead twin sister. That night, a large, true smile spread on Naruto's face, mirrored on Naruko's face, as they talked and talked with their fingers laced together. A heavy grumble interrupted them and the girl blushed heavily as Naruto snorted at her embarrassment. I mean, you have been dead for 7 years. She puffed out her cheeks cutely and watched as he removed his right hand from hers and drew out a scroll from a segment storage seal on his obsidian armored wrist and dropped it onto the ground. He kicked it open lightly and there were multiple bursts of smoke. His smile increased at the wide-eyed look of his sister as she saw the assortment of food sitting neatly on the scroll, ranging from roasted turkey to beef to salads to a large stack of cinnamon rolls. Never in her life had she seen this much food. I brought this in case. She looked at him with teary eyes. Thank you, bro. Don't worry about it. He let go of her hand and she pounced onto the food like a ravenous wolverine. Chapter 9. 8:14 a.m. Sunagaku no Sato. Naruto's godfather always told Naruto and Naruko of his plans to create a specialized group of ninjas that were to personally serve under him as his enforcers. He called them his Sound Four, though the group was never really created because the Snake Man wanted to take his time to pick out who would be in the group. He chose to use 4 of the slaves he was brainwashing, namely Saken, Yuken, Kidomaru, Tayuya and Jirubo. At that time Naruto and his sister were 8 and the chosen 4 were 6. The 3 males were fairly easy to mold, but Tayuya was a girl that was known to have a very thick skull and a stubborn attitude that far surpassed anything Orochimaru ever thought to see. She would spit venom and shriek mercilessly if she was being dragged into the conditioning room, never sitting still to listen or watch those that were hypnotizing her. It was remarkable that she had kept up this attitude for 2 years while the boys broke after 6 months. Even with this, the Snake Man yearned to have the girl loyal to him for the reason that her strong mental resolve would make her a good servant, so to accelerate this he administered what he called the cursed mark of heaven on all 4 candidates. Dark brown eyes squinted through binoculars and the owner of the pair of eyes made sure that she was stock still on her stomach, her whole body hidden under a camo blanket spread at the top of a roof of an apartment complex. Her shaded binoculars were peering off a building in a position that made sure that the sun didn't ping off the glass eyes while still keeping her hidden from sight. Under the camo blanket and the light layer of sand that had blown on her blanket from hours of lying in the same position was a girl that looked to be about 14 years old wearing ANBU grade brown and white desert camo pants, a midriff light brown shirt with shiny silver under armor covering her body underneath her clothes, from her fingertips to the very base of her chin to her toes, where she wore heavy looking silver boots that were in fact very light for the trained ninja and also connected to her silver rank under armor. Around her nose and her mouth was a long desert camo scarf to block out the sand that wanted to enter her nose, and her blood-red hair fell down her shoulders, but a long, thin bang fell down between her eyes and touched her chin with white bandages tightly wrapped around her forehead. Her hair didn't distract her though, even as she squeezed her binoculars, zooming in on her target. Beside her was one of her weapons of choice, of which she had 2, a 7-foot-long black barrel with a handle and a trigger. It had a long, powerful scope at the top with a grip at the bottom close to the trigger and 2 stands at the front, a foot away from the nozzle. Stacked at the side of the weapon were 3 cartridges full of 6-inch long blue and black senbon and another stack beside that one with gold and red senbon. The second weapon weighed 50 pounds and that was without adding the powerful scope and the cartridges. It was made up of strong irons and plastic, but the girl had been trained to heft it expertly. She even had a long brown bag to hold the weapon, which was usually slung on her back if she was to move. Her master had it made, inspired from a plan Orochimaru had. He called it a sniper rifle, the only one in existence so far. The silver-ranked spy of the King of Sukai was observing the Sand siblings as they sat in the Kazekige's office and discussed what they had discovered concerning the recently invaded countries. Temari was waving the letter in the air as she yelled. The spy read her lips. This King of Sukai sounds like a dangerous guy, but he's ordering us to submit to him. Gaara sighed and rubbed his forehead tiredly. They had been in his office for the past 3 hours, yelling about what to do with the new piece of information they got from their ninjas in spring. The Sukai forces were one of the most powerful he had ever heard of. It was providence that the king didn't order for the deaths of everyone there, including his citizens. That would have been a big mess. Temari, sit down. The girl sat back in her chair in a huff and threw the crumpled letter to Gaara. Are you saying you are just going to lie down and let this guy walk all over you? I did not say I will lie down for anyone, but will you deny you haven't heard from the reports what this man and his army of, and I quote, monsters can do? People tend to exaggerate when their lives are in danger. Kankuro, who had formerly been busy tinkering with one of his puppets, cut his sister off without looking at her. I was there, you know. Both of his siblings shut up after being reminded of this fact. After their brother had returned from a simple rank escort mission to Spring and encountering the Sukai forces, he had never been the same. He had described what happened to him. He had been taking a walk through the market before he had to return home, but then dark figures dropped down from the sky and surrounded him. Before he could bring out his puppet, he felt a vicious punch to the back of his head that knocked him to the ground but not out cold. He heard the soldiers around him say that they recognized him as the brother to the Kazekage and that their lord Naruto would not be pleased if an emissary of the Sand was killed. So they picked him up by his arms and forced him to watch as they skillfully took over the village, receiving little to no resistance. Temari and Gaara were concerned. All Kankuro had been doing was fixing and improving his puppet arsenal. The puppeteer then said, one of the ninjas, he said that he didn't care if he had to soak the ground with blood, as long as it made their king happy he would do it, without hesitation. He slowly looked to his silent brother and sister, his eyes haunted and wide. They laughed, they killed people like they were squashing flies and they laughed. Gaara coughed. Kankuro, how about you go and rest at home, we can handle this. Here the puppeteer dropped his tools. Handle this. 2 hours of bickering with the council and 1 hour bickering without the council and you're handling it. He stood up and put his foot down. No, I will not go home and rest, that monster is coming. I don't have time to rest. His body quivered with suppressed emotion. The eavesdropping spy smirked and mentally praised her king. Damn, sir, you've got this guy pissing in his fucking panties. She giggled under her breath and adjusted her binoculars. 3 hours of spying and she still wasn't tired. She had been through worse as training in the Tsukai Academy and once she had been buried in scalding hot sand by Orochimaru as an experiment. This was nothing to her. She felt a buzz in her ear and she tapped it twice. Who's this? I'm fucking busy. Well, fucking busy, this is Shinokora. The voice of the king's personal maid spoke back to her in a smooth, almost even amused voice. The foul-mouthed girl beamed as she squinted into her binoculars. Oh hey there, bitch, how's it going? I'm good, oh hey, I'm coming over to visit. The soul of the fox in human form said idly, already anticipating the outburst, but the outburst was more muffled because the spy wanted to keep her presence hidden. What the hell, the girl said hotly, grinding her teeth to hold down her voice. You old as all hell piece of beetle dung, why the fuck are you coming here? She didn't particularly hate Shinokora, she would admit she was salty that the maid was closer to the king than she was and this was a big sore spot for her. It mostly was that she didn't want the combat maid to throw her off her concentration. The spy could basically feel the pride of the maid as she said the next words. Our master sent me here to assist you. Don't you dare lie to me with his name. She spat. I will never lie with master's name. The fox spat back, infuriated that the girl would even think that. She regained composure and straightened her clothes, the standard uniform for a platinum-rank soldier of the Tsukai Kingdom, Combat Maids Department of the Civilian Division. The sly fox smirked. You're just jealous master allows me into his confidence. She then gave an exaggerated pan. He lets me into more than his confidence, little girl. Listen here you old hag, if master wanted me in his bedroom then all he has to do is ask. He even gave me my rank himself. Do you get me you nasty ass cum slut? Lord Naruto trusts me. She clenched the binoculars tightly. Now if I see you here, you motherfucking bitch in heat, then. Then what? Shinokora whispered into the red-haired girl's right ear, making the spy throw down her binoculars and whip out a senbon from her wrist to hold it to the higher-rank woman's throat. The fox giggled and swiped the needle from the girl's hand and stabbed it into the roof under them. How did you get in here? The spy whispered, gritting her teeth in rage as she gingerly picked up her binoculars and continued her observation of the Sand siblings. The blanket she had been lying under was a creation from a collaboration between the Fuinjutsu Division and the Espionage and Infiltration Division, where the material was thick but not heavy and filtered cool air or warm air depending on the environment to those under it. It was littered with subtle chakra suppression seals to perfectly hide the presence of those under it from detection and for the most part sensors. The material had 5 layers to it, the middle layer of which held the brunt of the seals and the outer layers to filter in the temperature and make the spy under it more comfortable. Like now it was fairly cool under the blanket instead of being in blistering heat. The blanket was standard issue for every Tsukai spy. Other standard issue equipment was the binoculars, senbon launchers, senbon cases to hold the senbon, quick cooking ration packets and a few other smaller things. Spies were meant to be long-range experts and they were trained to be so. The rifle the girl had with her was the only one in existence and Naruto wanted it to be so because it would give the secretly fragile and insecure girl a feeling of individuality. Naruto knew each and every one of his people and what they needed and in order for them to better serve him he needed to make them aware that he could also care for them. Now the Shinokora the platinum rank had found a way under the blanket. The older redhead lay on her back and propped her hands behind her head, looking at the spy beside her with playful eyes. Magic, that's how. Don't fuck with me, damn hag. I won't, was the sharp response. Fuck you. I thought you said I shouldn't. The maid covered her mouth when a cackle bubbled out, the blanket's silencing seals were not airtight. The red-haired spy though was not amused. Just shut it, and don't get in my way. Since Naruto had sent her then she would have to tolerate Shinokora. But seriously, is there anything to report? The spy was quiet, until the older redhead prodded her cheek. Tayuya. The girl named Tayuya hissed and looked at the maid from the corner of her eyes. They're leaning more on tearing up the letter. Stupid dickheads. The fox nodded in agreement and relaxed a bit more. Does Lord Naruto want me to put them down as soon as the letter is shredded? He ordered us to wait 6 days, 5 days as of today, before we can take care of them. Didn't Division Head you of Espionage and Infiltration tell this to all spies in a general order? I might have zoned out here and there. The fox only tutted at the girl's attitude. I heard you were with Lord Naruto in Lightning and Water Country. She said to make idle conversation as Kankuro was hit on the head with a battle fan by his sister because of how dark and gloomy he was getting. Yes, Master was very commanding. All three countries bowed to his might. As they should, Tayuya said. The simple fact was that all of Sukai Kingdom and its people were loyal without fault to their king. Tayuya was not an exception. When she was defiant about to Orochimaru and resisted with all her might to be controlled like a puppet, she worshipped the ground her master and her hero walked on. The girl had spent 3 years in the Sukai Kingdom's academy learning from the best teachers and had chosen to be a spy because she felt that it would best serve her master, seeing as spies were the ones that supplied the kingdom with useful information that further strengthened her new home. It was either that or she applied to be a maid or work in intelligence, but she could do neither because, for the former, she was not much for keeping a place orderly, her apartment in Suna could testify that, and for the latter she was not patient enough to sit through classes of code breaking, encryption, computer science and mathematics. Besides, spies were seen as a vital part of the kingdom's forces, and even though she was stationed to Suna and made to leave for her post 2 years after graduating from the academy, the years spent preparing for life in the desert as well as partial independence, she didn't regret her decision. I don't think Gaara's imperial defense can be brought down so easily, so you should probably take down Temari and her brother, leave Gaara for me. And what makes you so sure that I can't handle him and his siblings? His defense is automatic, even after losing the one-tails. The Senbon bullets loaded in the cartridges were strong compared to usual Senbon, able to cut through half a foot of pure, solid lead and still a few more inches of steel. The standard issue Senbon bullet for spies were not to be trifled with. The rifle too was able to shoot at impossible distances only regular long rangers could dream of, but even with these amazing combinations the bullet would still have a tough time penetrating the sand defense. We want this mission done quickly and cleanly, kill the leaders so that subduing the followers would be easier. That means we don't have any margin for a long drawn-out fight. No space for mistakes or fuck-ups. They had the option of forcing the fight far away from Suna, but for now they chose to do any assassinations on the spot and swiftly. Yeah, I get it. The spy to the king of Sukai said idly. After that we can go back to the kingdom, right? When it's all said and done, Lord Naruto has already assigned a civilian division to prepare for another celebration after the world has been conquered. Tayuya bit her bottom lip in excitement. With how everything is going, that'll happen for sure. Her fingers twitched on the binoculars, much too happy and jittery to stay in place. Lord Naruto sure knows how to make a plan, huh? The maid wholeheartedly agreed with the younger redhead. He has a plan for every outcome. The people of the kingdom saw their king as nothing less than a genius. They don't stand a chance. Tayuya grinned evilly. What about the Jinchuriki? One of the moles in that S-rank organization, the Akatsuki, told me when he was here that they have 4 beasts, and I heard that 2, 3 and 8 tails are in the kingdom now. King Naruto wants to turn them to his side, but if they remain adamant then it is just a simple matter of sealing them into more willing people. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people willing to have the beasts sealed in them, all for the sake of better serving their lord. So the 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6 tails are going to be resealed, but the 2 and 8 tails have a chance to live. The maid nodded. Damn. Shinokora chuckled. I know. Tayuya was about to make another comment but stopped. She scoffed and relaxed her arms, though not removing the field glasses. They signed the fealty agreement scroll. I was hoping to kill them. She sighed in disappointment. What now? We are to stay until the 5 days are up and watch them. If they decide to shred the agreement, then we take them down when the time comes. She shared a knowing look with the younger redhead. But don't worry, you can use your rifle or your flute later if Master sends us to Fire Country or to Earth Country. Both daimyos, Fire and Earth, had torn the letter to shreds, along with the Tsuchikage, Unoki, and the Hokage, Minato. A notification came up immediately after they did so, and those that worked in the intelligence and interrogation division noted them down, feeding the information to Naruto as the list piled up. At the moment Hidden Star, Hidden in the Darkness and Hidden Fang had shredded their letters, but Chill, Marsh, Waterfall and Hidden Tree villages, along with their respective country daimyos, signed their agreement scroll. Tayuya lovingly rubbed her hands on her gun. I want to use this puppy to blast holes in people, for our king. She finished and both nodded. Shinokora returned to making bored conversation and Tayuya went back to watching the Kazekage's office. S-rank library in the Kage's mansion. The Hokage's mansion. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire Country. You did what? A terrible yell rocked the Kage's mansion. A bored voice answered Jiraiya. I ripped it up. The Toad Sage grabbed his iconic spiky hair in tight fists and pulled it. Why would you do that? I don't make deals with the devil. Minato's bright blue eyes didn't bother to look up from the scroll littered on his desk. He tapped his sealing brush on his chin. That beast needs to be taken down. The Hokage's former teacher groaned and smashed his fist onto Yondaim's table, throwing off more than a few pieces of paper and tipping the ink pot across the others. Why didn't you wait for Kakashi's report? Why didn't you wait for me to get back to you? The Namikas glared at the older seal master. Last time I check, I am the Hokage. I make the decisions for this village. Me, not you, not the council, not even a fucking referendum. Both men stubbornly kept glaring at each other. That is, until Jiraiya sighed and slumped into a chair. You don't understand, kid. Naruto has the Rinnegan, the strongest of the 3 Dujutsu and the most powerful eyes on the planet. The eyes that can bring about creation or destruction of all life as we know it. The Toad Sage looked to the still glaring Hokage without fear. I trained a kid with the Rinnegan once, and I learned so much about it you won't even begin to understand, but I will try my best to break it down so it can get into your thick skull." He spat, fire broiling in his eyes and his teeth clenching. Minato's jaw tightened. Nagato had perfect control of his massive chakra reserves. He could easily control and master all 5 nature transformations, including the yin and yang release. Do you know how many years it Sarutobi sensei to master all 5? He didn't wait for a reply, nor was he going to get one, but the sage was far from caring as he yelled. It took sensei 10 years to truly master it, but Nagato had already mastered all 5 before I met him. And he was only 6 when I met him and the others. The Yondaim's lips tightened and his eyes hardened, still glaring hatefully at his teacher, who had disrupted what he had been doing by toppling the ink pot over his work. His Rinnegan was able to make use of 6 maybe 7 miraculous abilities he called paths, and each one was overpowered at best and mid-S rank at worst. His fucking weakest attack was fucking ripping out your soul. The younger Toad Summoner stood up in a flourish and walked away to another section of the library. Jiraiya hurried after him persistently. "If you think all that is going to change my mind. Naruto's Rinnegan is much more powerful than Nagato's," Jiraiya yelled as he threw his hands into the air in frustration. This news made the father of the king skid to a halt and scowl over his shoulder. "How do you know that? How are you so sure?" Jiraiya answered the questions with his own spitefully hurled questions. "Did you not watch the video? The reports? What more proof do you need? Naruto can pop heads with an idle thought." He placed a strong hand on Minato's shoulder. "Listen to reason, Minato." The blonde man shrugged off the white-haired man's hand and turned to him, jabbing his fingers into the older man's chest. "That shit stain is not a threat, he's just a pest that refuses to die." He pointed at himself and snarled, "I'll be the one to kill him." It looked like Jiraiya was about to explode over his student, but he barely contained himself. "And how do you plan on doing that? Naruto can use all 6 paths, has perfect chakra control, control of all 5 nature transformations, a naturally large chakra reserve, and he is pissed as all hell you threw him to that damn snake." Then a memory came to the sage and his shoulders slumped heavily at the mounting grave situation the world had suddenly found itself in. "You indirectly killed his sister. Everyone knows how much they loved each other, it was obvious." Jiraiya placed his hands over his eyes and rubbed them, deep regret immediately running over him like a stampede of bulls. The kids never did anything to him. Matter of fact, the little children were nothing but friendly anytime they saw him. No one wanted to be their friend, even their supposed babysitters Shisui and Itachi, but the kids still smiled. The whole village stayed away from him, but the twins still always smiled. They were being bullied by the kids and they still smiled. They behaved so much alike that they might as well be the same person. And Jiraiya had every opportunity to bring them closer, but he had allowed his student to throw them to the snake without any thought. The twins never demanded for friends. They had each other, and it was plain as day that that was more than enough. But Naruto had been killed in the most painful way a child should ever have to be put through, and Naruto had been made to watch. The white-haired man held a bookshelf for support and his eyes closed tightly to hold in the tears. Minato watched for a few seconds before he turned to the shelf on his right and began riffling through the books. If the village had only treated him better, this whole global threat could have been averted. "They are the reason the love of my life lost her mind," the Yondaime said in a low, solemn voice. "They are the reason Junior has to live without a mother." "No," the sage muttered as he cast a disgusted look to his student. "The one to blame is the person that unsealed the QB 16 years ago. The hate you have for those sweet children." He tapered to a stop at his own words and his eyes drooped as he continued. "The hate you have for that boy and that girl is unfounded, baseless, useless, and disgusting. They did not ask to be born. They did not ask for that man to attack. They never even asked to be given the 9 tails. They were just born into your hate. Now Naruto is dead and Naruto has the Rinnegan. Face it, Minato, he is the child of hate." Minato could hear slow footsteps walk closer to him but didn't turn back, keeping his eyes on the books with his hand frozen over one about sealing away Dujutsu. "The Toad Prophecy," the older ninja simply said. "Blood would soak the ground like a monster even the heavens cannot sate. Earth will tremble under the iron boots of the heralds of fate, who faithfully serve the master of every path. One who wields creation and destruction, but will be a god of wrath. The child of hate, sired by demons, blood and light. From the sky all will bow at his sight." It all made sense now. "I was always a skeptic when it came to prophecies anyway," Minato said frostily as he pulled out the theoretical book on sealing away Dujutsu. The only reply was a deep sigh. "Leave killing him to me, just take care of sending my message to every country that hasn't signed his damned agreement scroll." The man looked with disappointment at his student. "Hi, Lord Hokage." He made to leave but stopped and spoke without turning around. "What, of the Akatsuki? They already have 4-tailed beasts and I suspect they are the ones that took the 2, 3 and 8 tails. Surely we can't ignore that threat." The Yondaime too didn't spare a look at his former teacher. "At the moment they are far less important than the Tsukai kingdom and there," he ground his teeth and spat. "Their king. After we finish with them then we can go back to the Akatsuki." Jiraiya nodded slowly, sullenly, and left to his new mission of coercing the other countries to align with Konoha and Fire Country to fight the Tsukai kingdom. "I need to find a way to get a Harashin seal on him. His head would roll before he knows it," Minato thought as he dropped his books on a different table. He pulled out a fresh sealing scroll, a pot of ink and brush, and began refreshing himself on the more complex aspects of fuinjutsu. It wasn't that he had forgotten, it was that he wanted his son to die at all costs. There was no room for any mistakes. He had sent a letter to all the countries about meeting together for an alliance to fight the Tsukai kingdom. Now he had to wait for Jiraiya to return with the news. 8 p.m. Konoha's Psychiatric Institution for the Dangerously Insane. Konoha Hospital. Fire Country. Naruto adored her older twin, Naruto. Not because they were related and it was her obligation to, but because she genuinely loved him. If anyone was to look at them, even if they were in opposite sides of the room, then it would be plain as day that they were related. They were identical twins. The same height, an extremely similar body build, same shoe sizes, the same shade of red hair, the same shade of eyes, and this was something most identical twins didn't have, a shared mentality. Though there were slight differences in their behaviors or manners, the twins could more or less be seen as the same entity. Naruto's Rinnegan, and the buff of first absorbing Orochimaru's memory, didn't make him suffer to train his body or mind, and even if he did, it wouldn't make much of a difference on the surface because the Asura path, the path that could augment his body, kept his physique the same as every other average ninja, the only difference being his black with ringed eyes. This was the same with Naruto. Though her shoulders were slimmer and her hands and feet were slightly smaller, she was more or less the same build as Naruto. Their single-mindedness could not be emphasized enough. They could sit in a dark room and still find a way to have a long, silent conversation. Shisui, the playful Uchiha, had said that their twinness was too creepy to handle sometimes, and Itachi, the silent Uchiha, said that they essentially behaved like a married couple. Both Uchiha former babysitters strongly believed that the twins were always holding hands but with their souls. Hell, Shisui once ranted that they were born holding hands. The red-haired twins silently ran down the pristine and squeaky clean corridor of the psychiatric institution, their arms flying behind them and their heads lowered with narrowed eyes in concentration. With how the ninja and samurai arts came easily for Naruto given that he had an amped-up version of the most powerful jujutsu, Naruto was able to keep up with her brother fairly well because despite 7 years of being dead, her mind and body still had the memory of her training with their dead godfather. When she was 6, she was able to bench press 300 pounds due to the chemicals being pumped into her. Needless to say, she was capable of keeping up with her brother, but only to an extent. Like her brother, her chakra and her body was very different than those of regular people grounders. Like her brother, Naruto was a mutant. Though there should not be any misunderstanding, Naruto wasn't nearly as strong as Naruto, but the girl wasn't remotely weak either. They had broken into the psychiatric institution at night because that was when the patients were herded back into their rooms and security would be focused mainly on the entrances and exits, but the inside was left alone for the most part, only to be patrolled every once in a while. The doors were all muffled, but that was only because the patients were either strapped down to their beds, in straitjackets, or wore mouth guards to prevent them from biting their own tongues or biting others. In Naruto's opinion, the psychiatric institution back home was much better manned and even more humane. It was like Konoha had given up on restoring sanity to those that have lost it. He felt a pair of warm eyes on him and he turned to her, his black with red ringed eyes glowing back to her as he sent her a brief thumb up. The institution had 3 floors with a flight of stairs going upwards in a zigzag connecting all the floors. Currently the siblings were speeding through the 2nd floor upwards. They had gained entry simply by throwing an illusion over them to look like workers. Naruto hissed lowly and skidded to a stop behind a corner leading to a separate wing of the hospital reserved for special patients. Her brother stopped as well and hid across from her behind an open white janitor's room door. He looked at her and she flashed one finger at him, pointing it down to the ground and then over her shoulder. Naruto nodded, understanding that there was only one person approaching and that they should just take him out without necessarily killing him. Root was exterminated, Danzo was dead, and Tsunade was much easier to handle than he thought. Jiraiya wouldn't be any different, but he still wanted Konoha to put up a fight that would at least entertain him and his sister. Naruto didn't really mind. She was more used to listening and doing what he said, with just a few excepts when they non-verbally formed plans. Get them. Hurried panting could be heard in the forest behind the academy. 4 tiny feet quickly padded over the dry leaves, making their pursuers track them by the sound. The 2 prey being tracked ducked behind a tree, forced to separate their joined hands so that they could hide behind different tree, 3 feet apart. 2 bright purple eyes, large as dinner places and frantic like cornered wild animals, found themselves and they gulped. The male swallowed and tried to steal his gaze. His eyes mirrored off the female, his twin sister, and she added her own courage to the one he was trying to build. Their almost spiritual connection added this together, and the twins were now staring steely-eyed at each other. Naruto nodded and the girl closed her eyes lightly, before she opened them again and flashed 5 of her left fingers, closed her hand and flashed 2 more. 7 bullies. Naruto tapped his right fist on his left elbow twice and the girl tapped her knees. The boy replied with a clenched fist tapping his neck, his chin and then his groin. The girl wavered in place and Naruto sent the message again of what his side of the attack would look like. The girl eventually caved in. She didn't really like attacking bathing suit areas, but Naruto didn't really care about kicking groins. Naruto rolled her shoulders and clicked her heels. A pair of bright red, Sharingan eyes hidden above them furrowed and tried to decipher the quick succession of messages between the twins, but dropped it in favor of watching the agreed-upon plan unfold. Itachi and Shisui were exposed to the secret language only both siblings knew, and even as they compared it to standard sign language they still couldn't find much of a meaning behind the signals and motions. Naruto and Naruto counted down with their fingers. 3, 2, 1. Naruto's right elbow jutted out abruptly and crashed into the first bully's belly. He repeated it with his other elbow behind the boy's head to knock him out. The 3-year-old's movements were clumsy and very sloppy, but the Uchiha Junin could not deny how effective it was in taking out the 5-year-old boy. As Naruto slid back to his feet, Naruto thrust her fist into another bully's neck, scurried away from a blow and punched the other aggressor's chin. The leaves almost made the 3-year-old girl trip, but before she landed onto the ground her foot rose up quickly and cracked against the groin of a fourth bully. All 4 were down for the count, either writhing in pain or out cold. The twins' fists weren't even fully developed yet, so a punch should be pretty tame, but somehow they had connected with sensitive parts of the children's bodies. Naruto helped up his sister but was shoved back down by the 5th and 6th bully, while the 7th ran back to the academy to report it to the teachers that the twins were looking for trouble. None of the children were academy age yet, but that didn't mean they couldn't hang out there when school was out. The red-haired twins tried to support each other back to their feet but were viciously kicked in their sides. Naruto's head bounced against a tree trunk and Naruto struggled back to his feet with grit teeth to catch his sister before she hit the ground. He caught the girl in his arms and rolled with her, using his body to protect her, even when his back hit a strong root. His arms didn't move when the bullies cackled and approached them. The red-haired girl beneath him closed her eyes and her fists tightly held his shirt, trying to roll them over so she would be the one to take the attack, but a strong look from her brother and her arms weakened. The blows hit the boy's back and he stubbornly refused to let them reach his sister. Finally, before the 5th and 6th bully could rain more blows onto the younger children, the Uchiha dropped down and took the twins away. People might have seen the twins as angels, but their children saw their red hair and their deep connection as an oddity, and oddities, as far as child logic went, were bad. The corridor was narrow enough for 3 average-sized men to walk through shoulder to shoulder, but only if their shoulders scraped the wall. Naruto pointed a single finger to his left foot and to his upper back with his thumb, and Naruto nodded, pointing to her groin and her neck. Quick, nasty smirks mirrored on the twins' faces as their plan had already been created, and both of them counted down in silence with their fingers. 3, 2, 1. Naruto jammed his foot down on the Chunin guard and Naruto bashed her fist into the poor man's groin. This made the ninja bend forward to grasp his aching manhood, and that was when Naruto delivered a mind-numbing chop to the Chunin's upper back, just under his neck, and to finish it all off Naruto lifted her right knee and connected it against the gasping older ninja's throat, knocking him backwards onto his back and spread eagle. The two grinned deviously and shared a strong fist bump. Wicked, the girl said to her brother. Naruto threw her arm over Naruto's shoulder and whispered to her brother. 7 years apart and we've still got it, Naruto finished as he too placed his arm over her shoulder. His Rinnegan told him that there were no more guards, and as they stepped over the Chunin his gravity control shifted the man into the janitor's closet. Why did you want us to be subtle again? Just us two can burn this village to the ground, his sister said as she pulled away, but only to hold his hand and peer into the small windows high up on the doors, briefly looking at each mental patient. She skipped gleefully and swung their hands between them while Naruto chose to walk normally and use his Rinnegan to track the chakra network of the person he wanted to go to. Despite still being a 9-year-old in the body of a 16-year-old girl trying to grow up quickly for her brother, she still had her quirks. Naruto pursed his lips and nodded. Believe me sis, I know. No one stands a chance against us, not even father. He looked to his sister, and the happiness that had been filling his formerly empty soul gushed out through his godly eyes as he smiled sincerely. But remember all the plans we made back when we were staying with Godfather. Force the world onto their knees and take Konoha last. The girl pouted but didn't falter in her skipping. I know, but I'm getting impatient bro. Father is just a few hundred feet away right now. We can leave Konoha for now, but let's just cut off his head. Puyas. Her eyes enlarged and Naruto pulled her cheek with his free hand. Trust me on this sis, if we let him cook in his hate and madness, then ending his life would be all the more enjoyable. She sulked and the male patted her head. We can still go for ice cream. She looked at him from under her straight bangs. Naruto's smile twitched up and she sighed in defeat. Fine. He stopped walking and she stopped skipping as they reached the very last door of the corridor of the second floor. Naruto and Naruto swallowed thickly and the boy raised his left hand and placed it flat on the door. A seal matrix lit up with blue chakra and his sister watched, intrigued, as the seals moved at Naruto's mental command, shifting aside and breaking apart until the door was devoid of any seal and no alarm had been set off. The girl did not know any seals, or jutsu for that matter, so watching her brother display the fruits of making full use of the Rinnegan's ability to master ninja and samurai techniques mystified her. There was a click and Naruto eased the door open. Chapter 10. Day 2. 5 days left. This time it was Naruto's turn to cover her brother protectively. The tears on her cheeks had dried up but still left a visible track down her dust and grime-covered face. The girl had her arms wrapped around her older twin's form as he lay on her abdomen, shivering like a leaf in a storm, and his skin a motley grey color with splashes of green under his eyes and on his fingernails. The boy was curled up in himself, his eyes painfully wrenched shut and shaking like he was in the middle of a terrible blizzard. The female twin sobbed and hugged her brother closer but didn't get any movement in reply. Like she was trying to warm up a vibrating statue. Today had just been Naruto's turn. Their godfather had drawn a nature funneling seal in the middle of his back, a seal that had nature chakra in the nearest vicinity pass through him, wreak their havoc because he wasn't a sage and leave at his fingertips and toes, which was why they were green. The effect of this was the color leaving the 6-year-old boy's skin, turning it an unhealthy, sickening shade of grey due to the dangerous natural chakra taking more than they could ever give him. Orochimaru had placed him in a coffin 6 feet in the ground in the middle of a lush meadow in grass country, a haven for natural chakra if there ever was one. The worst part was that however violently the natural chakra ripped apart his chakra system and his nervous system, the QB chakra in him found a way to fix it, though always depleting the infinitesimally small resources in the little boy's body. The sadistic snake man had said that the natural chakra would rip apart their nerve endings and conditioned Naruto to never feel pain again. He still had 3 more weeks of the same torture scheduled and their godfather looked forward to each and every day. For now the seal had been removed but would be re-administered by sunrise. Naruto sniffed and rocked back and forth, her dirty brown dress rustling and the chains connected to suppression collars around their necks clinked and clanked against themselves. The slave area was deathly silent as those near their caves watched the little girl with mournful eyes try to rock her shaking brother to sleep. The little red-haired girl swallowed and tried humming a song she could barely remember, something from a memory she didn't remember ever happening, but it came out broken and tearful. Naruto stopped trying and merely tightened her hold on her brother as a sound ninja passed by, baring her teeth at the wide smile he sent her before he left. Naruto's shaking didn't lessen. He coughed weakly and his feet forced his body to shuffle closer to the tiny speck of warmth, about the same size as him, but his immobile arms could not move to wrap around the source to comfort her. Naruto felt this and a fresh wave of tears began falling down her large, bright purple eyes. "Sis, are you there?" He couldn't feel much under his body but the familiar warmth that wrapped around to caress his dying body. His nervous system was pretty much dead but the QB chakra was fixing it all up again. The female twin bobbed her hair and gently rubbed her brother's back. "I'm here, bro." The male redhead heaved in a deep breath, trying and failing to fight the terrible shaking of his body. Do you think mother will love us?" It was a great mystery the twins had been hoping to crack one day. Their father hated the very air they breathed, but they never once knew the presence of a mother or their mother. Minato never once mentioned her without saying that they were the reason she was where she was. They didn't know Kushina had lost her mind after losing the QB, but they were still children. How could they know that when it was never said to them? They still hoped and hoped and hoped that they would have at least one person in the world that would love them. During their time in Konoha the siblings never went out of their way to make friends because the people gave them a wide berth. Love was a foreign term for them that they only knew for each other. Naruto ran her fingers through her brother's dirt-speckled hair. "I love you, bro." Her lips twitched up when Naruto's body heaved a little despite the trembling, and a tight, light giggle tinkled out of his lips before it stopped with a tired cough. "I know sis, but, mother." His green fingers flexed and grabbed the clothes around her knees, clenching and unclenching like they were spasming. What of mother?" The red-haired girl didn't want to disappoint her brother by telling him that she didn't know. There were days that the truth needed to be said even if it would possibly drop them from their high, but at the moment the only thing Naruto knew was giving her brother as much love as possible. That meant telling him what he wanted to hear. "Yes, bro, mother will love us." Naruto smiled into his knees, still grasping her clothes for dear life. His eyelids became heavy as her gentle fingers traveled through his hair. "Thanks, sis." "Don't forget bro," Naruto started as she shuffled to the ground, wrapping her thin arms around his form and pulling his head to her chest as she placed her chin on his head. "I love you, Naruto. More than the stars in the night sky or the sands in the desert." Naruto's shivering lessened fractionally and his fingers grabbed the cloth around her belly in tight fingers. His eyes clenched shut as tears filled them. "I love you too, Naruto." Naruto swallowed thickly when she felt a comforting hand take hold of her left hand, snapping her out from the tormenting memory. Her shoulders shook as she inhaled deeply. Naruto looked at her with concern but she looked back at him and smiled gently, making a smile come to his face as well. The twins turned back to the person before them. It was a woman with red hair as long as Naruto's, down to her lower back, and a smaller, less healthy frame than when she was at her prime. Her arms were tightly wrapped around her torso by a white, seal-reinforced straitjacket and baggy black pants. Like Naruto, the woman didn't have any shoes on. The twins were 5 foot 5 inches tall but the woman, with her sickly pale skin, her frantic bloodshot eyes and her hunched over shoulders, like she was having a secret discussion with herself, looked to be about 5 foot 8 inches at best. The woman was sitting on her bottom at the far right corner of the room, rocking back and forth and humming a scratchy tune, hissing with frustration when she fumbled it up but still managing to continue. The female redhead twin pursed her lips tightly but the tension in her body released when Naruto's hold became firmer, reminding him that he was still with her and that he was also going through the same tornado of conflicted emotions on what they were seeing. The song the crazy woman was humming, muttering patches of the song that mostly didn't make any sense, was the same one Naruto tried to hum back when Naruto was possibly at his lowest, just to bring his spirits up. They never knew their mother but one of their father's students, Kakashi Hitaki, had said that his sensei, Minato, once told him that when he and Jiraiya came back to the hospital to retrieve the twins, to seal the QB, they had found the woman huddled in the corner of the hospital room, surrounded by the bloody corpses of her guards and the maternity nurses. She was tightly cuddling the silent twins she had given birth to, her eyes wide and obviously crazed, gritting her teeth in physical effort not to bite down on her own children and kill them in a bloody frenzy. She had been trying to sing the same song to the wide-eyed, curious babies, through grit teeth. Her arms twitched and her body rocked heavily, but the woman refused to allow the insanity tearing through her mind to make her kill her children. Mommy loves you, my sweet babies, Mommy loves you, my perfect darlings, Mommy loves you, my shining stars, my loves you because Mommy loves you. Kushina whispered with tightly clenched jaws, rocking back and forth. Every once in a while she rocked too hard and her forehead hit the soft padded white wall. She clenched her red from lack of sleep eyes and hummed a song in a broken tune, coughing and spitting when it became too jagged to continue and started all over again. Mommy loves you, my sweet babies, Mommy, Ma, babies, she cursed and tried again. The bandages around her toes were long since disregarded. She had been humming that song for 16 years. It wasn't an easy sight for either of the twins. They did not shed any tears. They didn't know their mother, so even though they had more or less confirmed that Kushina had loved them, or still loved them, they still didn't know the woman enough to mourn for the loss of love. The red-haired twins knew what would have happened if they somehow found out that Kushina did not love them. A look between them confirmed the end result in their shared minds: they would kill her. It wasn't much of a confirmation, but for now, until they found a way to restore their mother's sanity, it would have to do. The girl twin saw her brother nod as he too looked at their insane mother, and she replied with her own nod as she lifted her right hand and pointed 4 fingers at Kushina. Her thumb was pressed on her palm. The muscles on her raised hand tightened and her fingernails glowed light green, creating a small but very noticeable burst of chakra before they shot out of her fingers, jamming into the distracted former Kanoki's neck. The woman slumped forward as the alarms went off, the sensory seals around the room feeling the burst of chakra. Blue is a hallucinogenic dart, green is a heavy tranquilizer. It's not lethal, the girl intoned lowly, watching her mother's limp form. Orange and red are the lethal ones. Naruto nodded, noting the mutant ability she had shown. Similar to how Nirvana Kurogoku, head of the Inventions Division, could take on some of the physical appearances of a rainbow Komodo dragon of Spring Country, Naruto could take on some of the physical attributes of a fox. The ears would sprout from her head, her nails would elongate and her eyes would change from human to vulpine. While her brother could grow tails, from 1 to all 9, and the pigmentation around his eyes would change to orange, if he channeled his mutant abilities, which originated from his mutated QB and normal chakra. There would be no adverse change in their skeletal systems besides the strengthening of their bones than it usually was. The twins could sense multiple chakra signatures closing in on their mother's room, and they separated hands. Naruto walked up to their mother and hesitantly hefted her onto her shoulders while Naruto pulled out a 2-foot-long piece of deep red cloth from his pants pocket. He unrolled it, showing that the cloth had the kanji for sky written in gold on it. He placed the small flag of the Tsukai Kingdom at the very center of the room and closed the door as the first ninja rounded the corner and began racing down to them. The Rinnegan King leveled his right arm to the super seal-supported wall opposite the door that led outside the facility. Almighty push. The words were low and intimidating as his Rinnegan pulsed afterwards. Crack. Boom. The entire wall of the Yondaim's wife's room exploded outwards and the female twin chuckled, impressed at the feat. Naruto couldn't hold back from buffing his fingernails on his shirt. There was a terrible shriek from outside the room and a loud whooshing sound as the drill-beaked bird swooped down from the sky and flapped in place outside the room. The creature had been flying in circles in the sky for the past few minutes, as per Naruto's command, and now it was going to make itself useful. The red-haired girl leaped onto the bird and Naruto hopped on as well. The Rinnegan of the team could see very well through the animals, but he could not control it, though he still had ultimate command over all the animal summons, so being able to control the animal like a device was almost pointless, seeing as Naruto could just as well mentally or verbally command them. The door of the room they had just jumped out began banging as strong shoulders began ramming into it when the keys failed to work. Hold on, he said, and Naruto bent her knees, gently placing their tranquilized mother on the back of the bird. She hurriedly plopped down beside Kushina and held the limp woman firmly with her hands. When Naruto was sure she was secure, he said to the bird, "Hokage Mountain." Scree. The bird called and its mighty wings flapped twice before it zipped to the monument. Black with red ringed eyes turned to bright purple eyes, and their excitement shone between them when they sensed a large amount of wind chakra flash from the Hokage's mansion to the mental facility. Their father. Their bodies tingled, they wanted to fly back and kill him so much. But they stayed strong. If they swept aside the other nations, then Konoha would be stewing in their paranoia. Naruto though quirked an eyebrow. Why the Hokage Mountain? The quick bird touched down on the head of the Nidaime Hokage, cantering forward in 4 steps before it stopped, its wings flapping greatly to slow it down from its speedy flight. The girl watched as Naruto flew down gently and she waved her hand. He helped her down by lifting her up and dropping her beside him. Their mother followed suit. I want mother to be taken back home. Naruto nodded, knowing that home meant the Tsukai Kingdom, but her eyebrows furrowed. How? Didn't you say that home was all the way south of Kumo? Naruto tried to suppress the smile as he didn't answer her. Instead he tapped his right ear. The earbud clicked and he said, "Patch me over to Division Head Nora of Scout and Retrieval." "Patching you over, my lord." His twin sister pouted when he ignored her. "Bro." He smiled a little and spoke when he got a reply. "Send over a stealth retrieval vehicle to my location." A stealth vehicle was a sleeker variation of the retrieval vehicle used normally, but instead of being used to carry and safeguard transport of dozens of soldiers, it could take about 30 at a time and traveled in near silence, with little to no hope of ever seeing it, especially at night. The king of the kingdom had ordered for the vehicle to readily have 3 medical division personnel and 4 of their best retrieval guard soldiers in each vehicle. Right away, my king. Nora, the black masked woman that headed the division of scouts and retrievers, said with a deep bow. She had still been in her office sifting through names of people, from the ages of 1 to 6, that could potentially be the new Jinchuriki of the three-tailed turtle. She had been working with the head of Fuinjutsu, Magi Haruhi Gamatomo, and the head of intelligence and interrogation, Hamato Toshi. The retrieval division of the kingdom had acquired the tailed beast, at Naruto's command, during their invasion of Water Country. It was during the time the daimyo was being subdued. The loyal till death woman leaped over her desk and shouted for her SV stealth vehicle to be ready away from the earbud. I will be with you in 4 minutes, sir. Take your time, the king said, and cut the connection as the woman jogged out of her office and into the large storage room just outside her office, to clarify, filled with about 100 retrieval vehicles of all kinds, from the regular Tsukai soldier retrieval vehicle to the ones used to retrieve grounders, like Yugito and Kiribi. She spoke into her earbud for Stealth Vehicle 1 to begin preparations for takeoff as she leaped into the driver's seat. The personnel rushed in and the roof of the Scout and Retrieval Division headquarters opened up, allowing the vehicle to levitate up with powerful and heavily muffled engines, and with a flash of blue fire it shot into the night sky. Nora pressed 3 buttons on her dashboard and the vehicle shimmered, camouflaging itself into the starry night sky. Naruto, though, was smiling at his pouting sister. When I said that our home is the most advanced places on the planet, I was not joking. And she'll be here in 4 minutes. How is that possible, bro? Kumo is miles away from here. Through the power of dedication, breakthrough engineering and seals, he said as he bobbed her nose. Now we have to worry about the Konoha ninjas coming before the vehicle gets here. Not forgetting that he could simply just fly and feed his mother into the stealth vehicle. It didn't necessarily need to land, but what fun would it be to pass up a chance at killing a few of them? They have Ninken trying to sniff us out, the Rinnegan holder said as he saw through the eyes of a wall gecko that was lying on the wall just under the broken wall. The tiny creature had the same eyes as him. He had summoned it to keep a careful eye on the ninjas before he and his sister flew off with the bird. The girl suspected so. She didn't know much of the legendary eyes, but her connection with her brother eased her in on what it could do little by little, like raise the dead, apparently. I still think we should blow this village sky high. Patience, sis. The bird squawked in agreement by his mental command. How about you go and kill those that come while we're waiting? Would that make you feel better? He pinched her cheeks and she rolled her eyes before swiping his hands away. For now. She steadily jogged towards the incoming Konoha ninjas, her features slowly changing as she began channeling her mutant abilities. Don't forget, we have 2 minutes before the vehicle arrives. He called after her. More than enough time. The ears at the side of her head pulled in and on the top 2 red fox ears came out. Her long red hair covered her missing human ears. Her fingernails elongated till they were about 4 inches long and the nails on her bare feet too out till they were 4 inches long. She might not have known too many jutsus, because her training/torture had focused primarily on physical strength, flexibility, agility and some work on her intelligence, but she was still more than enough to handle the approaching Junin. 8. Her senses counted, with only 2 Ninken, that began barking wildly as they caught the scent of fox permeating through the air, a smell that only those with a keen sense of smell could catch. Her long nails changed to silver and she rubbed them against each other, making white and red sparks to fly off it as she surged towards them. Adamantium bones, that was what her godfather had called it. He said that he had taken the DNA from a dead bone pulse user and altered it with the magnetic release of Sunagaku, so she was able to sprout more metal claws from other places. Though the girl preferred the traditional, savage animal claws to having them come out of her fists or her knees and elbows. Her head lowered and her speed increased. Her metal bones didn't slow her down, and when the first ninja caught sight of her it was too late. She pounced forward and her right foot used his mouth, open in a shocked gasp but immediately assuming it was Kushina Uzumaki, as a stepping stone to dive onto those coming behind him. Her metal toenails broke out of the back of his neck and killed him as she gingerly removed her foot before he could fall and spun in the air to the others. Her nails raked down a ninja's face as she dropped down and she backflipped under a Ninken, grabbing its tail before it could zip away and using the poor dog as a bat to smash into the face of its handler. She ended the creature's life by slamming it into the ground and finished off the Inuzuka partner by slicing all 5 fingers under his chin, elongating her nails to puncture the brain. She didn't stop moving for 1 second as she gave a brutal right hook to an approaching woman and punched her fists into the stomach of another ninja. She ripped his smaller intestine in a shower of blood and roped the organ around the neck of shinobi that had attempted to tackle her, yanking the intestine down to crack her knee on his face, shattering it. Naruko wrapped the bloody intestine in her hands and swung it at the last ninja, using the dead body hanging limply in it as a club. The ninja was slammed into 3 trees before he finally stopped in a ditch. The girl dropped the organ onto the ground and puffed out hair to push away a bang that touched her lips. She turned to Naruto and smirked proudly at the mildly awestruck nod as she jogged to him, her features smoothing out till they returned back to human. If I didn't know any better I wouldn't suspect she was dead just yesterday. He raised his right palm and she slapped it deftly in a high five. 7 years with the Shinigami and she still knows how to fight. He watched her slump against the drill-beak bird and pant for air. That was amazing. Oh stop, you're making me blush, she said with a wave of her hand. Their godfather had been conditioning them to better serve Konoha, and this had to do with body-crippling exercises, chemicals being injected and traumatizing fights with sound ninja and training. The Naruto's Rinja rebirth technique could be said to be a perfect, flawless version of the impure world resurrection technique. Instead of being at less than half her strength after being brought back, an effect of the non-Rinnegan jutsu, Naruto was able to reclaim all of her training memories, both muscle and mental. The only minor problem was that she was still a 9-year-old in a 16-year-old's body, seeing as she had been killed when she was 9 and revived at 16. Though this wasn't too much of a problem with the twins' upbringing, because any child that stayed a month in the slave pens of Hidden Sound and survived was not a child anymore, they had to grow up fast or die even faster. It was similar to the red light district in Konoha, except the violence was not mutual. Naruto looked up when he heard a low whistle and a dark mass dropped down lightly before him. The driver hopped out of the window, giving the wheel to the retrieval captain for the stealth vehicle. Nora, the masked head of division, fell onto her knees before Naruto and placed her right hand over her heart. Division head Nora of Scout and Retrieval reporting, "My lord Naruto," she said in a low, polite voice, her head tilted down and her whole body in the respectfully submissive posture all Tsukai soldiers were trained to do before their ultimate master, Naruto. "Help me transport my mother and my sister back home, please," he said, and nodded to Kushina, still lying on the ground, and Naruto, who shot to her feet and exclaimed, "Wait, what?" Nora too abruptly looked up and gaped at the red-haired girl that stomped over to her king. She looked exactly like her master, except a few small features that made her look more feminine, but looking at the girl confirmed that she was truly one with her master and he was with her. "Is this Lady Naruto, my king's sister?" Nora said in a quivering voice, barely holding herself back from standing to her feet and kneeling before the girl. "Yes, Nora, this is my sister Naruto." "Naruto, this is Nora, division head of Scout and Retrieval." His sister nodded politely to the older woman but gasped when Nora shuffled closer and bowed deeply, placing her forehead on the ground. "It is an honor to meet the sister of my lord. I am humbled." No, it's fine. Please stand up." The sheer politeness and utter devotion expressed in those few words threw the girl off her enraged yell at her brother. The medics were placing Kushina in a stretcher, strapping her down when Naruto idly called that she was not in the best health and making sure that there was a constant drip of mild sedatives in case the woman woke up. His sister whirled him around and jabbed her finger into his armored chest. "And where will you be going?" "Hidden Rain, I have a few things to do there." She crossed her arms stubbornly. "I'm going too." Her purple eyes flitted over his shoulder when the medics hefted the stretcher onto its wheels and began carefully shuffling their mother over the uneven rocky ground on the top of the monument. This was their king's mother, they had to be extra gentle. Naruto palmed his face and sighed deeply. "Sis, I know we still have a whole lot of catching up to do, but this mission is very, very important. I want to clear it up quick and get back home." She narrowed her eyes and a large drop of sweat grew on the side of Naruto's face after he revised his words. "Are you saying I'm a burden?" She balled her fists and her shoulders tensed. "Come on sis, you know you're not a burden." From what he saw she could very well hold her own, even if they were Chunin trackers. Speaking of trackers, the village was alight, alarms blared from the psychiatric ward and he could sense pandemonium occur as people spread out to find the missing patient. "Then it's settled, I'm coming with you." She then glared at him. "And if you dare try to knock me out," she left her warning hanging in the air, but Naruto scoffed and nodded. She pumped her fist to her side in accomplishment. "Is there any spare armor in the vehicle?" the king asked the still kneeling woman. Nora, despite being told to rise, remained on her knees because she was in the presence of the two redheads that had impacted the lives of her and thousands of others, whether directly or indirectly. The woman trembled at the question. "My sincerest apologizes, my lord, I did not know." "It's fine, I should have known she would want to tag along." His sister winked when he shot a mild glare at her. "If you wish, my king, I shall take off my own armor and give it to my lady Naruto," she said without hesitation. Naruto shook his head with a small frown. "Your armor is your rank, you should wear it with pride," he said firmly. She deserved to have the platinum rank, the only rank directly under the obsidian rank of the king. The woman had scratched and clawed her way up the ranks and Naruto did not like the idea of a person relinquishing his or her rank, even for the briefest of moments. "You are right as always, my lord. If you don't mind, is there any underwear or shoes in there?" She looked at Naruto frostily and he sent a wink back. "My brother didn't seem to give me any. Besides, her clothes were a bloody mess, as were her hands too. I thought you would have appreciated the privacy." "Privacy? Between you and me, what's that?" "Really, I do not know what privacy between us means," she replied teasingly with an elbow jab to his arm and playfully waggling her eyebrows. After a few short seconds Naruto pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. They didn't know what privacy meant between them. They shared practically everything when they were in Konoha and even when they were out of Konoha. Why was it going to change now or any time soon? "Yes, my lady, we have spare clothing and equipment in the stealth vehicle." "Perfect, go and bring her the clothes," Naruto started but his words slowed down till he stopped. His senses flared and his godly Rinnegan glowed. The world slowly ground to a stop around his eyes and the still regularly moving teen narrowed his eyes and looked around. Nora and Naruto were frozen, looking at him as he spoke, as his eyes saw and processed much faster than any normal human ever could. His head turned to where he sensed the danger and walked over to the retrieval vehicle, having to enter the massive open back door to get to his mother's stretcher, which was strapped down securely in the vehicle so that it wouldn't move around when the vehicle was flying. The medics and retrievers were sitting at the seats, making idle chatter, but at the moment they were not moving as Naruto walked faster than any normal human could comprehend. He stopped beside her and frowned at the seal glowing on her forehead. The Flying Thunder God Seal. He could see the seal slowly brighten up despite how fast his eyes could see, testament to the sheer speed of the legendary S-rank seal. Naruto pulled out a palm-sized scroll from his wrist in a small burst of smoke and he placed it over the seal on Kushina's forehead. There was a seal on the back of the paper written in gold with another separate kanji beneath it in red and the last one at the bottom written in black. It was called the Fuinjutsu Absorption Seal. It was primarily meant to be used to transfer the contents of one storage seal, copy the same seal onto the paper and transfer it there, but it could also double up as copying seals. The paper was placed on and absorbing the copied seal, though this meant it could only be used once. It was the creation of the Fuinjutsu Division by the deputy division head to combat the threat of trapped seals. The Rinnegan King ripped off the successfully copied Hiraishin seal and crumpled it in his fist, setting it on fire and repelling Minato before he could flash to their position. Back in Kushina's former room, the Yondaime was suddenly thrown back the room by a swirling vortex he had momentarily flashed in, his cloak singed at the sleeves and soot in his blonde hair. While his ninjas rushed to him to see what had happened, Naruto walked back to his frozen-in-time sister and masked subordinate. He allowed time before his eyes to move normally again and the two sharply looked to him. "We have 2 minutes before they arrive," he said and ushered them to the vehicle. He snapped his fingers, ignoring the soldiers in the vehicle that snapped to their feet in a salute before bending onto their knees, placing their hands over their hearts and inclining their heads down. Nora rushed to the seat directly behind the driver's section of the vehicle, where there were a total of 30 seats in the vehicle, and hid the seat. It lifted up to reveal a neat black duffel bag and has pulled it out, putting the seat back in place as she ran back to Naruto. She handed it to Naruto in a bow and the girl graciously took it, still flustered at how respectful she was being treated. "Tell Division Head Karen of the Medical Division that she is to place our mother in a secure room, treat her well and to begin treatment." Karen was a stellar medic. The kingdom did not only have great technological, fuinjutsu and advancements in civilization, but their medical field had also taken a big leap above what could be seen on the ground. There was a safe, secure and healthy way to heal those that had lost their minds, but Naruto's mother was a bit different. "Also tell Division Head Magi of the Fuinjutsu Division to start fixing the broken seal shackles as soon as our mother is secure." "Yes, sir," Nora said and saluted as Naruto walked out of the vehicle with his sister behind him, carrying the duffel bag of spare clothes and equipment in both of her hands. "Good luck, sir," she called before she bumped the door of the driver's section of the vehicle 3 times with her right fist. The retrieval vehicle began lifting off the ground, the wide open back closed up as they continued their ascent into the sky. The king with his sister kept their eyes on the rising vehicle before it merged with the sky and zipped back to the Tsukai Kingdom. "What now?" "I was thinking we spend the night in the hideout of one of my spies near the Fire Country capital before we head over to Rain." Gravity picked up the Rinnegan King and he had it take Naruto up into the air as well before they blasted in a ground-shaking thud of wind towards the capital. The question of how they would get there suddenly lost on the startled girl. The bird was sent back to the summoning realm, but that was fine, it had served its purpose for now. The red-haired twins left the village in a total state of emergency, terror, panic and paranoia. Oh 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 oh. Underground Akatsuki meeting room. The Imekage Tower. Amigaku no Sato. There were 3 Tsukai spies in the Akatsuki, 2 of who shared the same experience in how they changed allegiances and 1 who had been recruited much longer. As the leader of the S-rank organization spoke, one of the Tsukai spies narrowed his eyes and his mind wandered back to when he had been recruited by the legendary king of the Tsukai kingdom. It was 5 years ago, when the remarkable godly boy was only 11. Art was something that lasted forever and ever, unchangeable, incorruptible and indestructible. That was the philosophy Sasori of the Red Sands lived by since the day he began his study of the puppeteering arts under Lady Chiyo. Art was immaculate, art was eternal, art was forever, art could not die. "I hear you are a great spy master," a low voice said above his broken body. The redhead's eyes flickered open and he tried to move, but there were solid black rods impaled through every joint in his arms and his legs. The presence of the rods disrupted his chakra painfully. The S-rank missing ninja saw that he was still in his regular clothes, besides the tears from the black chakra rods, and like that he realized that after 5 minutes of continuous effort he had been easily bested by this person without much effort. He felt like the person had even allowed him to attack to make him realize that it would never work against him. The puppet man had been in mountain country after then a mountain lion that he felt would be a great addition to his arsenal, but after climbing into a cave on the side of the mountain the people of the country reported the creature resided, he was met with a calm red-haired child sitting on the bleeding corpse of the lion he sought. After that he allowed his frustration from weeks of searching to flood out in the form of his puppets. The Kazekage puppet was nailed to the ceiling of the cave with at least 50 of those black rods. His Hiriko puppet lay at the very back of the cave, shattered to pieces, too broken to be salvaged from an invisible crushing force that had the puppet man inside escape before he get crushed with it. All of the 100 puppets of his 100 puppet technique were nailed to the walls and the ground of the cave with at least 1 rod, like they were mere ornaments to the boy. He had been bested like he was child by a child, dragged to the boy by a great pulling force and slammed into the ground with a choke slam that would surely have killed any other living creature, because, despite the fact that he could feel no sensation from his wooden body, he still knew that the mountain he was in bowed as his back hit the ground. He was then summarily impaled with the rods, ending his control over his chakra. Sasori hummed stoically and looked up. His eyes clashed with a pair of orbs that held so much power that every thought in the prodigious mind of the puppet master fizzled to a stop. His light brown eyes enlarged slowly and his puppet mouth fell open. Coal black with red concentric rings. A face so pale and so immaculate it glowed, even in the dark of the cave. Red hair that seemed to sway in the non-existent breeze. Expressionless and cold while at the same time exuding power and commanding respect. The only words the infamous puppet master could after 5 long minutes at staring at this godly child were, "You are art." The boy narrowed his eyes and Sasori, for the first time in years, feared for his life. He clenched his eyes shut tightly and whispered, "You are beauty, you are perfect, you are art." The person was silent after that, until he said again, "I hear that you are a great spy master." "Yes, my lord, the best on the continent," the puppet man said as he eagerly nodded, his once dead eyes glowing at the acknowledgement. "How may I be of service to my lord?" A small, barely visible twitch came to Naruto's lips. "I want you to be my eyes and ears on the ground." That time Sasori immediately concluded that the boy was a god. "I will do anything to make my lord pleased. The interests of the perfect art had to be protected. And as long as he lived he will protect those interests with all his power." "Good, you will hear from me soon." The person stood up straight and made to leave, his feet lifted off the ground as he prepared to rocket into the sky, but the red-haired puppet man stopped him with a hurried yell. "If I may be so forward, my lord, what is your name?" The person looked down at him and Sasori fell onto his knees instinctively, placing his right hand over his heart and tilting his head to the ground. "My name is Naruto. I am the king of the Tsukai kingdom." 2 years later he had been invited to the great kingdom in the sky and immediately the puppet man had felt even more humbled to have been privileged to attract the attention of the king. He became the deputy head of the espionage and infiltration with Yuakuso as the head. He had also been given a gold rank under armor, which the red-haired puppet man wore with pride under his Akatsuki robes. The unbreakable armor did not hinder his creation of puppet strings in any way. He reported everything to his new master. As soon as he got wind of an S-rank organization and he had received an offer to be among the higher ranks, he immediately sent word to Naruto about it and inquired what to do next. This was a year before he was given his gold rank. He was ordered to agree and a few months later 2 spies of the Tsukai kingdom in the Akatsuki were added. "Sasori, what have your spies said about this rising threat, the kingdom hidden in the sky?" Nagato asked him from the head of the meeting room, on his throne. Konan stood beside her childhood friend, her eyes looking towards Sasori, as were the others. The spy master had been given the role as chief informant of the rogue organization. The red-haired gold-ranked spy hummed from deep inside his Hiriko puppet. "A spy in Kumo told me that the king and his forces marched in without being detected and brought the village under his control before the Raikage noticed." The leader of the organization and the Angel of Am remained stoic, but a few of the others' expressions were vaguely surprised. Sasori continued, "Roughly 5,000 of the Tsukai forces arrived but only 1,000 actually took over. An informant told me that they were all Junin rank at least." He allowed their imaginations to fill in on what he was implying. "As far as the reports go, they say that their armor is impenetrable, their skills are unparalleled and their king," the puppet master tapered to a stop, unsure of whether he should continue or not. "Yes, what of their king?" Itachi asked, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. The wooden man remained silent, but spoke when an order from the head of intelligence and interrogation came to his mind. "Make him aware of who we are and of the might of our great king. The king of the Tsukai kingdom, he has the Rinnegan." There was a painful silence after he spoke as they all gaped at him. His words and his informants had so far helped the organization, but to go as far as saying that the king of the Tsukai kingdom had a Rinnegan, it was too far-fetched. "But, his eyes, I apologize for saying this, leader, his eyes are much more powerful than yours." His puppet passed a photo of the king to his right towards the leader and Nagato narrowed his eyes at the picture of Naruto holding the Raikage by his neck, hovering over the village. The picture had been taken by a bronze-ranked hunter ninja and had been given to the spy of the puppet man before the Tsukai left. Kisame stifled his laugh in a cough. "How can there be 2 Rinnegan at a time?" "I do not know, I can only speculate that he had the genes in him to activate the eyes. The specific genes though, I do not know what they are." Kakazu then asked his own question. "How are you so sure his eyes are greater than leaders?" "Besides merely looking at it," Sasori said, exaggerating his words. "True, the black with red rings look more intimidating than purple with black rings, but he saw that they needed more proof. My informants in spring told me that he was able to grab hold of the Damai's neck from several feet away. That isn't proof. He was able to crush the heads of her ninjas without a serious thought." The members were not aware of the full power of the Rinnegan, so even if Sasori kept listing out his observations they still might not believe him. Still, if he was able to do that, then who was to say that if they faced him they stood a chance? "They will know art soon." His eyes flicked to the 2 other spies and they shared secret looks. Most of them were not aware, but the king of the Tsukai kingdom and his revived sister were going to enter the Rain village the next day. He had ordered Sasori to keep them all in the village until he arrived, while he stayed the night in the Spymaster's Fire Country hideout with his sister. Off at the far end of the meeting, standing opposite Zetsu and beside Deidara, who stood beside Sasori, Obito forced down his grin. If this, King's, Rinnegan is more powerful than Nagato's, then I will have no more need for him. His hands tightened in suppressed excitement. And, I can have his army too. Kado Matsukami is a very powerful jutsu. Chapter 11. Onodaki Countryside. Outskirts of the Fire Country capital. Fire Country. Sir, I still insist that there are better living conditions in the capital that are far better than my hideout. Sasori said in a low, hurried voice. He was hunched over inside his Hiriko puppet as he passively walked with his puppet. Deidara was prattling on about something he couldn't care to listen to. I have not used that hideout in several years, my lord, surely you will prefer lodging in the capital. I will pay for it myself. Naruto placed his hands on his hips and looked up at the wooden shack before him. It was as wide as his arms outstretched and as tall as his arms over his head. The small building looked like it was falling apart from the termites and the small colony of bees inhabiting it. There was clumps of weeds around the shack, but as he looked around there were only trees for miles around until the capital walls, which was about 3 kilometers away from where he stood, securely shaded by the trees around him, a few of which Sasori planted himself. This clued them in on the age of the hideout. The king wasn't startled when he felt his sister slink her arms through his own and hug his side, settling her head onto his shoulders and smiling peacefully. This feels familiar, she said and nuzzled her nose into her brother's neck. Naruto nodded as he replied. They used to live in a rat hole like this, but this place was 100 times better. Yes, but this is better. He voiced his thoughts. His sister agreed. Is there a security system, Sasori? Yes sir, a mere chakra sensor seal that allows me entry once I am near it. What of a backdoor seal? Naruto didn't have any of the puppet man's chakra handy with him and it was in the middle of the night, so finding a way to get it was way out of the question. There is a key under the floorboard inside. I have that in case I am low on chakra. That will be all. Stay vigilant, Sasori, Naruto said, and the red-haired puppet man bowed with his hand over his heart seal as he answered, hidden inside his Hiriko puppet body. Of course, sir. The king cut the connection and hefted the black duffel bag his sister dropped before them with his left arm, slung it over his shoulder and walked towards the shack. Naruko pried open the door with her right arm and winced when it collapsed inside. Naruto waved her concerns away. Sasori won't mind. The interior was as small as he had guessed, forcing him to separate from his sister and walk in by himself. The floorboards creaked in agony and his Rinnegan flashed in the dark, directing him to a loose floorboard at the very center. He lifted up the board with his foot and the key flew into his hand. After that there was a second-long tremble that had the hairs at the back of Naruko's neck stand on end. 3 floorboards at the far back of the tiny shack slide aside to reveal a stairwell winding downwards. He felt his sister reach in and grab his shoulder as he began his walk down the narrow stairs. She followed after him and trusted in his ability to anticipate danger because the narrow space was giving her terrible flashbacks. She clenched her eyes shut and allowed her brother to protect her. They soon got to the bottom of the staircase and there was a low buzz before the lights fizzled on to reveal a fairly large room about 4 times as large as the Hokage's office. There were 3 work tables at the very center of the room, joined together by strongly welded bars but at the same time separated enough to show that they were initially different tables. On the joined tables were wooden and metal parts of unfinished puppets, a few of which were weaponized body parts like a hidden section of an arm with kunai launchers or a toxic green eye that spat out acid. There were also completed of unfinished puppets hanging on the walls, peering at them in frozen positions and gathering dust. Strangely enough there were no cobwebs and not that much dust in the hideout. Naruto's Rinnegan eyes scanned around for any traps his servant forgot to mention, because it looked and felt like it hadn't been used in years, and his eyes fell at the far back where a cylindrical glass container stood that touched the ceiling. The container was wedged into the wall with a red and blue knob outside it to the left and fairly large nozzle at the top. His eyes hopped over the container and went to the far left of the workshop/hideout of the Red Scorpion, where a large banner of the missing ninja was pasted on the wall in blood red paint, a terrifying but at the same time simple-looking red scorpion. Under it were wooden parts of a bed that lay haphazardly in the wall and a mattress toppled over the parts. The king felt his sister tighten her grip on his shoulder and he instinctively placed his hand over hers, squeezing it gently and coaxing her, without speaking, to open her eyes. The girl's bright purple eyes opened and enlarged as she looked around. The place was well lit and it didn't look like it was falling apart, unlike its deceptive exterior, but the puppets hanging on the walls, simply staring at them, made the girl frown. Sasori of the Red Sands is one of my most trusted grounder subordinate. He is an S-rank missing ninja from Sunagakure that defected after killing the Sandaime Kazekage, but he submitted to my will after I had proved without a shadow of a doubt that I was a superior. His sister's hand slid down his left arm and laced with his fingers. The king dropped the duffel bag on the ground and allowed his sister to walk around the hideout, peering up at the puppets on the walls with odd fascination while at the same time listening raptly to her brother speak. He is such a great puppet master that he found a way to trade his mortal body with that of an undying, wooden one that is able to do things that normal puppet masters would even dream of being able to do. For instance, he is one of the only people that make use of human puppets with regular wooden puppets to fight. She nodded and looked at him with deeply furrowed eyes, watching her brother explain something she didn't need to voice. Who the hell had this kind of hideout? It looked like something their dead godfather would do, but Naruto was reassuring her that it was not. I'm going to guess that this was possibly the last place Sasori was ever truly human. He motioned to the mattress and the parts underneath it. Because since he isn't flesh and blood but wood, metal and chakra, he doesn't need sleep, only as long as he has the chakra. The twins walked hand in hand around the tables in the center of the room. Naruto gently ran her fingers over the parts so as not to set off any traps, but Naruto shook his head, with her seeing it from the corner of her eyes, telling her that the traps on the parts were long since deactivated. She crinkled her nose and Naruto smiled a little. I'm going to guess he's a weird guy. She then smiled at him playfully. And I don't mean to offend. Crass at times she may be, but she still tried her best to behave politely to those that served her brother. Besides, Sasori was kind enough to allow them to stay the night in his hideout. The least she could do was be nice, even though the puppet man was not present. He is a bit eccentric, but nothing bad, I assure you. They stopped in front of the glass cylinder and the girl eased her hand out of his own. She shimmied the blood-stained red dress off her body and slipped closer to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow, mirroring her teasing gaze. Her naked body pressed up against him. It looks like it has enough room for two. Apparently it does, he said, and her smile stretched wider, her pristine teeth gleaming up at him, and he grinned back. You want to do something? I want to try that thing Orochimaru did with Kabuto. She whispered suggestively and lightly trailed her pointer finger up his under-armored belly, creeping up his chest and settling on his chin. I can be Kabuto and you. She leaned up and Naruto tilted his head down a little, almost closing the gap between them. His right arm wound around her and pulled her closer, forcing a small gasp from her but not enough to reduce the grin on her face. He could see a deep red blush spread over her nose as she continued, pressing her body even tighter into his. You can be Orochimaru. She was talking about the time, halfway during a mind-numbing blood experiment on the twins that happened at the same time and in the same room by the godfather and his assistant. Orochimaru had slithered up behind Kabuto and tore off the latter's pants. The man and the younger man had assumed that the children before them were too out of it to notice, but the twins were part Uzumaki. Apparently Orochimaru had a lot of pent-up sexual frustration in him, and seeing as they now had a chance, he pushed Kabuto up a wall and had his wicked way with him. The silver-haired man didn't object, far from it really, and the snake man went at it for an hour before he finally allowed Kabuto to slump onto the ground. It was nightmare-inducing, cringe-worthy, foul, disgusting and fascinating to the twins. Not that it was a guy going at it with a guy, but more because of the sick things Orochimaru did and made Kabuto do. Why snakes? Why, snakes? Naruto could feel himself getting hotter at the thought of doing that to Naruto. He didn't want to spoil the mood, or wave away the heavy smell of desire that was permeating from her body, by telling his sister that the glass wall-embedded cylinder wasn't a shower but rather a high-pressure power wash that was used to disinfect metals. It was strong enough to rip skin from bone. But she didn't need to know that. He knew more than a few water jutsus that would stop her from noticing. Naruto snaked her other arm up and around his neck, biting her bottom lip and crushing her budding breasts into his chest as she whispered. You can do. She leaned up and whispered into his left ear, sending wonderful waves down his back and making his arms hold her tighter. Whatever you want to me. Damn. She easily pulled away from him and turned around before he could catch a glimpse of her breasts, though looking at her cute pale white butt slink sway a little as she walked into the power wash. The small specks of blood on her body merely drove his mind off the edge. She looked over her shoulder and Naruto gulped at the desire in her eyes. He wasted no time throwing off his clothes, slapping his chest with his hand, and his obsidian under-armor shivered and crumpled, falling down to his boots, which he removed in a hurry as he walked to her. His hand shot to Naruto's black duffel bag still sitting at the base of the staircase, and it unzipped. A bar of deep green soap zipped out and entered his hand just as he stepped into the power wash. His right hand waved above them as she placed her hands on the wall, looking at him with large purple eyes over her shoulder, and he thought of AB rank water jutsu. Water release, rainmaker. Dark clouds collected above their heads and began dropping gentle drops of water on their bodies. Naruto flipped around and panted as Naruto pinned her to the white tiled wall behind her. Whatever I want, huh? Oh 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 oh. 1 hour later. Bro, Naruto asked from the middle on the room, perched on one of the 3 tables. She was in a red shirt with black ninja pants and black sandals. It wasn't something she really liked wearing, but since her brother was wearing a variation of it, then she didn't mind much. Her long red hair was tied up in a shortened ponytail that draped over her left shoulder, and she crossed her slender legs. Her bright purple eyes were looking intently at Naruto, who was sitting on another table beside her with his legs crossed, his palms together in the ram hand seal and his elbows jutting outwards. His godly eyes were closed and his back was in a rigid posture, and it looked like he wasn't breathing at all. He peeked open an eye and smiled faintly before he closed them again. What are you doing? I had to do a lot of things before I got to this very moment. I killed Orochimaru, I started a successful, highly advanced kingdom in the sky, I control the greatest army on the planet, and I have the unquestioned admiration of all my people. I even killed Danzo. Thing is, his lips screwed to the side and he sighed. They were things we were supposed to do together. Naruto's shoulders sagged and she smiled sadly at her brother. Her right hand reached forward and gently touched his left knee. Oh bro, it's fine. I might not have been, you know, alive when you did all those things, but I really don't mind. You did those things to make our dreams come true. Our dreams. He rubbed his knee and he opened one black with red ringed eye, flashing a shaky smile at her. You could have killed father all by yourself and it wouldn't change anything. I know. You still haven't told me what you're doing. She shuffled closer and fully turned to him, mirroring his sitting posture and leaning towards him curiously. Her large eyes sparkled as she listened. I'm not completely sure you heard the full story, but father and mother were attacked by a mysterious, masked assailant when we were born, and this masked man ripped out the QB, making mother go crazy. Naruto nodded and urged him to keep going, even as his eyes stayed closed in concentration. Can you imagine what life for us would have been like if that never happened? I can, not sure I would like to change it, but it would have been nice to have two loving parents. I agree, given how far I have gone with our ambitions and our dreams, then this version of outcomes is much better than if he didn't attack. I'm saying that I have a small hunch on where that masked man is. She cocked her head to the side and furrowed her eyebrows cutely. You think you've found him? Remember that lady that gave you the duffel bag of spare clothes and equipment? Naruto bobbed her head up and down. She is a division head. There are 10 division heads for the Tsukai forces and 1 division head for the civilians. He paused in case she was still trying to figure out what he was saying. She motioned for him to keep talking. One of my division heads, Yuakuso, is the head of espionage and infiltration. That means he looks over all the spies I have in every country and every underground organization, like I had a mole in Konoha that was directly under Danzo and that old idiot never even suspected it. Even though his eyes were still closed, the twins shared a sinister grin. It was always nice to hear that they had outsmarted one of the wisest people in Konoha. My point is, there is an S-rank organization with about 10 missing ninjas making up their ranks, all of whom are S-rank. I have 3 spies in their ranks. Yuakuso keeps me updated with anything the spies are not able to tell me themselves, but I placed a side mission on 2 of my spies there, besides gathering tailed beasts. He was silent for a moment as his grin slipped off his face and dropped to neutral as his face relaxed. What was the mission? The girl asked after a short while. I wanted them to investigate if any person in their ranks was in any way connected with the QB attack 16 years ago. Shinokora, the human form of the Nine-Tails soul, she nodded quickly, meaning that she was aware of who the combat maid was and of her rank in the kingdom as the right hand of the king. She regularly contacts them on any memory of that night, because she found it hard remembering the exact details because she was in a genjutsu. After a harmless hypnosis session from Hamato Toshi, my head of intelligence and interrogation, he is very adept in hypnosis to gather information from people, she was able to recall a few vital pieces of information from that night that made it easier to zero in on the masked man's identity and whereabouts. Naruto scratched her chin and tilted her head down as she thought deeply. Naruto sensed this and kept quiet, allowing her to her thoughts until she wanted him to continue. The girl didn't really care much about what would have happened if their birth wasn't ruined by the masked man. It all ultimately turned out fine, but she would be lying if she said she didn't hold a little bit of resentment to the man for doing what he did. The man had been the direct reason their mother lost her mind and possibly why they were alienated in Konoha. Naruto had been put through a lot of deep grief and depression after her death, and that was something that made her blood boil. She clenched her fists and ground her teeth before closing her eyes and copying the hand seal Naruto was holding, flooding her body with chakra to ease out her tension, a variation of a trigger sound ninja had taught her during a chakra-enhancing lesson. She breathed out and said, remaining in the exact same position as her brother, facing him like they were opposite sides of a mirror. Keep going, please. She said that he had the Sharingan, that she was able to remember his chakra among one of father's students during her time inside Kushina, and lastly, he called himself Madara Uchiha. He could feel her frown lightly and question. History lessons were not the agenda of their training with Orochimaru, just physical and mental training, and the ever so frequent torture sessions, so she was not aware of who Madara was. But Naruto on the other hand had the memories of Orochimaru of the Sannin, as well as a whole host of other ninjas he had acquired during one of his older expeditions of the ground. He also had the time to study extensively. The boy decided to expand a bit on Madara. He is an old ninja that fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, well over 100 years ago. He even used the QB back then, just like this, Madara, used the QB 16 years ago. I'm doing the math, Naruto muttered under her breath, and Naruto listened in. If what you're saying is correct, then that person claiming to be Madara is an imposter because, seeing as the real Madara fought the first about 100 years ago, and let's assume they were in their late 40s when that happened, then he should be well and truly dead. No ninja, or human being, is able to stay kicking longer than 120 years, and since that guy claiming to be Madara was able to fight almost evenly with father, then, she hummed and pursed her lips. He's either a blood clone or a fan. That's right, Naruto said and beamed at her. Their eyes were closed, but the girl could obviously sense his smile, and a light dusting of red covered her nose as she blushed. My people in the Akatsuki, that's the name of the S-rank organization, were able to use those 3 vital pieces of information to lock onto one of their members, the one who supposedly gathered all of them together and created the Akatsuki. All that's left is for him to verbally admit to attacking Konoha with the QB 16 years ago. Naruto inhaled through his nose and exhaled through his mouth. I was thinking, as a way of apologizing for killing Orochimaru and Danzo by myself. Naruto sighed and shook her head in exasperation. Naruto, bro. That you could kill him yourself, he then hurriedly added. I know killing him won't be able to replace Orochimaru and Danzo, but... Naruto's giggling cut him off. I thought I told you it was fine. He didn't reply and she sighed again. Okay, I'll kill him, if it will make you happy. She smiled with him. After that we can dismantle the Akatsuki and go and have ice cream back home. Her eyes shot open and she grinned widely at her twin. Who's the best brother in the world? You are. She pumped her fist in the air as she cheered. The best twin I could ever ask for. Naruto's lips wiggled as he smiled. Oh, you're just saying that. She grabbed his shoulders and pulled him into a strong hug. Even as his hand stayed in the sill and his eyes were closed, the boy still grinned happily. I mean it. I promise you won't regret it, bro. She released him and hopped off the table, skidding over to the duffel bag lying on the ground beside the stairwell leading into the hideout. She opened it and pulled out a standard tanto, easing it open a bit more and saw 3 dozen kunai, shuriken, a katana, a foldable bow staff, 2 rolls of bandages, 6 boxes of ration packs, 1 more pair of spare clothes with smaller clothing accessories like a scarf, gloves, boots, underwear, and a basic medical kit for those that weren't able to use medical jutsu. I'm going to refresh my skills. She hooked the kunai pouch on her left thigh and her shuriken pouch on her right hip, twirling the tanto in her left hand as she moved across the room to a human-sized puppet hanging on the wall. Would your spy mind if I used one of his puppets as a training dummy? He won't mind, Naruto replied with a LAX shrug. The girl with the adamantium bones hefted off the puppet as she stood on the tips of her toes and lugged it close to the table in the center of the room, behind her brother. She found a stand and hung the puppet there. Her eyes narrowed and she bounced on her heels, holding the lethal blade in a reverse grip, clenching a kunai in her other hand that pointed at the forehead of the dummy. She puffed out a breath and said in a low voice, "You still haven't told me what you're doing." Naruto laughed lowly and opened one eye. I'm attending an Akatsuki meeting through one of my most loyal spies. Oh 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 oh. Hundreds of miles away. Underground Akatsuki meeting room. Amekage's tower. Amigakur no Sato. Black chakra rods were one of the abilities bestowed on a Rinnegan user through the less physical outer path. It could be used to destabilize the chakra of any person it was inserted into, seeing as it was made of a very hard material. Then it could be weaponized, and it could also be used to have limited control of the person it was inserted at, but this was only if the person had given the Rinnegan user express permission, or if the person the rods were inserted in was dead. The 6 paths of pain were all dead corpses peppered with chakra receivers, smaller versions of chakra rods, and imbued with a single path of the Rinnegan excluding the outer path, especially seeing as the outer path was the one that kept all paths of pain in sync with pain. Nagato. Naruto preferred not to imbue paths into dead bodies but use them himself. He was more effective that way, but there were small exceptions to this decision. Conan. A voice called and the woman turned her head to her right, looking at the skeletal red head sitting on the throne. He had Rinnegan eyes, but not as powerful or as ominous as Naruto's, purple with black rings. He wheezed lightly and released the breath he was holding. The Angel of Am looked back in front of her at the mirror and breathed in deeply as well. She saw herself reflected back at her, but with only one small distinct change. She had a black with red ringed left eye. The stoic angel felt her heart flutter and she clasped her hands over her chest, almost overwhelmed with pride and joy as Naruto, after many years of not using her, had finally chosen to use the 6 chakra receivers in her ears, 3 in each one on her chin and the last one through her belly button. Master, she gushed in a breathy voice, going against her persona of stoic angel as she felt her normal right eye film over with tears as she saw Naruto's one-of-a-kind Rinnegan. Nagato weakly smiled and relaxed into his throne. He had been worried there was something wrong as soon as Conan had fled to the standing mirror in the throne room, barely minutes before all the Akatsuki members were to be physically present. The woman turned to her longtime friend and smiled a little, the biggest and happiest smile she had ever shown him in more than a decade. Master is finally using me, Nagato. The sickly man closed his eyes and sighed. I take it you don't mind. It is an honor and a privilege to be our great king's eyes and ears. She said in a firm but shaky voice, turning back and slowly lifting her fingers to under her left eye, both marveling at it and fearful of it. There weren't enough chakra rods in her body to allow Naruto to fully control her, but with the ones he implanted in her, with her express permission, he was able to see through her eye and influence her thoughts in his favor. Though, given how happy she was to be the eye of her king, he didn't need to influence her that much. She stood up straight and faced the mirror, bowing deeply and saying in a light voice, I am humbled, my lord Naruto. She didn't get any reply, but that only made the stoic woman gush even more. Put on the contacts, no one but Sasori must know that our lord is in attendance. Nagato said and the woman hurriedly slipped out a finger-sized square from inside her cloak. She muttered quick apologies to the silent king as she put the contacts on. They were light grey in color and perfectly hid Naruto's Rinnegan eye. If our lord has decided to grace us with his magnificent presence, then it must be time. Conan nodded and rubbed her face to smoothen down her features, fighting the urge to smile again. She pushed the mirror and it flipped upside down on the wall, changing into a greyish-black painted wall of the meeting room. They could hear walking from several feet in front of them at the door and their eyes went there. Sasori of the Red Sands, deputy head of espionage and infiltration, walked in with his wooden face set in neutral. Nagato nodded his greeting to the fellow spy, as well as made a circle with his right index and thumb, like turning an invisible knob, and Sasori stopped at the door abruptly, making Deidara slam into his Hiriko puppet's back as the mad bomber was rushing after the puppeteer, telling him a story. Sasori's eyes widened in surprise and he subtly cocked his head to the right, to Conan, and she also nodded. They could see the wooden man suppress a shiver and march forward as well, taking his place on the right side of the long meeting table, 3 seats away from the leader of the Akatsuki. Deidara, sorely rubbing his nose and muttering insults to his partner, stood 2 seats away from Nagato as Konan took her place at her friend's right side, tilting her chin up slightly and looking all parts the regal and lethal angel of Am. More and more S-rank ninjas trooped in and Nagato stayed in perfect character, looking down at each of them with his purple with black ringed Rinnegan eyes. Inside his head though, he vividly remembered the day he and his childhood friend, as well as all of Amigakure, were recruited into the ranks of the Tsukai forces. It was 5 years ago and the Akatsuki was still just made up of Nagato, Konan, Obito and Sasori. Most of whom were hundreds of miles away from Hidden Rain, finding and recruiting other qualified S-ranks to their criminal organization. The sickly redhead had stayed back with his childhood friend to administer to their village when suddenly they felt a great disturbance pass through the village's borders and walk into the rain. Back then, Naruto was just 11 years old. Flashback. The whole village was quaking to its very core as the intruder passed the rain dome covering the village. Naruto was in a long-sleeved dark blue shirt with black pants, brown ninja boots and holding an umbrella over his head. The powerful child had an amused but chillingly cold smile plastered on his face as he walked, protected from the chakra rain by his very much normal bright red umbrella. His boots splashed in the small puddles but it never dissuaded him. He had been on a personal excursion to every ninja village that Orochimaru had listed as mysterious and too dangerous to be attacked, like Kiriagakure, Hidden Darkness, Hidden Smoke and lastly Hidden Rain. There were other smaller villages Orochimaru had been cautious about but the man still went to and fro them, even keeping labs full of slaves, which Naruto liberated and sent back to the Tsukai kingdom hovering high in the sky over the ocean close to Kumo. But the information gathering was not out of pleasure but rather to gather the information his godfather was too afraid to get himself in order to make his budding kingdom in the sky stronger. The information and knowledge he had gathered from all the other villages were of great help and he summarily sent it back to Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, so that the older ninja could better explain it to the other division heads, who would in turn train the soldiers to handle those situations. Amigakure no Sato was the very last village. It was also the place his spy, Sasori, had told him a budding criminal organization was being formed. He could already feel the great unrest his presence was causing and he didn't care very much about it. With each step he created shockwaves that shook the village but didn't make it all crumble, like he could very well easily do. He released less than a quarter of his control of over-suppressing his chakra and that was enough to create a bonfire of hazy chakra around his body for those that could sense chakra. It was like what he did with all the other, dangerous, hidden villages he had visited. He wanted them to see his threat level and come at him with all they have so that he could observe, test and send back the results to the kingdom. His division heads and his people were less than happy to allow their king leave their home without the proper protection but they dutifully obeyed his order for them to stay back and develop the kingdom. Just a year ago Naruto had cut Hidden Sound, as well as every other connecting laboratory or slave pen, off the map by himself and himself alone. It was obvious he could protect himself, it didn't mean they had to like it. The villages he entered never let out the knowledge to other villages, even their allies, because of their great pride that a preteen had marched in and overpowered their ninjas. It was shameful. Naruto stopped when he felt 7 great chakra signatures shooting towards him with a small army of lesser important chakra signatures flooding after them. Naruto's eyes flickered and a dome of energy stemming from the Predator path covered his body as 3 missiles were blasted at him. The warheads were summarily snuffed out and clanked on the ground, dead and empty. The ground broke apart and a sharp rock burst out, slashing into the chest of a mountain-sized ape that had attempted to fall down on him from the sky. The boy scoffed when he felt a tug on his shirt. He tightened his hand on his umbrella's handle, which still covered him from rain, and the ground exploded outwards around him, shredding the universal pool that had been attempted on him. The dust settled and Naruto's felt a small smile come to him when his eyes fell on the 6 village defenders and the 7th hovering above them with paper wings. They had the Rinnegan, purple with black concentric circles. His smile threatened to stretch wider when he felt another tug on his shirt. His eyes widened and flashed to one of the paths. The Deva path of pain gasped out in surprise and shot towards Naruto. The boy lifted his other hand and rolled his wrist. The path spun around the child with blinding speed before Naruto stopped the motion and pointed at the flying paper woman, sending the body of the path over there with the speed of a bullet. The path cracked his head on the head of the Angel of Am, sending both of them into the side of the cage's tower. The Deva path's head was caved in and Konan's head was fractured. She was unconscious. Naruto hummed with his eyes sparkling with childish joy and the ground opened up beneath the human and Naruka paths, swallowing them up until their necks. He flicked his wrist again and an invisible force smashed against the head of a centipede that was charging at him, destroying the animal summons and spraying its green blood in the air. Naruto's palm faced the airborne path and the child inaudibly brought him straight down into the ground. Thoom. Naruto clenched his fist and dragged it back, like he was about to punch the air, and the ground broke apart as the animal path was violently pulled towards the bearer of the superior Rinnegan. The boy caught the path by his neck and slammed him into the ground in a choke slam without hesitation, cracking his neck. The Predator path felt a perspiration form on his forehead despite the rain pouring on him. Watching how the other paths were taken down was like watching a puppet show. Not once did the child with the umbrella utter a word. Something that made the other Rinnegan user feel weak was that the boy was using the abilities of the Rinnegan but The boy was using them with so much skill and experience, he was almost tempted to think that the boy was older than him. The path grunted as his arms were ripped out of their sockets and his knees were blasted out from beneath him in a glorious shower of blood. Like the animal path, he felt a bone-wrenching yank that threw him straight into the waiting hands of the other Rinnegan user. Naruto held the path by his hair and dragged him on the ground as he began his walk towards the trembling ninjas. The ninjas could not express their sheer shock at watching the strongest ninjas in their village get manhandled like a group of babies. Tossed around like meat bags to a ravenous, untiring, powerful dog. More than a few fled, while the others held their weapons with shaking hands. Arg! Naruto didn't turn his head when he heard the war cry of the Asura path, the last path to be dealt with. He grasped the armless, legless path's hair in his left hand and swung it at the Asura path. He released the hair and pointed his palm at the stunned path as he caught the other path easily. Almighty, push, Naruto whispered, and the only way Nagato could describe the feeling was that an invisible foot had stepped on him and ground the Asura and Preta paths to paste. Naruto nodded at his work and narrowed his eyes at the remaining ninjas. Move. His order was obeyed immediately. Nagato hobbled around his bedroom and pushed open the door but was met with the amused face of the red-haired king. This time Naruto had a closer look and saw the Rinnegan. I see you have the same eyes as me. Naruto started and walked forward. He closed his umbrella and hooked it under his right armpit. The older redhead stumbled away from the boy and stuttered out. No, we don't, your eyes. Naruto stopped as Nagato fell back onto his bed, crawling away from the obviously stronger boys. You truly have the eyes of a god. His hands inched up his face and he closed his eyes tightly, an inferiority complex that hadn't attacked him since he was a child washed down on him in terrible waves. My eyes are nothing compared to yours. Naruto's lips twitched upwards at the admission of defeat. Then I have one simple proposition for you. Nagato bowed his head and waited for Naruto to continue. Serve me. Flashback end. The only explanation for Konan's fanatic devotion to Naruto was that after her head had almost been split open, something in her brain had clicked. There was no other way of rationalizing why the woman had gotten a loyalty seal as well as tattooed Naruto's name over her heart. Like Sasori, the two were given their ranks, and also like Sasori, they were gold ranks. For their years of loyalty, Naruto had promised to consider not including the people of Hidden Rain in the global tournament, as well as carving Am out of the ground and temporarily fusing it with the Flying Kingdom. Naruto was hesitant to do so because he did not want any other people, besides his people, being officially or unofficially called the Tsukai citizens. His ground spies were a different case, but to incorporate an entire hidden village to his home. His next best option was having Am as a separate flying landscape, chained both physically and figuratively to the Tsukai kingdom. He didn't care much if the people of Am were thought of as lower-tier human beings by his people, he was simply rewarding the loyalty of Nagato and Konan. Despite the uncertainty of making Am a flying island chained to the Tsukai kingdom, he promised to use his resources to protect the hidden village. This included the soldiers he had stationed in the village and the low-level technology he had allowed the ground ninjas to have. His aim was to keep his fanatically loyal people content, which would in turn keep him loyal. Nagato very well knew that Naruto did not want Am to fully be incorporated into the Tsukai kingdom, but the lower-powered Rinnegan user was content with having the godly teen's protection over his home. And even though Konan was more or less in the same boat as her friend, she leaned more towards being eternally grateful to Naruto for gracing Am with his regal presence. It was why she willingly and happily submitted her body and soul to Naruto to use as he saw fit. Nagato was also the person Naruto was able to use to fully confirm that his Rinnegan was possibly the strongest in history. First order of business, Nagato started saying as his powerful Rinnegan eyes shone in the dim lighting of the meeting room. The Gedo statue behind him groaned as it reacted to his eyes, bowing slightly down and its four open, differently colored eyes brightened. Four-tailed beasts were locked inside it, frozen in helpless stasis. The members of the criminal organization fractionally tilted their heads down in respect for their leaders as he spoke. Zetsu, have you gotten a lead on where the remaining tailed are? Those tailed beasts as well as their respective holders had mysteriously disappeared off the surface of the earth. The plant man, who was now just his white half, seeing as the black half stayed on the field to monitor happenings, nodded. Only the three spies knew of where the other beasts were. Zetsu lilted in place before he replied. The 2, 3 and 8 mysteriously disappeared after the Tsukai forces attacked their respective villages. I'm assuming they took them back to their kingdom, wherever that kingdom is. The Seven Tails has been in hiding for the past 2 years after Kakazu and Hidden attacked Waterfall and failed to retrieve her. They don't want another attack, so they threw her out. I was able to follow a trail she had unknowingly left, but strangely enough her trail went cold in Iron Country. My best guess is that she discarded her identity, created an entirely new one and chose to reside permanently with the samurai, and with her hyperactivity as a tailed beast holder I'm certain she became a samurai. He paused for a moment and peered across the table. He was on the left side, closest to the leader's throne. At Obito, and the masked man chuckled at a joke only he could hear. The plant man looked back to the Rinnegan holder and continued. When I was following her trail, I encountered some, strange and unusual. He ran through words in his mind to carefully describe what he was trying to say. Information, for lack of a better word. Nagato stayed silent, as did Konan. The Seven Tails holder spent roughly a week or so in a 5-star hotel in Lightning Country's capital before she kept moving towards Iron Country, which is far, far, far north of Lightning, which is pretty much at the south of the continent. She was able to move from Lightning to Iron, 2 polar locations, in a span of 2 days or so instead of 2 weeks, at best. Zetsu scratched his chin in thought. It was like she flew there and only landed on the ground to rest before she took off again because the trail kept flickering as I followed. The 7-tailed beetle has wings, maybe she was able to channel that ability. Kakazu grunted from his place at the bottom of the left side of the table. I have been watching her since she was a baby. She does not know how to do that with her tailed beast. He then bobbed his head and continued what he had been saying. And she had no money to her name whatsoever after she had been kicked out. Only the clothes on her back, a kunai pouch and a single water bottle, nothing else. It would literally, and probably physically, require her to cut off an arm, a leg, a kidney and half of her brain to pay for a single night in that 5-star hotel, not to mention a week. I know she stayed a week because I was able to see the logs of the hotel. You think some rich guy, or lady, took her in and paid for stay? Daidara asked out loud. That awfully generous, Maybe they were banging the living daylights out of her in the hotel. Like they kidnapped a Chunin Jinchuriki with a fairly high control of her tailed beast and turned her into a sex slave. Kisum said with a laugh. That's hilarious. He's right, that girl, Fu, she was able to give Hiden and I a bit of a problem before reinforcements arrived. Kakazu said. I didn't say she was turned into a sex slave. I told you I watched that girl grow up, I knew how strong she is and that girl is stubbornly strong. Zetsu said factedly. I also remember saying that her trail became cold in Iron Country. He refrained from shouting to stop the amused laughs from the other S-ranks, besides the leader and Conan. The plant man straightened his black with red clouds cloak with stiff hands and cleared his throat. I'm beginning to believe that this Tsukai Kingdom has been a major influencer on various phenomena and events. They had so far shown that they are incredibly formidable, so it is not very hard to believe that they have a large treasury to pay for the girl's hotel room and find a way to transport her up north to Iron. I'm not completely sure, but I think they recruited the girl, helped her change her identity and set her in Iron as a spy. Are you sure about this? Sasori asked. Zetsu looked at him sharply and replied. 100%. I might have not been fast enough to catch the Kumo invasion and I just barely saw the mist invasion, but all of the soldiers are equipped with seals on the soles of their boots that allow them the limited ability to fly, and they have large, metal vehicles that transport soldiers to and fro that can fly. It's not very hard to imagine the 7 Tails was taken into one and transported to Iron. I tried to sneak into one of the vehicles so I could gain entry into the Tsukai Kingdom, but I was painfully repelled by seals I never thought would exist. I would have been caught too by the operators of that vehicle if I didn't run away. All this talk of how powerful the emerging kingdom of the sky was only made it more tantalizing for the masked Uchiha. They had not even discussed about the 9 Tails. I want you to go to Iron Country and find the girl, no matter how long it takes. If we find her, then we can take her when the time comes. By this Nagato meant after the 3 Tails was found and sealed. But no one besides the 3 insiders knew that that wouldn't ever happen. The Rinnegan leader turned his head from Zetsu and looked at Sasori. Sasori, what have your spies said about this rising threat, the kingdom hidden in the sky? And the gold-ranked puppet master reported his findings to the group. Chapter 12. A mint-haired girl that looked to be in her mid-teens fell down onto her knees in the middle of a lush, grassy glade with a silent huff. Her head looked to the ground in defeat and her shoulders sagged, making the back of her hands touch the ground and her palms facing the sky. She looked shaggy and ragged, with her dark blue long-sleeved shirt dirty with mud and blood and her white pants filthy from weeks of not washing them. She had let herself go. She was inhaling and exhaling small puffs of air, listening with a keen ear as black metal boots walked around her in a 5-foot radius. The person was a red-haired, 14-year-old boy in a red shirt with the kanji for Sky King drawn on it and black ninja pants. Under his clothes was pitch-black armor that she had formerly discovered was impenetrable. Kneeling around her in a wide circle were at least 30 other people in gold under armor with their hands over their hearts and their heads bowed slightly, a sign of willing deference to the younger teen she suspected. They wore similar clothing to the red-haired teen but without the kanji on their chests but rather the kanji of their divisions on their right upper arms. There was a tall woman in a black hunter ninja mask in platinum armor wearing the standard combat clothing for a high-ranked soldier of the kingdom's army. The woman was on her feet, not on her knees like her subordinates, with her right hand over her heart and bowing her head to her master, the red-haired teen. Nora, the head of Scout and Retrieval, stayed in that position, even as her king spoke to the resignedly kneeling holder of the 7 Tails. I know your pain, Fu. Naruto said in a low voice as he kept walking around the girl, making just a small crunching sound from his heavy-looking boots. He stuck his hands into his pants pockets and looked at the girl with his terrifyingly powerful Rinnegan eyes. The girl closed her eyes tightly and whispered, "No, you don't." Naruto gave her a small sad smile, one she didn't see, as he said again, "I know your pain." This time she only sighed in defeat and kept quiet. Naruto continued. "I was thrown out of my former home with my twin sister by my own father, handed to my godfather, Orochimaru of the Sannin, by said father to experiment on and train to better be a pawn to my former home." The girl quietly bit her lips as tears slowly trickled down her eyes. My sister and I never had any friends in our former home, but we were happy to be alone, very happy. My father, he despised us for things that were out of our control, and he took out his rage by casting us to our kami damned godfather like 2 bags of human waste. The soldiers kneeling further away from him bowed a bit deeper at his tone. Naruto was not yelling, rather his voice was controlled and calm, but this only made it scarier to listen to. My own father, he allowed us to be treated like test subjects for 7 years, broken and bent and poisoned and cracked, all so that we could better serve a home that never loved us. He stopped before the kneeling girl and bent down, making Fu peek through her unruly green hair into the eyes of power, trembling and shaking with both fear and an unexplainable desire to be near him. Tell me, Fu, your home, your former home, made sure you trained and practiced from sunrise to sunset, made you see things you would rather have not, do things you would have preferred not to, all to make you a better puppet. Did I get that right? She had been denying the truth her whole life. Her home never loved her. Her heart gave a great thump and she sniffed as her eyes filled up with tears. Naruto reached forward slowly and wiped at her tears. On his moon-pale face was a small smile, so small that he might as well be emotionless. I know exactly how you're feeling, Fu. I know your pain. The girl's head bobbed slightly as Naruto's hand pulled back. Would you believe me if I said that there is an entire kingdom of people just like you and me, people that have had the worst luck, flying right above our heads? She wavered in place and her eyes returned back to the ground. She shook her head. Naruto motioned over his shoulder and Nora approached them, dropping onto one knee. Her name is Nora, she is one of my division heads. We were in the same slave pen once. He pointed at a seemingly random gold-ranked soldier with his lower face hidden behind a half-skull mask. He lost all the skin on his bottom jaw and he cannot grow it back because of a chemical my godfather used. He pointed at a woman with short white hair and an eye patch. She had an entire telescope shoved into her eye and pulled out from the back of her head. The woman nodded graciously and Naruto looked back to Fu, who was subtly tracking where he was pointing at. All of my people had been rejected from their homes, made into outcasts, sold into slavery by their families, kidnapped from their homes and cursed to never return. Just, like, me, Fu whispered. If my lord may permit me to say, my lord has been the kindest, most generous person we have ever met and we will ever meet. He allowed us to follow him, even if we were burdens, and he taught us how to protect ourselves. We fight for our king because he gave us our humanity back and he gave us a purpose. Yes, the kneeling gold ranks chorused as one in agreement to what their division head had said. King Naruto saw something in us that we didn't see in ourselves. He gave us a home, he gave us family, he gave us our dreams, and dying for him, whether it be now or in the future, is the highest honor we can give our king for all he has done for us. Yes. Fu felt a fire spiral into life in her chest as she took in a deep breath. Her shoulders shook and her hands clenched. The feeling of belonging to something that was just as big as her but at the very same time much bigger than her was growing. From a small flame to a bonfire, she couldn't control. She knew it wasn't an illusion, she was a natural sensor, so she would know when an illusion was put on her. Her eyes, with her head still lowered, looked around and she caught a few of the gold ranks sending her looks from their equally lowered positions. They smiled at her and she felt happy because she knew those smiles were real. But a question overcame her. What can I possibly do? 5 minutes ago she had been surrounded by the gold ranks and was severely weakened by the division head, sealing off her control over her tailed beast with ease. Retrieving Jinchuriki when the need rose was part of her responsibilities, so she had to be well adept in using seals. With the speed at which she had been subdued, what could this king possibly use her for? Her body. There is always a proper way to get stronger, you simply have not found a good enough reason to. Naruto said as he cocked his head to the side. But before you can get strong, I want you to swear your eternal loyalty to me. The girl wasted no time. I swear on my soul and my body to serve you loyally. Use me however you wish, my king. She wanted to be part of a home. She wanted to have a place where she was welcomed. She wanted this so badly. Good. You are now under my protection and the protection of my people. You are now part of my people, Naruto said and placed his armored fingers on the sides of her shoulders and straightened her up to look at him. He met her eyes and the corners of his curved up a little in a smile. I will give you your chance to get stronger, Fu, all you have to do, is take it. I will, my lord, she said and tilted her head down. Naruto released her and she stayed upright. She felt a firm hand pat her shoulder and she looked to her right at the masked woman beside her. Fu gave the older ninja a shaky smile. I have a mission for you, while you become stronger. Yes, my lord. 2 years later and it still felt too good to be true, but it wasn't. She had been called up to the kingdom to be personally given her rank by the king 2 months later, and on that same day she had been given her katana blade. 7. It was the name she had given her blade, and, after telling Naruto as he presented it to her in the throne room of the royal palace, he gave her his signature tiny smile and ruffled her hair. It was possibly the best thing that had ever happened to her. The girl almost passed out when it happened. Tayuya and the second Konoha spy weren't too happy that their beloved king had placed his precious hand on the head of a girl that wasn't either them or the king's dead sister, so when it was their turn to collect their expandable silver rank boots and chest plate, which would link together and form the complete silver under armor when the chest plate was tapped, and they too collected their specially crafted weapons, the only ones in existence, they began subtly pushing for their king to also ruffle their hair. Tayuya called her sniper rifle Singing Angel Blood and the second Konoha spy had called her kickboxing gloves Giant Slayer. They too adored the gifts they had been given by their lord and king, Naruto, but they also yearned for him to touch them in at least a small measure. Naruto knew what they wanted, it was plain as day, so he gave it to them. He ruffled their hair so the three girls won't fight outside the palace. Fu didn't like it, but she kept her mouth shut and bowed to her king as he ordered them to return back to their ground posts. Fubuki Kumakai, the aforementioned girl, lifted her head from her place on the small table and looked at the person that had called her, a grey-haired man with bandages wrapped around his forehead and neck. He looked at her stoically as he poured green tea into a small cup, handing it to the girl kneeling on the other side of the table. The man stayed in his own rigid knee as he poured himself some tea into his cup. The girl looked at the leader of all of Iron Country with his face engraved frown and nodded. The girl raised the hands she had placed on her thighs and took the cup in her hands, tilting it into her mouth a little and placing it back on the table in sync with the leader. I have a mission for you, one of the highest importance. I accept, sir, but is that why you wanted us to have tea? You could have told me in your office. She placed her hands back on her thighs and looked at the older samurai with raised eyebrows. Her healthily tanned face stayed professionally neutral, but her small dark purple painted lips quirked downwards. I also wanted your personal counsel. With all due respect, sir, I think the Iron Country Council are better suited for giving you counsel. I am still too young to properly give advice on matters to you, sir. She frowned deeply and slanted her head down to the table in a bow. I apologize for my outburst, sir, it was improper. It is fine. I am simply capitalizing on your knowledge as a former ninja so I would know how to best appeal to the major village leaders. I am organizing a summit of all the major village leaders so we can all deal with the rising threat of the Tsukai Kingdom as one unit. They have shown us that they are superior based on their technology, seal work and skills, but not impossible to best. Yes, sir. She straightened her white kimono and pulled her sleeves over her hands, nudging the deep red sleeves over her fingers and placing them back on her laps. On the back of her kimono was the kanji for 7 plastered proudly in golden embroidery. Underneath her tradition combat garb she had on a white midriff shirt with a short white skirt and white sandals. Underneath that was her silver rank armor, which was under a barely noticeable chameleon impersonation jutsu so that her armored fingers would look like her normal tanned skin and her torso would look like silver chainmail. She also had on a deep red obi wrapped around her waist and, like her leader, she had bandages around her neck and just under her chin. She blinked her red eyes, special Tsukai-administered contact lenses that hid her true eyes, swished her head to the side slightly so that her straight, stark white hair fell down her shoulders. It was a wig to hide her real hair. What is the mission, sir? I want you to find out the full extent of what the Tsukai forces did to lightning, spring and water countries. Witness reports, survivor testimonies, physical clues, anything that gives us an idea of their abilities and their limits so that we can plan on how to take them down. If you are able to find out the exact location of the kingdom so we can attack them before they attack us, then do so. I will not let you down, sir, she said. It wasn't the first time the leader of Iron Country was sending her out on a high-ranked solo mission. It was because of the amount of trust in her position in the samurai ranks that he freely let out his intentions to her. Even though she was a former ninja. 2 years ago, after she had been dropped off in front of Iron by a support drop-off vehicle of the Rescue and Support Division, wearing her wig and contacts, she had not been welcomed into the samurai society. Simply having the knowledge of a ninja, a dishonorable profession in the eyes of the samurai, was taboo and tantamount to being blacklisted in the country. No one wanted her in their shops, no one wanted her in their homes, no hotel wanted to allow her in. Despite having an abundance of money, courtesy of the Tsukai Kingdom, no parent wanted their children even looking at her. She was treated like the dirt beneath their feet, but the one thing that encouraged her not to run away was the trust she had been bestowed by her hero, Naruto. She spent months alone in the forests, running through the samurai mannerisms, exercises and training tips she was being regularly sent. Most of her skills as a samurai was self-taught, and it was those same skills that she had used to save a small village that was being overrun by bandits. It did not change much of their opinions, but they allowed her to stay in the very edge of the village in a small hut. It was after saving the village from 2 more attacks by the vengeful bandits that they finally allowed her to sit among them during village meetings. Mifune, the leader of the country, had gotten wind of a highly skilled samurai in one of his villages that had been selflessly protecting the village for roughly 8 months. He observed her for 4 more months before he summoned her over to the country's capital to be evaluated and given a proper rank in the samurai forces. The first thing that caught his attention was her blade, a katana she called 7. It was made out of a strange red metal with a black hilt and guard. There were 7 seals that were engraved in the metal, of which all of them looked to be at least level 9 because none of their seal specialists could decipher them from first glance. After asking her, Fu, now named Fubuki Kumakai, told Mifune that it was the blade her master had given her before he sent her away. She told him that she was bound by her pride to not divulge the abilities of her blade unless she was in combat. The old samurai could respect that, and also her resolve to become a true samurai. After her evaluation she had been given the elder rank, the second highest just under the rank of leader, of which only 15 other samurai held and all 15 were well over 50. Mifune saw the girl's potential to grow, so he gave her permanent residence in the capital while the village she had been protecting was given 5 master-ranked samurai to replace her. The samurai of the capital still held some resentment for her, seeing as she was still a former ninja, but they were soon forced to see that she did not have the brash manners of a ninja and also did not fight like a ninja. They also had to give her the respect she had gotten from her rank. When do I leave, sir? After I hear your opinion on how to best appeal to the ninjas. Oh. Day 3, 3 days later. Order of Amigakure, outside the rain. Amigakure no Sato. Hey, coach, Naruto called to her brother as she hopped on her feet, shadowboxing an invisible opponent before her and sending a sly grin to her Rinnegan-holding brother, who rolled his eyes at the roll she had given him. She threw blurrily fast punches and twirled on her heel for a quick roundhouse kick. Yes, sister. They were standing 5 feet away from the rain border of the hidden village, staring inside at nothing in particular. Rather, it was Naruto that was in deep thought as he looked at the rain while Naruto waited for his call to proceed inside. Got any tips for me? She shot forward 5 punches, curved her left elbow up and spun around to bash her other elbow in her unseen opponent's face. This guy fought father and was able to hold his own for a little while, so I'm guessing he's really strong now, maybe stronger than Orochimaru. I have no idea what to expect from that guy, to be honest. She huffed out the last part and she tore an uppercut at her opponent and turned to Naruto, placing her hands on her hips and cocking her head to the side. Naruto's smile slowly spread on his face as he fully turned to his sister, impressed that she didn't allow her pride to take over but rather asked for advice on how to take down the unknown foe he had given her. She steadily smiled back and blushed when she read his mind. I'm glad you asked, sis. Do you remember what Godfather said about the Uchiha clan? Their Sharingan can predict their opponent's movements. Yes, but that can be dealt with if you are faster than they can predict. What I'm driving at is that the Sharingan can cast very strong illusions, whether or not you look into them or not, but it is stronger when they look into your eyes. So you need to be vigilant that you're not under an illusion at all times. She nodded with attentive furrowed eyebrows. Noted. Also, like you said, this guy was able to fight on close to equal footing with father, so he's not someone to underestimate, no matter how tempting it seems. Sasori said when he was recruited the masked man was serious but his facade in the Akatsuki is playful. You can play around with him, I don't really mind, just be watchful for any tricks. Alright. I'm not very sure about this but I'll still tell you, after I sucked out Danzo's soul I was able to gather his memories. You were. He trailed off but shook his head, stopping himself from going into an intricate explanation of the path of the Rinnegan that allowed him to do it, choosing to help his sister mentally prepare for her battle with the masked man. It's something my Rinnegan allows me to do, he stopped her with a raised hand. I know, overpowered but highly effective. Like I was saying, I was able to gather from his memories that he suspected that the Sharingan had 2 higher forms. There is the usual 3-tomo form, then another level and a final level. He called the next level the Mangakyo level but I'm not sure about the last one. It's going to take a few hours to fully explain the crazy theories that old man was creating about the Mangakyo Sharingan but the important points are that the illusionary abilities are increased and the prediction is much better. Outside of those things I don't know anything else, I'm sorry. Naruto scoffed and patted his shoulders with her hands. It'll be fun, don't worry about it. She was in the combat uniform from the other day with her ninja weapons strapped on, a tanto slung on her back and her long red hair tied up into a short ponytail. I initially wanted to take him and everyone else in the Akatsuki down by myself because my Rinnegan makes it so much easier. If he is giving me trouble I can crush his head like a grape. His eyes narrowed and he placed his own hands on her shoulders, staring into her eyes seriously, making her too look back with a serious, neutral expression. He moved his head to the side and looked at her ear, nodding at the white earbud sitting in her ear. If you are having trouble, then don't hesitate to ask for my help. I know, I promise. They separated and bumped fists. Naruto smirked evilly and she mirrored it back to him, both of their eyes darkened. Casual entrance or epic entrance? He asked and she grinned toothily. Epic. Oh. 5 minutes later. Tobi Obito Madara always liked standing on the roof of the Amekija's tower, feeling the rain drench his clothes. It made him feel like all his sins and his wrongs were being washed away. It made him feel something close to happiness. Beside him Kisame and Itachi sitting with their legs crossed, staring blankly at the houses a bit away from the tower, they also liked the rain. Kisame for obvious reasons but for Itachi it was his way of atoning for all the death he had caused. The night he had killed his parents and scarred his brother for life always played again and again when he closed his eyes. It was why he didn't sleep longer than an hour. All 3 high-ranked ninjas sharply looked up when they felt a massive, bone-rattling blast of chakra above them. Kisame gaped when he saw a smoldering ball of fire, a giant meteor, hurtling down from space towards the village. The one-eyed Uchiha opened his mouth slowly, just as the villagers' alarms started ringing. What the F? The meteor increased its speed dramatically and slammed into the ground before Itachi could get to his feet to divert the incoming ball of fire. Thoom. The ball of fire slammed into the ground in a large training ground closest to the cage's tower, which was about a kilometer away or so, and at the same time very far away from any residential building. The ground shook after it landed and threw up massive clumps of earth around it. It sizzled as the rain cooled down the fire burning on the rock. 9 ninjas landed around the crackling rock and stood straight as they narrowed their eyes at it. They watched as the rain cooled down the rock enough to show that it was coal black. Crack. The black rock split in the very center and opened, releasing small puffs of white smoke as it did so, to reveal two red-haired twins standing inside. The male was standing with his arms crossed and the female was sitting with her legs crossed before him. They wore sinister smirks. Obito narrowed his eyes when he recognized the boy. His black underarmor and his godly eyes were obvious indications to who he was. He pieced together who the girl was, simply because she looked like the king so much so that it almost made him dizzy. King Naruto, the man whispered as he activated his Sharingan, immediately making it morph into its highest form. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto opened his arms wide and his sister deftly leaped back to her feet, cracking her fists and staring intently at the only masked person there. My name, he started as he turned around in a full circle, looking at each and every one of the Akatsuki members, from Sasori to Deidara. He grinned widely and continued. Is Naruto and I am the king of the Tsukai kingdom. He placed a firm hand on his sister's left shoulder and they quickly looked at each other from the corner of their eyes. And this is my sister, Naruko, the queen of the Tsukai kingdom. The girl almost buckled at her brother's declaration, glaring at him briefly at the pleased look in his Rinnegan eyes. Really, you're doing this now, she whispered silently and he nodded. We've come to dismantle your organization. He continued with a twinkle in his eyes, patting her shoulder twice. Sasori, Conan, stand down. He ordered, and much to the shock and betrayal of the others, the named S-rank ninjas bowed deeply and shuffled away. UN, what makes you think you have a chance against all of us, kid? Deidara yelled at Naruto, still trying to recover from finding out that his partner worked under the king of the Flying Kingdom. Why don't you come and find out? He placed his hands into his pants pockets and his sister stood at his back, still staring at Toby with blank eyes. Your opponent is my sister, he said, addressing Obito. As for the rest of you, make sure you don't hold back or it will be your downfall. Fuck, Hidden spat and spun his scythe in his hands, grinding his teeth at how confident the team was being. I'll cut off your dick and shove it down your throat, then I'm going to make you watch while I fuck your slut sister into a motherfucking coma. Vivid, I will admit, but words can only get you so far, Hidden. Naruto said, now please, let us fight. He removed his hands from his pockets and looked into Itachi's eyes without fear of being placed in an illusion. He lifted his hands to the older ninja and bent his fingers back to his palm twice, beckoning him to attack. Come on. When I'm done with your sister, I'll come after you, Obito said, breaking character. Naruto too lifted her hands and got into a fighting stance, holding her clenched fists a few inches under her eyes and slightly bending her knees. An impressively guarded kickboxing stance, the Uchiha acknowledged. She had apparently done her homework, seeing as she wanted him to attack first so that she would get to better know how he fought. Normally he wouldn't indulge her, but his urge to get his hands on Naruto's Rinnegan overpowered him. So he charged. 5 minutes of continuous, fast-paced fighting later and the masked Uchiha had gathered a lot of information on Naruto and just barely what she was capable of. Her skin was impenetrable, her bones were unbreakable, her movements were quick and fluid and, given how her godfather had altered her already high Uzumaki's stamina, she might as well have the core strength and stamina of a bubbling volcano. His fist shot out and she slapped both of them down, one after the other, and lifted her right knee to hit his side, but the Uchiha shuffled aside, just barely, and hopped away. His eyes flicked down at the dozen or so broken kunai and shattered shurikens scattered on the ground, ones that he had used to stab at her but had broken on contact. The girl traced where his Sharingan had quickly looked and she smirked sharply, holding up her fists in a strong stance and bouncing on the balls of her heels. Toby's eyes narrowed and both fighters surged to the other. Naruko reached the older ninja and skidded on her knees when she saw the muscles on his knees gear towards a kick, sliding one knee beneath the attack as it happened and spun around, striking the masked man in the center of his back as 3 adamantium claws shot out of her knuckles, impaling the man's back and exiting from his stomach. She frowned when her hand slipped through his body as he became intangible before his form burst into chakra smoke. She straightened up and held up her clawed fist, the blade slid back into her arm with a slick click and a slight tightening of her hand. Her large purple eyes squinted and she wriggled the fingers of the hand she held up, cancelling out the noise from her brother's battle with the S-rank missing ninjas. This left only the sound of the rain pattering on her body and partly clouding her unconscious senses. Hyper sense was not an uncommon ability among ninjas. It was when a person with natural senses was gifted enough to be able to form a detailed map of his or her environment in their minds when they concentrated. The Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama, was a hyper-sensor, but he could only do this by touching the ground with his hand or his bare feet. The Yondaime, Minato, was a hyper-sensor but also a touch sensor like Tobirama. They were both able to get a detailed map of a building, a room or, when they had enough chakra, an entire hidden village, as long as they touched the surface they were trying to map out. This was a leading theory among scientists after observing over 50 hyper-sensors. They were all touch sensors as well. The twins were natural sensors when they were born, this ability gotten from their parents, but they became hyper-sensors during their stay with their godfather. Though, seeing as Naruto's hypersensory ability was ridiculously boosted by his Rinnegan, making it so that even if he wasn't fully concentrating he was able to sense people for miles around him, Naruto was not blessed with the godly eyes, but her hypersenses was not something to scoff over either. The female redhead twin rolled her wrist and a solid bar of adamantium slid out of her right palm. She snapped off the unbreakable metal in one quick movement and immediately stabbed it into the ground. The ground cracked and her eyes flashed brightly, turning her head to the right and running towards the silently observing Uchiha. He was still underestimating her. She just had to show him why she could be just as dangerous as her godly brother. The masked man's jaw tightened as he saw her sense him, despite suppressing his chakra perfectly, and he crossed his arms as she threw a kick aimed at his chest. Oh 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 oh. Even though Naruto had looked Itachi right in the eyes and motioned for the Uchiha killer to come at him first, it was the zero-tailed beast that ran straight at him. Hiden surged towards Naruto, Deidara stayed back and fed clay into his hands, and Kakazu also chose to hold back from attacking just yet alongside Itachi, opting to observe the Rinnegan team for any openings. Naruto grinned evilly as he saw all of this within a split second, and he slapped his hands together, spreading his arms wide apart right after, and a 7-foot black rod of chakra blinked into sight. The king deftly caught the chakra rod in his hands and spun aside in a tight circle away when Kisame slammed the sentient blade into his former position, breaking the rod over his knee as he still turned and cracking both rods on the Kiri missing ninja's shocked face, surprised that the boy had been able to dodge at the speed he was hurtling at. Naruto ended his multiple, blindingly quick succession of spins by smoothly stabbing the rod in his right hand through the head of the Samehada hard enough to sheath it into the ground, and pivoting over the painfully squealing sword and using the sole of his metal boots to catch the tri-pronged scythe of the Jashin priest. The shivering sword of scales screamed louder as sparks rained down from the contact. Clink. Squee. Naruto pushed his foot away, making Hiden skid back with a deep grunt, and Naruto flipped backwards with emotion, landing on Kisame's shoulder as the zero-tailed beast struggled to pull Samehada from the ground he was impaled into. The man spat out a curse as Naruto landed heavily on his shoulder and got no more time to speak as Naruto stabbed the rod in his left hand down into the shark man's head. Naruto hummed out a low chuckle as he hopped off the man's shoulder, his lips quirked up when Kisame burst out into a puddle of water, to dodge a clay bird that had dropped down from the sky and exploded on the struggling sword. Boom. Naruto landed on the ground and, without wasting time, ran back headlong to Hiden, who sped back at him as he finally got his bearings. The priest grinned sadistically and swiped the lethal weapon at Naruto, who hopped over the attack. It was obvious as he landed and hopped on his feet twice that he was waiting for Hiden to attack again. Damn it, brat, who the fuck do you think I am? An immortal training dummy. Naruto replied without missing a beat. He bent backwards under a slash and his left hand shot out, catching the blade before it could fully pass him. He straightened up in a blur of red and yanked the scythe towards him. The priest stubbornly refused to let go, so he flew towards Naruto. The Rinnegan king caught the immortal by his face and swung him to his right, smashing the priest against Kisame, that had risen out of the ground, without his weapon, and was rushing towards him with murderous intent. Hiden's feet cracked against Kisame's watery head and Naruto swung Hiden again, clubbing aside 3 clay birds. The Jashinist screamed in outrage, muffled against Naruto's palm, and tried swinging his weapon again, but his eyes widened in absolute horror as the blade completely shattered against Naruto's neck. Naruto's eyes snapped to him and his grin increased horrifically, his eyes widening madly as he forcefully brought the man closer and pulled down his shirt to better show the coal black armor that covered his whole body, including the base of his chin to his toes. Indestructible, cursed obsidian metal. The king grabbed the stunned silent priest's weapon arm, horrified that his weapon had broken to pieces for the first time since he took it from his home village, Hidden Hot Springs. The tri-bladed scythe was now a black metal pole with slight metal protrusions where the blades used to be. What will you do now? Naruto muttered to the man as he ripped out the weapon arm of the priest and used the same arm to bat Hiden away. The immortal man's body flew through the air and slammed into the center of the village, spread eagle and still shocked silent. Swing and miss, he breaks his weapon and he finally shuts up. Naruto said as he slowly looked over his shoulder at Kisame, trying to pull his legendary weapon from the ground it was impaled in. He had tried yanking out the metal rod, but as his fingers touched he felt a great pull on his chakra. He just barely let go before any more could be taken from him. Naruto raised an amused eyebrow at how desperately the man was trying to free the screaming scaled sword. And are you telling me you can't fight without your Samehada in your hands or on your back? A servant of mine told me you were capable of fighting without it anywhere near you. Naruto whipped the metal pole in his hand, discarding the arm that had been holding it, and spun it in his hands, deflecting clay birds to explode at his sides, but no harm reached him. The Rinnegan king stopped and slammed the butt of the pole on the ground, staring not amused at the Iwa ninja standing on a giant clay bird away from him. Is that all you can do? Throw bombs and hope for the best. Naruto tossed the pole in his right hand so that he gripped it by its middle. His black with red ringed Rinnegan narrowed at Deidara, and the Iwa ninja saw what the teen was about to do with Hiden's destroyed weapon. Before the blonde man could begin flipping through hand seals, Naruto threw the pole like a javelin at Deidara, making it shoot faster by adding in a small push with a subtle wind jutsu. From Kakazu and Itachi's point of view, it was like watching lightning strike the young S-rank's forehead. Naruto looked away as the clay bird slammed into the ground with a low explosion, flinging Deidara's dead body a few feet away. Underwhelming, if I am being honest, Naruto admitted with a disappointed sigh, dipping his head down and closing his eyes with a shake of his head. His mood picked up when he felt a terribly spinning tornado of green chakra blast out from nowhere far behind him, and a water dragon crashed down from the sky from above him and ate him. Oh 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 oh. The fight with Naruto's resurrected sister wasn't going as well or as fast as the Uchiha had anticipated. Mainly due to the fact that she still had all her training and her body and mind enhancements that her godfather had given her fresh and still very active. It wasn't that he was not better than her as a fighter, but it was that she had more chakra, stamina, and her body still remained as strong as titanium, making any blow that came in contact with him close to fatal if he had not been quick enough to lean away. And she had gotten more than a few blows in. The girl surprisingly didn't know that many jutsu, but her taijutsu skills, though being a 16-year-old or 9-year-old, was still a bit higher than Junin level. For the most part of his fight with Naruto, all Toby could do was defend and counter. The Uchiha's Sharingan pulsed as he fought to keep up with the quick girl. Naruto jabbed forward twice and forced the older ninja backwards, though she kept following, alternating between left and right, until Toby felt chakra throb beneath him and an earth clone's arms broke out of the ground and wrapped its arms around his legs right up to his knees. Breaking out was a breeze to the Uchiha, but the delay had allowed the adamantium-boned girl to catch up. The next thing he knew, she was half a foot away from him and covered in toxic green chakra. Heavenly Whirlpool Destruction, 120 body strikes. The girl said as her eyes narrowed into near thin slits and she bent her knees in preparation, holding up her hands and clenching them. The ground under her cracked and groaned downward slightly as the girl channeled her chakra to cover her body. The jutsu she had called was Orochimaru's variation of the famed Hyuga jutsu. The effect of freezing on the spot and the overwhelming feeling of helplessness took over Toby as her muscles tightened and her solid stance became even harder. She glared at him through her narrowed eyes and grit her teeth, flashing her sharp canines and her other gleaming white teeth. Her red ponytail flailed in the tornado of chakra that soon began spiraling around her and covering Toby fully. The evil green chakra took full control of the Uchiha, overpowering his own chakra and locking him in place. His Sharingan eye widened in horror as he saw this, but before he could Kamui away or make his body intangible, her fist shot forward and slammed into his right shoulder. Clack! She blasted another blow to his right elbow. Crick! A blow went further down to his wrist. Crack! After that, her attacks came faster and took over his body like an encroaching virus, spreading from his right arm over his torso and entering his left side, breaking and shattering his bones brutally as it moved. Her punches and kicks broke his body down gradually, bit by bit and part by part, with lightning speed and with a ferocity Toby had never seen before. The sheer speed, efficiency of the blows and the bright flashes of green chakra light that erupted before and after each blow at a quarter of a second interval blinded his eternal eyes for the most part. When his right leg had been practically destroyed and his pelvis, he wrenched control of his pain-numbed mind and his highly morphed eyes spun in its socket and a rippling vortex swallowed his body up, ripping him out of the tornado of green chakra. Naruto saw this and stopped. The chakra spiraling around her sputtered to a stop and she focused her senses to find the man. There was a blink behind her brother and her eyes widened in horror. Naruto. Oh 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 oh. As the water dragon came down from the sky and swallowed Naruto, the king leaped straight up and exploded out of the chakra construct's tail, destroying the dragon in the process. His feet touched down onto the ground and he was immediately attacked by the furious Kiri missing ninja. An axe kick fell down and Naruto shifted aside to the left, dodging kick and bending down to dodge the follow-up roundhouse kick from the S-rank ninja. He hopped over a sweeping leg kick and used his right palm to slap aside a kick aimed at his jaw. The man spun in his heels and threw another kick at Naruto. The teen's Rinnegan caught all of the attacks and he brought all of them down by slapping his palms on them downwards. Kisame slid back after the 20th kick was deflected with relative ease by the king and he surged back at Naruto with his fists clenched. He punched at Naruto's face and when the boy ducked a little his knees rose up to break the king's face. Though the boy saw this coming and slipped behind Kisame, the ninja blasted a kick behind him and when the kick was again dodged his elbow rocketed after the boy's neck. "Don't play with me, brat!" The shark man roared in outrage at the boy simply dodging or blocking his attacks. As this was going on, Naruto had a wide smile on his face, that gradually slipped off his fast as his senses hummed in his body. His black with red ringed Rinnegan slowly narrowed as his eyes saw faster than normal human comprehension. Kisame's next attack, a palm strike to his chest, seemed to freeze in time, and the observing ninjas too didn't move. The rain was now simple, small drops of chakra water hovering in place around everyone. His head moved over to his sister and he frowned deeply as he saw her reach for him, her legs powerfully running to him, but at the moment she too was as still as all of time around him. Her face was twisted in heart-wrenching worry as her body stayed in place in a running position. The king hummed and looked around for what had tripped his sensory alarms. His eyes stopped behind him where a translucent spiral of air slowly formed. It was like his and Naruto's father's Harasshan all over again, despite his Rinnegan being fully capable of seeing at speeds that would sooner melt any other mind and his body able to move with the frozen time his eyes allowed him to see at the spiral, and the Harasshan seal, still sluggishly increased with it in the brightness of the seal or the size of the vortex. In the vortex's case it increased till it was just about as large as an average man's body before it blinked off. The masked man too couldn't move, but his left hand, his only good hand, reached to Naruto and the godly Rinnegan saw this. The vortex of air had deposited the Uchiha right before Naruto, so the hand, which was virtually a claw, was a mere 2 inches away from Naruto's right eye. Even a blind man would know what the masked man wanted to do. Naruto's face cleared of all emotion, but he ground his teeth strongly, clenching his fists to hold in his unbridled fury. The Rinnegan king swiveled on his right leg and his left leg shot out behind him in a straight kick, nailing Kisame in the heart. The Kiri ninja's feet lifted off the ground slightly as his body curved away after the kick hit him, but he still did not move as Naruto's Rinnegan still saw at high speeds, though there was a slight protrusion on the left side of his back, exactly where his heart was. The king of the Tsukai kingdom dropped his leg and turned back to the orange masked man. His right hand snapped up and caught the wrist of the Uchiha. That was when he finally allowed his eyes to see at regular speeds. Kisam's eyes bulged and he hurtled backwards, just as the sound of Naruto's foot smashing into his chest blasted all around. Thoom. The shark man's heart broke out of his back, going ahead of him as his body shot behind it, leaving behind a stream of red blood in its wake towards the king's sister. Naruto kept running forward but still jumped up and bashed her feet into the back of the head of the flying Kiri missing ninja, bringing his head down to the ground and crushing his skull on the partly muddy ground of the training field with a wet crack of bone and tissue. She looked up and sighed in relief when she saw that her powerful brother had the man by his wrist. Tobias gaped as he realized that his hand had been deftly caught by the Rinnegan king. Naruto tightened his hand and there was an audible crack of bone as he dislocated the masked man's wrist. He pulled the older male closer and his other hand clamped on Tobi's neck, releasing the now useless hand of the Uchiha. Naruto tightened his hand, shutting out all air from entering Tobi's lungs and glared mildly into his eyes. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan clashed with Godly Rinnegan. Naruto started with a low hiss, his hand becoming harder around Tobi's neck. Wanted to steal, two more arms emerged from Naruto's shoulders and held onto the broken masked man's limp arms, holding them apart. These arms were coal black and wore the same obsidian armor as Naruto and had to rip apart Naruto's red shirt to come out. They were two of the 4 additional arms of the Asura path. My eyes, his voice became demonically deep and his Rinnegan pulsed heavily. The godly Rinnegan of the boy widened with anger as he felt his eyes easily deflect a Sharingan Genjutsu. Two more obsidian armored arms sprouted out from under Naruto's normal arms, giving Naruto 6 arms, 2 pairs of Asura body modifications along with his normal arms. The terror and awe-inspiring thing was that was not the extent of Naruto's powerful control over the Asura path. The right additional arm ripped off the orange mask and Naruto grinned evilly when he saw another evolved Sharingan in the socket of the Uchiha. His left hand blurred over the body of the Uchiha, sealing off all of his chakra so he wouldn't try and pull any stunt, just like he did with Mei Terumi, Mizukage of Kiriagakur, when he defeated her during the Tsukai Kingdom's invasion of her village. Blood dribbled down Obito's chin after this and he grit his teeth, trying to will his body to move but to no avail. Naruto did not recognize the man, nor did Itachi and Kakazu step in to help, and even if they did, Naruto dropped down behind Obito, in front of Naruto, and glared at the others' ranks to stay back. Protecting her brother as he dealt with her former opponent, Naruto controlled the lower left arm to widen Obito's left eye and he used the lower right arm to pluck the Sharingan out. Obito screamed in agony as Naruto took his time in doing so. There was a small puff of smoke as Naruto sealed it onto the palm of the lower right hand. He repeated this with the other eye of the Uchiha and sealed it away as well, leaving the Uchiha with hollow, empty eye sockets and panting for air as his body still refused to move. "You will suffer," Naruto whispered. The additional Asura arms melted back onto Naruto's usual arms, making him mildly aware of the rain fell down on Naruto's black armored torso, soaking into his back pants but not entering his armor, keeping Naruto dry and warm underneath the armor. The king grit his teeth and finished. For trying. He was going to have Hamato Toshi, head of the Intelligence and Interrogation Division, extract every morsel of information out of the body of the formerly masked man. He didn't care if torture was used. Originally he had intended for his sister to kill the man, but seeing as he had come after Naruto's Rinnegan, making it obvious he knew of the power of the eyes, then Naruto wanted to know what he was planning to do if he had somehow succeeded. Or if there was an ulterior motive the Uchiha had helped in forming the Akatsuki. Naruto knew Hamato very well. The man could be very inventive when it came to extracting information. He tapped his ear with his free hand, the other one still holding the neck of the Uchiha in a vice grip, and called for a retrieval vehicle. "Sis," he called to Naruto, and the girl slightly looked over her shoulder, still keeping a vigil eye on the other two silently watching Akatsuki members. "Do you want to handle them?" Her eyes looked downcast for a moment before she answered. "No, I still have a lot of things to learn before I can face an S rank like them. I was just lucky to have this body and my chakra, if not I would have been toast." Naruto dropped the Uchiha in a heap on the ground and patted Naruto's shoulder as he passed her. "If you want, I'll help you train. We still have a few days before we step on Konoha." She smiled shakily at him. "Thanks, bro." He nodded and walked past her towards Itachi and Kakazu, who got into fighting styles as he approached them, a sinister smirk on his face and his Rinnegan eyes glowing with power. Chapter 13. Watching Naruto fight Kakazu and Itachi at the same time, Naruto came upon a realization that had been growing in her mind since the moment Naruto had brought her back to life. Her twin brother was on an entirely different league from her, so much so that it felt and looked like he stood on an entirely different plane of existence. It was not jealousy that was whispering in her ear. It was impossible for the girl to be jealous of her twin, but it was her insecurities as a fighter and as a human being in general that made her mentally crumple up into a small ball and cry into her knees. Rinnegan aside and his extremely high personal power levels excluded, Naruto genuinely felt like she was inferior to Naruto. At the moment he was not even using a single Rinnegan ability against the 2S ranks but rather purely ninjutsu and taijutsu, and he was doing it with so much ease and finesse that she doubted, deep within her very being, that she would ever be capable of doing what he could do. Her genetically gifted Uzumaki pride didn't allow her to discard her own strength. She was able to fight the masked man on a fairly even footing before said masked man fled to steal Naruto's eye, but while she was struggling against one opponent while her brother was finishing off 3, decimated Tobi as the Uchiha moved to attack him and then moved on to Kakazu and Itachi like he was taking a carefree walk in a tranquil grassy plain. She knew her brother was only showing off to his opponents at how much superior he was to them, to instill fear and dread in them that there was no possible way they could live except if they were already dead and their souls left for the afterlife. He didn't mean to show off in front of her, unless it was a playful display of power, like when he blew open their mother's room in the psychiatric ward in Konoha. Naruto knew that if she simply asked for his Rinnegan, even if she asked for both, her brother would give her his eyes without hesitation, and it was that amount of selfless love for her that Naruto had that made Naruto love her brother even more. He could give her all of the gathered memories he had acquired after 7 long years without batting an eyelash. He would hand her all his kingdom and all of his forces to her for his disposal without a word of complaint and without asking for anything in return. He loved her that much. He would do all of this for her because she would do all of that for him if the roles were reversed. And she loved him much, much more because of this. But she couldn't request for his eyes, or even a single eye, because it was his eyes. It was his kingdom, they were his people. He had done all he had done without her help, and no matter how many times he kept telling her that it was their dream and that since they were pretty much the same person they had built their home together, even if she had been dead throughout the time the Tsukai kingdom was becoming a great global force. Naruto was an honestly good person, but this only shone to his people. He wanted global domination not only for revenge against those that had hurt him and his sister but also to prove that even the rejected people of the society, the losers, could be winners too. He wanted to prove to the world that anything was possible as long as there was drive and purpose. He could look her in the eyes, hold her hands and smile so sincerely that it would make her heart melt and her eyes water with tears and say that they had built their world together, but she couldn't accept this because it wasn't true. He was the one that killed Orochimaru. He was the one that killed Danzo. He was the true founder and driving force, being the most technologically and fuinjutsu advanced society on the planet. The only credit she could claim was being the one that had forced bolstered him on, and all she ever did was die. He had given her an opportunity to also write her name in the history of their home, and she had somehow found a way to blow it, and if Naruto read her mind he would tell her that the Sharingan teleportation ability was out of her control. It wasn't her fault. She squinted with her forearm blocking her eyes as Naruto finished flipping through a short set of hand seals and held up the tiger hand seal under his chin. Fire style, great fireball technique. The resulting typhoon of fire that billowed out of Naruto's lips flew across the fighting plane and clashed against a horribly formed turbo water jet streamed by Kakazu's water mask. The other masks in Kakazu, very much shirtless from popping off his masks, crouched behind the water mask as it defended against the molten ball of fire that spewed from Naruto's mouth. The ball was easily as big as the cage tower of the village, and the man and his masks quickly fled from behind the mask as the much bigger attack pushed forward as Naruto blew more air out. The fireball scorched the mask into ash and charred up a good yard or 5 behind the destroyed mask before it burnt up into nothing. This simple act defied what their godfather had taught them: water was stronger than fire. Naruto dropped the hand seal and rolled his shoulder, his torso bare besides for the black armor he wore under his clothes. He then began running horizontally away from several bombarding firebirds shooting out from multiple positions. His eyes narrowed and, against expectations, he flipped backwards 3 times over 7 birds instead of continuing to move forward, and his feet skidded as he stopped his flips. His right hand went up to his chest and shifted into the half-dragon hand seal. Lightning release, dolphin lightning rod in earth destruction. He lifted his other hand to the sky and golden-orange lightning struck his metal-armored palm. He followed the motion of the lightning strike and slammed his palm into the ground, still holding the hand seal to his chest. The ground fractured violently, spider webbing out from under him on all sides. Orange bolts of lightning, too many to count, bounced in and out of the ground, quickly taking the vague shape of dolphins as they jumped out and dipped back into the rain-soaked ground. There was a massive blast of lightning far in front of the Rinnegan King, and Itachi leaped out from the thin brush he had been hiding in, doggedly chased by at least 12 lightning dolphins. Naruto dropped the seal. The chakra creatures remained as they chased the Uchiha, and he swiveled on his left heel smoothly, throwing a straight kick that smashed into an earth pillar. He bent his head and charged at the earth mask, who hastily retreated, and Kakazu dropped down seemingly out of nowhere on Naruto. The king rolled forward, missing the ninja's feet before they could hit his chest, got his hands under him and flipped numerous times away from balls of deadly fire accompanied with bolts of lightning that were blasted after him. The Rinnegan could do many things, but Naruto knew that Naruto was the one that had learned his fluid fighting style, probably with the help of the legendary Dujutsu, but it was still Naruto fighting, not the eyes. The girl sat down in a huff on the ground and pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around him and setting her nose on her knees as she watched her brother fight the masks and the owner of the masks. She didn't deserve to be his queen. She had done nothing to make the grow the kingdom. She needed to find a way to get better as a fighter before their inevitable battle with their father, which she knew her brother wanted her to join in as well. There was only one way she could become stronger for herself and her brother, but she had to wait for Naruto to finish his fight before she could pitch the idea to him. her eyes steeled over in determination. Oh 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 oh. Naruto slammed his fists into the ground and muttered, "Earth release, Great Earth Command Chains." He yanked his arms out of the ground and his fists were enveloped in hard earth, connected back into the ground. The earth trembled and shook as he abruptly opened his arms widely. Underneath the lightning mask and the water mask the ground broke apart and over 1,000 brown chains burst out, wrapping them tightly before breaking them to pieces. He shook his hands, removing the earth balls that covered his hands, and his feet scuffed on the shards of the fire mask as he stepped backwards from a stab to his neck by the enraged ninja. The Rinnegan King smirked sharply and surged back forward. The outer path was where Naruto got the ability to see faster than usual humans. It was only something his Rinnegan could do, and the Asura path was the one that fortified his body so it wouldn't rip apart as he moved at the sheer speed if he was to move about as time before his eyes slowed. Kakazu didn't know it, but he was already dead the moment Naruto slowly narrowed his black with red-ringed Rinnegan eyes. The rain pouring down from the sky slowly stopped and hovered in the air as small droplets. Kakazu remained in his forward stabbing position and the lightning bolts that had not been destroyed by Itachi crackled bit by bit, a few in the air and with their serrated teeth open to bite into Itachi's exposed neck, seeing as his cloak was charred and burned. His quick eyes finally set in when there was complete stillness in the air. The boy cocked his head to the side as he looked at Kakazu, his toxic green eyes glaring hatefully at the red-haired king and his own cloak shredded from the combat as well as having his masks pop off his body. Naruto quickly walked forward and slapped the kunai in the older ninja's hand aside. The motion carried enough strength to make the man release the knife and for it to travel 3 feet away from him in Itachi's direction. Naruto continued by kicking the inside of Kakazu's right knee, shattering it outwards, driving 4 of his left fingers into the man's side and puncturing his liver and right kidney, removing the fingers and lifting his right elbow straight up to crack under the man's chin. He took a step back and clenched his right fist. Golden orange chakra blasted into sight around his fist and covered up to his elbow. He cocked his fist back and threw it forward. The blow slammed into Kakazu's chest. A slight protrusion curved out on his back after this. Naruto allowed his eyes to see at normal speeds again and Naruto blinked twice when there was a brief flash of golden orange fire over Naruto and Kakazu, before the latter was shot away from Naruto, his still beating heart leading the way, and slewing on the rain-drenched ground. The S-ranked immortal shakily got back to his feet but crumpled down to his knees when an orange lightning dolphin chomped down on his heart. Kakazu fell down face first onto the ground, dead. Naruto turned around and pursed his lips, impressed, when a red towering construct of pure chakra swung an ethereal blade around it and easily cut through the few remaining dolphins. The Rinnegan King smiled lightly when Itachi looked back at him, his Mangekyo bleeding heavily. The red-haired king would not hesitate to admit that he was a little awed by the Sharingan construct, enough for it to give him an idea. The Uchiha lifted his arm and the construct did so as well, raising the sword high into the air and was about to bring it down if not for the next words from the mouth of the Master of the Six Paths. Almighty push. The giant sword, as well as the whole red arm, was blown away from the red chakra creation and smashed into the ground a few dozen yards away. Naruto then raised his left hand, palm open, and faced it at the wide-eyed Uchiha. The teen hummed and muttered. Universal pull. Itachi was torn out of the creation, the construct destabilizing before it finally fell apart as this happened, and the younger teen's hands closed around the neck of the Uchiha. Cack. The man spat as his throat was squeezed tightly. He clawed desperately at the hand but to no avail. Blood and spit dribbled out of his mouth as a light red-blue glow enveloped him, trailing up Naruto's arm and entering the king's body. The Predator Path ability sucked out Itachi's chakra, only stopping when the Mangekyo spun to a stop and flickered off in Itachi's eyes. Naruto sensed that the man was low on chakra and if he was to drop him then Itachi would not be able to stand. Naruto smiled serenely with his eyes closed, the perfect image of an innocent child, as he said. I wanted to kill you most of all, Itachi. The Uchiha panted tiredly and fought to keep his eyes open, his limbs twitched but otherwise remained useless as he hung limply in Naruto's hand. I never hurt you. Either of you. Yes, you did, Naruto insisted with a slight nod, waving with his other hand for his sister to come closer as he felt a small whoosh of air above him as a retrieval vehicle dropped down from the sky and gently touched down on the ground. As Naruto approached and Nora, head of scout and retrieval bowed deeply to her, the girl quietly pointed at Obito and the head of division waved for the subordinates inside the vehicle to contain the unconscious Uchiha. Naruto stood behind her brother with her eyes downcast and her hands behind her back. Naruto looked over his shoulder at her with a small, worried frown. He hesitantly looked back at Itachi and continued. You had every opportunity to save my sister and I from our godfather, but you didn't. No, the man stammered weakly, closing his eyes and tried to control his breathing. I didn't, no. You're lying. Naruto tapped the side of his temple with his other hand's pointer and middle finger. I have the memories of both Orochimaru and Danzo, he said and the tired ninja's shoulders sagged after hearing Naruto's words. He was the one that personally delivered funds and other things to the twins' godfather and in turn delivered video and written reports back to their father. Him and Shisui, but after the latter killed himself it was all up to Itachi, but he defected after sound was destroyed. Danzo might have been an old man but his memories of the event and on why Itachi had defected were still relatively fresh. The betrayal ran deep. The red-haired twins might not have considered their babysitters to be their friends but they had at least thought that the Uchiha would have their back, even if it was simply moral support. Itachi and Shisui watched and did nothing. Behind him Naruto clenched her fists and looked down sharply, heaving in light puffs of air so that her godly brother wouldn't hear her. He did. He looked over his shoulder again and she sharply turned away, glaring at nothing in particular and stuffing her hands into her pockets, hunching her shoulders forward. This only made Naruto even more worried as she looked at her silently for a minute. Her purple eyes flicked to him and she shook her head. Later. His eyes drooped and his connection with her, the one that linked their souls together, gave him a faint clue of what was troubling her. The king rubbed his eyes and sighed deeply, looking back to his former babysitter held tightly in his hands. He intended to suck out his soul, but he also wanted Itachi to really suffer before he died, and the problem with his twin was worrying him too much for him to fully concentrate. I will deal with you later. He dropped Itachi in a heap of barely breathing limbs and turned around, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder, and the assigned squad of soldiers for the retrieval vehicle sped past him and stopped beside Itachi. 3 of them, gold-ranked members of the medical division, hefted a stretcher and the last medic placed her hand on Itachi's neck, checking for a pulse as the man went still. Remove his eyes and seal off his chakra. Yes, sir, the gold-rank medic said with crisp salutes. 2 gold-rank retrievers went to the medics to help with the sealing process, and as he looked to the fairly large vehicle he found one of the gold ranks standing outside of the driver's area, on his knees, his right hand over his heart and his head inclined downwards. The king looked down and found the head of the retrieval division on her knees before him in subservience and a gold rank kneeling a bit behind her, holding in his hands a new red shirt with the kanji for Sky King written across the torso in gold ink. Naruto motioned for the man to come and he took the shirt, throwing it on and sighing deeply as he turned his head to his silent sister. His Rinnegan eyes flicked to his subordinates and he subtly signed for them to wait for them in the vehicle. They bobbed their heads and slid away quietly. The king moved in front of his sister and bent his head down to look into her eyes, a small frown on his face as his eyebrows furrowed. What's wrong, sis? I don't deserve to be your queen, bro. She mumbled and crossed her arms. A small, amused smile came to Naruto's face and a red blush dusted over her nose as she saw this, looking away from him when he rolled his eyes. May I know why? There are a lot of reasons, but for now I'm going to say that I'm going to join your army and work my way up the ranks. His eyebrows shot up into his hairline and he held back from stepping back in shock. You're going to do what? Sis, you don't need to prove yourself to me. I know you're plenty strong. She saw how the head of the division that led the retrieving vehicle kept away another red head, but this one had piercings, and a purple-haired woman, telling them that the king was having a private discussion with his sister. I know I'm strong, it's that, she sighed and her shoulders sagged. Naruto placed his hands on her upper arms and cocked his head to the side, looking at her with deeply concerned eyes. She shivered at his touch but forced her mind to stay on track. I want to be strong enough to stand at your side. The king stared at his sister for a minute, silently screwing his lips to the side and gripping her arms a little bit tighter until he heaved out a frustrated breath and shook his head. Let's meet in the middle. She shrugged and nodded. What do you have in mind? You can join the army, but only after you take a rank evaluation and placement exam. It's a special test people take after they leave the academy. Normally people pass with flying colors and are at most promoted to bronze rank, but normally it's to copper. I know a boy that passed the exam so well he went straight to silver rank, so it's not impossible for you to go to gold if you put in enough dedication and effort. She nodded quickly and bit her bottom lip in excitement. Yes, I want to write that exam. He raised his left hand and wagged his pointer finger before her eyes to get her attention. But only on one condition. She stopped and waited for him to speak. That you don't hold back. Fine, sure, okay. I promise, she said and hugged her brother. This time I promise to make you proud. Naruto laughed and patted her back. No worries. He released her and threw his arm over her shoulder, facing them to the vehicle as well as the small crowd of people that had been watching them. Go and dry yourself off in the vehicle. I want to speak to those 2 over there, if you don't mind. The girl nodded and walked with her brother, still having his arm slung over her shoulder. He removed his arm and they parted. Naruto ducked into the back of the retriever and was immediately assaulted by the retrieval medical team, who bombarded her with questions, most of which centered on how it felt to be related to their king, but all of which were phrased to flatter the girl. Meanwhile Naruto smirked a little to the Deva path, and both the path and the purple-haired woman fell down onto their knees in the position of submission. Nora and Sasori, this time not in his Hiriko puppet, followed suit beside them. I'll send over a team to fix up your training ground, Nagato. I apologize for the damages. There is no need for that, my lord. You simply being here is more than enough. The path admitted as he closed his eyes. Regardless of that, I cannot repay your loyalty by wrecking this fine place. I insist, he pressed. Then I am eternally grateful, sir. He waved it away and addressed Conan. I hope you didn't mind me using you as my eyes and ears, Conan. The woman flushed deeply and pressed her hand harder into her chest in an attempt to quell her frantically beating heart. Think nothing of it, my king, I am your loyal vessel. Use me however you like. If there is anything you want me to do, whether it is resources or information, then do not hesitate to ask. Your services to me and the kingdom have been very invaluable. The Rain duo bowed deeper as they acknowledged their king's praise. But, if you don't mind, can you find a way to take care of that plant-like creature? He fled before I could kill him. I will handle it, my king. Nagato said to his king through the path, and Conan agreed. I will assist. Thank you, Naruto said with a small smile. He faced Sasori and said, Your services as well have also been greatly appreciated, Sasori. All for the service of my king, the puppet man said easily and honestly. You can take a few days break back in the kingdom if you want, all of you, he said to all three grounder spies. You have all performed wonderfully. They could all feel their chests inflate with pride and their bodies tremble as their king praised their service. It is our duty, Lord Naruto, they all said in unison. I am sincerely sorry, my lord, but I still have some loose ends to tie up on the ground. Fu the Seven Tails holder has requested for my help in taking down Iron Country when the time comes. Sasori said. Then it is best if you remain here for the time being. Naruto said as he rubbed his chin in thought. Did she say anything else? Yes, sir. The samurai have ripped up the fealty agreement scroll and are now rallying the help of Kage and village leaders to band together and attack the kingdom. Fu was tasked by Mifune, the leader of Iron Country, to gather information on the kingdom and if possible locate the kingdom. Inform her that support would arrive soon, and that the kingdom's main force would circle around the continent. We will ultimately end up in Iron. Yes, sir. Naruto then proceeded to the vehicle. Nora trailed behind him. At his arrival the others saluted and scurried to their positions in the large vehicle. The king helped his sister with her seatbelt and plopped down beside her, strapping on his own seatbelt. He felt a hand slip into his left hand and he instinctively held it. The back of the vehicle closed up and the engines fired up with a long, low hum, which slightly increased when they felt it lift off the ground and into the air. Ice cream sounds really good right about now, Naruto said offhandedly, and Naruto, looking straight ahead at nothing in particular, cracked a grin and chuckled. Thank you, bro. Naruto reached over with his other hand and patted the back of the hand she had laced with his right hand. Don't worry about it. Oh. The Hokage's office. The Hokage Tower. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire Country. The entire Hidden Leaf village was on red alert. Every ninja that was out of the village either on a vacation or on a long-term mission were ordered back and made to patrol around the village, on the buildings, in the training ground, around the academy. The people of the village, civilians and shinobi alike, were looking around in paranoia. The Tsukai kingdom had found a way to infiltrate the village and kidnap the Hokage's wife from her room in the psych ward, the most protected room in the entire institution, with as much ease and effortlessness that it was akin to them simply handing the woman to them. Minato smashed his fists down on the table and glared at Inoki from his seat, grinding his teeth as the man sputtered out excuses over excuses on why the Tsukai had been able to take his wife. The Yondaime hissed and the other blonde man shut his mouth at the sound. He opened his mouth to chew up the Yamanaka clan head but stopped when he heard a knock on his door. He pointed at the door and the clan head left the room quickly, leaving the door open for the person behind it to enter. Minato Jr. entered, shaking his head for his teammates to stay outside the office, and stood at attention before his father. His face was blank of every emotion as his father stood up and paced behind his desk frantically. The man briefly stopped and nodded to the seat in front of his desk. Sit. The boy sat down rigidly and his father did so as well. You summoned, Lord Hokage. The man refrained from sighing at the formality. Even at home, if Junior was at home, the boy still called him, Lord. He wanted to blame it on the rigorous training he had put his son through, but he also knew that it was because he had no relationship at all with the child. The only connection they had at all was that Minato was registered as Junior's father on his birth certificate, but that was all. They might look similar but they weren't father and son. Minato didn't regret it, it was all to make Konoha strong, but he would have liked to have been seen by Junior as his father, even if it was once, not as his Hokage but as his father. The boy was 14 and he had already moved out of the family house. Junior had ensured to have distanced himself from his father, but Minato Sr. was still the Hokage and Junior still had to report to the man every once in a while. The older Namikaze could see it in his son's dull, almost emotionless sky-blue eyes. Junior didn't like his father all that much. The man shook his head slightly and replied, Yes. Are you aware of what happened yesterday night? Yes, the Tsukai kingdom infiltrated the village and took mother. The man idly noted that Junior said, took, instead of kidnapped, but he threw that thought away for the moment. Right. Have you been able to read anything or hear any rumor on this Tsukai kingdom? The rumors I've heard are that they are all monsters, especially their king, and that their technology and seal master is unparalleled, but I have not been able to confirm this because no Junin wants to tell me anything. The older ninja nodded. The reason for this is because the king has identified himself and he has already made his intentions known by successfully invading lightning, spring and water countries. Is he someone we know? The man hesitated. Yes. Junior furrowed his eyebrows and leaned forward in expectation. Who is he? The king, the man spat with disgust. Of the Tsukai kingdom, is Naruto. It took a few seconds for it to click in the child's mind which Naruto his father meant. My brother. The man brought down his hands heavily on the table and shot to his feet in outrage, glowering heatedly at his unflinching son. He is not your brother. That piece of rat shit is a demon and demons have no family. He sat down again and rubbed his forehead. That thing was never your brother. Why did you summon me, Lord Hokage? Naruto kidnapped your mother. I have a feeling he will return to kidnap you too. Junior's hands were clamped at the edges of his seat and they tightened when his father said those words. His face thankfully stayed neutral but his heart hammered in his chest. He wanted his brother to take him away. Naruto, his brother, was still alive, so there was still a small, tiny chance that the little boy would finally know what love felt like. Since the moment he had begun to make conscious thoughts of his own and observed those around him, he found that the love between the siblings around him was something he too wanted to feel. He could not explain his desire for familiar love, but it was what had kept him from killing himself when training under his father got worse and worse. The only reply he could say from his tight lips was, "Oh. I want you to stay safe. I will be assigning Kakashi and Tenzo to look after you and, if you want, your teammates. I can only imagine the terrible things that monster will do to you when he gets his hands on you. I hope your mother is still alive." He stared strongly at his son and vowed, "I will find a way to bring her back safely. Don't worry." Junior didn't reply. Oh 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 oh. Day 4, 2 days left. 2 hours before sunrise. The king of the Tsukai Kingdom's room. The royal palace. The Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto straightened his red shirt and threw on a black overcoat, making sure that his pants too were on securely and that the overcoat didn't hinder his movements. He adjusted his clothing as he looked into the full-body mirror. His Rinnegan eyes flicked over his shoulder through the mirror at the single lump on his bed. Messy red hair peeked out from the top. The person shuffled and moaned sleepily, her fingers twitching and groping for the warmth that had left the bed minutes before, but only finding more pillows and hugging them close to her body. The king scoffed and looked through the mirror to the wall above his bathroom door at the clock. It read 4 a.m. in the morning. With a roll of his eyes he turned around with a flourishing swish of his overcoat and smoothly walked around the bed to where the quietly moaning lump of humanity lay sleeping. He placed his hand on the lump where he guessed her sides were and gently nudged her, whispering, "Sis, wake up." The person groaned throatily and coughed cutely, turning away from the hands and weakly, vainly, shuffling away from them. "No, 5 more hours please." She grasped a pillow and buried her face in it. The smell of her brother overpowered her senses and slowly lulled her back to sleep, but this was shattered when the hand stubbornly kept nudging her. Naruto stifled his laugh with tight lips and whispered, "You need to get up. I've already booked you for the exam and, seeing as we're twins, I can't afford the chaos that will happen if the people see you in broad daylight." The girl groaned again. "But, can't we do this tomorrow?" "No, I want both of us to kill father, and since you insisted on being in the army then we need to push as quickly as possible." He shook her again when he felt sleep take hold of her. "I'm predicting we'll stomp into Konoha in about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks if we take our time. There's no time to lose, sis." "Ugh." Naruto groused pitifully and flipped onto her back. Her purple eyes peeked out from under the blanket and she looked at her brother's incredibly entertained face. "You should have told me we'll be up at 4 in the morning." "I did, you were too busy chugging down ice cream to listen. And, I remember quite vividly that you take too many tubs of ice cream." He idly replied as he walked to the door when he heard a polite knock. He eased it open a little and peeked a single Rinnegan eye out to see who it was. It was Shinokura's temporary head-maid replacement and she was holding a small stack of clothes in her hands. The woman looked to be in her late 30s with wistful purple hair and coal black eyes, a sleek figure that was wonderfully allowed into partial sight by her well-fitting maid uniform and a rigid posture that the king was sure the fox spirit had taught her. The maid smiled and bowed her head. "Good morning, my lord. I hope you slept well." The king nodded slightly. "I am here with my lady Naruko's clothes." He opened the door a little more, after making sure that the corridor was partly empty, mainly due to the fact that it was still too early for too much activity. The only people present were the 2 gold ranks stationed outside his room, 3 more gold ranks that stood at the other side of the corridor by the door leading into the throne room and 2 other maids that stood behind the replacement head maid to her sides, equally bowing to their king. Naruto looked down at the clothes and raised an eyebrow. "Is this what she asked for?" "Yes, sir," the woman said with a deep bow. "Do you wish for me to change it, my lord?" No, this is fine." He heard the bed shuffle and soft, bare feet pattered around the bed. He shifted his body to hide his sister's nakedness from the maid's view, before he stood back normally as the girl entered into the bathroom. He opened the door and allowed the maids to enter. The 2 other maids arranged the bed and the head maid dropped the clothes on it, spreading them close to the sides of the bed and moving around the room with the maids, arranging furniture and opening the windows. Naruto spared them a small smile as they trooped out of the room. "Thank you." 10 minutes later and the bathroom door was thrown open, steam billowed out lightly as Naruko walked out wearing a white towel around her torso and drying her long red hair with another towel. She mumbled a greeting to her brother and sat down beside the clothes set on the bed. Her bright eyes regarded him happily. She threw on the clothes and after that Naruto looked over her carefully, a deep red short-sleeved shirt with a short black skirt and black military-grade leggings underneath. Black sandals protected her feet and to top it all off she tied up her waist-length red hair into a short ponytail with a gold headband. Naruto smirked and gave her a thumb up before he opened the door and she left the room graciously. As they walked down the hall, replying to the greetings from the few palace workers awake at that time, Naruko hooked her right arm around his left arm. They walked into the throne and Naruto spoke in a low voice that was where he publicly administered to the kingdom, while his office was where he addressed his close subordinates, with only a few exceptions. They walked out of the palace but instead of passing through the gates, Naruto led his sister around the edge of the palace, through the beautifully maintained palace garden, and into a humble canopy of trees. The trees bent together and met in the middle, shading them from the open air, and under their feet was lush grass. Shrubs peppered the gaps of the trees but none of these things came off as dangerous to the red-haired girl. Inside the canopy of trees was a plain wooden desk and chair. Standing beside it was a tall, black-haired man with black eyes and having a larger-than-life sword sheathed on his back. Naruto nodded to the man as he dropped onto his knees in submission. At ease, Indra. Yes, sir. I hope you had a pleasant night, sir. It was great, thank you. He motioned to his sister and the girl bowed her head slightly in greeting to the head of Frontline Soldiers Division, Indra Watashi. This is my sister, Naruko. It is an honor to finally meet my lord's sister, he said and bowed to her. She will be taking the evaluation exam, and I trust you not to be partial with her. I truly want her to be treated as any other potential soldier. Naruko silently nodded to his words and gripped his upper arm with her left hand. He patted her hand soothingly as he explained to her. This is Indra Watashi, he is the head of the kingdom's Frontline Soldiers Division. That means he and his subordinates in the division are the ones that carefully sift through each exam paper and report to properly give the taker their rank, and if the examinee did not reach the required score then they will be sent back to the academy. Indra here is an exceptional ninja and I have asked him to personally mark your exam. There are few people that are as critically honest as him and he is the number one person on my list. Indra bowed again at the praises, not wanting to interrupt his king speaking. Naruto nodded and continued speaking to Naruko. The exam is split into 5 sections: basic history knowledge, theoretical basic jutsu, a written and oral psychological evaluation, which will be given to you by the head of the intelligence division, and finally a physical test of strength, skill and intelligence. All of this is just to be careful and give us a clear knowledge of who are soldiers in the army. He reassured his nervous sister. The king looked at the head of division and said, how long will the written portion of the exams take? 2 hours, sir. And the physical? It only depends on the examinee, sir. I'll assume it will all take 3 hours in total. Indra agreed with a deep hum. He will take you to the Alpha Arena to test your physical capabilities. He noticed her look at him with wide, frantic eyes. A quick message flashed between them and he smiled softly, easing her anxieties. It will all be fine, I promise. She inhaled deeply and exhaled, facing her brother with a strong gaze. I will be busy with meetings, so I will be entrusting you into Indra's capable hands. I swear on my life and my soul that my lady Naruko will be safe. Just, please, don't go easy on me, okay? I want to feel like a real soldier of the Tsukai kingdom. Naruko pleaded in a low voice. You have my word, Indra vowed. Naruto pulled out the chair and his sister sat down, placing her clenching and unclenching hands on the desk when she got comfortable. He squatted down by her side and looked up at her silently, pursing his lips tightly before he smiled shakily. If anything goes wrong, you know how to contact me. She smiled back at him and nodded. Are you really sure you want to do this? It's not too late to go back. I'm sure. Naruto swallowed, trying to force down his trepidation, and heaved out a breath before he stood up and pressed a kiss on the top of her head. Good luck, sis. She savored the kiss, allowing it to warm her body up and strengthen her resolve. Thanks again, bro. Anytime. He slowly walked backwards, away from the canopy of trees, and stood by at the entrance as Indra pulled out a brown side bag from a seal on the back of his wrist. He flipped open the bag and removed a small stack of papers from inside. He placed it on the table and also pulled out a wristwatch from the bag. He strapped it on and tapped it twice, turning it on and switching the setting to alarm. Setting it for 2 hours. He removed 2 pencils and an eraser from the bag and dropped them on top of the stack of papers on the desk. The girl looked over her shoulder and glowed when Naruto sent her 2 thumbs up and a wide grin. She nodded resolutely and Indra said in his deep voice. You have 2 hours, Lady Naruko. There is plenty of time to read and answer every question, but for those you cannot answer then leave them blank. If by chance there is an error in a question then notify me immediately and I will rectify the problem accordingly. There are 5 sheets of rough work paper at the back, use them as you see fit, they too will be considered for your grand score if you choose to use them. You will not be permitted to leave after the exam has started. No cheating, I have eyes everywhere, best of luck. He placed his hand on the stack of papers and looked intently at his watch, then he removed his hand and gestured to the paper when it was exactly 4:30 am. Your time starts now. Naruko flipped open the first page and scanned the question, gnawing at the end of her pencil as she did so. She marked down her answer and moved to the next question. Naruto stayed for 10 minutes, watching his sister take the exam, before he signed for Indra to watch over his sister and report back to him the results after her exam scores were collated section by section. The man nodded and Naruto turned back to the main palace. The king walked up to his office and sat down. The temporary head maid entered and presented for him 6 files to personally scrutinize. She stood back to the right side of his desk and looked down, patiently waiting until he ordered her to do something. As Naruto read through the first file he waved for the maid to answer the door when he heard a knock on it. All of his heads of division marched in and stood in a straight line before his desk. Naruto finished up reading the first file. It was about a report from the principal of the Tsukai Civilian College on 8 students that had scored outstandingly in their final papers. The king hummed with an impressed smile as he picked up his pen and wrote down his recommendation as a reward for their stellar performance, a money reward and a royal promise that they would get the jobs of their desires if they chose to leave the college to work in the kingdom, and if they chose to remain and continue their studies then he would pay for their fees, a sort of scholarship, and again they still had the royal promise of the king of the kingdom. He sighed in satisfaction at his work and closed the file, shifting it to his right, before he looked up at his division heads, standing at attention. As he lifted his eyes, they bent their heads slightly and placed their right hands over their hearts, bowing their torsos forward a little. On behalf of the entire kingdom, we welcome you back home, my lord Naruto. Karen said. It's good to be back home. Naruto replied as he reclined into his chair, placing his hands behind his head and smiling wanly at them. They took this as a sign to straighten up and look at him. Naruto answered the unasked question in the room. You might have noticed that Indra is not here. My sister is currently taking the evaluation exam and he is supervising. If I may be so forward, my lord, Nirvana Kurogoku, head of inventors, piped up uneasily. Why is she being evaluated? I believe that my lady Naruto does not need to do something as tedious as go through an evaluation process. Admittedly, the process to become a soldier of the kingdom was tedious, but Naruto wanted to focus more on being careful on who was screened into his forces than on the sheer number. He already had over 40,000 soldiers under his command, and if he had not ensured that each and every one of them could handle their various divisions, or departments like Genjutsu Specialist or Interrogator or Police Officer or even Scout, then he would not have the well-oiled machine that was the Tsukai Force. His people applied for the academy in the droves, and they were very much made aware of how tedious it was to write the evaluation exam, but they remained adamant in their desire to impress their king. Those that did not, or could not, enter the academy to learn how to fight for their king helped in other ways to develop their kingdom or better protect it. Resource miners and scientists were the first that came to mind. They ensured that there was an abundance in materials for the army extracted from the well deep in the ground. I know the process is tedious and I have made it known to my sister, but she still wishes to go ahead with the evaluation. She wants to prove to herself and to me that she is worthy of being my queen. But sir, Lady Naruto is worthy of being our queen, Magi commented. I know, if you ask me I would say that she is stronger than I am, but she would have none of it. He waved for them to disregard the topic. But that is a discussion for another time. Now, I want to hear your reports. He sat forward and placed his forearms on his desk. He jutted his chin to Karen, who stood at the far end of the file, and the head medic started. Your mother is currently receiving psychiatric help from my best psychiatrist. He has informed me that he has managed to get her to stop singing, but she is still only able to say a few words at a time before she starts singing again. Division head Magi, she motioned to the youngest division head to her left, and the girl bobbed her head. Has been able to fix and remove 3 of the broken seal shackles, 11 left to go. I believe this is the reason why her brain is positively reacting to the medication. I apologize for my slowness in fixing and removing the shackles, my lord. They were set there by a level 10 seal master, Mido Uzumaki. You are also level 10, Magi, and you have done something that no one has ever heard of before. Keep up the great work, both of you. Thank you, Lord Naruto. The 2 females chorused in appreciation. He smiled fleetingly at them and faced the next set of people he had assigned group projects for. Nora, Hamato, Satoshi and Magi, how goes the search for the next tailed beast holders? Magi, the head of Fuinjutsu, was again included because of how vital her role was in sealing away the beast. Nora because, along with her brother, she specialized in containing tailed beasts. Hamato because he was unarguably the smartest division head, seeing as he was also the intelligence head as well as interrogation head. Satoshi, head of rescue and support, was the one that willing applicants went to apply for their children to be the beast holders. He was the first to evaluate the young children's willingness, even if they were still children. Hamato, the undisputed leader of the project group, spoke for the others. We have found 2 good candidates for the 2 and 3 tails, but so far the only people that can handle containing the 8 tails are people with high affinity for both water and lightning, similar to how the 3 tails requires one with water affinity. Kiribi and Yugito had chosen not to ally with the kingdom, and Naruto couldn't care less if they did. He did not require them for his kingdom to be strong. The Jinchuriki were kept in a heavily sealed area where they would live until the time for their beasts to be extracted arrived. Seal up the 3 and 2 tails. What seal will you be using, Magi? The girl coughed delicately and answered. It is something my deputy and I have been creating for the past 5 years. We have variations to perfectly contain all 9-tailed beasts. We call it the Royal Tsukai Seal of the Unbreakable Heaven. This is because we have stacked over 100 seals on top of the other and found a way to incorporate the Shackle Seal with 6 of the other individual tailed beast containment seals. The only possible way of the tailed beast breaking out or even remotely taking control without the consent of the Jinchuriki is if you grant them permission. The girl looked at Hamato and he continued. We have successfully tested the seal on Yugito and Kiribi, and their tailed beasts were fully contained. That is great. You know what? Before you seal the 3 and 2 tails, I want to meet the person you chose and their ward, if they have. The candidate for the 2 tails as well. I hope you made sure that both the child and the ward doesn't mind. All 4 ninjas nodded. And I also hope the sealing process is relatively painless. There would only be pain for about 20 seconds during the duration of the sealing, but we have found a way to numb this down by administering mild painkillers. If anything stronger is given to the candidate, then it could spell disaster to the sealing process. Satoshi answered for the group. Keep trying to find the perfect holder of the 8 tails. Well done, he said, and they bowed. Hamato, what villages have signed the agreement? The hidden villages are Chill, Marsh, Waterfall, Tree, Smoke, Suna, Kumo, Kiri and Mountain. The countries are Lightning, Water, Spring, Frigid, Smoke, Forest and Wave. All other countries and hidden villages have torn the agreement scroll. Naruto smiled slightly. Excellent, we still have more than half of the continent to conquer. The division heads nodded in agreement. We have 2 more days of festivities before we continue conquering the world. He said to the head of espionage and infiltration. Tell all the spies on the ground to stay vigilant. When the time comes and then I want them to move into the countries that have torn their scrolls. They all bobbed their heads. Naruto cleared his throat and said, Nora, I have a special mission for you after these 2 days. They all leaned closer to listen and Naruto continued. I want you to lead 2 squads of hunters and a squad of retrievers to Konoha 2. He smiled wider and finished. To extract my brother. Chapter 14. 11:09 AM. Main gate of Kumogakure. Kumogakure no Sato. Lightning Country. We have reason to believe that the Tsukai Kingdom is located close to your village, just off your shores. Jiraiya said with his arms crossed and looking down at the white-haired, dark-skinned teenager wearing the ceremonial white cloak and hat of the Raikage. Darui shrugged lazily. You're free to go and check for yourselves, I don't really care, but I will not be lending any of my shinobi to you. This reply mildly shocked the Sannin and he uncrossed his arms. Why not? I'm sure that a joint attack on the kingdom will only leave a trail of bodies that would eventually erase Kumo from the face of the earth. Darui shot back with droopy eyes. He was the one that had been appointed to be the next Kage after it had been killed by Naruto. Mabui, who chose to remain as the secretary of the Raikage, had said that the former leader had written documents of his intention months prior to the invasion. For the past 5 days he had not been able to sleep, due to his efforts in fixing the damage Naruto's army had caused as well as the trauma of the events he had been forced to witness. On that day he had been with Karui, Omoi and Samui in the training ground and then 3 women wearing gold armor under their red shirts and black pants marched into the area. They had been taken down like they were mere mosquitoes. Their limp and bound bodies were hefted back into the village and they bore witness to the carnage. Their captors said that their initial intention was to kill them where they stood but their king had declared that they were to be left alive. Naruto wanted Darui to lead the village. The white-haired sage shook his head and looked behind him at the force of leaf ninjas, roughly 80 in counting. That will not happen as long as you have Konoha behind you. You don't seem to understand, Lord Jiraiya, Darui cut in. Suddenly all the sleep and laziness had left his eyes and his body and he was as tense and guarded as a cornered lion. A force of over 1,000 men and women marched into a heavily fortified hidden village undetected and overcame every single ninjas, old and young, like they were handling specks of sand. Konoha knows how hard it is to even get close to Kumo undetected, not to even think of getting close enough to the seals and entering. The Sannin kept quiet, mentally agreeing. The second and third shinobi wars proved this fact very well. Kumo was the most protected village on the continent. The shorter ninja closed his eyes and collected himself again. The fealty agreement also specifically stipulated that we should only give information to those that ask, but the very second we help out, he spread the fingers of both his hands slowly before his face and muttered. Boom. The Sannin sighed and nodded in defeat. I understand. Darui graciously nodded and turned around, waving for his guards to follow him as well. Oh, and do not enter my village. You may go around it but do not enter. The Raikage warned from over his shoulder as he entered the gates of his village. Great, the sage sighed again, this time heavier. He signed over his shoulder for the ninjas to follow him as he skimmed the edges of the massive hidden village. Oh. A few minutes later. The Tsukai General Hospital. The Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto smiled kindly to a wide-eyed child in a white hospital gown and ruffled her short blonde hair. I am truly sorry you are not able to attend the festival, Amegiri. I really hope you get better. The girl's eyes wobbled and a sheen of tears covered the large orbs as she nodded slowly, trying not to throw off his hand as she did so. Thank you, tear. She spoke with a small lisp and Naruto chuckled. It is no problem. He straightened up and smiled at the fervently bowing man and woman by his side, muttering their honest thanks that their king had come to visit. How has your daughter's treatment been? He asked them as he motioned for them to stop bowing. Very good, sir. We couldn't ask for any better. Naruto smiled lightly and turned his head to the raptly staring girl sitting up in the hospital bed. What do you think, Amegiri? The girl grinned cheekily, exposing her 2 missing front teeth and making Naruto laugh lowly in amusement. The nurses are very nice, tear. The king patted her head again. I'm glad. He leaned to his right when Nirvana approached him. The head inventor whispered quietly into his ears and a frown twitched onto his face before he hastily wiped it off and smiled brightly to the parents and the child. He nodded and the older teen slid away a few steps and stood with the temporary head maid and Hamato by the door, who had accompanied the rainbow-haired girl to the hospital. Karen, wearing a white doctor's coat and her uniform underneath with her division head armband and name tag on her right chest, stood close to her king. I am really sorry but I have to take my leave. Thank you for coming, my lord. The man said gratefully and his wife bowed with him. Think nothing of it. It was a tradition for Naruto to regularly visit the hospital to see the sick patients there. He did this twice a week if he had the time. It was not only out of sympathy that when he was sick the only person that was there for him was his sister, but also because he wanted his people to know that even though he was a king that sat on a great throne to administer to his kingdom, he was also the king that stepped down from the throne to walk among them. Helped them directly, if and when he could. His people truly appreciated his visits, and his hospital visits, as well as his visits to the academy, civilian and soldier, and the soldiers' accommodations/barracks, was what warmed his heart before he had revived his sister, and now it still had that effect. It allowed the king to see the fruits of his and a whole host of other people's years of labor. He knew that his kingdom was able to cater many diseases and cure many ailments, but he also wanted his people to know that he rightly cared for their well-being. They might live for him, but that did not mean that he could not treat them kindly. At the moment though, Nirvana had interrupted his 15th room visit to inform him that there were Konoha ninjas scouting out the shores of Kumo, close to where the kingdom hovered in silence in the clouds. He patted the head medic's shoulder and said, "You have done well with this place, Karen. I will come back whenever I can. Your presence is always welcome, my king," she said with a small curtsy. Naruto passed her and gave a final wave to the short-haired girl sitting on the hospital bed and her parents. It was obvious the little child was barely holding onto her emotions. He suspected that the moment he closed the door she would explode with excitement. He laughed under his breath when he heard a squeal as he closed the door. He spoke to Hamato and Nirvana as they quickly followed after their king as he stomped through the hospital towards the kingdom's gates. "It seems Konoha really wants to speed up their demise." "It seems so, my lord," Nirvana said. "Tell Division Head Satoshi, head of rescue and support, to have 10 squads of his support ninjas keep watch of the Konoha ninjas from the ground or the sea. As soon as they detect the kingdom and begin attacking, have the support ninjas retaliate. I want no survivors." "Sir, Jiraiya the Toad Sage is the one leading them, should we also kill him?" Hamato asked as he stomped after his king as he exited the hospital. "Yes, send his head to my father after he is dead. But I want Satoshi to handle Jiraiya. Sannin is somewhat tricky, so I want a platinum rank to take care of him." Naruto could handle Jiraiya fairly easily, if Tsunade and Orochimaru were any indication of a Sannin's strength, but he wanted to see how well a division head would do against a Sannin. The silent alarms of the kingdom were going off and ninjas and samurai, soldiers of the kingdom, stormed silently through the village. The police stationed themselves in strategic areas to keep the peace if somehow the civilians found out, but at the moment they were actively keeping the people back from Naruto as he walked through the crowd. Back in the palace, his sister was soundly sleeping, catching up on the hours of sleep she had missed. Her exam results would arrive in the evening or so, but for now the king had insisted that the girl rest up in the palace and have breakfast as soon as she woke up. He faltered and the division heads following him did so as well, before he continued. He mentally debated on whether or not he wanted the soul of the pervert but ultimately decided against it. Orochimaru's memories were a given proof that he was the strongest Sannin. He didn't need his head being clouded with useless smut and thoughts of women. He had a kingdom to lead and a world to conquer, much better things to do than daydream or peek in hot springs. Needless to say, Naruto did not think very highly of the Toad Sage. The black overcoat he wore over his normal clothes flapped with each step and his Rinnegan eyes darkened with power. Nirvana took a step back and a red and yellow blur dropped down beside Naruto. The king didn't need to turn to know it was his head of rescue and support. "Satoshi. My lord Naruto. You are aware of the plan. I already have my men hidden in the sea and around the Konoha ninjas. They are ready to attack. Have more soldiers on standby in case those on the ground need support." The frizzy blonde-haired man communicated the order through his white earbud. There was a massive thud under their feet and the barrier around the kingdom briefly flashed into sight, red before it went back to clear white. The barrier that shielded the bottom of the kingdom held strong after the fire attack Jiraiya had sent with the help of a big hop from his chief summons and oil from the summon's mouth. It didn't even dent the defenses but merely warned them all. The next few attacks didn't shake the kingdom at all. Naruto sharply looked at the man and narrowed his eyes. Satoshi gave his king a grim smile and nodded. "Kill them all. I swear on my life." He tapped his ear and said, "All support soldiers on the ground prepare. Leave the Sannin for me." Naruto and the head of division stopped with Satoshi. They watched as he unslung a 3-foot-long silver and gold baton from his back and twisted the middle. It expanded till it was just about 7 foot in length. The man's smile dropped and he bent his knees, placing his right hand on the ground and crossing the bow staff behind him with his left hand. The crowd of civilians and the police officers holding him back, hooted, when the man's whole body shuddered with faint crackling electricity all over his body before he phased out of sight, leaving behind a single smoking footprint where he formerly was. Naruto grinned a little at the display and kept moving forward with the other division heads. "Let's go and watch." Oh 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 oh. On the shores of Kumogakur. Kumogakur no Sato. Lightning Country. Satoshi Todoroki was a special man, even by the mutant standards of the kingdom. He and Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, were picked up by Orochimaru when they were toddlers from a hovel-like village in Lightning Country. They were born in the same household to different parents but they saw themselves as brothers. They had even been privileged, depends on how you see it, to share the same cell in the slave pen of Main Hidden Sound. Though their tortures, tests and experiments were widely different. While Hamato was the one that Orochimaru tortured for all 35 years they had been in Sound, Satoshi had the bad luck of being the one the snake summoner had experimented on. This could also be seen as a form of torture. The mad scientists had chosen to stay true to Satoshi's home country by focusing on lightning-based tests and experiments. This more out of pleasure at watching the effects of electricity on a human body and its consequences to the mind. His recessive lightning DNA, the one every person born from 2 descendants of Lightning Country had, was brought forward and made dominant. The consequence of this was essentially making the man a living bolt of lightning. His abilities even went as far as being able to suck out electricity from electrical appliances and return it. The man was still very much human, with human wants, needs and desires. He merely had more energy than most humans. A lot more energy. It would have been dangerous, but he had learned how to meditate from Naruto. The king did not give the electrical man the high-pressure job of being a frontline head of division or even the head hunter, but a slower, milder and quieter job of being head of the rescue and support, with the slightly higher-paced job of being the chief of police. It helped keep the man partly active and also gave him a sense of responsibility to keep him more in control of his blood and chakra pressure. It helped that Naruto had his godfather's memories. He knew what best to do for each and every mutant or normal human that lived in his kingdom. Jiraiya paused when he and his comrades saw 25 red-clothed men and women rise out of the water and stand on it. They had on gleaming gold armor underneath their clothes and a few of them wielded various weapons. He heard a gasp from beside him and he turned around on the toad, narrowing his eyes at 30 more gold-armored men and women standing several yards away from the Konoha ninjas. 50 armed soldiers surrounded the 41 Konoha ninjas, adding the Sannin. The sky darkened a little and black clouds swirled around the white cloud they had been shooting attacks at. They knew that the cloud was the kingdom of the sky because it was the only cloud in the cloudless sky. He assumed it was by choice. There was a deep, ground-shaking rumble, and as the sound rocked the surroundings, the gold-armored soldiers all snapped into attention and placed their hands over their hearts, though keeping their eyes focused on the Konoha ninjas they surrounded. Gold-armored soldiers of all genders, size and age all stood rigidly as the sky increasingly darkened with the widening thunder cloud. Bright light flashed above them and the agile Konoha ninjas all retreated a fair distance away as a single bolt of lightning smashed into the ground from the cloud, throwing around dust and sand around it. The dust and sand spun in a tight ball before it all blew away, dispersing all around into thin air, leaving a single person standing in the middle, a blonde-haired man with short frizzy hair that stood on end, like he had been electrocuted, in a short-sleeved red shirt and black pants with a white armband on his upper right arm that read rescue and support in gold ink. It was pretty much the same thing that people with gold under armor wore except for the armband. He also had a silver wide bow staff gripped tightly in his left hand, which the man cheekily slung over his shoulder and perched both of his hands on. The only outstanding difference was that this newcomer was wearing platinum as armor underneath his clothing. The color of the metal looked like it was silver, but it also had a whitish sheen to it, a simply regal look to it. The Sannin was quick to catch the difference any other normal bystander might not find. Platinum was leagues more expensive and rarer than gold, so it was safe to assume that the man that wore it all over his body, underneath his clothes, from the solid platinum boots to the segmented platinum on his arms leading to the tips of his fingers and finally just under his chin. And also that the man was the only one wearing an armband. This man was the leader of the defensive force. Jiraiya hopped off the toad and walked up to the man. The man's smile didn't falter as he good-naturedly scrutinized the Sannin as he approached him. Small fizzles of electricity crackled in his frizzy blonde hair. The sage stopped just about 2 feet away from the man and they both stared at themselves without fear. Jiraiya didn't know why Minato wanted them to find and attract the Tsukai kingdom into attacking their small force of ninjas, but he could guess. Kushina had been kidnapped and the Hokage simply wanted to poke the bear to get it to react, so, somehow, he would be able to gain entrance into the kingdom and rescue her, killing the king in the process. The plan was so simple it was naive. The old sage just wished that wasn't his former student's plan. The old war veteran was bound by his oath as a Konoha ninja to obey orders when they were given. He always had the option of defecting, like Orochimaru, or choosing a more lax job, like Tsunade, or even retiring, but he wouldn't do that. His dead teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, always told him to fight until he could not move again and to protect what he loved. He had nothing but Konoha to protect, and he was going to do just that. The crackling man smoked slightly and leaned his head back onto the staff that was slung over his shoulders. His wrists hung limply on the staff. "I take it you're the one Naruto sent to deal with me?" the war veteran said abruptly, and he was replied with a low chuckle. "Wasn't that obvious? Is Naruto too scared to face me himself that he has to send his thugs?" The man goaded and it worked. The other man's eyes darkened with rage and his smirk went down into a straight, grim line. His jaw tightened strongly and his hands gripped the staff over his shoulders. Despite all this, he still looked fairly in control of himself. "You," the man breathed out, his eyes twitching. "You dare insult my king?" Jiraiya cracked a grin and laughed boisterously. "I'll take it that I'm right. That brat, the fucking king of the Tsukai kingdom," he air-quoted, much to the amusement of the other Konoha ninjas, "is scared to death of a better specimen of manhood. And he should, for I am Jiraiya the Toad Sannin, author of the unrivaled Ika book series and the strongest Sannin. My name makes all men quake with terror, all women wet with desire and all children sing my praises to the heavens." The man regarded him for a brief moment before he said in a low voice, "My name is Satoshi Todoroki. I am the head of the rescue and support division of the great kingdom hidden in the sky." He paused and cocked his head to the side sharply and his lips went up in a small, jovial smile. "And I will be your opponent." Jiraiya hurriedly leaped away when Satoshi lifted his bow staff up with both hands and slammed an end down on the ground to his right. There was a near-splitting roar of lightning that blasted out from the staff, turning the sand around the division head into glass. The Sannin hissed with grit teeth as he thanked his lucky stars he dodged the attack. He wasted no time flipping through hand seals and focusing to channel nature chakra. The electrical man saw this and bent down into a ready position, his staff crossed behind him in his left hand. Two toads popped onto the sage's shoulders and the man gradually began taking toad-like traits, warts on his nose, his legs bending down a little and his eyes becoming amphibious, yellow with a single black slit going horizontally. The men both glared hatefully at each other and lunged at themselves. The other fighters, both Konoha and Tsukai, followed suit and attacked. Oh 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 oh. Hamato, I have a question. The king of the Tsukai kingdom muttered as he hovered over the battle zone between the outnumbered Konoha ninjas with his maid, head of intelligence and head of inventors. All of them stood on an invisible platform created by the Rinnegan king, or in Nirvana's case, she sat on the edge and swung her legs playfully, watching the fight through a pair of binoculars. The rugged man looked at his king and said, "Sir, are my forces ready to move out at a moment's notice?" He watched as his head of division on the ground exchanged blurry and dangerously crackling fists with the Toad Man, who was frantically patting his hands with mud after each strike. "Since the festival began, sir," the head of interrogators said quickly and as he straightened up. "It is part of our training as soldiers of this great kingdom to be ready to obey your orders at the drop of a hat, no matter the day or the occasion. Though I intended this festival to celebrate the soldiers, I also wanted the civilians to relax and know that the soldiers are more than capable of handling the world." Naruto had his hands in his pockets and his eyes narrowed in suppressed anger at the Konoha ninjas. They had slapped his mercy back in his face. He had explicitly allowed there to be a grace period of 6 days, but the Hidden Leaf's Hokage had sent his meager and vastly inadequate ninjas to fight him proved how much the Yondaime was underestimating him and his forces. "Is the video ready?" The older man knew exactly what his king was talking about and he nodded silently, with both agreement and tightly held back anger making his shoulder tense. "It is cleaned up and properly edited." The king prodded gently as he kept his eyes below. Jiraiya bypassed a bow staff bash to his head and drove his fist under the chin of the platinum rank, but instead of connecting with flesh and bone his fist passed through the chin of the man and Satoshi grabbed his opponent by his shirt. Electricity coursed over him and the Toad Sage and Naruto scoffed, impressed. "Yes, sir," Hamato replied hesitantly with a clenched jaw. "Good. I want 5 cinema blimps uploaded with the video and sent to Konoha. Satoshi will have 10 protection support vehicles circle over them on the way there, while they are there and on the way back, in case any overzealous leaf ninja tries to attack them while the video is playing. I also want your computer technicians to take control of all the airwaves of Fire Country, specifically Konoha, and broadcast the video on live television in every house or establishment that have televisions." His eyes flicked to his side and his lips twitched down when the tough head of division closed his eyes tightly and cracked his neck. Naruto raised his hand and patted the taller man's right shoulder. "Is there something wrong?" "My king, the man tried to say, but his lips clamped shut." Naruto smiled and dropped his hand, looking back to the fight. Jiraiya had flipped away before any more damage could be done, ripping his shirt where the electrical man had gripped him. Thin black smoke wafted off his body and the elder Toad's bodies as he grasped his heart, panting for air. Satoshi didn't allow the man any rest. He twirled his staff in his hands, eliciting violent bolts of lightning to fly out around him and strike the ninjas that were trying to ambush him. He stopped and spat out a single, blazing blue bolt at the older ninja and the man barely had any time to scurry out of the way. "Are you certain you wish for people to see that video?" Hamato interrupted him and fully turned to his king and dropped to his knee. Nirvana turned to them with a small frown and the maid narrowed her eyes, her hands twitched as they lightly clasped the clothing of her elbows. "My ninjas, the ones that helped clean and edit the video, they were appalled and more than a few voided their bowls from watching it, sir. What happened to you and my lady Naruko is traumatizing and wrong, but do you wish to subject people to those images?" He placed his hand over his heart and bowed his head deeply. "I apologize for being so forward and I swear on the air I breathe in the life I live now and before that I do not wish to go against your order, my lord Naruto, but are you completely sure you want that video to be seen?" The maid lessened her hold on her clothing but Nirvana still looked from the kneeling man to her king. Naruto's Rinnegan eyes saddened and he nodded. "I want the people of Konoha to know just who their Hokage is." His gold ranks were now going around and making sure the Konoha ninjas, all of whom were Junin rank, were dead, while Satoshi stepped on the smoking body of Pa the male elder Toad and kicked aside Ma when the female Toad hopped to him. The smiling man approached the desperately crawling mass of bleeding flesh and tense muscles. He stepped down hard on the man, digging his lightning-covered heel into the space between both shoulder blades and relishing in the agonizing yell of pain that ripped out from the man's lungs. Arg. Jiraiya always thought that he would die doing what he loved, peeping on women in a hot spring, but this was the reality of it. Even now he could not blame his student for putting him in this position. Facing a kingdom that was much stronger than them and fanatically loyal to someone that most likely had the powers of a god. He was scared. There was so much he still wanted to do and now he would never do them, all because he didn't have the balls to befriend a little boy and girl. 2 children that simply needed a friend. Just one friend to keep them safe and protect them. He didn't want to say he deserved to die like a pig for his mistake, but the terror of death that overtook him as his one good eye stared up, trembling, into the deranged eyes of the joyfully smiling man, ran over him and crushed him under its weight. His body shook slightly as the electricity tightened his muscles, preventing him from moving. His breathing became ragged and it was like the cold hands of the god of death had gripped his heart. The Sannin would have felt better, more grateful, if it was the betrayed child that was the one to end his life, but it wasn't Naruto that was killing him, it was one of his high-ranked ninjas. The boy didn't even deem him worthy enough to dirty his hands against him. The platinum rank lifted his bow staff with both hands, his eyes twinkling with delight as Jiraiya opened his mouth and another scream of blood-chilling fear tore out of his mouth and brought down the end of the staff down on the neck of the sage. Crack. Silencing him forever. Naruto steadily sat down before the still kneeling man, who was wheezing to keep the tears in his eyes at bay, and sent his soldiers on the ground a thumb up, making them all cheer proudly and share fist bumps with each other. Satoshi bowed to his king as his body cooled down. Naruto's eyes dropped and he said to the people near him, "There is no one on this planet that it would hurt more from watching that video than my sister and I. I am touched, you were saddened from watching them, and I apologize that you were made to watch them, you and your ninjas, but I want this to be done. The people that are so ignorant of his true nature that they choose to remain blinded from the truth will have to face the truth. Can I trust you to oversee this, Hamato?" The answer was immediate and saturated with honesty. "I will not let you down, my lord. Go and begin preparations. When they are ready they are to leave immediately. Communicate my orders to Satoshi for the protection support vehicles." "Yes, sir." The man leaped into the air and small gusts of wind under his feet took him higher into the air. He dropped down before the gates of the kingdom and ran in to implement his king's orders. Naruto signed down for Satoshi to follow him and the man disappeared in a blast of lightning, taking with him the dead body of the sage. The king summarily left with his maid and his head of inventors, separating with the latter when he had issued an order for her to gather her inventors and give them the news, and ordering the former to personally inform the other division heads of his decision. Konoha had pushed his hand. He wanted to give the world chance to prepare for his and his kingdom's domination, but the Leaf had stubbornly chosen to attack when they presumed their guard was down. Was it the Yondaim's pride that he could not allow his rejected child to be stronger than him? Was it envy that Naruto had much more than him? Was it to get under his skin and force Naruto's hand? Well, the latter had worked marvelously. He was not going to take the attack lying down, but instead of attacking Konoha back he would go ahead with his global domination plans by attacking the countries and hidden villages that refused to sign the agreement before he attacked Konoha. The Rinnegan king would gladly admit that if any other place had done what Konoha did he would have simply stepped on the country or village and continue the kingdom-wide festival, but Konoha had a special place in his heart. A dark, damp, hateful, despised place in his heart. Oh, he was going to savor ending the Leaf, but first he had to go and inform his sister back in the palace. 2 hours later. 1:39 p.m. Top of the Hokage's monument. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire Country. Junior bent down on one knee and placed his right palm on the ground. He closed his eyes and shortly pulsed out his chakra. The ground under his feet and in a 10-foot radius lit up with soft blue light and highlighted numerous white footprints that dotted around the top of the monument. All of the footprints mostly came and went from one central point, but that point was a massive space where there were no footprints, so the young Namikas assumed that it was the flying vehicle Kakashi had told him about. Sai looked at his teammate with a wide grin, but with narrowed eyes. He slowly paced around the lit-up area with his hands at his sides, idly tapping the side of his thighs. Sakura knelt down next to her blonde teammate and cleared her throat to get his attention. When she didn't get it she coughed and spoke in a quiet voice. "Why are we here?" "My brother was here," he said in a small voice, his eyes closed in concentration as he gently pulled the small chakra footprints to make them brighter. He was with someone with the same signature but with different chakra components. He looked at her with furrowed eyes. "Does that make sense?" The girl shrugged and he sighed. He looked around. He was with other people, at least 5 other people I'm guessing, but I can only sense his chakra and that other person's chakra. It's like he left it here, on purpose. He lifted his hands off the ground and the light began to dim around them. He looked at his female teammate with wide, hopeful eyes, breaking his uncaringly stoic facade and looking at her with barely restrained excitement. "Do you think he wanted me to see this? Do you think my big brother wanted me to know he was here?" The girl looked back at him with a sad smile and said, "I'm sorry, Junior, but I don't know that for sure." Her heart sunk when she saw his downcast look. "Let's go, we're not supposed to be here." The Yondaim's son bobbed his head in defeat and rose onto his feet. "Sai, what do you think?" The boy hummed in amusement and pointed at the Hokage's tower. "I think your father is watching us." The other young teens looked to where he was pointing and they saw a small dot on the top of the cage's tower, but that wasn't the only thing they saw. There were 5 gigantic red and gold ovals in the sky with small black metal boxes underneath it. Each of the ovals had 3 powerful, spinning fans that pushed them forward steadily and easily. One on side there was a black screen that didn't reflect the bright afternoon sun, and on the other side was a flag that drove chills deep into the hearts of every remaining ninja that was on the up and up. A large, deep red banner with the kanji for sky drawn on it with gold paint. Smaller dots, 2 for each of the red flying red ovals, flanked them. There was a quick burst from the almost silent fans and the ovals flew into the village and stopped around the village in a circle with the screens facing the middle, the Hokage's tower. Just as Minato was about to yell for the alarms to begin blaring, he heard from his handheld receiver that all the televisions were fizzling. He looked up at each screen and saw the static that flitted across them. He held his tongue and his mouth became a straight line when he heard from Hibiki that all the radio stations had been forcefully shut down. The static stopped and the large, pale face of the dead Sannin filled the screens of the flying blimps. The next few words made the Hokage's heart stop and his eyes widen in remembrance. Hello, hello. The man tapped the screen twice and looked up over the screen to the person holding the camera. Kimimaro, is this thing recording? Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Perfect, he exclaimed and shuffled back. Everyone in Konoha that did not have a television moved outside and were gaping at the film being shown on the blimps. There was a collective gasp when the dead Sannin threw his arm over the shoulder of a familiar blonde man in a white and red flamed cloak. The Minato on the screen looked years younger and less grey-haired than the one presently, prompting them to believe that he was younger. The simple fact that their Hokage allowed the rogue and sadistic man to touch him was taboo, not to even think of having his arm over his shoulder. The smarter ninjas and civilians pinpointed that the Orochimaru was the one that had defected given the fact that there was a slashed leaf hitate sitting on a table behind them. Orochi, this isn't necessary. Oh hush, Minato, this is completely necessary. He made a grand gesture to the younger Hokage's side, making the cameraman pan over to two tiny red-haired children. Twins. More than a few people that were blasted with the identities of those twins. The Sannin giggled in pure glee and exclaimed, "This is history in the making." As all of Fire Country watched the video being broadcasted on their televisions, and on the blimps in Konoha, the rest of the world bore witness as over 100 flying vehicles landed at the edges of the continent to the south and thousands of troops, enough to darken the sky, dropped down and marched into these villages, excluding the soldiers inside the vehicles, seeing as they were mostly medics, intelligence ninjas, rescuers and supporters. The global invasion had started with these countries, 6 in number starting from frigid country and ending at mountain country. Sukai soldiers marched loud and proud, waving the imperial banner of their king. Chapter 15. Bring those things down. The Yondaime Hokage roared and threw a tri-pronged kunai at the blimp in front of him, about several meters away, but when he was about to flash to it and throw the same blade again, the kunai was brought down by a softly blinking red and gold senbon shot down from on top of one of the smaller flying vehicles. A gold-ranked soldier high-fived those beside him at the feet, as he shook his left arm, where a metallic senbon launcher with 5 different nozzles sat. Another senbon clicked into place and he leveled it down to any other ninja that attempted to attack the floating cinema. But no one attacked. All were either raptly watching from their homes at their televisions or were looking up into the sky at the film being played on the blimps. Curiosity of why their Hokage was with the snake overtook them. Whether or not the video was doctored or not, the person bore such a striking resemblance to the Namikaze Hokage that no other actor could possibly replicate it, even a blood clone. And those that had known Orochimaru when he was still a Konoha ninja were incredibly certain that the person on the screen was indeed the sadistic snake summoner. This footage was real, though still very unbelievable. If the Hokage of the Leaf was to be in the presence of the missing ninja, it was either to retrieve him or kill him, and the amount of friendship both displayed threw them all in a loop. Minato Namikaze was in close ties with Orochimaru of the Sannin. Why? What was this film about? What else was their Hokage hiding? The people still watched, part of their minds stubbornly remaining vigilant, the never-before-seen footage of the Hokage, the symbol of light, and the rogue Sannin, the symbol of darkness. Tell the camera, hello, kids. Orochimaru said in a happy hoot, but the kids only simply, blankly, shared a look and narrowed their eyes at both adults. Naruto winced when Minato grabbed him by the back of his neck and squeezed. Do as you're told, you pitiful rodent. There was a collective gasp at the Hokage's curse. Naruto stubbornly clamped his mouth shut and Orochimaru watched with a happy smile as the blonde father sent a backhand to the 3-year-old boy's face, throwing him into his twin sister and making both tumble onto their backs. The people of Konoha felt their hearts break when they saw the boy's pale cheek turn an ugly shade of red and his eyes swell up with tears. The child burst out into tears and the snake Sannin chuckled. Minato turned to the man and said, I want you to make him suffer. The present Minato was now sweating bullets. After his Harashin kunai had been deflected, he had dropped down in front of his former student, Kakashi Hitaki, and an ANBU captain, Yugao Uzuki. He ducked his head and hurried back to his office. Tear them apart, limb from limb, and even if you have to kill one of them I don't care, as long as there is someone left to be worth anything to Konoha. The Sannin couldn't help but ask as he crossed his arms, watching as his younger friend grabbed the girl twin by her hair and pulled her up. The little girl squirmed and screamed, clawing for her brother's hand, but Naruto was still out of it from the slap, blindly trying to hold onto a familiar hand. Why do you want him for Konoha so badly? The man easily carried the girl up and looked into her eyes, her tear-filled, frantic, terrified eyes, and said with a wicked smile. When I've finished using them in Konoha, I can sell them off, whether as a whole, or piece. Buy, piece. The Sannin pursed his lips in thought and slowly nodded. The organ trade is fairly lucrative. The Hokage was now hurriedly trying to push through the slowly growing crowd of people that had come out of their houses. He stopped when a little girl, about his twin's age in the video, refused to leave the road, looking up at the blonde leader with wide eyes. Her deep purple eyes shifted from the real Minato to the one in the video, yelling at his own child with spit flying from his mouth and sanity almost gone, and then back to the present Minato. The man couldn't meet the girl's eyes as she slowly furrowed her eyes, limply allowing her mother to drag her out of the way. The Yondaime disappeared in a flash of yellow and then reappeared in his office. Break their minds, destroy their bodies. Video Minato screamed into the panicking girl's face as she tried to struggle out of his iron grip. I don't care what you do. I want them to suffer the pain they caused me. He dropped the girl and she crumpled onto her knees, sobbing as she grabbed her head, feeling a dull throb rock through her head. The man added a parting kick before he finally turned back to Orochimaru, who kept looking on with an amused, interested smirk. The yondan rigidly straightened his white with red flames cloak and sniffed. I hope you know what I mean, Orochi. Oh, believe me, old friend, the man started, looking down as Naruto crawled over to his crying sister, nursing his swollen cheek. Naruto felt around the ground and caught the girl's red dress in his hands, using that to guide him closer. He fought to open his eyes. The crowd gasped again in horror as they saw that his right eye was red with blood from the slap and his left was slightly bloodshot. He huffed and hugged Naruto, placing his head on her shoulder and slowly dragging his fingers through her scalp to help soothe the pain. The children sobbed together. Orochimaru laughed darkly. I know exactly what to do to them. The video froze and cracked for a few seconds after that, before it righted and turned to the twins. Naruto had his chin perched on his sister's shoulder, glaring hate and death through his purple eyes into camera. The hate was so palpable and tangible that each person in Konoha felt a terrible chill run up their spines. The boy kept the gaze without quivering, only having tears track down his face. Then the video shuddered and cracked, zooming into the boy's face. The image froze then and crackled again, flashing a clearer image of the same boy but older, then back to the child. The image fizzled and then half of the child's face turned to the older version of him, a stoic expression but with his godly Rinnegan glowing with intention. Then it changed back. The people of Konoha almost fell back when the image finally stopped crackling, flicking onto the older Naruto's face. The king looked out of the video with his face clean of emotion, his black with red Rinnegan eyes still as he stared out of the screen. Then a small smirk twitched up on his face and all the screens, from the cinema blimps to every single television in Fire Country, went off. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office, Minato fell onto his knees as he saw Jiraiya's head sitting on his desk. 1:20 p.m. The throne room. The Royal Tsukai Palace. The Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto reclined on his throne as all his division heads marched into his throne room. His sister stood beside the throne at attention, already acting the part of a soldier of the Tsukai Kingdom. The 16-year-old king's godly eyes flicked to each division head as they dropped onto their right knees and placed their hands on their hearts, bowing their heads to their master. Naruko placed her hands behind her and titled her chin up. Her face matched her brother's, clean of expression. The time has come, Naruto began, and the division heads bobbed their heads. The palace guards stood at the walls with their hands on their hearts, raptly paying attention to every single word that their king said. Everything we have been training for, preparing for, has finally arrived. He faced Indra, head of his frontline soldiers. Are my soldiers ready? Yes, my lord. All your soldiers are primed and ready to fight for you. The medical division. Fully equipped and properly trained in the medical arts. Karen, head of the medical division, promptly answered. My scouts, hunters, inventors. Ready, my king. Nora, Mora and Nirvana politely replied. Then we shall begin, Naruto said and stood up. Naruko dropped onto her right knee and Naruto tried to ignore it, only looking over his shoulder at her with a small frown. The plan is to start in Kumo and chill the southern borders of the continent, and march on the rest of the continent. He snapped his fingers and Hamato, head of his intelligence and interrogation division, rose up with the other heads and marched to Naruto, removing a map from his palm and placing it on a stand the replacement head made set up. A metal pointer was dropped into Naruto's hand and he snapped it to the map of the continent, indicating Kumo and Chill, as well as swiping the pointer over 4 other southern continent border nations. He moved it down in a partly clockwise direction that slowly winded down to the somewhat middle, where Konoha sat. We work our way around in one clean sweep. I want Konoha to see the other nations and other villages crumble around them, no allies to run to and no hope in sight, before we march in and deal with them. The countries that had already been conquered and those that signed the agreement scroll were exempt from the destruction, but the point was to display their military might before them, his way of showing them that they made the right decision. The rest of the continent that didn't sign, more than half of it, was going to be another story entirely. The division heads nodded in understanding and shouted, "Yes, sir." Naruto handed the pointer to the maid and delicately held it with both hands, sliding back to the left side of his throne and lowering her head to look at the ground. Naruto placed his hands behind his back and said, I am the one that dictates protocol on how things are to be done for uncooperative countries and villages. He waited and Nora bowed and said, Without question, my lord Naruto. I and my sister have selected the countries that may or may not be too much of a hassle taking over. He then added, this is not to say we cannot easily bring them to their knees. I am saying that if the shinobi aren't worth the trouble, then I give permission to destroy them. All of them. Nirvana couldn't help but ask as an evil grin stretched widely onto her face. All of them. Just leave some for me. Naruto nodded with his own evil smile. March out now. Sir, yes sir, they roared and saluted. Naruto waved for Indra to stay back and the frontline head stood in place. Are my sister's exam results ready? Naruko couldn't help but perk up and look at the head of division expectantly. I was about to inform you after the meeting, sir. Indra nodded. The head cleaver on the tall man's back gleamed as unsealed a red file from his platinum armored wrist. He marched to his king and bowed with it in front of him. Naruto nodded for Naruko to come closer and she looked at him, asking for permission. The king sighed, not liking how much she wanted to defer to his will, but motioned to the file. She took the file from the man and closed her eyes, breathed in deeply and clenching it in tight hands. She felt a gentle hand on her shoulder and was immediately flooded with confidence. She opened the report. Naruto peeked over her shoulder and he smiled a little. Congratulations, sis. The girl skimmed through the detailed report of all 5 sections of the exam but finally ended at the bottom where her rank was written in bold, red ink. Silver. She looked at Naruto with furrowed eyes, smiling at his smile and guessing that the result was good. He saw the question in her eyes and explained. A silver rank has no equivalent to grounder ranks, copper is special Junin and bronze is Junin, but the closest we can say to compare it to grounder ranks is about low to mid kage. Gold was high kage and platinum was Sannin. Obsidian rank didn't have any mortal equivalent. She bit her bottom lip in excitement and happily hopped in place. Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled. See, I told you were strong. When do I start, bro? Naruto's smile dropped off his face and he sighed again. When do you want to start? Right now. The king looked at Indra and the head of division spoke. You will need to be taught standard procedure for Tsukai soldiers for every possible situation. You need to be placed in a division and in a squad, shown standard form when in a group and the proper way to address a superior in rank. Your armor will be given to you when your division has been determined. Determine it now, Naruto ordered with narrowed eyes, and Indra bowed. She is a very skilled tracker, one of the best I've ever seen in a human being, even by Tsukai standards. Her endurance is truly admirable, her stealth skills can be improved on with time, but she has displayed good retentive memory, so I don't doubt she will be able to remember what she will be taught. She is in good physical form and her taijutsu is remarkably high, but any other jutsu is very low. The man hummed in thought. The king crossed arms and waited, while Naruto nervously looked at her brother. She will fit well in 3 division departments, taijutsu specialists in frontline, retriever in scout and retrieval, and hunter ninja in hunter ninja division. He looked at the girl and asked, it is not against procedure to ask which division you wish to join out of the named 3. The girl chewed her lip, still looking at her brother, who didn't look back at her. Indra bowed to Naruto and muttered, I will give you some time to decide. He was speaking to Naruto, but he showed his respect to Naruto. The king was stoically staring at the division head with his Rinnegan eyes slowly glowing with power. The man rushed out of the palace. Before the king could decide on whether or not to vent his dark mood by crushing the man into a bloody paste, Naruto rounded in front of him and grabbed his shoulders, her eyes soft and pleading. Bro. Naruto frowned. You really want to be a soldier, huh? She nodded quickly, her hands tightened on his shoulders. Naruto stared at her for a few long minutes, before his shoulders weakly dropped and he groaned, tilting his head back with his eyes closed. Why do you have to be so stubborn, sis? The girl smirked. I was born that way. Naruto scoffed and rubbed his forehead to soothe the dull ache that was rising. I know, he exhaled and asked. What about killing father? We were supposed to do that together. The girl rubbed his shoulders to ease out the tension, smiling gently. You said we would circle around the continent before we end up in Konoha. I can always catch up to you before we enter the village. Fine, Naruto groused. What division are you going to choose? That's easy, Naruto replied and flung her arm over Naruto's shoulder as he began walking to the massive doors leading out of the palace. The guards opened the doors and the girl whispered with a fierce grin. I want to be a hunter. Naruto stuffed his hands into his overcoat pockets and rolled his eyes. Oh. The Tsukai General Hospital. The King's Street. The Tsukai Kingdom. The world used to be a mix of different, scary colors, all pulled together in a massive, endless canvas that refused to leave her sights. The canvas moved and warped with life, cluing her that it was real, speaking harsh words to her and telling her that if she was not special then they would have drugged her to sleep until she died. Like with every other unimportant patient in the Konoha Psychiatric Institute. Singing calmed her down, a little bit, but as the years slowly dragged by with her standing in front of the moving, cursing canvas of indistinguishable colors and shapes, the lullaby left her mind. Piece by piece it left her. 16 years of singing a single song and she was forgetting it. That was what terrified her, the children she had left alone in her insanity, she was forgetting them. Until a few days ago, her whole world used to be a canvas of wild colors, a kaleidoscope of sound, smell and color, but now. All she saw was a clean white ceiling. Kushina moaned and licked her lips, her throat dry. She sighed gratefully when a straw was inserted into her dry lips and she tiredly sucked, relishing the smooth, clean water as it washed down her throat. She took a few more sips and released the straw, lying back down into the ridiculously comfortable bed. Her thin fingers twitched and clawed her soft white blankets for dear life, instinctively trying to raise a proper guard up, but she was still too weak to do anything. Her bright purple eyes shook and quivered as they frantically tried to look past the ceiling around the room, but she was still too weak, much to her deep frustration. She looked down when a stethoscope was placed on her heart, then removed. All the shackles have been fixed and removed, my lord. She is responding positively to the medicine. A light, squeaky voice said from out of her line of sight. You have done well, Magi. A slightly deep voice congratulated her, and the woman's sensory abilities, which refused to leave her even now, could feel the thick waves of pride that flooded out from the person. It was like the person regarded her, Lord, as someone akin to Kami. No matter how hard she tried to concentrate, she could not feel the Lord or his emotions. You will lead the forces going through Kumo. I will go and station my division now, sir. Magi quickly replied with a sharp salute, rushing out of the room before her emotions could overwhelm her. Nice girl, a smooth, almost mature feminine voice commented with a small sliver of sarcasm. Kushina could feel jealousy resonating from the new speaker's body. She is an effective kunoichi and I trust her most when it comes to fuinjutsu. The Lord's voice said with a deep hum. More than me. Come on sis, you know what I mean. The Lord then spoke to the doctor in the room. How is she doing, Karen? The next voice sounded more mature than the other female that had left the room but not as much as the one that was bantering with the Lord. Kushina could feel deep jealousy and an urge to impress her Lord throb almost violently from the new girl. She is still a little bit weak but given she is still an Uzumaki she will recover. There was a quick flash of pride and gloating, but Kushina didn't hear any other person speak, making her assume that the Lord had smiled or at least looked approvingly at the doctor. But, I regret to say, her chakra network will not be able to properly function again. This is because her shackles and the kyubi were directly connected to her chakra system, like with every other tailed beast sealing method and every other tailed beast, so when the kyubi was ripped out and the shackles broken, her chakra network was fractured beyond repair. The doctor, Karen, hurriedly, frantically added when the Lord hummed in thought. My lord, I am sincerely sorry but I tried my possible best to fix her network. It's fine, it's fine. You have done exceptionally well caring for our mother. Our mother, Kushina thought with wide eyes. She tried to move her stiff neck again. Naruto. Her heart monitor was beeping madly. A gentle hand was placed on her forehead and she sighed, relaxing, as soothing medical ninjutsu flowed over her body. By grounder civilian standards, how strong is she? The other girl asked. Karen removed her hand, much to the sadness of the red-haired mother, and replied with a barely suppressed flash of jealousy. By shinobi standards she is mid-genin, her chakra might be all over the place but she is still in good physical form, albeit it has gone down a bit after Konoha chose to neglect her, but still primed. The two girls growled under their breaths. Alright, thank you for everything, Karen. Anything for you, my lord Tilda. She drew out the last word and licked her lips, making sure to brush her arm over Naruto's before she left the room. Naruto didn't look at his sister as he approached the bed. Anger slowly flooded for the girl. Did you sleep with her? Aro. Naruto stood at the side of the woman's bed and looked down at her stoically. Naruko placed her fists on her hips and glared. Well. The king didn't want to tell her that he had slept with the doctor on numerous occasions, far too many to count, so he turned around and shakily smiled. Sis. Naruko silently glared at her brother, obviously angry. I promise, we'll talk about it, but not now. She huffed and crossed to the other side of the bed, crossing her arms and tilting her head down to look at her mother. Naruto grunted lowly and looked down as well, mildly suspecting that he would be sleeping on the couch for a very long time. Jerk. His sister spat without looking at him and his shoulders sagged, confirming his suspicion. Naruto's eyes glowed and the neck brace that kept the woman from turning her head loosened, allowing the woman to turn over to him with wide, scared eyes. Mother. Naruto. She sobbed and tried to reach to her child but the king placed his hand over hers, gently pushing it back onto the bed. You are still too weak. Even though his Rinnegan drove fear into the former Kunoichi's heart and his face was as blank and as pale as a sheet of paper, she saw the corners of his eyes curve up for the briefest of moments. You have questions, he assumed. The woman closed her eyes and her forehead wrinkled. I don't know. She opened her eyes and turned to the other person beside her bed. A teenage girl with kind, warm purple eyes and a soft smile looked back at her. She looked so much like her, it was like she was looking at her past self. The girl placed her left hand on Kushina's other hand and ran a soothing thumb over the back. There's no need to rush. The woman turned her eyes to the boy and then to the girl, repeating it a few times before she settled on looking into the girl's eyes. The Lord's eyes, his dark Rinnegan eyes, scared her. She could see it in their eyes, she could feel the emotion running through the girl. They could kill her without batting an eye. No hesitation whatsoever. Even the kind-eyed girl that held her hand, rubbing it soothingly, she could feel deep-seated mistrustfulness grow in her, behind that glowing smile. The twins, they didn't trust her. The tears started pouring as the wave of emotions crashed down on her. I'm sorry, she cried, looking at the murderous girl with pleading purple eyes. I'm so sorry. Why are you sorry, mother? Naruto asked with his own deceptively innocent smile, matching his twin sister's look perfectly. I left you two to suffer in Konoha, she wailed, her body shaking with tears. You both shared Kyubi and I left you alone. She looked to Naruto and wept. I am so sorry. Naruko smiled sweetly and cocked her head to the side. Her brother unconsciously mirrored the action, making them both look like the stereotypical creepy twins Kushina had watched in spring production movies. Do you love us, mother? Naruto asked in a low voice. There was a sharp mental flashback to when Naruto asked his godfather a similar question 7 years ago before he killed him. Those were nice memories. Naruto beamed and his eyes curved up even more, giving him a horrifying smile that would haunt any other person, but in Kushina's dazed position, she didn't fully register it. He wanted to make those nice memories again, but he stilled his hand. Kushina whimpered and closed her eyes. Yes, I love both of you. Naruto paused and his eyes searched hers as they flipped open. They shared a silent look, mother and son, before he nodded. I believe you. Naruko looked up at him. Are you sure? She used to be a ninja, they're taught how to lie. Naruto pointed at his eyes with his left pointer and middle finger, then to the side of his head with a right hand gun and finally placed his right pointer finger on his lips. A secret, twin message passed. His eyes didn't need to summon the king of hell to see into the mind, but she should keep that part between them. Naruto nodded and gave the woman a genuine smile. For your sake, I hope you're telling the truth. She patted the woman's hand and crossed her arms. What are we going to do with her, bro? She is going to watch the video. Naruto simply said, and the door opened. His replacement personal combat maid entered, rolling in front of her a sleek black television. She stopped at the foot of the Uzumaki's hospital bed and tapped the power button. Naruto motioned for his sister to leave and he walked out as well. The maid closed the door behind him and dutifully stood behind her king. And now, to the global invasion. 20 yards from the border of Wind Country. The deserts of Sunagakur. Sunagakur no Sato. Two redheads ran through the desert, lightly huffing in effort as they powered over the sand, their heads lowered and their eyes narrowed in concentration. The younger, shorter of the redheads squinted her head as she caught sight of a stone country sentry post. She signed to the older redhead, and the woman, the soul of the QB, nodded without looking at her. The duo separated and Tayuya skidded on the sand, which was steadily becoming solid earth, and hid behind a small uprising that couldn't even pass off as a hill. She hopped on top and, against the norm for regular sniper spies, she reached over her right shoulder with both hands and dragged down the long, cylindrical black bag that contained her weapon of choice. She perched the bag on her shoulder and summarily fell onto her belly as a senbon whizzed over her head. The bag melted off her sniper gun and the nozzle glowed an angry red as she peered into the scope. Tayuya pulled the trigger and masterfully held strong as the gun slightly recoiled powerfully. The senbon bullet launched from the gun and cracked between a shinobi's eyes, passing out of his head and slamming into the shoulder of another ninja. Just then, Shinokura clambered up the post and leaped into the box the ninjas stood in. She ducked under a wild slash for her throat and thrust her left hand towards her attacker. A blood-red tanto shot out from her sleeve and impaled him in his heart. She dragged him back by the coal-black chain and swung him around to smash into a kanoiki that was sneaking to the main console to alarm the other sentry posts as well as the entire country. The QB's soul flicked her wrist and her weapon slid back into her sleeve. She looked out of the sentry post and caught the bright sun twinkle on glass. She furrowed her eyebrows and searched for the sniper, snorting when she didn't. She waved it off and pressed her wide earbud. I've secured the Stone Country South sentry post. Well, no shit, was the snarky response. Tayuya grunted and tapped her ear. Patch me over to Fu. Patching you over. The intelligence division transponder muttered and connected the sniper to the samurai. This is Fu. The holder of the seven tails diligently replied as she slipped into a spring country bar. More than a few of the patrons saw her enter and narrowed their eyes, obviously knowing that she was an Iron Country samurai from her posture, the regal way her eyes skipped over people and her katana. She sat down and ordered for sake. Have you heard the news? Lord Naruto has declared that the invasion is to start. I've heard, but I'm in spring at the moment. I asked Sasori to accompany me to Iron Country. The samurai subtly whispered as she took a delicate sip of her sake. He told me he would be here in a few minutes. Is that so? Would you mind if me and Korra dropped by and helped out? For once she wasn't cursing, mainly because Fu was on a short list of people the girl respected. Last time we spoke, you said you and Shinokura were handling Stone Country. The country that closely bordered Earth Country from the south. I know what I said, Tayuya replied and stopped as she saw several white-masked men and women in silver armor drop down from the sky in small gusts of wind under their iron-armored feet and laid on the ground, protected from the scorching desert sand by their red and black clothing and their armor. More Tsukai soldiers appeared beside the sniper and the red-haired girl signed over to him when she saw that he was wearing gold rank armor, telling him that the sentry was cleared. The man nodded and whispered orders into his ear. The hunters flooded past them, roughly 200 of them, but didn't enter the country but rather skimmed the edges, picking off sentries and ninjas that lingered around. Their job was to handle the sentries and the ninjas there, while 10 computer technicians of the intelligence division jumped out from the sand, flanked by 2 hunters, and hacked into the sentry post, cancelling radio communication. Tayu, what's going on over there? Fu wondered aloud. She was hearing light wind blowing about from her receiver, and if she had not properly trained herself she wouldn't have distinguished stealthy footfalls on sand. Reinforcements have arrived, the girl said and swiftly shot forward, slinging her gun back over her shoulder. The weapon immediately rippled and was covered by the long, black bag. Shinokura hopped down and ran beside her. The combat mate beamed at the hunters and waved at them. The gold rank captain, one of 4 to command 50 of the hunters, waved back. She recognized the man as the war hammer-wielding maniac, Gore. Sometimes I wonder why hunters are so organized. They're trained to work separately, but look at them, Shinokura said as she pointed at 2 white-masked hunters taking down a stone shinobi with tandem strikes. Grounder hunters are trained to work separately, you filthy piece of shit fox. These are hunter of the Tsukai kingdom, they are way different. Tayuya said sharply, but spies are cooler than hunters. Shinokura rolled her eyes. Sure. We'll meet up with you in Iron Country, Fu. Tayuya, out. Oh. Hundreds of miles above hot water country. Naruto stomped to the back of retrieval vehicle, walking past several seated bronze ranks that hurriedly bowed their heads as he passed them. Nirvana and his personal maid marched behind him and he punched a big red button on the right side of the back of the truck. The door slowly swung down, opening. Strong wind began blowing on him and Naruto easily fastened his obsidian booted to the ground with chakra and the head inventor did so as well. The king's black overcoat flapped with the heavy wind and he leaned out, looking down at the country. His intelligence division had reported that the weather in the country was going to be very windy and chilly, making it that there will be more patrons in the hot springs and more visitors from other nations. His Rinnegan eyes flashed and he looked over to his subordinate, furrowing his eyes when he saw the combat maid standing behind the division head holding a camera and recording their king, watching how his coat thrashed in the wind and his blood-red hair swayed. The woman, who was not completely human, stood her ground even with the fast winds blowing into the flying truck, holding up the forearm-length camera and looking into the eye-hole. "What are you doing, Seibugu? I wish to document your every move during this invasion, my lord Naruto." The purple-haired half-human, half-robot replied, instinctively bowing her head as she spoke to her king. "Your participation in such a monumental event must be recorded so that future generations may watch it and witness the might of the greatest king that ever lived." He looked at his head of division. The rainbow-haired lizard woman nodded, agreeing with the combat maid. The king closed his eyes and breathed. "Is that really what you want to do with the footage?" He raised an eyebrow and the cyborg's cheeks flashed red, then went back to normal. His eyes saw the increase in Nirvana's pulse. Aha, of course. He was just glad that his sister wasn't with him at the moment. As soon as Naruto collected her silver rank armor, she reported to her division head. At the moment she was in frigid country to take over the sentries, but not violently. Since the whole country, and hidden village, had signed the agreement scroll, so that meant they were partly exempted. The kingdom simply had to align frigid with them and show their military might, not necessarily kill, unless they were attacked. Naruto looked back out and leaned over, placing his left hand on the wall to keep him steady. "I don't want to see this on the kingdom's network." The women nodded and the maid shuffled closer, though still giving Naruto enough space. "An entire hidden village that is dedicated to hot springs," Naruto said with an offended snort, turning to Nora and Seibugu and continuing. "No wonder one of their own went crazy. There is an abundance of natural gas underneath the village and the only possible way they think of using it is by building hot springs. What a waste. What will you do, my lord Naruto?" The usually silent Seibugu couldn't help but ask from behind her camera. First, the king turned around and faced the 80 bronze ranked seated in the hovering retrieval vehicle. "Is everyone ready?" The bronze ranked inventors roared in reply, pumping their fists in the air. "Yes, sir." "I can't hear you," the red-haired king yelled, walking to the center of the back of the truck and glaring ferociously to the sea of bronze ranks. The junior inventor soldiers lost their minds, stomping their feet. "Yes, sir." Naruto grinned widely and shouted, "See you at the bottom." And the king back flipped out of the flying vehicle. Author's note. Woof, well that's done. What do you think? I got a review that they would be interested in finding out the plot of my Harry Potter and Naruto crossover, and I've been on the fence on whether or not to post it here or not, but whatever. Here is a small peek into that crossover. It's a flashback that would connect to the main story. Naruto, who had renounced his surname when he helped kill his parents and joined Lord Sasuke, battled with Lord Sasuke dually with magic for an hour. Sasuke bared his blood-painted teeth in feral growl and pushed his forehead to the wand that pointed at it, looking up with one bloodshot eye into cool blue eyes. His arms hung limply at his sides, the bones broken, and his dragon heartstrings with dark wood wand lay broken on the ground before him in 4 equal pieces. The former lord panted like a cornered animal, blood dribbled down the sides of his mouth and his fingers twitched. Meanwhile Naruto's hand remained steady, pointing his thestral mane and midnight Halloween tree wand. His eyes glazed over with tears, but his jaw was tight, clamped shut as he glared back into the eye of his former best friend. "Do it, idiot," Sasuke grunted fiercely as he pushed harder on the tip of the wand, feeling the burning power as the wand yearned to turn him into a pile of ashes. "Kill me, like we killed your parents." A stray tear crept down Naruto's pale face as the memory came to him, his father's face twisted in pure, unfiltered rage as Naruto banished his wand, allowing Sasuke to slam a killing curse on the older man's chest. His breath shuddered as he remembered how his mother simply turned to him on her chair, which was facing the fireplace, as he entered the room, covered in the blood of their guards. The woman looked at him and smiled serenely, her face glowing with pride. "If you must, I love you, my son." And he blasted a killing curse strong enough to lift her off the chair and throw her into the roaring fire in the fireplace. Sasuke was beat. His arms were broken, his magic was depleted to the very last drop, and his followers were being rounded up to the very last person. He did not want to face justice for all his crimes. The fire pit, magical Japan's most infamous prison, was up in smolders because he had blown it up and freed those that wanted to follow him, killing those that didn't. That left only the beautiful haven in France, the underground of Transylvania and Azkaban of Britain. They were the only places on the planet that could hold a person of his power, but those places. Hell on earth. He would rather die. The Uchiha ground his teeth and yelled, "Kill me, Naruto, kill me." Naruto sniffed and pursed his lips, dropping his wand to his side and breathing out. No matter how much he wanted to shoot a killing curse into his former friend's head, he wanted Sasuke to suffer all the death and destruction he had caused. He felt multiple British auras are parroting around them in a circle, well over 15. All of them silently watched the two powerful wizards. Naruto closed his eyes and another tear slithered down his cheek. "You will have to pay for all you have done. Death is too good for you, old friend." Weak. Sasuke spat, drops of blood and spit flew from his mouth as he snarled. "Filth." He cursed again. "I took you in, a vile, disgusting creature. I gave you a home when you had none. The veins on Sasuke's neck were throbbing dangerously as the Uchiha lost his mind. And this is how you repay me. Sasuke reared back and lunged to Naruto, but, despite having his eyes closed and his guard down, Naruto lifted his right arm, his wand arm, and blasted Sasuke with a fizzing, red spell. Petrificus Totalis. Chapter 16. If the wind wasn't violent before, it became a gale as Naruto flipped out of the vehicle. The king turned around and faced his belly with the ground, spreading his arms wide open and his eyes controlling his fall. Far above him, the 14 silently whirring retrieval vehicles hummed and waited, before. The people of Hot Water Country looked up as the sky darkened and the wind became frenzied, gaping and gasping in absolute horror as the sky slowly became dark with small red dots flooding out of the 14 bigger red dots, all led by a red ring-dyed man with a black overcoat. Their sky soon turned from calm blue to dangerous red and black. Naruto's grin widened horrifically and his eyes widened, pulsing with command as he measured how far back his forces were from him. He nodded when his platinum rank inventor ordered for the bronze ranks to slow down and give their king space through the kingdom's radio wave. Naruto tucked in his body and flipped forward, his body steadily bursting into golden-orange fire. The king's whiskers thickened and 9 golden tails sprouted out from his tailbone, finally 2 golden-orange triangles puffed 2 inches above his head, symbolizing foxtails. The red in his Rinnegan eyes became more pronounced as he summoned his Kyuubi chakra. He wanted to try something. An ordinary Rinnegan enhanced the holder's mental capabilities, allowing them to retain information in their heads, from jutsu to written knowledge, even after their eyes have been taken out. This did not mean that they were able to copy jutsu like the Sharingan, and it did not include simply using the Predator path to absorb the information through the sender's chakra or even using the Naruto path to absorb information through the victim's soul, but the Rinnegan holder was able to think of ways to replicate the jutsu if he actively tried to with a high success rate. Naruto had mutated, amplified Rinnegan, and it helped in governing his vast kingdom. That was not the extent the king could use his Rinnegan. The teen's body exploded with fire that started spinning in a deadly vortex around him. The ground was quickly approaching and the shinobi of the country were preparing to attack with kunai, senbon, arrows and chains, but the king crossed his forearms and there was a ground-shaking thud on the ground, throwing away shinobi. There was a terrified scream that ripped out of the ninjas on the ground as a massive foot descended down from the sky and crushed them. A second foot joined in, kicking the daimyo's palace out of the ground, and 9 fiery tails joined in and smashed the building to pieces, killing the daimyo and his family. The colossal, physically manifested 9-tails beast roared to the sky and swiped its tail around. Naruto stood in its head and ordered it to move around, then his eyes flashed again and black armor, gradually cursed obsidian armor, crept up the beast's arms and covered its torso, then on its legs and feet. Red fire bloomed over the beast's body as it punched its arm through a large cluster of frantic shinobi. A red shirt flared over its body and black pants soon followed, with obsidian black boots finishing it off. Toxic fire crackled on the Kyuubi chakra's back and a black overcoat flared into sight, swishing around with the tails to cause even more destruction. The great beast, completely controlled by Naruto, opened its giant maw and thundered to the sky. Roar! It snarled and continued its unstopped rampage as the king's ninjas dropped down at the border of the country and erected a barrier to stop any more people from running out, while several squads dispatched to take care of those that had already fled. The soldiers watched their king in total admiration and awe as his tailed beast stomped around in the very same clothes he was wearing, wreaking havoc and bringing painful death to those it looked at. For a bronze rank to be able to say that he or she had seen their king in battle and could claim that they fought alongside him. The inferno that burned in their hearts increased. Inventors were not exactly unpopular in the kingdom, and a bronze rank inventor was not that popular at all, but they could see that their division would get more applicants after the invasion because their king had graced them with his presence. Summoning the Kyuubi cloak was not strange for the teen, even though it was the first time he was actually doing it since his Rinnegan had granted him complete mastery over all forms of chakra, including but not limited to beast chakra, but he was incorporating the Uchiha chakra he had absorbed from Itachi and Obito, who were long since dead by now, and used it to form what Obito had called a Susanoo. Although it was more like half Kitsune, half Susanoo at this point. A flashing purple sword appeared in the beast's right hand and it brought it down on a hot spring, absorbing it into the blade and sealing it away with a small explosion. It slashed about, making sure to avoid the main points the natural gas was coming from. Before the beast dropped onto its knees in front of a group of fleeing hot water ninjas, Naruto leaped out from the Kyuubi's head and dropped down in front of the ninjas. Naruto bent his head and ran at them, grabbing a discarded tanto from the ground as he passed a burning corpse. The ninjas saw him coming and the last bits of their courage seemed to appear, making them realize that it was a single person against well over 30 of them, all of whom were Chunin and Junin. They charged right back at him, brandishing their weapons and their fists in rage. The king's grin dropped into a small smirk and he slashed into the first person, skidding to a stop and throwing a straight kick into the torso of another shinobi, blasting him into 3 more ninjas. He dexterously leaped backwards, stabbing his smoky weapon into the head of a Kanoiki and dropping down behind her, driving his knee into her back and casting her into her comrades. Naruto twirled his sword in his hand and eyed the wary ninjas that surrounded him, humming under his breath as his wild hair partly shaded his eyes. He bobbed his head silently and clenched the weapon in his hands tightly, crossing it behind him in a reverse and bending his knees in a ready stance. It was similar to the stance he had taught Satoshi, his head of rescue and support, to use with his bow staff. The king's smirk widened and his dark eyes slowly narrowed. The fire and small explosions that popped and burst around them sluggishly rolled to a stop, smokestacks that billowed to the sky warbled as Naruto's eyes tapped into the outer path, allowing him to see faster than any other human. He could see the dust in the air freeze in place as it finally set in. Even the still manifested Nine Tails stood still. Naruto's eyes flashed around him, catching all 25 ninjas that surrounded him, before it stopped on the man before him. The ground cracked under his feet as he shot forward, driving his knee into the man's face. He turned around in the air and smashed his feet into the dead man's chest, throwing him to the person on the opposite side of the circle. He slashed his blade down, cutting open the man's shoulder to his heart. The small organ tore out of his chest and bashed the kunoichi in the face. Naruto then held the katana in a reverse grip in front of him, grabbed his elbow with his right forearm with his other hand and bent his knees again. The Rinnegan King flashed around in a quick surge of fire. The world started moving again and the king stopped in the very center. He went through the motions of shitting his sword on his hip and the how water ninjas spat out blood from their mouths, crumpled down onto their knees and fell down face first with thin slits on their necks and through their hearts. Naruto perched the blade on his right shoulder and tapped his ear and said, "Patch me over to Division Head Nirvana." "Patching you over, sir." The soldier stammered and quickly connected the king to his division head. "Nirvana here, my lord. Clean this place up and start pumping as soon as possible. Transport as many tankers of natural gas back to the kingdom until the ground is dry and can't give any more." "Understood, sir, I will start immediately," the 19-year-old girl said as she waved for 10 squads of bronze ranks to follow her into the country, lifting off the ground with self-built propulsion fans that whirred under their boots and converging on the main spots the natural gas was pumped out from. The woman ordered for more soldiers to go to the 5 other spots and start building their siphoning engine that would drag the gas out of the ground and into tanks. The last thing she did was request for a container retrieval vehicle, a vehicle that was built specifically to transport explosive liquids. The gas would be refined over and over again and connected to the kingdom's gas line, which connected into houses. Some of the houses were now making use of solar energy, and more people were switching over to it as well, so the king didn't need to use the gas to power their individual generators, seeing as there was no individual generator, solar energy. When his inventors and his intelligence operatives found a more efficient resource for cooking and other things, then gas would be converted into another material. Back with Naruto, the king threw away the katana and began walking over the dead bodies around him. He tucked his hands into his overcoat pockets and kicked aside a smoking corpse that blocked his path. He walked into a group of bronze ranks and the soldiers dutifully dropped onto their right knees, bowing their heads and placing their hands on their hearts. "At ease," Naruto said, and they got to their feet. He looked over their excited faces and couldn't help but smile back. He kept on walking till he crossed over the border, where the bronze soldiers there were just finishing off a few stragglers. They showed their respect by falling onto their knees again and the king waved for them to rise. He surveyed their work, laughing a little as they rushed about cleaning up the mess of dead bodies. "Are there any injured?" "None, sir. We're just taking down the hot springs and looting the money," a random bronze rank said with a salute. The soldier, even though there wasn't a silver or gold rank to take direct command as a squad captain, was appointed to lead their squad of 5 inventors. Naruto nodded and passed them. "Have fun." The king took his time walk to the hot spring at the far end of the village, close to the north entry into the country. The place was wrecked with the roof caved in and the walls charred black from fire, which reminded him, as he turned around, he looked at the kneeling Kyuubi in the distance and the beast sputtered, disappearing in a mild gust of fire. Naruto silently bobbed his head and shoved his armored hands deeper into his overcoat pockets. His eyes glowed briefly and the broken, wooden door into the hot spring eased open, allowing him to enter. He closed the door behind him and walked past the empty receptionist's area, idly appreciating the decor, or what remained of it, of the hot springs. Naruto walked to the receptionist's desk and looked over the edge, pursing his lips when he didn't find anybody. Just a fall dripping with blood and a headless dead body. He hummed and narrowed his eyes. "I could have sworn," he muttered. He shrugged and a thick back book flew into his waiting hand. He scanned list of private hot springs and slowly ran his black armored fingers down the list of the ones that had been booked. The place was devoid of life, with blood spattered at the back of the receptionist's chair where the body lay. He tapped the last private spring and memorized the number, before he tossed the book away and began his steady walk to the very end of the building to the only UN book private spring. He soon reached the room and the lock on the door exploded inwards with a mental command. He nudged his left toe forward to open the door and swung it closed behind him with a slight backwards kick, his hands still safely nestled in his pockets. He looked around at the partly pristine spring, with clean, sparkling, warm water bubbling in the tiled spring and a rack where towels can be hung to his immediate right, beside the door. The light glowed softly and was insulated from water splashed and the walls were tiled baby blue and soft purple to create a relaxing atmosphere. Naruto nodded as he looked around, not finding any dead body or blood, only a cracked wall and a corner of the roof dark with soot. He had chosen a room that most likely didn't have a dead body there. He removed his right hand from his pocket and tapped his earbud. "Patch me over to Naruto." "Patching you over, my lord." There was a brief buzz of static as Naruto was connected to his sister. "Yo bro, I mean, my lord, Naruto." Naruto felt like she was saluting and he sighed. "How is chill?" He tried to move away from the subject of his sister deferring to his will. The girl, all the way in frigid country, hid and chill, sniffed behind her plain white mask and sat down on top of the main communications building of the hidden village, staring out at the white, snow-covered hidden village with a sad sigh. Boring as hell. Why did you let me come here? You're the one that wanted to be a soldier. New soldiers, irrespective of their ranks, are given slow missions before they are given better missions. Naruto laughed when his sister groaned pitifully. Try and have fun over there, sis. Well, I can't have fun here because everyone is so damn afraid of us. She crossed her legs and nodded her head when a silver rank dropped down beside her and leaped off, with wind blowing from his feet guiding him to another building. They don't want anything to do with us. She huffed and crossed her arms sourly. Why can't we just kill everyone and move on to the next village? Because I want to keep my word. Besides, after this is all done and father is dead, there is still a global fighting tournament. The more nations we have fighting, the more entertaining it will be. He smiled in amusement and turned around, walking backwards onto the hot water and balancing on it. How about this? Any loser nation would be exterminated and you, dear sister, would oversee said extermination. Does that make you happy? The girl perked up and her smile glowed from under her mask. Very happy. Thank you, bro, my lord Naruto. I really need to get used to saying it. Please, don't say it. Naruto pleaded and waiting patiently for the girl to reply. There was a wistful sigh on her end and she tied her waist-length, red ponytails more securely, waving at a silver-rank medic that passed her and dropped down to the ground, zipping straight to another communications tower. Fine. Her bright purple eyes reflected from her mask's eye holes and she kept track of a chill shinobi as he stalked up the building towards her. The people of the village were hiding out in their houses, so the streets were empty. The ninja walked past her and she ignored him as he entered the building. Her silver armor, like every other full-body armor crafted from the kingdom, was indestructible and her skin was also indestructible, as well as her bones. If he attacked her from behind he would be the one at a disadvantage. Plus, if the man was too overzealous and tried to attack her hunter ninja comrades in the building, he would be summarily dealt with. She discarded the man from her mind and continued speaking with her brother. Tell me again why you want Minato Jr. in the kingdom. He's father's child and he also hates him as much as we do, from what Sasori's investigation could gather. The bad thing is, he looks so much like father. His fists clenched at his sides and his jaw tightened. Naruto did the same all the way in chill. I don't want that kid anywhere near me. Then there was a small bump under her, like the building had coughed, but she ignored it. I want to say the same thing but I can't. His senses flared and the king slowly turned around on the warm, bubbling spring, meeting a pair of small, yellow eyes that were on a slight bulge on the tiled wall. I have to go. Naruto felt a tap on her shoulder and she looked up, furrowing her eyes when her eyes clashed against the sky-blue eyes of the headhunter, Mora. He jerked his left thumb over his shoulder and she looked behind him, cocking her head to the side in question when she saw the same chill shinobi on his knees and bound in tight ninja wire. His flak jacket was slashed open in the middle to show rows and rows of dead explosive tags. A suicide vest on a suicide bomber, and the silver-ranked redhead had allowed him to pass her. Shit, damn it, she cursed, unknowingly into her earpiece. Naruto creased his forehead in worry and the girl hurriedly stood up, saying, I'll talk to you later. Naruto, out. The line went dead and Naruto placed his hands back into his overcoat pockets, looking at the pair of eyes with a raised eyebrow. Then it finally clicked in his mind. Ah, you must be, Zetsu. The king said with a snap of his fingers, returning the hand to his pocket again. I've heard a lot about you. The plant man stayed quiet for a few moments before it fully slid out of the wall, standing on the water as well in his Akatsuki cloak. Naruto gave him a quick once-over, noticing how half of his face was white and the other black, with a large Venus flytrap covering his head. You are the king of the Tsukai kingdom. Naruto shrugged with a slanted smile. Apparently I am. The plant man began walking around Naruto and the king stood in place. It's hard not to be offended when I look at you, King Naruto. His voice warped from light-hearted and playful to deep and demonic. Naruto turned his neck to look at Zetsu, his black with red rings Rinnegan keeping careful track of the creature. And why is that? Zetsu stopped before Naruto once again and continued. For one so young, to hold a power great enough to bend the heavens and destroy the earth, Zetsu's head slowly tilted to the left and his yellow eyes narrowed. To command an army that would leap into the jaws of death if it will please you, to wield respect and to instill fear into the hearts of the even most battle-hardened human and non-human. Naruto shrugged again. I am what they pushed me to be. Zetsu scoffed and nodded. I guess you're right. If your father had not cast you and your sister away, if your sister had not been killed, Zetsu threw his arms apart, emphasizing the small, telltale signs of destruction in the once peaceful hot spring. All of this wouldn't have happened. Naruto smirked a little and stood silently, staring at Zetsu with his godly eyes. Why are you here, Zetsu? Why have you been following me? Ever since he had dropped out of the flying vehicle he had sensed the plant man tailing him. It wasn't that hard for a high sensor like him. And why aren't you dead? He remembered assigning Nagato and Konan to take care of Zetsu, but he didn't want to blame them. From what they had told him, Zetsu was slippery. In turn, Zetsu gave Naruto a once-over, looking at his red shirt with the gold ink word Sky King crossed over the torso, his ninja-grade black pants, the black overcoat over the teen that barely touched the water and finally the impenetrable, black armor that covered his whole body, besides his head. Zetsu bowed his head and said, I am here to formally request to join your forces. Is that right? Naruto said, and the plant man pushed down his irritation at the amusement in the teen's voice. And what can you possibly do for me that I don't have someone that does it better? I'm a skilled scout and an expert in infiltration. There is no space I cannot fit through and no information I cannot acquire. I have roughly 6,000 spies under my command that were able to acquire enough information to basically make my kingdom immune to grounded techniques and tactics, and this happened under your nose for the past 7 years. The king emphasized the large time period and motion to Zetsu. Being a spy does not only include acquiring information when formally ordered, Naruto air-quoted, shoving his hands back into his pockets. Staying vigilant behind enemy forces, keeping your ears to the ground, your eyes wide open and recording everything you see. Try again, why would I require your services? I have been in existence for well over 500 years. I have knowledge of techniques, strategies, jutsu and information from times better than the present. Then I can simply absorb your memories and take all that for myself. Naruto began walking to Zetsu and the creature instinctively began backing away. 3 steps back and his whole body locked up, lifted off the ground and stayed in place as the Rinnegan king got closer. It is much easier to kill you, Zetsu. No. Naruto placed a finger over his lips and shook his head. An invisible pair of hands covered the creature's face and his voice became muffled. I don't have the time to humor you anymore, Zetsu. He placed his right hand on the creature's head and his eyes darkened with glee. Soul Eater. 6 p.m. Makeshift camps are the bronze-ranked Tsukai inventors. Hidden hot springs. Hot water country. As the video ended, Sakura chopped the Yondaim's youngest son at the back of his neck. The pink-haired girl sighed and placed her fists on her hips as Sai walked forward and hefted the unconscious boy onto his shoulder. The girl rubbed her wrist, Sai doing the same, and their bodies rippled and segmented silver armor began appearing on their arms and legs like scales. There was a small whoosh above them and they looked up, watching as a standard retrieval vehicle landed on the ground before them with a soft thump. The truck's body shivered and threw off the illusion it had used to cloak itself, using the Konoha people's panic to hide its presence. The cinema blimps were still within sight of the village, but the imposing message that the king of the Tsukai sent was clear to all. Naruto was coming back and he was not happy. A large group of Leaf ninjas did not believe the video, choosing to see it as an altered recording to make their Yondaime look bad, but the others, slightly smaller than the first group, were baying for Minato's blood, surrounding the Hokage Tower and trying to gain entry, but repulsed by the cage's guards and other loyal shinobi. The back of the truck opened and Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, stomped down and stood aside, silently jerking his head into the truck and crossing his muscled arms. Sai first entered and dropped his teammate, or better yet, former teammate, on a seat, strapping him in securely. He was flown to hot water country, a 4-minute flight if they took their time, which they did, arriving at 2:55 p.m. but were told to keep the boy contained until Naruto was done dealing with matters that best concerned him. The king was sitting in a makeshift command tent and ordering troops to march into Earth Country. The plan was to have his scouts and supporter soldiers cut off all exits from the country and his frontline soldiers to march in steadily, taking over key villages and working their way to Iwagakure, where they were to simply wait for his arrival. The next chain of commands he gave was concerning Iron Country. A few of his grounder soldiers and his spies had requested to join in on the invasion. He was not against the idea, the soldiers were more than enough to handle the samurai country, but the king was picky when it came to strategy. The redhead spent 2 long hours explaining and ordering his subordinates on how best to creep into Iron Country and subdue the samurai. Naruto ran his fingers through his shaggy hair and puffed out a tired breath. He then sat up and looked at the light blue and red projections standing before his makeshift desk. 50 spies based on the ground stood in neat rows, all of which were projections. Do you all understand? Sir, yes sir. Good. Nagato, he called, and the Rinnegan holder, using his Deva path, nodded as he heard his name. Since you're the most senior, I want you to give me regular reports. Preferably by the hour if you can. Of course, my lord Naruto. Permission to speak, my lord. Fu asked and Naruto waved for her to speak. Will you be visiting Iron Country any time soon? There was low murmuring of people behind her that also wanted to ask the question. Yes, but only after we march on Iwa. They seemed satisfied with his reply. You are to enter Iron 12 hours after Iwa. Understood. Sir, yes sir. Dismissed. After that, the king had to deal with the problem his sister had caused by shirking her duties. He stood up and stretched, popping his shoulders and rolling his neck. He threw on his black overcoat, ignoring Seibugu as she recorded his every move, and stood before his desk with his arms crossed. Video called to Division Head Mora. He called to Seibugu and the cyborg bowed her head, lifting it back up to look at the ceiling. Blue static passed through her eyes for the briefest of moments before the headhunter was projected down from the light shining from the ceiling. The white masked man fell onto his knees and bowed his head, placing his hand over his heart. My lord Naruto. At ease. The man got back to his feet and placed his at his sides. Naruto held down a groan and pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. What did you say my sister did? She was given orders to secure the roof of the main communications building of Chill, but she allowed a Chill shinobi to pass by her. That shinobi was wearing an explosive tag vest underneath his Junin vest, and if there was not a squad of rescue soldier in the building to detect and freeze the explosion, it would have spelled doom for all of your soldiers. Rescue soldiers of the Rescue and Support Division were ninjas that specialized in detecting danger before it happened so as to contain it, or if it has already happened then they were to rescue those that couldn't be rescued. The main requirement before a Tsukai citizen could become a rescue soldier was to be a sensor, whether or to it is high or low. These soldiers also doubled up as firefighters for the kingdom because of their ability to sense and contain danger. Freezing explosive tags, especially after they had been activated, was not an easy task, even for a rescue soldier, but there were a number of ways they could go about to doing it. Support, rescue, medics and scouts were divisions of soldiers that had to be included in every military venture of the kingdom, whether they sent a single person to join in or a whole squad. These ninjas were vital in missions. Naruto rubbed his face and asked, "Let us start with the bomber. What measures have you taken concerning him?" First I requested for an interrogation squad from the kingdom to interrogate the bomber as well as the chill leader on whether or not he acted on his own or collaborated with other. Then I had the intelligence soldiers destroy every other means of communication within and outside the country, as per your orders. Naruto kept his fingers on the bridge of his nose and nodded, remembering that he had ordered for all means of communication to be shut down. Then I ordered Silver Rank Naruto to read the Tsukai Forces Procedure and Command Act. It was the standard procedure book every soldier had to be well versed in. The book had been written by all 10 soldier division heads and approved by Naruto, making sure to encompass every aspect of a soldier's life, as much as possible, as well as the punishment that would be given if a command was not completely obeyed. Originally, given the hurriedness behind Naruto's induction into the Tsukai forces, the girl had been glossed over the SFPC Act and would have been subsequently ordered to read and memorize all the rules written in it after the global invasion. The reason she was made to read the book was that, even though the division heads had full control of their respective divisions, under the consent of their king, Naruto, the king still created a law that no soldier was to be punished, or court-martialed, if they were not aware of the laws guiding their procedures and protocols. That was why the SFPC Act was taught in all 4 years of the Tsukai Forces Academy, so no soldier would have any excuse that they weren't aware of the rules. Naruto nodded his head, realizing that the girl couldn't be conventionally court-martialed unless she was well versed in the rules written in the act. If his memory served him well, the punishment given to a hunter ninja that had been told to keep watch for danger on an important ground, a building with numerous other soldiers inside, was 2 months suspension, a probation, drop in rank, which meant that they would temporarily drop her rank until she reproved her rank, and lastly she would be made to work in the filing and recording section of the hunter ninja division, where all bounties and missions were recorded. That's good. I tried not to be lenient with her, by your orders, my lord Naruto. You did well. What other punishment would be given to her? Border patrol duty for a month, but that will be after the invasion. Very good. Naruto nodded and said, "Tell her I would speak to her later." Of course, my lord. And Naruto cut the connection. The king sighed and sat down on his desk. He had the undisputed authority to free his sister from whatever punishment that waited for her, but she had personally asked for him not to interfere and only issue orders as the king. Power in the Tsukai kingdom was highly centralized, all of which went back to the 16 Rinnegan king sitting on the throne. Any decree he made was unquestioned and obeyed to the letter, no matter how harsh it seemed, but thankfully so far all Naruto's laws were fair. To the people of the Tsukai kingdom, this wasn't to say that the people in his kingdom were submissive to any authority over them, but rather they were submissive and deathly loyal to the throne, only obeying the division heads, soldier and civilian, and other delegated leader because they were personally appointed by Naruto. These people didn't have power unless Naruto gave them power, and he only gave them power when he saw them as deserving. It helped that his people regarded the Rinnegan king as a powerful deity. That was the system in the Tsukai kingdom. Naruto could order his subordinates to flash promote Naruto platinum rank, and they would do so without question. Another reason besides it being an order from their king was that they also saw Naruto as a powerful person, albeit not as much as their king, but they placed her on a pedestal even above the division ranks. The girl knew this too, and she had pleaded to her brother, the king, not to do that. Naruto rubbed his face and hopped off the desk, proceeding out of his tent. He smirked as he saw dozens of small campfires speckled around his tent, with bronze ranks sitting around the fires, eating ration packs of food and laughing at stories few of them told. His soldiers were still in their uniform of red shirts, black pants, bronze shoulder plates, bronze forearm guards, bronze shin guards and bronze boots, ready to defend their king if any enemy tried to attack. The redhead stuck his hands into his pockets and looked over the mumbling soldiers sitting around warm fires and caught sight of the retrieval vehicles parked in a row at the far back in front of the sparse hot water forest. There a few vehicle drivers used water jutsu to spray down the sides of blood, and the inventors double-checked the engines. Naruto started walking forward, nodding his head in reply to greetings and smiling a little at the bronze ranks that shot to their feet and snapped into crisp salutes. He maneuvered through the camps and his personal maid followed behind him with the camera recording his every move. He briefly stopped as he passed the last fire and scanned the vehicles. The drivers and inventors there lined up beside their respective vehicles and saluted their king. Naruto waved for them to relax with his right hand, still looking around with his red-ringed Rinnegan eyes, until he spotted a tall man in platinum rank armor standing beside the vehicle to the far left in a submissive stance. Naruto walked to Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and nodded for the man to speak. The retrieval mission to Konoha was successful, Lord Naruto. Naruto smirked as he looked at the 2 younger teens kneeling beside Hamato. Both were silver rank and they had their heads lowered, right hands over their hearts. I can see that. He spoke to the 13-year-old silver ranks. At ease, they got to their feet and placed their hands behind them, puffing out their chests. How was your stay in Konoha? Mildly eventful, sir, Sai answered, and Naruto idly nodded, looking over them. Sai, were you able to take care of the renegade root ninjas? Yes sir, but I left Yamato Tenzo, like you ordered. And Kakashi? He is currently occupied with keeping assassins from reaching the Yondaime, the black-haired boy stoically said. I take it the video has split Konoha. Naruto said. As you predicted, sir. Hamato replied with a humble bow. The other two soldiers followed. Sakura, he said, and the girl straightened up abruptly. Sir. Your last report said Tsunade Senju has taken an interest in your training. Yes, sir, she has been giving me pointers on medical ninjutsu and combat training. Hopefully that hasn't ruined your personal training. Each grounder spy was sent a training scroll. Sakura and Sai received theirs a year before they became genin. The girl nodded curtly and Naruto looked past them into the back of the truck. He unintentionally ground his teeth as he saw a boy with large bright blue eyes silently stare at him. The king rolled his neck, making a horrific popping sound, as he waved for the soldiers to leave him. The division heads and the two Tsukai spies bowed and left, the silver ranks to join in the conversation going on in a random campfire, and the platinum rank to meet his division head comrade. Naruto stomped up the ramp of the truck and stood over the heavily restrained boy strapped into a seat. The redhead's jaw tightened powerfully and his fists cracked from inside his pockets as he looked down at the boy, his face clean of any emotion, but inside him was a whirlwind of fiery rage that bubbled and spat violently, threatening to spill out of his body and destroy the country. Junior dropped his head and looked down, fighting to keep the tears from falling from his eyes. His almost identical resemblance to his father had once again ruined his first impression. He had hoped that his first time meeting his brother, if he ever met his brother, would be a happy affair. Naruto grunted and muttered, "My first instinct is to crush you into non-existence." Minato Jr. stayed silent, the only sound being the rhythmic breathing coming from the 13-year-old Konoha genin. He struggled to keep his heart in one piece. "But I won't," the king said and breathed out heavily, wrenching his eyes from the boy's blonde hair. Junior heard feet stomping on the metal floor of the vehicle and a breathed huff as a body sat down on the seat beside him. Naruto relaxed into the seat and crossed his ankles and laced his fingers together. He lazily turned his head to Junior, who still had his head down, and said, "My spies report that you resent father." The blonde's head snapped to his older brother and his eyes enlarged at the evil smirk on Naruto's face. He mutely bobbed his head up and down. "Will you be willing to kill those he loves?" Naruto slowly asked, and his smile began to grow. Darkness flooded his eyes. Junior bobbed his head again. "I will. Before that, your name, I don't like it." "I'll change it, I swear," Junior hurriedly said, his eyes frantic and panicked. Naruto flashed a smoke and waited. "What of?" He trailed off and looked around for any clue for a new name, any name. The king noticed his indecision and he motioned for the boy to relax. "Take your time." He got up and his eyes briefly glowed, the straps and seals restraining the boy broke off. The king walked past and the boy quickly scampered after his big brother. "I want you and your team to kill Kakashi. Can you do that?" He looked over his shoulder as he stomped down the ramp. Killing his father's last student would break Minato even more. The blonde boy, who was for now nameless, nodded. "Yes, Lord Brother." Naruto barely stopped himself from faltering at the title. A snarl flashed across his face, but he cleaned it off. He nodded and allowed it to slide. "Good. I will have 5 frontline squads and a medic squad accompany you, Sakura and Sai, back to Konoha, but they are only to keep other ninjas away from you 3 while you take care of Kakashi." "Thank you, Lord Brother." Naruto felt rage shoot through his body at the title as it was said again, but he again allowed it to slide. He didn't intend to split his power with his brother, that privilege was only for his twin, but that it looked like Naruto intentionally wanted to stay away from being the queen. He would give the option to the boy to either join his Tsukai force or he would allocate an apartment in the kingdom for him to live in with their mother. He did not have the connection he had with his sister, not even a little, but a part of his mind kept whispering that he couldn't, for the life of him, blame the boy for looking like their father or even being their father's son. It would definitely take time to get past looking at his father's face reflected off his brother's, and especially being called Lord Brother. "Do not disappoint me. I swear on my life." An hour before sunrise, the next day, Naruto stationed frontline soldiers and a few inventors in hot water to finish up the natural gas drain before he moved the others to other nations, while he flew in a retrieval vehicle to Iwagakure. Chapter 17. Before sunrise. 5 a.m. Stone Earth Country border. Stone Country. A retrieval vehicle dropped down a mile before the main entrance to Earth Country, Stone Country. The large back door dropped down and black metal boots stomped down the ramp. The owner of the boots stopped at the bottom and looked around at the row of gold-ranked frontliners that lined the right side and medics the left, going down several feet. At the bottom there were hundreds of other silver ranks standing at attention, with gold ranks standing behind them, bronze and copper to the sides. Indra, head of frontline soldiers, marched up to Naruto and stopped 10 feet away. He stamped his right foot on the ground and sharply saluted the king. Karen marched to Naruto, stopped beside Indra, stamped on the ground with her right foot and saluted the leader of the kingdom. "Welcome to Stone Country, sir," she said politely, and Naruto smirked a little. He breathed in deeply and released it, savoring the careful organization of his soldiers that stood rigidly outside the retrieval vehicles. He spied roughly 150 more vehicles several yards away, in a neat row and gleaming cleanly. Naruto tucked his hands into his pockets and nodded to his division heads. "It's good to be here, thank you." "Permission to speak, sir," Indra requested, and Naruto waved for his soldiers to be at ease. Each soldier, from platinum rank to copper rank, dropped their hands to their sides, tucked their hands behind them and opened their legs about 2 feet apart. Normally for grounder forces, a military leader was never to be openly saluted, especially by roughly 5,000 soldiers and 2 commanders' division heads. This was because it would notify enemy snipers on who the head of the snake was, making the leader a target. In the kingdom, according to the SFPC Act written by the division heads and assented by Naruto, only the king, the overall commander-in-chief, and those directly appointed by him were allowed the honor of being openly acknowledged by such a large force of fully capable soldiers. To prevent enemy snipers from taking pot shots at the commander, there were support soldiers and hunter ninjas stationed in particular posts to keep watch. The king nodded and Indra spoke. "Stone Country has been fully suppressed and their daimyo has been killed. Her aunt has been reinstated as the new daimyo." Any dissenting voices? All silenced. Indra replied without hesitation. Naruto laughed under his breath. "That is excellent. Well done." Indra bowed appreciatively. "Karen, any casualties?" "A silver-rank ninjutsu frontliners stepped on mine in the country's diamond cave and the tunnels came down. The rescue soldiers were able to dig out 20 of them, but one among them is still in critical condition." "Wasn't a scout sent in before they followed?" Naruto asked with furrowed eyebrows. "No sir," Karen replied cautiously. "They were chasing a stone team and they were led into the tunnel." "That isn't a good enough excuse," Naruto said with narrowed eyes. "Make sure they are well treated." Karen nodded and Naruto looked at Indra, his jaw tight and his hands clenched into fists in his black overcoat pockets. "Make sure this doesn't happen again. There is a code, a procedure, and I want it is followed. It is why we are superior, and any casualty is only because the code isn't followed to the letter." Indra bowed deeply. "I am sincerely sorry, my lord." "Good. If an enemy ninja or ninjas ran into an unknown subterranean tunnel, then the procedure was to have a scouting team lead the way and make sure there weren't any hidden traps before a frontline team followed. If the scouting team was attacked by the enemy forces, the code also encompassed what would happen. The scouts were all taught fighting styles that would hold back the enemy until reinforcements came." "What is the current status in Earth Country?" It was Indra that replied among the 2 division heads. "The country is on red alert, the borders have been closed and security around the Earth Country capital has been increased. The Earth Daimyo is currently residing in a panic room with his family, and the Tsuchikage is preparing to launch an attack on this very camp in 10 minutes. The spies, though holding minor positions in Earth Country capital and Iwagakure, were still somewhat close to the respective leaders. You would think a man as old as Unoki would be smart enough to sign the agreement scroll," Naruto said with an amused shake of his head. "He's just as headstrong as A, and you all know how that turned out." Indra smirked and Karen hid her small smile behind her left hand. Naruto couldn't help but wonder though. Why does Unoki want to attack this camp? There are 9 other camps, a few larger than this one, surrounding their country. "Your spy says it is because this camp is closer to Iwagakure than the other camps." The king shrugged. "If that is so, then we best not keep him waiting." He continued his walk, passing the platinum ranks. The division heads turned around and followed them. "Make the order, Indra." The holder of the Kubikiriboku nodded and placed his pointer finger on the earbud in his right ear, marching behind his leader, muttering commands. Ever so subtly, the soldiers that stood rigidly around him began separating in neat rows, stomping away and closing in on Earth Country. Many miles away, the other gold-ranked captains began ordering the same thing, dividing the soldiers into group squads, which were basically large squads that were made up of frontliners, medics, scouts, rescuers and intelligence soldiers. 2 gold-rank squads, 10 soldiers, surrounded Naruto and the platinum ranks as the king proceeded closer to the border. The Rinnegan king shook his head and Indra promptly ordered for the soldiers to move out to join other group squads. The king's overcoat flapped in the subtle wind as he closed in on the country. A force of 1,000 Tsukai soldiers stomped behind him, completely organized and connected together by their earpieces. No one moved out of place or looked away. The smirk on Naruto's face became slightly twisted as he walked before them, a single black focus point that led a large sea of fully capable warriors. A few hours before, after the cinema blimps left. The Hokage's office. The Hokage Tower. Konohangakure no Sato. Fire Country. He didn't know when the tears began falling from his eyes and flooding down his cheeks. He didn't know when he collapsed onto his knees. He didn't know how long he had been staring at the head sitting on his desk. Jiraiya. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Jiraiya of the Sannin. The man stared back at him with one open eye, the other one burst, and the blood formerly flowing down the eye was dry and caked up. His frizzy white was cut short to just reach the base of his neck, dirty with blood, most of which wasn't his, and singed by electricity, leaving patches of it bald. His face was purple and blue as bruises, his left cheek was shattered and 4 of his front teeth were knocked out, leaving his wide-eyed, gaping mouth death scream look more haunted. He was the best of the best, Minato knew that without a doubt. He was his teacher, former teacher. An unranked ninja that had the power to destroy a country if he wanted to, and he was dead. The Hokage limply got to his feet, the eyes that watched him followed him as he walked to his desk, towards the head. The blonde placed his right hand on Jiraiya's head and slid it down, closing the lone open eye and ending it by placing his fingers on the edge of his desk. He swallowed thickly and a teardrop slithered down his cheek and dropped off his chin, onto the dead man's head. His blue eyes saw a small, hand-sized black card lying behind the head. His left hand touched the card, not caring if there was any trap on it, and he drew his hand back to him with the card. He lifted it up and he clenched his teeth at the gold ink words. He wasn't worth my time. The card burst into fire and Minato watched it as it crumbled into ashes. His hand dropped to his side and he silently looked at his desk, his eyes narrowed with rage. The ANBU winced as the Hokage violently kicked his desk. The wooden desk smashed against the wall and broke in half, the chair tumbled aside onto the ground and the head rolled away. Minato growled and stiffly walked to his window, his anger fled him as he saw the sea of humanity surrounding the tower. People yelling and pushing against the barricade a few of his ninjas had set up to keep him back. Screaming and spitting for his head. He closed his eyes, Konoha was divided. And it was his fault. His son had played his hand and revealed his dark past for the whole village to see. They wouldn't listen if he told them he did it for them. He could even sense his guards' hatred, he didn't need to touch the ground to feel it. You've torn us apart, haven't you, demon? He whispered to himself, staring at the enraged crowd below. You've shown them what I can do, would do, for them, and they hate me for it. He turned around and before him stood a silver-haired man wearing an orange bandana over his face, hiding his left Sharingan eye. Kakashi tried to hide his disgust at his former teacher. He didn't want to believe that Minato could do such a thing to 2 3-year-olds, not to mention his own children, but being a student to the Yondaime allowed him to glimpse small spurts of darkness from his teacher spanned across his time under the man. The man's eyes drooped for the briefest of seconds before he fixed a glare at the copy ninja. He took my son, didn't he? Yes, sir, Kakashi stiffly answered. They were on the Hokage's monument and their flying vehicle captured him. And his teammates. Al saw Sakura knock Junior out and Sai carry him into the vehicle. So they were the demon's spies, Minato muttered. I can't say I'm not surprised. They were good kids. He tried to smile, but he just couldn't. Were you able to track where they were going? I lost sight of them after they left Fire Country borders, but I suspect they are heading to Iwa. Minato nodded slowly and turned back around to watch the chaos his decision had caused. The people against him were looting stores and clashing against those that still believed in him. Minato's grim eyes reflected off the window and he sighed, closing his eyes. Bring back my son, Kakashi. Yes, sir, the copy ninjas said lowly. If you encounter that demon, the Yondaime started. Kakashi stopped before he could leave the door, listening to what the man was saying without turning around. If you meet that creature, do not engage. Kakashi nodded once. Leave him to me. Yes, sir. Minato flicked his wrist and the hidden ANBU left him alone to seethe. The man's body shook and his nose flared. You took my wife, you took my son, you took my village, he whispered. Fire licked his words and he abruptly punched the triple reinforced window, cracking it heavily but not breaking the last layer. I will take everything from you, I will burn it all down, and I will make you watch. He ordered his ANBU guard captain to assemble as many ANBU squads and Junin and to proceed towards Iwagakure, with him leading the charge. Yugihoko Town. Border of Iwagakure no Sato. Earth Country. Naruto couldn't help but purse his lips slightly and stifle his laugh as his head of frontline soldiers split a town protector in half, from his crown to his pelvis, and swung the sword sideways to cast the dead man into his comrade, who was dispatched by 3 needles to his neck, courtesy of Karen, who marched behind Naruto with 2 platinum senbon launchers jutting out from the armor around her wrists. She lifted her left hand up and pointed at a protector that wanted to dive bomb the Rinnegan King, stabbing him with 3 needles, and Indra finished him off by slamming a solid kick to his neck as he fell down, throwing his away from their king. The platinum-rank swordsman twisted his sword and stabbed it down into a man lying on the ground, choking on the blood that was pumping out from his neck from a slash a copper rank had given him. The blood soaked up into the legendary sword and the division head removed his weapon, looking back at Naruto. The king sent the man a thumb up in approval, walking leisurely through the town. The buildings were being ransacked by his forces, families being driven out and pushed onto their knees, lining Naruto's sides as he passed them, his eyes uncaring and his overcoat fluttering with each step. Fire billowed out from the town mayor's office and several gold ranks blurred past him and flew up into the air with their flight seals and entered a window, engaging more stubborn town protectors. Karen leveled her left hand to her right and clenched her hand, squeezing out 3 senbon bullets into the neck of an overzealous protector that hurtled at Naruto. The woman gasped as the needles broke out from the back of her neck and fell onto her face, dead. All the while, as the town was being torn apart and the protectors were being either killed or forced onto their knees alongside the civilians, Naruto calmly walked on towards Iwa, his hands still in his pockets and his Rinnegan eyes glowing with amusement. He spoke over his shoulder to Karen as the girl blasted 3 more bullets behind her to kill a protector that was about to stab a bronze rank. The girl thanked her fleetingly and flew away with her squad into another building. These people sure are stubborn, I'll give them that. He stepped over a dead body, raptly watching as Indra slashed and destroyed any unfortunate protector that tried to attack him. Karen walked closer to her king and said in a loud voice, speaking over the screams of pain, fires and mild explosions rocking the town. They are trying to slow our progress to Iwagakure, sir. Well, it's certainly working. Naruto said sarcastically, flashing a smile at her. He didn't turn, or falter in surprise, as a protector yelled and blazed to him. He looked at him with dull Rinnegan eyes and smirked, then before he could get 3 feet closer, a gold rank flashed by, cracking his armored knee into the side of the protector's head, shooting him away and straight into the sharp point of the waiting head cleaver. Indra shook the man off and looked around. Naruto raised his hand and the soldiers, all of them, stopped. The king gave a little smile as he looked around. The people were all on their knees before him. Indra moved closer to Naruto and whispered into his ears, "Do you wish for me to appoint a new mayor?" Naruto slowly grinned at the destruction and looked at his subordinate with his godly eyes pulsing with power. "Make sure the new mayor is smart." It might have been an obvious condition to follow, but the underlying meaning was not lost on the soldiers. Their king wanted a mayor that was smart enough not to fight the kingdom. Like with every new appointed leader the kingdom oversaw, the new leader had to be afraid of the wrath of the kingdom and to make sure the people he or she led knew the consequences if they tried to fight back. Indra slapped the head cleaver behind him from over his shoulder, and a magnet on his platinum rank armor firmly held the blade in place. He bowed and said, "Of course, sir." Naruto patted his shoulder and moved past him, his grin slowly lowered to a serene smile. He spoke to Karen. "I want 5 squads to stay back for the meantime, just to keep this place in order." "Of course, sir," she said and gave the order through her earbud. The soldiers began gathering behind their king in their ranks and they marched closer to Iwa. Naruto tapped his earbud and said, "Patch me over to Division Head Nora." "Patching you over, Lord Naruto." There was a brief buzz and the light voice of his head of scout and retrieval floated over the line. "Nora here, my lord." "Are you at the Valley of End yet?" he asked. Nora pointed at the mouth of the cave and a scout squad of 5 scouts flooded in to neutralize any trap laid there. She leisurely trudged in and answered, "We just arrived, sir." Calls of discovered traps and their subsequent destruction began calling through the airwaves, though not interrupting the discussion between king and division head. Another scouting team stormed behind her, making sure to map out wherever they passed. This was merely protocol, or procedure, for scouts when they were entering new and uncharted terrain. A team would lead to discover and destroy traps while another followed to map out the place. Zetsu's memories only added more knowledge to Naruto's own accumulated mind. It made him aware of a time longer than history could possibly record and subtle plots that had been churning in the background. "Have you seen Madara?" The woman entered a wide stone-walled room and stopped before a throne where a still pile of bones and flesh sat, connected to a great tree behind him. The person had shaggy white hair that covered his right eye, so thin that it was wonder why he was still in one piece. Nora nodded once. "Yes, sir, but he's long dead." "As I suspected. I want his DNA sample sent to me when I get to Iwa, and I want all the information there scrapped and given to the intelligence division to look over, just to make sense of it all. Burn that place to the ground and destroy the Valley of End while you're at it. Use a grand bomb if you must." "Sir, yes sir," the woman returned. Naruto cut the connection and said, "Patch me over to Division Head Hamato." "Patching you over, sir." A moment later his head of intelligence and interrogation grunted. "Hamato here, sir." A few hours ago he had returned back to the kingdom via retrieval vehicle. "What have you been able to get from Obito Uchiha?" The man collected a red handkerchief from his subordinate and looked away from the dead Uchiha sitting on the interrogation seat, his head beaten so much it was caved in, his brain crushed to mush. He rubbed the blood off his hands and handed the handkerchief back to his subordinate, gratefully accepting his trench coat and throwing it on. "It would take a while to give you the details, sir. Gloss me over the main points." Hamato walked out of the interrogation room and jabbed his thumb over his shoulder at the dead Uchiha. The soldier under his command entered and cleaned up the room, carting the dead man away to be incinerated. A woman in her early 20s rushed up to him with a thin book and Hamato idly read it while the woman walked beside him. His ultimate plans for the tailed beasts was to combine all of them together, seal it into himself and thereby making his Sharingan evolve into an advanced Rinnegan, something Madara called Rinnegan Sharingan. He signed the last page of the book and gave it back to the intelligent soldier. The woman bowed politely and rushed away into a corridor that split off to their left. A bronze rank hurried to him with a file and he flipped it open. He would then resurrect Madara Uchiha and reflect the Rinnegan Sharingan on the moon to place the whole world in an advanced version of the Skyomi. "Do you wish for me to explain what the Skyomi is, my lord?" No, your report on Itachi was fairly detailed about it." Naruto waved him off. The Tsukai forces was now marching through a deserted stretch of road, with the sea of red and black covering the ground behind him for miles and miles. "Keep going, this is really interesting." Hamato scoffed and shook his head, circling a few key words on the intelligence report of the soldiers marching through Waterfall. Since Waterfall had signed the scroll then they were saved from being attacked, but the ordered show of superior power was still enforced. The bronze rank rushed away with the report. Madara told him that he would combine his strength with Obito, using Madara's wood release to contain every human on the planet that was under the Skyomi and drain them of their chakra, though sustaining them with nature chakra while they all lived in their illusions. Knowing Uchiha, Madara lied to Obito and had an ulterior motive. Hamato agreed. "Yes, sir." Zetsu informed Obito not to trust Madara. That Madara wanted to steal all the power for himself, unseal a great deity named Kagaya Otsutsuki from the moon and steal her powers as well. "A deity, huh?" "Yes, sir." "And you said her name was Kagaya Otsutsuki?" "Yes, sir, Kagaya Otsutsuki." The king was obligated to keep what he knew secret, but keeping secrets that would have made his kingdom stronger was a risk he didn't want to take. I gathered from Zetsu's memories that this Kagaya Otsutsuki left him on Earth as her physically manifested will, a portion of her soul, if you will. The division head nodded as he listened. Zetsu has been manipulating the world towards the direction of unsealing this deity, his mistress. Like you said, it would take a while to fully explain what I'm trying to get at, but my point is that there is currently a person of great power trapped in the moon. What do you want us to do, my lord? Hamato questioned lowly, implying that their king didn't even need to lift a finger before he got what he wanted. I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking of unsealing Kagaya and absorbing her chakra and her soul. It will surely make you even more powerful, Lord Naruto. I'll make my decision when I get Madara's DNA and Nora's report from her mission to VOA. He could see Iwa ninjas storm out of the gate towards his soldiers and he said to Hamato, I'll leave you to compile your report on Obito. I also want you to see what you can get out from the information Nora and her team gather from the VOA. Understood, Lord Naruto. Naruto cut the connection and began a steady jog towards the hundreds of ninjas running towards them. His soldiers gradually increased their marching speed, moving about in their ranks as Indra gave commands for them to prepare. Taijutsu specialist frontliners, gold to bronze, moved to the front, Genjutsu specialists moved to the back, guarding the medics at the far back. Ninjutsu specialists were at the sides, flanking the rescue soldiers, and finally the intelligence soldiers were safely sidled in the middle. 1,000 soldiers separated and formed the same ranks, pushing the rest back, with the intelligence soldiers, and charged behind their king and his two division heads. The king lowered his head and his arms flew behind him as he squinted his eyes in concentration. He blurred forward at high Junin speed and his division heads bravely followed closely behind him, Hamato clasping the head cleaver in his right hand and Karen clenching her fists, the senbon launchers ready. The Iwa ninjas bellowed out their war cries but the soldiers stayed professionally soundless, blazing over the ground with quiet metal boots towards their opponents. Naruto leaped straight forward and cracked his knee into the face of the man that led the charge, entering the thick of the soldiers and carving a path of twisted, mangled bodies in his wake while the other Tsukai forces slammed into the Iwa ninjas without mercy. Oh, this is interesting, the king muttered, standing on a pile of dead Iwa ninjas. His overcoat flapped in the wind as he stared with an amusedly raised eyebrow at the Tsuchikage, Unoki of the dust release, hovering in the air. Naruto lazily leaned back a little and regarded the short, old cage with a quick sweep of his Rinnegan eyes. Around the giant pile of human bodies he stood on the battle was still heavily waging between Iwa ninjas and the Tsukai forces, with the group mentality of the armored soldiers overpowering the ninjas, but Naruto left them alone to fight, while he stared off with the villager's cage. His eyes slowly dropped to the ground far below the man and his red-ringed eyes clashed against the dark eyes of a girl a bit older than him. His eyes slid to her left and his smirk lifted up a little at the burly, borderline fat, Iwa ninja standing to her side in a guarded stance. Finally his eyes stopped at man far older than the two teenagers that bore a striking resemblance to the girl. The wind tousled his spiky red hair and he cocked his head to the side, shooting his powerful eyes back to the enraged cage. The corners of his lips quirked up a little, a small innocent smile resonated off his pale face, making the ninja standing at the bottom of the pile of corpses step back in surprise. Naruto opened his arms with his hands still in his overcoat pockets, showing the ninjas his red shirt and black pants, then the segmented armor on his neck and base of his chin, a welcoming gesture. The whole family is here. He dropped his hands back to his sides and looked from the older man to the robust boy, to the girl, and then to the cage, saying, Raitsuchi, Ekatsuchi, Kuratsuchi and Unogi. His eyes swept to his feet at the dozens of ninjas that made up the pile up under him, idly commenting, I bet you regret not signing the scroll now, Lord Unogi. Go to hell, filthy leaf scum. The man spat and the soldiers pressing violently down on their opponents froze, pushing weapons down on the necks of the Iwa ninjas and holding them in submission. Naruto's soft smile never wavered as he cocked his head to the other side, his eyebrows furrowed. Excuse me. He blinked twice and straightened up, still looking at the cage with a question in his godly eyes. What did you just call me? The soldiers all held their breath as their king's voice easily carried over into their ears. They finished off the Iwa ninjas they were holding down and snapped into attention wherever they stood. A few flew into Iwagakure and began rounding up the civilians and ninjas there. The Tsuchikage's eyes lit up when he noticed the mild discomfort on the king's suddenly stiff shoulders. He capitalized on it like a wolf on an injured lamb. You aren't the only one with reliable spies. We all know you're the bastard son of that brat, Minato. Naruto pursed his lips and shook his head slowly. No, I know I'm my father's son. I know he disowned me and my sister, but that's not what you said before. He steadily removed his hands from his pockets and placed them at his sides, inclining his head to the right and looking into the cage's eyes. He asked again, what did you call me, Unogi? The man smiled savagely and unhurriedly said, filthy, leaf, scum. Ah, Naruto's smile widened a little and his right hand opened. Raitsuchi chopped and shot towards Naruto. The king caught the man by his face in a strong claw and he evilly grinned at the wide-eyed Tsuchikage. Am I now, leaf scum? Dad, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi cried. He clenched his fist and the father's head exploded in his grip, soaking his black armor in blood and brain matter. The man's dead body rolled off the pile and stopped at the ground. Naruto never looked away from Unoki. Answer me, he ordered. Filthy brat, Unoki wailed and slapped his palms together. Wrong answer. Akatsuchi gasped and found his face in Naruto's bloody hand. He vainly clawed and cursed against the iron grip, kicking wildly but went limp as his chakra was sucked into the king's body through the Naruto path. Unoki froze, his mouth open to yell out a Kekai Genkai attack as he saw his grandson in the grip of the teenage king. Answer me, Unoki. Kuretsuchi blazed towards Naruto, a glowing white cone of dust release growing between her hands, but the king's eyes pulsed strongly, throwing her back down the pile and driving her feet into the ground. He forced the girl onto her knees and her hands behind her, her forehead placed on the ground. Not once did he look away from the Tsuchikage. The man grated, soft white chakra surrounded his closed palms, blood roared through his body and he yelled, "You beast!" Naruto shook his head in exasperation and the teenage boy's head blasted open as he closed his fist. He released Akatsuchi to roll down and meet his dead father. He rolled his eyes and flicked his blood-stained right hand to his side, casting away the blood. You'd think a man as old as you would also be wise. Let's try again, shall we, and I'll repeat the question in case you've forgotten. Kuretsuchi's torso snapped up and she limply flew to Naruto. He caught her by her face and smiled down at her, speaking to the cage. Am I really leaf scum? Tears ran down her cheeks and her eyes were bloodshot from pure, unfiltered rage. Naruto savored her anger masterfully as he stared into her eyes through his fingers. The cage finally separated his hands and held them to Naruto, pleading. PP, please don't. Naruto's neck rounded at him and he glared. I will not repeat myself. He snarled and a grisly crack echoed through the battle zone. And the girl screamed. Her arms dangled limply below her, broken from her shoulders to her forearms with a particularly strong gravity crush. Naruto held her up by her face, preventing her from falling in a heap on the ground. You're not, Unoki yelled desperately, steadily getting closer to Naruto with his hands placating the king to calm down. You're not leaf scum. Very good, Naruto said, drawing out the last word, his face changing from feral to soothingly calm. Now was that so hard? Kuretsuchi panted painfully in his hand, her eyes wrenched shut as she tried to think of anything other than the pain of her two broken arms. Naruto chuckled. She certainly thinks it wasn't. Now please, Unoki said, gradually getting closer to Naruto, holding out his hands with his palms facing the sky. My grand order, please. The king held up his left hand and Unoki stopped, hovering in place. Wait, his smile dropped into a smirk and he tilted his head to the side. I was really hoping to kill you. He threw Kuretsuchi to his side and a gold rank caught her before she could hit the ground. Fix her up. The ninjutsu specialist soldier nodded and called for a medic team to come to his position. Unoki used that chance to slap his palms together and Naruto patiently waited, watching as the Tsuchikage separated his hands and a glowing, white cube with a white center spinning between them. Like hell you'll kill me. He roared and sent it to Naruto. The cube of destructive dust release zipped to Naruto at an astonishingly fast speed, enough to make Naruto mildly impressed. He stomped his foot, the world moving a little bit slower and allowing the cube to flash a bit more slowly. A head of a dead Iwa ninja ripped off and the king spun on his left heel, slamming the head towards the dust release cube. The head passed through the cube and left as thin particles, destroyed at a molecular level. It didn't slow the cube down and Naruto's smirk lifted up higher. He hopped over the cube before it could slam into his chest and the dead bodies on the pile rumbled, lifting up and flying towards Unoki as the cage sent over more dust release cubes, barely slowing them down enough for the king to dodge them. Stand still, brat. The man growled as drops of sweat rolled down his forehead. His hands started shaking as he tried to keep sending over dust release cubes. Naruto shifted in the air smoothly and said, I hear your Kekai Genkai is taxing on your chakra. His curiosity got the better of him and he stayed in the path of a particularly blazing white cube of devastation. As it got about 3 feet away it stopped in the air, surrounded by hazy blue chakra that surrounded it in a tight circle which it bounced around inside like a ball. Naruto squinted at the cube, slowly flying around the Predator-summoned chakra containment field. Unoki's hands fell down as he gaped, out of breath. Impossible. What should be impossible is your Kekai Genkai. Naruto idly commented as he moved back to his original position facing the cage. A combination of 3 nature transformations, one of which should neutralize the other, capable of destroying even an army of 100 soldiers if it so much as touches them. The containment field began to shirk and the cube bounced faster inside it. Naruto looked from the white cube inside the blue circle to the wide-eyed cage. I wonder though, what happens if it is somehow sent back? The blue field shrank again and the cube shrank with it, bouncing and moving at a frenzied speed. Naruto gave a half smile as he remembered a note Orochimaru had made during his visit to Iwagakure. Isn't the only one that can beat a person using dust release another person using dust release? The blue field phased into non-existence and the white cube shot out, hurtling fast enough to leave a fiery trail of white chakra in its wake. Unoki held out his palms outwards, as if to catch the cube, but yelled as the white cube he had sent over, compressed tightly into a smaller, more powerful dust release cube, eat up his arm to his elbows before it dispersed as it somehow recognized its sender's chakra too late. Loopholes ha, Naruto said with an entertained smirk. His knee rose up and deflected a kick the armless man sent with his shin. He swished aside from a headbutt, slid under the man to his back as another kick went after his face and he grabbed the man by the back of his head with his right hand and jamming his left pointer and middle fingers into the base of his skull. Unoki's mouth dropped open in horror as his vision faded, blood gurgled up his throat as Naruto removed his bloody fingers and drove them between the old man's shoulder blades, shutting down his chakra. Naruto then smashed his left knee into the cage's lower back, tearing his spine in two. The air easily held the Rinnegan King and the cage as the former controlled gravity to stay in the air. The man still refused to die, panting pitifully and coughing out thick globs of blood. His throat was too clogged up to speak and a tremor rocked his old body as blood started slithering out of his ears. Now, I'm not going to kill you, Unoki, not now, you'll serve an even greater purpose. The cage wheezed and grunted. He tried swallowing but ended up worsening the blood pouring from his ears. His hand tightened on the old man's skull and the man gurgled, swaying side to side as he weakly tried to move away from the Rinnegan King. You really should have signed that scroll, Unoki, but I'll be honest, a twisted, evil smoke crawled onto his face as he whispered audibly for even those far under him to hear. I was hoping Iwa didn't sign. Why? Kuretsuchi yelled from the ground. Two medics were occupied with fixing her arms, one for each medic, but she was prevented from moving by the chakra suppression seal and body paralysis seal combination, administered by a member of the Fuinjutsu division. She glared hatefully up at the Flying King and the medics shared a look, then rolled their eyes and continued healing her by roving glowing green hands slowly down from her shoulders to her fingers. Why are you doing this? What will you gain? An entire major hidden village under my control, an entire country under my command. Naruto answered, looking down at her from the sky as he steadily descended down to her. She defiantly glared at her, but as his black metal-booted feet touched down next to her she closed her eyes and turned away, gritting her teeth at how scared she was of the Red Ring team. A chance for my forces to show their superiority against Earth Country's best. He dropped the man carelessly and squatted down to her. The medics moved aside and knelt on one knee in a deferring position. The men standing around bowed as well. A chance to fight a cage. Lots of reasons, Kuretsuchi. Her jaw clamped shut and she refused to look at him or open her eyes. You will be the new Tsuchikage. He stood up and said. You were smart enough to want to sign the scroll, but your grandfather was too stubborn. He walked away and the medics returned to fixing her broken arms. Unoki lifted off the ground and followed after Naruto, drifting through the air like a lifeless doll. I've got something special in store for you, Unoki. The king stomped to a training ground and a scout landed before him, presenting a cylinder of Madara's residue chakra, flakes of his skin and his shriveled up heart, all contained in different sections of the forearm-length cylinder. The scout left his king, leaving Naruto with Seibugu. He looked over his shoulder, tearing his eyes away from the cylinder of Madara's DNA. Tell Division Head Uekuso, head of espionage and infiltration, to assemble all the other division heads and begin setting camp around Fire Country. We are to properly invade after Iron Country is subdued. My sister should be with them as well. The cyborg woman nodded. Yes, sir. As the woman began mentally transmitting the message, still holding up the camera to record Naruto, the Rinnegan King looked back down to the cylinder and scoffed, then to the former Tsuchikage. You don't mind if I trade in your soul for someone else's, right? It wasn't like with Naruto that Naruto had to trade Danzo's soul to resurrect her. Naruto simply wanted to make use of the impure world resurrection technique to bring the Uchiha back. A human soul exchange was still necessary. A dark cloud loomed over the training ground and the temperature of the surrounding area became frigid as Naruto resurrected Madara Uchiha. Chapter 18. Sakura and Sai didn't hide their armor underneath the chameleon camouflage illusion anymore, wearing their silver rank body armor under their standard Tsukai Kingdom red shirt and black pants. The pink-haired medic Spy wore blood-red kickboxing gloves, which flew behind her as she lowered her head, running beside Sai in a ninja run. The pale, emotionless Spy had an average-sized paper pad in his left hand and a brush wet with ink in his right, while a crimson-red tanto was slung on his back. The two higher-ranking soldiers stayed professionally quiet, following after an equally speeding blonde-haired teen that was not in any kind of Tsukai armor but rather a short-sleeved white shirt, black pants and black sandals, with bandages wrapped around his toes to under his knees and his fingers to his elbows. His weapon of choice were two short scythes strapped onto his back and connected together by a chain that wound around his wrists, clanking quietly as he blazed forward with his teammates. Around him and carefully hidden by the thick foliage of the Fire Country forests, were 25 other silver ranks and a platinum rank that sped ahead of the silver ranks in the middle. The platinum rank was a young teenager girl that had mint green hair, healthily tanned skin and in the standard combat uniform every soldier wore. She had a pink backpack with artful drawings of unicorns and rainbows on her back, something that threw Junior off every time he looked at it, but the girl, feeling his eyes, ignored him in favor of leading the quickly moving group of soldiers. The group was deathly silent, the only sound being dry leaves crunching under their feet and the wind that whooshed through the trees. As they neared the capital, Magi Haruhi Gamatomo, head of the Fuinjutsu division, signed to the soldiers under her command and, 5 soldiers at a time, they lifted off into the air and shimmered out of sight. Sakura and Sai grabbed the gaping sun of the Yondaime under his forearms and wind blew out from under their silver boots, taking them into the sky. The silver rank's armor rippled and they merged with the midday sky, leaving just Junior to try and understand what he was to do, seeing as he didn't have the chameleon camouflage illusion armor. An idea finally came to him as they neared the first sentry post west of the capital's walls. The 2 silver ranks holding up the blonde boy came closer and Junior clapped his palms together and flipped through 3 hand seals, whispering. Transformation technique. Thin smoke blew from his body and the 2 silver ranks blew it away before it could be noticed, or sensed by the sensory detection barrier combination seal 100 yards away from the physical wall surrounding the Fire Capital. Out of the chakra smoke flew a fluttering hummingbird with golden wings and beak with a dark red torso, which quivered with excitement as it zipped back and forth. The beautiful bird attracted only a few eyes as it raced over the capital, but not too many people actually stopped to admire it, seeing as the entire capital, and the country at large, was in a state of panic. Even though it had been a day ago, the video revealing the true nature of the Yondaime Hokage was still fresh in the minds of the citizens of Fire Country. No one knew what to do with the information except for isolate the Hidden Leaf Village, thinking if they made contact with them then they would face equal wrath with it at the hands of the king of the Tsukai Kingdom. Several hours ago, there had been frantic signals sent from the countries around the Fire Country, before they were all silenced almost at once, not even able to finish what they had been trying to warn about. One didn't need to be a genius to know that the Tsukai Kingdom had started its global invasion, and the effects were showing, pictures and videos of people in different colored armor marching around the border of the country, keeping a careful eye. This would only happen if they had somehow defeated their neighbors. Their dazed minds cast away the hummingbird in favor of fortifying their capital's walls and evacuating from their homes into secured, underground bunkers. It took roughly 20 minutes before the team got to the other side of the capital and landed soundlessly, 10 more yards away, and they flickered into sight, with Junior removing the henge. Magi held up her right hand and signed over her right shoulder, and 2 scouts rushed past her in small gales of wind, then they returned 10 seconds later, nodding their heads. The youngest division head spoke into her earbud to her team. There are 2 Konoha teams coming in, and one is being led by the Kakashi Hitaki and the other is Minato Namikaze. She stopped and shot to her left, hurtling towards Kakashi, Tenzo and Yuga, while Minato and his ninja force blasted past them to their right, too focused on heading to Iwagakure to notice them. We will handle Yamato, Tenzo and Yuga Uzuki. Team 1, it's showtime. Yes, sir, Sai, Sakura and Junior replied. Sakura kept up with Junior and whispered, what's the plan? Triple tandem, like in Spring Country. Using a team attack defense that Kakashi taught us, that's cold. She said with a lopsided smile. Sai hopped closer to their tightly running group, their assigned escorts, 3 Fuinjutsu teams, a ninjutsu specialist team, 3 Taijutsu specialists and 2 scouts, making one team, dispersed into the environment, zeroing in on the group of 3 ranked Junin as they rushed towards the capital to track where the retrieval vehicle had gone. Colder than finding out my own teammates had been serving my long-lost brother for the past 7 years. 8 years, Sai corrected without caring. We were 5 when he freed us from sound. We were only obeying orders. Lord Naruto, your brother, ordered us to keep an eye on you and on Konoha, and he specifically told us not to tell us about our connection to the kingdom. Sakura whispered, shooting her emerald green eyes to her stoic, blonde teammate. You can whine about it later, dickless. We have a mission to complete. Triple tandem, Junior simply grated. Hi, the 2 replied and separated, Sakura going left and Sai going right while Junior kept running forward, straight at Kakashi. Oh 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 oh. Junior, by himself, wouldn't have been able to fight Kakashi on an even close level, seeing as the boy was just about high Chunin and Kakashi was high Junin, if not mid-cage level, but the brother to the king had 2 silver ranks by his side that were sent with him as support. Silver ranks were roughly equated to grounder ninjas that were mid to high cage, and there were 2 of them and a mid-Chunin teenager. Magi Haruhi Gamatamo, head of Fuinjutsu, led the charge and bolted headfirst to the katana-wielding ANBU captain, Yuga Uzuki. The mint-haired girl reached over her shoulders into her pink, girly backpack and pulled an almost impossibly large gold and red battle fan with 12 high-level seals etched onto the corners and the grip. The girl clashed her iron fan against the sword of the older female, eliciting violent sparks to rain down between them. They pushed each other away and Yuga dove back to Magi while the girl opened her fan behind her, making dust blow about from her, and bent her knees in a ready stance, holding a half-ram in front of her chest with her left hand. Wind release, Heaven's Crop Harvester Storm. She spun on her heels, dodging a slash to her neck, and swept her giant battle fan at Yuga, her hand still in the hand seal. The Junin ANBU cussed foully as she cut through an invisible wind sickle, hacking and slicing more and more as they rained down at her. Her body moved in a blur of speed, sensing every wind attack before they arrived and countering by cutting through them with her seal-reinforced weapon. The woman grit her teeth as she crossed her blade over her chest as Magi dashed back to her, bringing down the tremendously heavy fan down on the older female, making Yuga wonder how such a small, fragile-looking girl could be so vicious or even strong enough to carry such a weapon. The platinum rank and the Junin ANBU fought with blood in their eyes for dominance. The silver rank stationed to escort Team Junior flipped and flew over the 2 fighting females, their eyes zeroed in on Tenzo. Kakashi had been thrown away by a wind jutsu. Sai and Sakura had formed, a sort of small tornado that ripped the man off his feet and several yards away into a small glade. Tenzo had been chasing after the man as he saw the 2 former Konoha genin, now missing ninjas that were also high-ranking soldiers of the Tsukai Kingdom, blaze in Kakashi's direction. The 2 had obviously spent most of their ninja career in Konoha holding back. Sakura was not fidgeting or trying to arrange her pink hair, rather her green eyes were focused and she was running at speeds a genin was not able to run. Sai did not wear any fake smile like he usually did in every situation. The boy's eyes looked dead and hollow, like that of a mindless robot, but Tenzo knew better. The 2 silver-armored 13-year-olds were loyal to only their king and they would rather die than not give 100% in a mission their king had given them, just to impress Naruto. He didn't see Junior, but he could feel him hopping on trees towards his former teacher. No doubt the boy was wielding his dual sickles, the chains connecting them wrapped around his arms and his upper torso clinked against each other as their bearer bounced off tree branches. Tenzo skidded to a stop as a different, unknown person wearing silver armor dropped down before him. 4 more people joined in and 5 people appeared at each side, while the last squad of 5 silver ranks stayed back as support. The Junin looked around at them and, as one, the silver ranks dropped into fighting styles. The Konoha ninja recognized the stance as something he read from the library called the Red Sinner Seal Master stance from Uzushio. It was fighting style seal masters learned. This could only mean that every single person around him was a seal master. All 25 of them, he assumed. If that was so, then fighting them could go either way. They could turn out to be high-ranking seal masters, maybe level 7 or 8, and seal away his chakra, preventing him from using his Kekai Genkai, or they could be bad at hand-to-hand and fully dependent on seal work, which wouldn't be that good either. I'm only going to say this once. Tenzo started, his eyes darkening as he looked around, glaring murderously at each silver rank. None of the soldiers faltered. Stand down and allow me to retrieve Lord Fourth's son. There is no need for unnecessary, avoidable bloodshed. The silver ranks remained silent. The only response the wood release user got was 2 of the squads on his left and right surging towards him while the ones in front and behind him fanned out. Fine then. The man grunted and quickly scuffed his right toe into the ground. He lowered his center of gravity and clapped his hands together. Wood release secret technique, birth a dense woodland. The ground opened up and a green sapling popped out. The earth rumbled barely half a second later and the sapling grew till it was dozens of feet tall. The giant tree groaned and its roots lifted out of the ground, grabbing hold of the silver ranks that rushed to it and chasing after the 10 others that ran around its edges, dodging the roots by flipping onto trees. The great tree had widened their fighting area exponentially, forcing Yugao and Magi to flee before they too could be caught in the roots or branches. The smaller trees were torn out of the ground and tossed away, somewhat creating level ground for miles around. It also allowed Tenzo to see Kakashi and his former team. The man bent down and prepared to leap to the masked man but fell off the top tree branch as it wobbled. He grabbed onto another branch before he could fall to the ground, and looked down with his large eyes. At the bottom the 10 silver ranks that skimmed the edges were running around the tree with large brown scrolls in each of their hands, opened up to show the kanji for compressed pressure. Secret Tsukai technique, Fuinjutsu, undersea demon pressure. They all called and the ground there was an almighty snap as the trunk of the tree was pushed smaller. Undersea demon pressure. They roared again and the crack shook the tree, shaking off the leaves dropping Tenzo. The silver ranks never stopped running around the tree with the scrolls held firmly in their hands, while the 5 support seal masters rushed to Tenzo before he could land. The silver ranks trapped in the tree clenched their hands and muttered. Nin Fuinjutsu, combination jutsu, wind and fire, inflating rubber ball. Their silver armor rippled and heated up, turning a scorching red hot. Thick white steam hissed out of the roots that stubbornly held. The tree moaned pitifully as it tried to keep a firm grip on its prisoners, even as the fire coating the soldiers began expanding out of their bodies. The wood release technique was most definitely not as strong as when the real, original wood release holder used it, not even by a long shot. The soldiers slipped out of the branches and dropped down onto the ground. They then went to support the other silver ranks fighting Tenzo, idly looking over their shoulders as the great tree was steadily reduced into a 4-foot cube by their comrades. The almost even ground without trees gave those in the capital a good view on the 3 different fights happening at the same time, especially those that could look over the walls. The daimyo debated on whether to send reinforcements but ultimately decided not to. He needed all the help he could get protecting his life and the lives of his family. The Konoha ninjas were on their own. Shining gold seal sabers erupted out of the forearms of the Tsukai silver ranks and curved up to their fingers a foot long. Tenzo's arms broke apart and wooden blocks swept around to the approaching the silver ranks. Oh 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 oh. With Kakashi and Team Junior. The silver-haired man sighed and looked at the person before him with half-lidded eyes. He was leaning back lazily, the general aura permeating from his form was that of a sleeping dog. Junior tightened his stance and bravely looked back, shooting a look to Sai and Sakura, who were in a triangular formation with Kakashi in the center. The man puffed out a breath and his shoulders hunched. I see you got to your brother, huh, Junior? I didn't get to my brother got to me. The blonde replied, I want to be part of the family, and the only way I can do that is, he grit his teeth and lowered his center of gravity by widening his legs and bending his knees in an almost perfect 90-degree angle, crossing his forearms and clenching his twin sickles in both hands. A fire ignited in the teen's sparkling blue eyes and he snarled. The only way I can be part of the family is by killing you. If that's what you want, but I won't make it easy for you. The man said resolutely, looking over his shoulders at the 2 high-ranked soldiers, both of which were in their different fighting stances and both wielding their signature Tsukai Kingdom-administered weapons, a pair of blood-red kickboxing gloves for Sakura and a red sketchbook and black brush for Sai. The man didn't need to have his Sharingan exposed to know that both of his former students were high-level soldiers in their own right. The intel he had gathered from Spring and Kumo was that copper was the lowest rank and they were roughly about as strong as an average special Junin, bronze was the next and then it was silver. The Junin closed his eye and said to them, I knew you 2 were hiding something. Sai raised an eyebrow. Smart man. We don't have time for banter, Junior, this is your call. Sakura called over to the blonde and the younger brother to the king nodded curtly. Let's do this, the boy said and his body phased out of sight. Kakashi smoothly moved aside, barely dodging the deadly sickles as they came down. He lifted his leg and a poison ink dart jammed into the ground and he backflipped over Sakura as she drove a fist towards his upper back, between his shoulder plates. The girl slammed her fists together and her fists glowed red. She rushed at Kakashi again as Sai did the same behind her. The Junin removed 2 kunai from his pouch, spun them in his hands and clashed them against Sakura's fists and Sai's black tanto. His eye widened as they cracked and he spat out a curse as Junior appeared out of the ground and wrapped his whole body, from his feet to his neck, in chains. Hidden art, secret Uzumaki chains. The boy grated, his legs wrapped around Kakashi's torso from behind and his arms crossed around over the man's neck, the sickles gleaming in his hands. He opened his arms, slashing his weapons deep into the man's neck as he did so and flickered away as a mild explosion rocked the ground as the clone exploded. He hopped and skipped back, dodging rocks that pelted at him from the thick smoke. His chains warped out of the smoke and wrapped back around his arms. Sai. On it, the pale boy whispered and he drew a slash in his sketchpad. A golden kanji for control glowed at the back and wind poured down from the sky, blowing away the smoke and allowing Sakura to dive back in, her fists leading the way. The Junin now had his Sharingan exposed, spinning madly in its socket as he engaged the Taijutsu expert in hand-to-hand. He saw 3 afterimages following the girl as she thrust strikes at his face. He dodged all 3 attacks and grunted as an invisible fist still smashed into his face, flinging him towards Junior, who dug his heel into the airborne man's back, changing his flight direction towards Sai, who spun in his heel and cracked his right elbow into the man's face. A shadow clone burst into sight, distracting Sakura with its smoke and allowing the man to catch himself by skidding onto the ground, nursing a possibly broken nose. He saw silver glint in the corner of his Sharingan eye and he pulled out another kunai to block a tanto from Sai, gritting his teeth as it cracked. His other hand shot out and grabbed Junior by his neck. He looked at the boy with his red eye, trying to force an illusion on the Yondaime sun, but the boy crossed his sickles and whispered. Hidden art, Uzumaki escape artist. His body clattered on the ground as several silver chains, before they too burst into chakra smoke. A small cyclone of spinning chains swirled above the copy ninja and the blonde dropped down onto Kakashi's shoulders. Sai pushed harder with his tanto, forcing the man's feet to skid across the ground and Sakura joined in, pushing the man back with stubborn blows. Enough of this. Kakashi roared and white chakra blasted out of him, scattering the 3 13-year-old ninjas. A white Susanoo arm reached forward and caught Sakura as she got her feet under her, just about to touch down. He clenched her in his fist and swung her at Sai, who was sniping at him with poison ink darts shooting out from the back of his sketchpad, which glowed with the golden kanji for darts. The artist coughed as Sakura's head smashed into his, shooting both of them into the ground several yards away. 10 dog summons burst out of thick white smoke and chased after the 2 silver ranks. The pure white Susanoo, barely a torso, a head and a pair of super strong arms, growled and turned to Junior, who was running alongside it, his sickle shift on his back. It laced its fingers together and slammed them down, missing the blonde as he began flipping through hand seals. The copy ninja's Mangekyo saw the seals and he swept the massive arms across the ground after the boy. Water release, Kiriagaku crystal water death. He lowered his body and ran his hands on the ground. Sharp blue crystals began jutting out the ground inside the Susanoo. Kakashi winced as a spike skimmed over his side. His Sharingan pulsed and he leaped out of the white chakra creation, nailing the 13-year-old boy with a solid kick to the face. Junior crashed into the ground and rolled limply. Sakura swept the boy into her arms, her fists coated in dog blood and a purple gash on her temple from where her head hit the other silver ranks. Sai jumped over the medic and engaged Kakashi in a fast-paced Taijutsu fight as his female friend placed her palm on Junior's forehead and removed the cobwebs over his brain. She dropped the boy and the blonde relentlessly rocketed to his former teacher, with Sakura running close behind him. Sai finted a blow to the man's right arm. Kakashi pulled his arm back but opened up his side for Junior to drive an elbow. The man grunted and kicked Junior away, leaving him open for Sakura to land a kick to his back. The man spun around with the kick and spat out 4 water needles from his lips at the girl and Sakura destroyed all 4 with 4 well-timed blows. Sai smashed his fist into Kakashi's unprotected back. The man panted and turned around, kicking the black-haired boy away with a strike to his chin. Junior phased into Sai at his side and stabbed his side with his fingers 7 times, ducking a forearm swing that would have snapped off his head and continuing his 7-strike onslaught at the other side of the man's torso, which Kakashi barely managed to counter by tripping the super-focused boy and bringing his heel down to crack the Yondaime sun in the upper back. He spat out a mouthful of blood as Sakura cracked her right fist behind his head, swinging his arm at her and knocking her back but allowing Sai to give a shallow slash in the man's abdomen, cutting through the flak jacket and into flesh. He shoved the boy away with a shaky blow to his face, cursing as Sakura slammed her shoulder into the back of his left knee, scooping up the king's brother from the ground and rolling to a stop. She brought him out of his daze again with healing chakra to his head and the child, once again, ran at Kakashi without hesitation. The man yelped as he tried to get back to his feet, feeling the muscles at the back of his knee throb. He growled and got back to his feet, his Sharingan stubbornly spinning, and deflected Sai's tanto by slapping it aside, grabbing onto the boy's face with a savage claw hold and smashing him into the ground. He spat out more blood as Junior stabbed his back with his fingers, kicking the boy away with a donkey kick but making the mistake of releasing Sai, who flickered away. The group bounced back and forth at the man, systematically bringing him to his knees. The first few times they would mutually allow the copy ninja to hit him to allow a teammate a chance at making a critical strike, repeating it again and again until Kakashi began to seriously lose chakra. The medic swept Kakashi's good leg, cracking his heel in the process, and ran around, allowing Junior to slam a fist into the copy ninja's face. Kakashi panted, his eyes seeing hazy reflections of his former students, hissing and gasping as they lowered his defenses more and more with the very same team attack he taught them. The triple tandem. A fist crashed into his normal eye and a knee broke against his jaw on the other side of his face. A roundhouse kick nailed his ear, destroying his eardrum, and a backhand collided with his temple, bouncing his brain in his skull. Blurs moved around him, attacking and leaving to give room for another attack, then another and another, none of which showed any mercy. He was too out of breath to ease when a sickle slashed through his lower back and another sickle carved a deep groove into his left shoulder before it was violently pulled out, giving room for fiery red fists to pummel his chest, cracking the bone. It all ended with the king's younger brother crossing his sickles around Kakashi's head, the tips just scraping each other, and he pulled his arms apart. The copy ninja's bloody head rolled and his body slumped forward. Dead. Oh 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 oh. The Red Sickle Bridge. Wave Town. Wave Country. Shizune, hurry up, I want us to be off this country in 10 minutes. Sunad huffed as she walked over the great bridge named after the king's younger brother, carrying 2 large bags in each arm and a bottle of water in her right hand. Shizune panted tiredly behind her, hefting 5 large traveling bags and a small pet carrier with their pet pig, Tonton, seated inside. The poor girl puffed and lugged forward as quickly as her tired legs could carry her. They had been running from Konoha for the past 4 hours. The plan was to board a leaving ship that would sail towards an inhabited island. Sunad had won in a poker game to lay low for a while until the global invasion had ended, either with the Yondaime living up to his word and killing the Tsukai King or the Tsukai King killing the Yondaime. The last Sannin sighed tiredly, marching through the ghostly empty town of Wave. Minato was not going to win, no matter how much he swore he would. Naruto was just too strong. She didn't need to be told that it was the thought-to-be-dead redhead that had interrogated her a few days ago. Common sense would have told her that since Kiriagakure was crawling with Tsukai soldiers, Hot Water Country was basically a wasteland with all its natural gas sucked out of the ground and transported back to the kingdom in several tankers, and Fire Country was surrounded by tens of thousands of Tsukai soldiers. There was no possible way on Earth, under it or over it, that she would ever be allowed off the continent to a faraway island she had not visited in over 40 years. Quite frankly, Shizune was surprised that they hadn't been stopped by the scouts and hunters swarming around her home country. She had detected a few and they simply blazed past her to another fire sentry post, unseen and possibly known to her mistress. The young medic had tried to tell her mistress, over and over again, that if Kiri, which was west of Wave, and Hot Water, which was slightly northeast of Wave, were both completely under the control of the Great Flying Kingdom, then Wave would not be out of the question. The country was populated by fishermen and farmers, no fighters, so it would be fairly simple to be invaded. Sunad refused to listen. Like every other person close to the Yondaime, she could have helped the twins, loved them and protected them. Her guilt had kept her in Konoha to serve as the head medic, and now that Naruto had launched a full-scale invasion on the world, her first instinct was to flee from safety because, without a doubt, Naruto would be coming for her blood. Jiraiya, Danzo, Itachi and Obito, all dead, their heads nailed onto pikes before the main gate of the Hidden Leaf village. In her dazed, distracted mind, she still kept a watchful, suspicious eye round, wondering why a bustling town like Wave would be dry of life. A curtain shifted closed and her heart rate peaked. LL Lady Sunad, Shizune stammered, stopping abruptly. The woman looked over her shoulder at her and the black-haired apprentice shakily pointed past the woman. The Sannin was almost hesitant to look. Roughly 20 feet away was single person, a girl with a blank white mask covering her face and donning the Tsukai silver rank. The girl had crimson red hair that was tied into a short ponytail, standing at ease with her hands behind her back and her chest puffed out. She slowly lifted her right hand up and moved her mask off her face, perching it on the top of her head. The girl's bright purple eyes twinkled gleefully at the blonde Sannin. NNN Naruto, the woman gasped in recognition, her eyes wide with shock and horror, especially as a twisted, toothy smoke crawled onto the cute girl's moon-pale face and her eyes darkened with murderous intent. But you're supposed to be dead, the girl interrupted. I know, isn't my brother just the best? The woman gulped at the redhead's flippant mention of her godly king brother. She took a few uncertain steps back, urging Shizune behind her and making the girl drop the luggage, backing away slowly. Naruto cocked her head to the side, her smirk widened into a full-blown, horrifying grin that sent violent chills down Sunad's spine, and her eyes contracted a little. Say, where are you going in such a rush, Lady Sunad? Nowhere, the woman replied, grinding her teeth to muster up some courage as Naruto leisurely began walking forward with small, slow steps. Oh, come on, you can tell me, the terrifying girl said in a sweet voice. I'm good at keeping secrets. She then groaned in frustration as a low voice whispered into her ear from her earbud. You guys never let me have any fun. Her shoulders slumped, then she gave Sunad a lopsided smile. Lord brother wants me to kill you too. No hard feelings, okay. Her fists tightened at her sides and 3 long adamantium blades slid out of her knuckles slowly, clicking in place with a smooth schling. She pointed her fists at the 2 women, her right arm was slightly straight while the left was bent. She also bent her knees with her right foot further forward than the left, like she was ready to lunge at a moment's notice, and all emotion died from her eyes, but her smile glowed on her pale face. Try and put up a fight, please. I want a good, clean match. It would be such a pain if she killed the Sannin easily. She had to end the fight as quickly as possible so she could go to Iwa and intercept the Yondaime before he reached Iwa, which would be in about 5 hours if Minato ran at a constant, blurring speed. Just because she had to catch up to her father and help hold him back from Iwa, alongside her thousands of comrades, didn't mean she couldn't have fun with the Senju. Besides, she was also supposed to gather Tsunde's DNA to be sent back to the kingdom for research and replication. Her current mission didn't stipulate what condition the Sannin should be in after, but rather emphasized on killing her and retrieving her DNA samples. The monster that resided in her gut, the one she shared with her twin brother, snapped and spat for release. It could only mean one thing: her brother wanted to kill someone at the very same time she did. No doubt Naruto was feeling it as well from her. She lunged forward at Tsunade and the Sannin was barely able to shove Shizune away in time before she could roll back from a savage slash to her arm. The woman snarled and got to her feet, her fists lifted up. Naruto smirked a little at the sight. Good Tilda. If Tsunade Senju was going to go down, then she was going to do down fighting. The last Senju opened her lips and roared as she charged at the adamantium monster. Oh 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 oh. Training Ground 25. Iwagakure no Sato. Earth Country. A long, long time ago, there was once a little red-haired boy and an old white-haired man. The boy's home was being torn apart from the inside by several civil wars and other great ninja villages that invaded them. While the three sages fought Hanzo of the Salamander, still moments before they could be dubbed the Three Sannin, a white-haired Uchiha came upon the crumbled form of a red-haired boy, crying even as he was unconscious under the unforgivingly cold and hard rain. The man's visible Mangekyo Sharingan eye shone in the grim lighting the once great hidden village had found itself, glaring down at the mess of thin limbs and skin. A boy with such great potential. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, his eyes were able to analyze the child's massive chakra reserve and trace him as far back to the very first Uzumaki he met alongside his former friend Hashirama. The seventh leader of the old clan, a monster to others and a father to the clan named Kabuki. Madara's eyes strayed past Nagato and frowned at the three other broken, but still living, bodies of who he assumed were the redhead's friends. He felt a boom in the distance where the three sages were battling the cage. He bent down onto his knee and placed his middle and pointer finger on Nagato's head, pushing in a small pulse of chakra into his system to aid his healing. He studied the boy, then looked behind him to where the great battle was occurring, and finally to the fingers still on Nagato's forehead. His fingers snapped back into a fist and then his pointer and pinky finger shot out in a blur, both pushed hard into the child's eye sockets. The ends of his fingers glowed red and he effortlessly pulled out the child's bright purple eyes. Madara smoothly unsealed a palm-sized canister filled with a thick fluid and two floating purple orbs that had black rings winding out from the dot-like pupil. There was a sharp flash and the eyes were gone. Madara slowly rose, feeling his bones creak and a harsh pain shooting up his back, a warning sign that for a man his age he was not meant to be bending down for too long. He ignored the pain and turned around. "I entrust those eyes to you, Uzumaki child," he said and disappeared in a spinning vortex of air and energy. His last words echoed in the air as the little redhead woke up. "Your chakra will evolve my eyes. Your chakra will evolve my eyes. My eyes." Madara, now as young as when he had first faced Hashirama Senju and decked out in his full armor and his gear, including his battle fan strapped to his back, a tanto on his right hip and several kunai and shuriken sealed into his palms, he looked at the redhead before him with narrowed eyes. His body walked forward by itself, out of the coffin he had been resurrected in, and stopped 15 feet away from the redhead. There was no one present for several yards except for gold-armored soldiers standing at the very edge of the training ground and two platinum-armored soldiers keeping their distance beside the gold soldiers. Madara's highly evolved eyes, probably the strongest pair of Sharingan in history, moved back to the redhead that had brought him back to life, a mere child that wore a full-body black obsidian armor that covered his body and formed his metal boots and his armored hands. Smooth and comfortable, the cursed armor looked like it was simply another layer of skin for the child, a thin, unbreakable layer of skin. The child also had on black ninja-grade pants with two front pockets and two back pockets, from what he could guess, a blood-red shirt with words Sky King written diagonally across his chest in gold letters and finally an overcoat that reached the boy's ankles. The child had his hands stuffed in the pockets of his coat and was leaning back, regarding the man with lazy eyes. Eyes. My eyes. The Rinnegan in the boy's eyes were coal black with crimson rings. Madara wanted to smirk at being right that to have picked Nagato, but he didn't because he knew he was wrong. 10 minutes of stifling silence, with thick grey-black clouds slowly spinning over the training ground, bubbling up a small storm, and the air frigid cold, enough to make those standing guard at the edge to activate the heaters in their armor. The boy looked back at him, the image of a true conqueror, and allowed the old ninja to speak. "Who are you?" "My name is Naruto." "You are not Nagato." The man had been following the red-haired child for a while before he could reach the ultimate conclusion that Nagato was indeed an Uzumaki. "Those are not my eyes." "I am not Nagato," Naruto replied easily, freeing a bit more control of the man to allow Madara to approach him. The two powerhouses stood in place. "But he and Conan are valuable additions to my forces. And no," he smiled wanly and tilted his head to the side. "These are not your eyes, they are mine." As the last word flowed out of his mouth, the storm clouds above them crackled with lightning. Madara did not even flinch. "You are an Uzumaki. I have Uzumaki blood in me." Naruto said, not necessarily denying his mother's clan but at the same time not saying he is part of the clan. Is Nagato and Uzumaki? He was almost hesitant to ask. His face did not betray any anxiety or insecurity, but his hands clenched and his crossed arms tightened. Naruto nodded. He is Uzumaki. The king then straightened up and his eyes became serious. I initially intended to simply rip out your soul and steal your memories, but truth is, I've always wanted to kill a legend. Unoki, Danzo and Orochimaru might have been legends before they were crushed at Naruto's hands, but they were not the kind of legends Naruto was talking about. Madara was so infamous and powerful that myths and stories were created by people to further raise his status from a simple man to that of a god. Destroying an entire hidden village in one swipe. Summoning demons to fight for him. Killing a demon king with his bare hands. Naruto knew that not all of those stories were true, but he also knew that Madara was no simple man. The king could feel the waves of oppressive energy resonating from the man's body, enough to make the ground groan and creak just to keep up his weight and to partition the sky where the clouds rumbled into two. Dark red thunder clouds warped above Naruto and dark blue clouds spiraled over Madara. Naruto finally released full hold over the Uchiha, not releasing him totally from his hold but allowing the man to move at his own will and not at Naruto's command. The two stared off, their powerful chakra surrounding them slowly and pushing and shoving the other, like two snapping dragons, one red and the other blue, wrestling for dominance. The air became charged with tension as Madara glared at the boy, still with his arms crossed and his back straight, looking down at the king while Naruto kept his hands in his pockets and his back also straight, unflinchingly meeting a stare that would sooner kill any other man. I've always wanted to kill a god, Madara replied. A sinister smirk crawled its way up his face and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began spinning. The two battling chakra tussled relentlessly, creating a roaring storm that, if left unchecked, would tear the entire hidden village apart. I've always, Madara began again. Wanted to kill. A demonic beast began growing in the chests of both monstrous ninjas. A god. So it seems, Naruto said, his calm smile carrying over the violent war of chakra going on between them, divided by a thick line just about 7.5 feet from the other. If I win, I get your soul. And if I win, I get your eyes. Naruto's fists tightened in his coat pockets, tight enough to make his knuckles pop and turn white. The king felt an eager, excited shudder run up and down his body, but he held it down masterfully, barely controlling his face into a wide-eyed, toothy grin. A crazed expression that Madara also wore, albeit with a murderous, maniacal hint to it. The Uchiha simply wanted Naruto's eyes, but Naruto, he wanted to tear Madara apart. Deal. The words came easily and the older ninja heard it clearly. He dropped his hands to his sides and at the same time Naruto removed his hands from his pockets and shrugged off his overcoat. The piece of clothing was pushed away by the wind towards Karen and the medic caught it. The king steadied his hands to his sides, flexing them in preparation. Do not hold back. I want you to give me all you've got. You will regret those words soon, boy. The two fighters, both of which were so highly revered that they might as well be gods, got into their fighting positions in one smooth motion. Madara shot to Naruto, the ground cracked and opened up as he blasted to the boy and Naruto hurtled to Madara, a deep crater left at where he formerly stood. Two faint balls of light, one red and the other blue. No human eye could keep track of them as they ran to meet each other, and when they did meet, the sky above the entire training ground collapsed. Chapter 19. Devastation. Fall back. Indra roared and the soldiers standing around the training ground rushed away as the sky exploded downwards and the ground gave out slightly, blasting rocks and heavy air outwards. The man stabbed the head cleaver into the ground to stay in place, slowly sliding back as the wind became stronger. Even as he focused chakra to his feet, he was still being pushed back by the tremendous force of wind and the clash of chakra. Karen used her forearm to shade her eyes, her other hand thrown behind her as she clenched the king's overcoat with all she had. She leaned forward towards the wind as another wave of it pulsed outwards, like a stampede of bulls. The head medic squinted her eyes and tried to cut through the thin dust at the center of the training ground where the king and the Uchiha were battling. Seibugu, stubbornly still recording, retreated with the platinum ranks and hid behind a golden red, erected Fuinjutsu shield on the opposite side of Iwagakure. Madara thrust his palm to Naruto's chest and the king ducked the blow, sliding under the still outstretched arm with blurring speed and swinging his right leg to the back of the Uchiha's knee. Madara swept his leg back in time and flipped over the king as a savage claw tore towards his abdomen. Naruto continued his onslaught, shooting jabs after the Uchiha as the latter leaped back, flashing after the man stubbornly. Rapid blinks of red light doggedly following quick flashes of blue light as the latter hastily tried to retreat from the former. The evolved Sharingan in the man's eyes strained to keep up, only seeing a split second ahead of time before a blow. He suddenly stopped backtracking and shifted his head to the side from a devastating blow, grabbing the arm with his right hand and guiding it on its path past his head as his right knee shot up, driving deep into Naruto's stomach. A gasp escaped the king's mouth at the counter and he swiftly wrapped his right arm, the arm Madara guided past his head, around Madara's neck from behind. There was a blinding flash of light and the king roared as he yanked the Uchiha back, smashing the older ninja's head straight into the ground. Naruto quickly got back to his feet and stepped back, briefly admiring his work as the Uchiha stuck out of the ground like a nail, before he spat out a curse as the man flickered out of sight in a blaze of speed. The Uchiha appeared behind Naruto, stabbing forward with a kunai to his opponent's neck, but Naruto flipped forward onto his hands, kicking the knife out of the ninja's hand with his heel in the process, and he melted out of sight. The undead Uchiha narrowed his eyes and looked around, the area deathly silent as he failed to see the Rinnegan king. His eternal Mangekyo spun frantically and he caught a flash at the corner of his right eye, shifting back a step and slapping aside a kick to his neck. Naruto blazed out of sight again and appeared on Madara's other side with a punch to his chest. The man ducked under the blow and his right hand shot up to attack Naruto's diaphragm, but the king again disappeared with blinding speed. The man frowned and breathed out, slapped down 2 blows and countered with an elbow. Naruto bent back from the attack and jammed his fist into the Uchiha's side, adding 5 more fists into his stomach before the man bellowed and bashed his head into Naruto's. There was a spine-chilling crack and the king found his face in the solid ground, huffing when a foot slammed into his back and blasted him away. The sky rumbled after the blow and more chakra blasted outwards, forcing the loyal platinum ranks to retreat as well to a safer distance before they could be shredded to pieces by the combination of dangerous chakra. Naruto rolled on his side as Madara's chakra relentlessly pushed him away, roaring with murderous intent. Finally he flipped onto his feet and skimmed over the ground with a gust of wind on a transparent airboard, barely avoiding a ball of fire. The king leaped over another ball of molten fire and landed with a crunch on his wind board, smoothly sailing under a ball and kicked the board up, spinning in a circle and shooting it to Madara. The wind board connected with the man's outstretched hands. Naruto wasted no time clapping his hands together and flashing through 3 hand seals. Madara saw the seals and followed with 2 different hand seals. Naruto's voice was low and his Rinnegan pulsed with power. Lightning release, death of the lightning kraken. Wind release, exiled dragon lord. A shrill whistle shrieked as an 8-armed creature made out of red lightning crackled into sight around Naruto. It had 2 beady black eyes and a long, pointed, squid-like head. It screamed to the heavens, a sound that tore the ground apart even more, and it rocketed to the Uchiha, who sent back a pure white, wispy dragon made out wind. Thoom. The 2 opposing chakra nature attacks slammed against the other in an earth-shattering tussle of sharp wind teeth and crackling lightning tentacles, snapping and swiping at each other. Naruto crossed his forearms in front of his face as the wind shredded half of his shirt, from his right shoulder to the bottom of his left side, while Madara only lost his left shoulder plate, also holding his arms to his face. The man looked over his arms and his eyes widened as he saw Naruto finish off another set of hand seals. Wind and earth release, combination jutsu, continental axis shift. How the hell? The man exclaimed as Naruto bent his knees, holding the rat hand seals, and punched his obsidian-armored fists into the ground. Thick veins bulged from Naruto's neck and he gave a great heave as his legs slid backwards. The ground trembled violently, even as the 2 chakra monsters still fought, and Madara stumbled back as the entire hidden village, the buildings, the people, the air and especially the earth, shifted towards Naruto. The man, who was formerly hundreds of yards away, suddenly found his face in Naruto's fist. Garg! He grunted as his head caved in and he shot back to where he formerly stood. The wind and earth jutsu cancelled and the village hopped back in place. Madara used his momentum to roll back, reversing onto his feet and crossing his forearms as Naruto followed after him with a roundhouse kick. A blue skeletal rib appeared around him and summarily shattered as Naruto's foot met it. The man forced down his morbid horror as he reached forward, a blue skeletal arm warped into sight and grabbed Naruto. Madara snarled as he turned Naruto upside down. The redhead looked at the man with wide, stunned eyes that he had been caught, and stabbed him into the ground head first. The man didn't stop there. Another blue arm appeared close to the first arm, dug its massive fingers into the ground, tore out a block of earth and brought it down on Naruto's feet, driving him further into the ground. Thud, boom, thud, boom. The earth spider webbed with each bash and Naruto went further into the ground. The undead Uchiha bashed the block down onto Naruto's feet and it finally broke apart, and he panted, white gust of air escaping his mouth as his Sharingan stayed fixed on Naruto's unmoving body. He gaped when Naruto's hands, which were at his sides, opened and he slapped his hands into a dragon hand sign. Earth release, minor shockwave. His voice muffled. The ground cracked outwards from Naruto and Madara hastily flipped through seals. Wood release trees erupted from the ground around Naruto and converged in towards him, dispelling the 2 other warring chakra constructs. Naruto got his feet back onto the ground and his head snapped up when he sensed multiple massive throbs of energy around him. He leaped away as a chakra-draining tree lashed at him, just missing his legs, and 2 more trees caught the king, not wasting even a second by draining his chakra. The king struggled as he felt his chakra forcefully leave him, then his Rinnegan flashed to Madara and he hissed. Universal pull. The Uchiha was savagely ripped out of his protective Susanoo and blazed towards Naruto. There were 2 puffs of smoke on the branches Naruto was being held in and 2 identical shadow clones waved away the smoke. One of the clones hopped towards the other clone and transformed into a demon wind shuriken, and the receiving clone hurled it at Madara as Naruto growled. Almighty push. The wood release trees groaned pitifully as Naruto exploded out of their grip, also at the same time making the wind shuriken whir to the incoming Madara even faster. The Rinnegan king blurred out of sight and the demon wind shuriken clattered to the ground where he formerly stood. The Uchiha coughed out blood as Naruto switched and crashed his knee into his chest, shattering his armor and burning off his shirt in a destructive plume of fire. The ground trembled as the 2 landed, Madara with his back and Naruto with his feet on the man's chest. The king jumped back as the Uchiha exploded, narrowing his eyes when the clone simply went up in blinding white light and a loud pop, a flashbang. His right arm blocked the battle fan before he was even aware of it. There was a crick. And the Rinnegan king's eyes enlarged like dinner plates when he saw his unbreakable, cursed obsidian armor fracture. He slapped away a kick and lifted his leg when the same leg came back for a sweep. He lifted his other arm to block the fan again and cursed as the armor broke off his arm. He looked at the Uchiha and snarled. His fists blazed forward with brutal accuracy and they were all deflected by the flat side of the fan, moving up and down the Uchiha's body to block each precise blow. Clink, 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 clink. On and the armor on Naruto's fists broke off as he blasted and slammed punches to Madara but were blocked by the gunbai. Thick white smoke began pouring off Naruto's hands as he stubbornly kept up the onslaught, following Madara as the man's feet shuffled back despite the chakra he used to stay in place. Arg! The king bellowed and his arms caught fire, his punches getting faster and faster and the guard the Uchiha put up beginning to show signs of breaking. Toxic red fire, from his hands to his elbows, shrouded his hands and black smoke billowed from them, cracking and crushing the fan until Madara grated and slammed his foot into Naruto's chest in a destructive Spartan kick. As the king rolled back from the kick his body caught fire. His back skidded to a stop in the ground and he got back to his feet, glaring at Madara, who stood, gasping for air after the impossibly fast attack of fists. Naruto was now covered with golden-orange QB chakra. Red lines went down his arms, joined together on his chest and went around in a circle around concentric red circles on his belly and then spreading out to each leg to his toes. Fire crackled on his back and the words King of the Sky scrolled on. His complete QB cloak fully set in as his whisker marks thickened and his crimson red hair waved in the wind, now on fire as well. A blue, fully formed Susanoo fist tunneled through the ground towards the former QB Jinchuriki. Naruto's face remained neutral and he cocked his head to the side, watching the attack approach with his godly eyes, then he slammed his fists together and a fiery fox's maw roared out before him, biting down on the approaching hand and yanking its head back, ripping it right out of the blue Susanoo's socket. The fox head lifted up and snarled at Madara, its body formed under it and Naruto levitated safely in its radiant head. The fox gave a feral growl and the black markings Naruto had copied onto its body. Its 9 tails swayed behind it as it crouched on the ground in a guarded lunge-ready position. Madara spat out a curse as thick black smoke poured out of its deadly maw and it opened its mouth, pointing it at him as a dangerous light began glowing deep in its throat. Fuck. A tornado of chakra covered the shirtless Uchiha and the eyes of the Hashirama head on his chest briefly flashed red. A glowing blue Susanoo warped around the undead man, from skeleton to full, standing man that towered over the crouched 9-tailed beast construct. Would release trees added to its armor and the Susanoo spread out its arm before it as Naruto's QB began shooting out evil, black-tailed beast balls. A celestial white shield spiraled into sight and the balls smashed into it. Multiple tailed beast balls. Boom, boom, boom. 10 more hit the shield and the Susanoo fought to stay in place. 2 more arms slithered out from its original 2 and a celestial bow and arrow popped into their hands. Amaterasu. The blue Susanoo blasted back 6 flaming black arrows. Naruto cut off his relentless attack and rolled aside, crushing several training grounds at once, and the QB construct snarled, smoke floated out of its jaws. Madara continued shooting arrows of unquenchable fire as the great beast ran around his Susanoo. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto echoed under his breath and the blue Susanoo was quickly surrounded by 6 other clones, all of which converged around the Susanoo without delay. As the massive chakra construct clones engaged the undead Uchiha into jutsu, Naruto clapped his hand together once and then he crossed his forearms over his face, forming a sharp X. The QB cloak over his body shuddered, fluttered in the wind and changed from red to black. The black linings and symbols on his body changed to toxic red. His red hair stayed red and his skin remained pale white, marred only by the black whisker marks on his cheeks, but the rest his body turned black with mutated chakra. Naruto's Rinnegan quivered as he transformed and the Rinnegan finally mirrored in the eyes of the massive fox. 9-tailed technique, inversion mode, Demon Rinnegan Kitsune. The clones disappeared and the black fox construct flashed to the stunned Uchiha, feinting a blow to its chest but blinking out of sight and then driving 4 fingers into the back of the Susanoo's neck. The Uchiha's construct broke apart from the neck and crackled with black fox fire as it began coming apart. Naruto clambered out of the fox's head and dove down to Madara, appearing in the blink of an eye with a trail of black fire flowing from his inverted QB cloak. It was like Naruto had stepped up his fight. Madara couldn't predict anything. Naruto bashed a right and left hook to his opponent's face, 1 for each cheek, slid under a clumsy strike and rolled forward in the air, cracking his heel into the top of the man's head, bringing him to the ground in a flash of dangerous black fire and crimson red lightning. Madara gasped out blood as his back met the unforgiving ground and he choked out more as Naruto bolted down from the sky in a crack of electricity, crashing his feet into his chest with a rumble of black chakra. The king's Rinnegan throbbed as he swiftly jumped back 3 feet away from Madara in the deep, white crater his double stomp had created and his chest cracked open, shooting out roughly 20 red-tipped missiles into the helpless man's face as he stood in a somewhat safe distance. He squinted his eyes to look through the rapid explosion of light and fire he was causing with each red-tipped warhead coming out of his chest. The fiery red head held the ram and the deafening blaze of inferno that was the QB construct thundered to the sky and its whole body shrank into a ball about the same size as half of the training ground. The king raised his right hand, cutting off the seal, and he swept it down to the panting mess of burned limbs below him as he hopped away. Planetary devastation, 9-tailed beast moon. The glowing black moon screamed down to the man, and Naruto, who stood more than a few kilometers away, slammed his hands to the ground. Earth and wind walls erected out of the ground to encase the resulting thud of energy and fire from destroying the entire village. Black smoke washed away from the crash site, and Naruto strained to see into it, only feeling a weak thump of chakra from inside as the moon dug deeper and deeper into the ground, scorching the Uchiha trapped under it with Kyuubi chakra and mutated Uzumaki chakra. Sweltering heat and an almost unbearable gravitational pressure arrived half a minute after the Black Fox moon crash landed into the man, and kept going down, baking the environment and setting the last few foliage that remained intact on fire. The only thing preventing the black moon from squishing Iwa into the ground with its large field of gravitational pressure and burning what was left was the wind and earth barrier the Rinnegan King stubbornly held up, gritting his teeth as his broken armor tried to regulate the temperature and pressure around him alongside his Deva and Predator path. Deva because of the crack in gravity caused by the fox moon falling down from the sky, and the Predator path because it was the path that controlled chakra going in and out of Naruto's inverted Kyuubi form. There was a big shudder and the earth groaned pitifully, weakly putting up resistance as the moon burnt deeper into the ground with Madara still under it. Naruto could feel his armor begin to melt off his torso. Thankfully his pants were safe from being burnt off his body from the wind funneling around him. The only reason he could give for his indestructible armor melting and his ninja pants not, despite the wind, was that the gunbai had somehow weakened his armor and destabilized the seals that kept it fully operational. A wicked smirk etched onto his face as he sealed up the crack in gravity over the training ground with his Deva path, also stopping the Black Fox moon from burning any deeper into the earth. The mixture of Kyuubi and mutated chakra would continue to burn until it reached the center of the earth. It worked almost the same way as what he read the Amaterasu did, except the black flames of the Sharingan could burn for 7 days and 7 nights. He honestly didn't know how long his inverted chakra would burn for, but the effects were just as bad on its target. Don't stop swinging until the enemy stops moving. That was one of the most important rules every Tsukai soldier had to abide by, and Naruto wouldn't be leading by example if he didn't also live by that rule. Madara had been defeated as soon as the king activated his demon Rinnegan Kitsune form. The king began a steady job back to the crash site, where the ball of fire burned merrily. The demon Rinnegan Kitsune was the technique Naruto mentally finished forming after he witnessed Itachi Susanoo, although admittedly he had been researching and planning since his time in Demon Country 6 years ago. It made use of manifesting his Kyuubi chakra as it was, mixing in his normal chakra as well as the mutated, nature-imbued chakra in his body and channeling his Predator and outer path in performing a technique called inversion, where he changed the flow of chakra from going out of his body, as it normally did when a person was using a jutsu or fighting, to flow inside in a constant loop, like his body was a vortex that eternally sucked in chakra from the environment, only looping it outwards after it had passed through all of his major tenketsu. This in turn changed his mutated chakra from red to black. The effect on those near him was that their chakra would begin getting sucked in, only restricting those that were either out of range or those Naruto did not want to take chakra from. It seems I overdid it. The redhead winced. He looked around with his Rinnegan, grimacing at the utter chaos he had caused during his fight with the undead Uchiha. Random explosions from the ground, nearly half of the hidden village was flattened and the sky was pelting down small balls of fire from dark red clouds, which began to taper to a stop after a few minutes. He shrugged off his concern and swept his hands forward to the fallen moon. The massive rock crumbled away into dust, scattering into ash and flowing smoothly into Naruto's black chakra-coated body. He slid down into the giant crater his last jutsu had created and stopped near the undead man's body. The impure world resurrection jutsu held strong, seeing as it was still Naruto sustaining it, but the king had already passed on bodily control as well as Madara's chakra back to the Uchiha at the start of the fight. It was why the man was dead tired and out of chakra. Flakes of his skin began chipping off and disintegrating into dust, and as Naruto bent down on his knee and looked at Madara, he was genuinely impressed that the man was still able to sustain his eternal Mangekyo despite how critically low his chakra was. It was testament to how strong the Uchiha's chakra was. Naruto scoffed as his senses throbbed, catching hold of the hand that went straight to his right eye. "You're the second Uchiha to try that stunt." Madara bared his teeth to suppress the pained grunt as the black fire on Naruto's hand burnt his own to a crisp, right down to his elbow. "I didn't think you were this strong." The king shrugged and looked down to his torso, at the cracked obsidian armor that was perfectly hidden underneath the inverted Kyuubi cloak. Only few people would admit that aloud. He smirked sharply and placed his right hand on the Uchiha's head. "This battle has served its purpose." The man simply looked up at the hand on his head, then back to Naruto. "What purpose?" The flaming redhead grinned evilly and muttered, "Soul Eater." Oh 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 oh. 30 minutes after Naruto's battle with Madara. Kukuchisusuke Town, southeastern border town of Earth and Grass countries. The Counter Konoha Division. The 11th rank Tsukai Guard campsite. Earth Country. Silver rank, Naruto. The wistful voice of Yuakuso said as 10 squads of hunter ninjas landed from the trees southeast of Earth from Grass Country, and the girl separated from her appointed squad and marched to the head of the Espionage and Infiltration Division, while the rest of the hunters entered the assembled soldiers standing just outside of the Earth Country's border. There was a sea of soldiers rushing through the ranks in preparation of the force of Konoha ninjas that was led by the Yondaime, scheduled to arrive in 3 hours. The current 11th rank guard stationed in the border town was a force of over 5,000 gold, silver and bronze rank soldiers that closely served the king, whether in his palace or on a mission. They were a specially selected number that had shown strength close enough to a platinum rank, or any subsequent higher rank, and even though the 11th rank was not an official rank, it was seen as the last step a gold rank took before he or she was qualified enough to be platinum rank, which in turn was a rank for division heads. There were 3 11th ranks of varying numbers in the kingdom: gold, silver and bronze. Any silver or bronze rank that was skilled enough to join their respective 11th ranks was pretty much already seen as promoted, given that they still had to improve in skill and prove their rank. It was a known fact that all of the king's grounder spies and tsukai spies on the ground were 11th rank. The king's twin sister was still in the observation stage on whether or not she should be in the 11th, but Naruto had explicitly given orders that she be present. She stopped before the man and saluted. "Sir." You motioned for her to follow him as he walked through. Intelligence Soldier standing at attention, listening to the orders being barked by a gold-rank intelligence soldier. "Your younger brother and his teammates returned a few hours ago with the body of Kakashi Hitaki." The girl just barely controlled her face from snarling. She swallowed thickly, marching behind the platinum rank, and muttered, "That's great news, sir." The man looked over his shoulder and smiled warmly. "Your division head, Mora, also told me that you performed excellently in your last mission." This time the girl couldn't suppress the proud smile from spreading on her face as pride flowed through her body. "It's not every day you get to kill a Sannin. Congratulations." "Thank you, sir. Do you want me to recommend a promotion to the 11th rank to the king?" "Mora wants to also do the same. Jiraiya the Toad Sage was killed by a platinum rank, Satoshi Todoroki of Rescue and Support, so if a silver rank that had just joined the army a day ago was able to do the same, albeit with another Sannin, then it was cause for praise. I have no doubt Lord Naruto would promote you." "I appreciate it, sir, I really do, but I want to remain where I am until I've learned about all it takes to be a soldier, the rules, protocols, codes and skills." "It takes maturity to say that," the man said and stopped before a command tent standing in the place of the main gate leading into the country. You turned around and nodded to her. "I will make sure Mora records your accomplishment and I will also ensure you get a pay raise. Your work cannot go unrewarded." The girl bowed gratefully. "I'm grateful, sir." You nodded again and jutting his left thumb over his shoulder to the tent. "Lord Naruto has requested you rest in here and await his arrival. Some of the others will serve as my lord's full frontal, those that would stand at attention and wait in their number for the Konoha ninjas to arrive." "Did he say why he wants me to stay back?" "He wants you to save your strength for your father." The girl saluted and the platinum rank walked away to attend to another function. As a division head, he was aware that the invasion of Iron Country was pushed ahead of the time Naruto had wanted, but so far the samurais had been completely suppressed, although a large chunk of the samurai of the country had been killed in the skirmish. Nagato had reported this success to Karen, seeing as the connection to Naruto was cut off by the transponder because my lord Naruto is currently occupied. The only country that was not stomped over was Fire Country. No matter how much their father made him push his military campaigns forward, their initial plan of invading Fire Country last would stand. The girl felt her shoulders lower as energy left her body. She and her squad had been running from Wave to Earth Country for 2 hours straight, making use of their flight seals every once in a while with long bursts of wind speed. The seals had cut down their time by hours, making the large semicircular detour around the speeding force of Konoha ninjas shorter than it was meant to be. At the moment Minato was still in Fire Country, but he was dangerously close to grass and finally to Iwa. The general order was for the soldiers to keep the Yondaime and his ninjas in Grass Country until Naruto arrived. They were not to attack Minato Namikaze, only keep him back in grass. The 16-year-old mutant girl pushed through the flaps with her eyes closed and sighed, rolling his sore shoulders and cracking her neck. Then she opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed from soft purple to vulpine red and her fingernails elongated. "You," she hissed as her eyes fell on Junior, standing before her in bronze rank armor and the standard Tsukai combat uniform for lower ranks of a short-sleeved blue shirt and black pants. His weapons were lying on a wooden desk of the king with the map of the continent under it. The boy stood in place as his older sister began stomping towards him. His eyes glazed over and drooped to the floor. "Silver rank Naruto." The soft voice of Magi cut through the haze of rage in Naruto's mind. The redhead looked to the head of Fuinjutsu, sitting in the center of the large command table with her legs crossed. The green-haired girl shook her head and ordered, "Stand down." The redhead acknowledged the younger girl's platinum rank armor and the white armband that had the kanji for Fuinjutsu written in gold ink, but still blubbered. "But I said, stand down." Naruto's lips twitched down and her nails slid back with a click, her eyes changed back to purple and she looked to the ground. "Yes, sir." The girl screwed her lips aside and tried her best to overlook how much the red-haired girl before her looked like her king. The two were nearly identical and it pained the gentle head of division to say, "My lord Naruto wanted you to meet your brother." She glared at Naruto when her head snapped up to argue, silencing her. Junior and his team, she motioned over her shoulder to the 2 silver ranks standing behind her. "Returned from a very dangerous assassination mission, sanctioned by your brother." Naruto ground her teeth and Junior fought the shaky frown that wanted to come to his face, squeezing his lips as his blue eyes shook. It was a test to see where his loyalties truly lie. "Do you want to know the mission?" Magi asked, but Naruto remained silent. The mint-haired girl barked. "Do you want to know the mission?" "Yes, sir." He was to kill his former sensei, Kakashi Hitaki, with the help of his team. The girl stopped grinding her teeth and slowly looked up at her younger brother, who couldn't meet her gaze. She felt a thud in her chest when a tear slid down the boy's pale cheek. What? She knew Kakashi, the masked man, had made it a point to avoid the twins when they were still in Konoha, but when they did see him, albeit accidentally, the copy ninja was sleeping in a tree. He didn't come off as a teaching kind. However, after hearing that Junior's former teacher was this same man, it dawned on her that the 13-year-old boy had to kill the person that had taught him. Naruto was an Uzumaki, Naruto was an Uzumaki, and Junior was most definitely an Uzumaki. Anyone that showed him even a small ounce of love or attention was part of their family, and this attention included actively training them to be the best they could possibly be. The whole clan was built on a foundation of loyalty, love, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu, and most of all family. Minato Jr. was made to kill his family to prove his loyalty. Junior here simply wanted to be part of the Tsukai family. He always had the option of leaving as soon as he got his mission, but he willingly chose to kill his family because, deep down, he always wanted to know what real love felt like. Magi said. She crossed her arms. His life in Konoha was not good and Lord Naruto saw this. He gave him friends and he protected him even though Junior was not aware of it. Sasori of the Red Sands, Sai and Sakura, they all looked out for him. Lord Naruto looked over his hatred for his father to look after his brother. Naruko's fingers clenched and unclenched as she struggled to hold her emotions in. I didn't know. Lord Naruto wants you to meet Junior, and if you choose to keep on blaming him for looking like your father, then that's fine. Magi hopped off the table and left the tent, waving for Sai and Sakura to follow her. There was silence in the tent. Junior still looked away and Naruko looked at her brother, her hands still twitching. She breathed out through her nose and her shoulder stiffened when the 13-year-old boy spoke. I'm sorry for what father did to you and Lord brother. Naruko felt her lips tighten and her hands close into fists. The 16-year-old girl shook her head. Don't be. Her hands opened and she pursed her lips, flashing a quick smile at her younger brother. It's not your fault. The boy saw hope in her slowly relaxing posture and he took a hesitant step to her, clasping his fingers in front of his chest. Lord brother said, he said that I should change my name. Don't. Junior tilted his head to the side and furrowed his eyebrows. Why? He said he didn't like my name. His mood took a small dip when he also remembered that he not only bore his father's name but also his face. It's your name, not father's name, the girl said with a resigned sigh. She took a few steps to her brother and lifted her hand, briefly holding it over the shorter boy's shoulder before she clasped them down, smiling a little at him. You're not father. The young boy felt a tremendous wave of emotions wash over him, his shoulders shook and his eyes filled up with tears. He dipped his head down and bowed. Thank you. Her eyes became heavy and she gently squeezed her brother's shoulder, a real smile bloomed on her face and she closed her eyes. No worries, kid. Junior bobbed his head and bowed again. Naruko opened her eyes and looked over his uniform, smirking at him with mild pride. Congrats on your rank. The blonde boy happily smiled at his older sister, a first real smile in years, and he excitedly hopped under her hand, making the girl laugh softly under her breath. Lord brother said that I didn't need to write an exam anymore because Lady Gamatamo, head of Fuinjutsu, recommended I have silver. Then why bronze? It was the lowest I could bargain for. I want to work my way up the ranks until I'm worthy to stand beside Lord brother. The redhead was surprised by her brother's declaration. Looking into his resolute blue eyes and his confident posture, she found herself reflected right back. The girl placed her hand on her brother's head and ruffled his hair. The wide smile shone cheerfully on her face. I said the exact same thing to Naruto. Really? He looked up at her with large, eager eyes. The girl nodded. Yup, Naruto didn't think I should be in his army but I still needed to prove my worth. She smirked proudly at him and said, we have Uzumaki blood running in our veins, we don't take handouts. Right. Neither of them claimed to be in the dead Fuinjutsu clan, merely associating with them by the heritage their mother had passed on to them. Her eyes trailed across the room and ended on the weapons lying on Naruto's desk. The girl whistled, impressed, and walked over to them. Jewel Karma. Sickles. The two siblings idly conversed about their favorite weapons while the tent flap closed, the king of the kingdom leaving to give the two some privacy to bond while he went to organize his army in preparation for the fight with the Konoha ninjas. A smile danced on his lips when he heard a light laugh float out from the tent. His ears picked up Junior telling Naruko that he couldn't pick up Zabuza Momoki's head cleaver during Team 7's fight in Wave against Gato and his men. Naruto knew, he felt, that Naruko's affection for their younger brother was very much forced, but he also had a feeling that one day the girl would honestly learn to love her brother. The good thing was that she was taking after her twins' example and not blaming Junior for what their father did to them, and she was also trying her best to reach over to the young blonde with an open hand and not a fist. It was unfortunate, to him, that both of his siblings willingly joined the Tsukai army, but if it made them happy then he wouldn't stand in their way. Patch me over to Division Head Nirvana, of the Invention Division. Patching you over, King Naruto. Naruto hummed and stopped walk when he was out of earshot from his siblings. Fuinjutsu gold-ranked soldiers of the king's personal guard instinctively swarmed around him in their ranks and stood at attention. The Rinnegan king smiled appreciatively and accepted the salute of Magi, the head of Fuinjutsu, as she dispersed her soldiers. Nirvana here, sir. The rainbow-haired girl was sitting on a tree stump in Iron Country's capital with her right boot on her lap and a screwdriver fizzing away as she tapped and touched her wind fan-powered boot against the commonly used flight seal-powered boot. Inventors made it a point to use their inventions as their badge of honor. Naruto huffed and picked at his destroyed armor and his shredded red shirt, wondering why he hadn't called it in after his fight with Madara a few minutes ago. At that moment the only thing covering his almost bare torso was the black overcoat he had over his shoulders. "Send over replacement armor for me, this one is broken." The girl gasped and her mouth dropped open, almost also dropping her metal boot. "Madara broke your armor." "Well, his gunbai did," Naruto said as he cast a quick look at the dead Uchiha's weapon strapped onto his back. "I plan on sending it to Indra and Hamato, frontline and intelligence and interrogation respectively. For analysis. It takes a strong weapon to be able to break cursed obsidian." Nirvana idly remarked as she waved for a gold rank inventor to begin taking census of the remaining samurai. She hopped onto her feet and slipped her boot on. "I'll fly to Demon Country immediately to make you a new one. It will be with you in an hour." Squad 1 of the inventors assembled around their division head and followed after her as she took to the sky with her wide, fan-propelled boots. 2 scouts and 3 rescuers took this as their cue to trail after them. A plain wooden seat was placed behind him and he nodded in appreciation to the bronze rank, speaking to the division head in his ear as well as he huffed idly into the seat and watched the sea of soldiers march into position. "Thank you." Oh 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 oh. 10 minutes of flying later. The Cave of Dark Secrets, base of the Kuro Oni cult. The Demon Lord Mountain. Demon Country. Large platinum boots smashed landed surprisingly silent before the mouth of the ornately decorated cave mouth. There were 10 muffled thumps behind her as her squad and the additional soldiers dropped behind her. The mouth of the cave was a large half-oval with ancient runes pulsing black and green on the corners, increasing in brightness as the Tsukai soldiers arrived. There was only one place cursed obsidian could be found in the entire continent and that was inside the cave they were assembled before. Demon Country was not safe from invasion, the country was already successfully taken over, but the mountain the teen and her squad stood on was mostly left alone at their king's order. The last time Naruto had been to the cave, alone, was on his solo shadow campaign on the ground. The reason he ordered for the mountain to be left alone was because of the cursed obsidian that lined the inside of the cave, the only opening and exit from the mountain. Cursed obsidian, the strongest metal in the world, cursed anyone that touched it to die and his or her soul sent straight to hell when it was touched. Naruto's saving grace from touching the metal was that his eyes gave him the power to overcome death itself. And like every expedition he had been on and with the knowledge and experience he gathered he sent it back to his home to capitalize on. The rainbow-haired teen squinted her eyes and a pair of orange goggles fizzled into sight over her eyes. The woman scanned the ground for traps with her special goggles and waved over her shoulder for the scouts to lead the way into the headquarters of the Kuro Oni cult. "Activate anti-resonance shields," she murmured and the scouts slammed their right fists on their left chests, their gold rank armor turned completely white. Nirvana followed closely behind them, her armor white as well as her inventor squad. "This place gives me the creeps. Keep your eyes open and your guards up, guys." There was a scientific explanation to most mysteries that plagued the world. Cursed obsidian was one of those mysteries, but a full scientific explanation had not been found. Naruto had discovered that the black metal saturated in the back wall of the cave resonated dark energy, or dark release, every second, and when a person that was not immune to dark release or even had dark release as a bloodline was to come anywhere near the source of the cursed metal they would be forcibly tempted to touch the metal. This would result in instant death. Anti-resonance shields was a combination of both fuinjutsu and engineering from the inventor's division that countered the constant, subtle vibration of black energy in the air with an equally constant counter of light energy, of which was an almost perfect replica of the real light release. The downside of using a replica of light energy was that time was limited for those that ventured inside the cave. Naruto wore this cursed metal as a sign of his kingship, his mastery over the forces of life and death, and also as his personal armor. Those he touched were not killed simply because the armor had recognized his power over life and death. Over creation and destruction. Nirvana cast a look to the rescuers and the lone gold rank among them, the rest being silver, said, "We have 10 minutes. More than enough time." She then spoke to her inventors. "Prepare the obsidian drill." The logic of using the obsidian drill was simple. If diamonds could only be cut by diamonds, then obsidian could only be cut by obsidian. The team rushed in, the 3 rescuers covering their flank and the 2 scouts leading the way. All light disappeared as they dipped into the mouth of the cave, delving into darkness that was so pure and so demonic that they could taste it, only able to see with their buddy system and sensory detection seals. The gold rank inventors pulled out bits and pieces of a black piece of engineering, clicked the pieces together to form 2 simple jackhammers but with a loudly whirring black tip that spun like a drill. 8 minutes. The head rescuer of the squad hummed and Nirvana laxly nodded. The team entered a wide entrance that spanned as wide as the base of the mountain, which was just about as equal to half of the Fire Country capital. At the edges of the cave sat white-haired men and women in dull orange robes with a simple white circle on their backs. On their foreheads was a black X, and on the back of their hands were black concentric circles with a red dot in the middle. Their thin, brittle hands unwaveringly flipped through all 12 hand seals, even as the Tsukai squad carefully swept to the end of the cave, where 4 great black pillars stood, reaching high into the dark, shadowy ceiling of the cave. Not even once did they open their eyes or stop their humming. The members of the Kuro Oni cult hummed in deep voices, making the dark release power of the obsidian more visible, creating tall, black figures that danced at the corners of their eyes, ghosting their hands over the squad's backs and shoulders and whispering seductively into their ears words that the replica light energy prevented them from hearing. Nirvana kept her lips shut as she slinked ahead of her team, wincing at how loud the drill was to the deep hum of the cult, constantly flipping through their hand seals. She nodded her head to the wall behind the black pillars and stood guard behind the two inventors that went over and quickly began chipping off chunks of the black wall behind the four black pillars. 5 minutes. The rescue soldier signed and Nirvana forced down her tension as the Kuro Oni stayed in their cross-legged positions. The Kuro Oni was a somewhat peaceful, pacifist cult. What they believed in was a secret only revealed to members, but the outstanding fact was that they never once raised their hands to attack, not even to defend their base when Naruto ripped out a chunk of obsidian from the back wall. The Kuro Oni were clearly immune from the manipulations of the cursed obsidian and its dark release, even showing signs that they were able to control their illusions of darkness that spiraled before Nirvana's eyes. It was a terrible sight, even as there was zero light in the cave, worthy of being made into a horror movie. Hundreds of Kuro Oni sitting close to the walls in meditation, figures and phantoms of evil giggling and drifting around them, and the maddening hum that rocked the squad to their very core. The girl rubbed her eyes and blindly nodded when she felt a tap on her shoulder, her squad telling her that they were done. 3 minutes. Full blast, let's get the hell out of here, she signed, watching as the scouts took off first and then her team before the rescue team came after them. They flew out of the cave with swift, quick gusts of wind from their respective flying methods and came to a halt outside the cave, where they were mostly safe from the cursed obsidian. The head inventor wasted not even a second before she slammed her fist onto her chest as the bright sun washed down on her to recharge the light energy. She waited a minute before there was a distinct beeping sound in her ear. She looked at the others and they nodded, their armor also recharged. Before the woman took the scroll, the obsidian had been sealed in and unsealed the impure metal. I need a fire. Two of her inventors went about creating a bonfire from a simple fire release, campfire technique, and increasing the heat by using a wind release, blacksmith wind melting, which merely blew out hot air from their mouths into the campfire. The other inventors then slammed a 7 by 5 foot metal box over the blazing inferno and then dropped another metal box of equal size on top of the first, opening the front like an oven. The head inventor threw in the cursed metal into the makeshift forge, flashing through 20 hand seals and whispering with her hand in the tiger hand seal. Fire and wind release, combination jutsu, cursed red Amaterasu. The tips of her fingers glowed red with Kyubi chakra, stored in all of the division head's armor in case of emergencies, and red veins underneath the rainbow-haired teen's neck cracked and crawled up her face, entered her cheeks and finally got to her lips as poisonous red fire billowed from her mouth and into the forge. The cursed metal began melting into a mold of a chest plate. After 3 minutes of continuous red Amaterasu flames, blue seals shone brightly in the chest mold and the inventor stopped blowing out fire. She snapped her fingers and slipped on a pair of thick brown gloves handed to her by a subordinate. She lifted up the grate that still held small clumps of melting black metal and retrieved the mold. Nirvana then dropped the mold onto an anvil and an inventor brought down his hammer onto it, breaking the metal case it was in to reveal a rough, black version of their metal chest plate. The girl nodded in appreciation and took the hammer, idly keeping watch as her inventors melted more of the black metal into a right boot and a left boot utilizing the same fire and wind technique she used. Sparks exploded around her as she slammed her special, seal-reinforced hammer down onto the chest plate. Her goggle-protected eyes narrowed and continued bashing the metal until it began to smoothen out. The team then dropped the chest plate into a presented large basin of water. The outside of the silver basin shone with red and gold seals, cooling down the metal and smoothing the chest plate even more so it truly resembled the chest plate of a Tsukai soldier. She went on to hammer out the irregular sides of the black boots until, 15 minutes later, she was done with her master's armor. She removed them from the water, still protected by the replica light energy, and sealed them up, taking off into the sky towards Earth Country to give her king. Oh 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 oh. At that very moment. House 1. Kabuki Uzumaki Street. Civilian Soldier Residential District. The Tsukai Kingdom. The Civilian Soldier District, CSD for short, was one of the first districts established by the king to house the families and loved ones of soldiers currently serving in his army, the parents and relatives of Tsukai Academy students, and also to those that simply wished to live there, even though they had no physical tie to the army. The district was created as one of the ways Naruto showed his appreciation for his army. It was also made so that families could live close to their loved ones in the army without necessarily residing in the soldiers' accommodation district SAD, where civilians were strictly prohibited from entering, no matter the situation. Even during the last festival, the SAD was closed off from non-soldiers, only allowing other soldiers from other districts in. Back to the CSD. The district was split into 7 streets, with the last street being the only one given a name while the first 6 were numbered. The last street, Kabuki Uzumaki Street, was where the families of those that served in the royal palace, closest to the king, lived. The street was lined on both sides by identical red brick houses, humble front yard gardens, closed off with a waist-length white picket fence, a front porch with a bench and a fairly large backyard, also closed off by fences but rather tall ones that went up 8 feet high. A sleek black car rolled down the streets, bearing 2 small flags of the Flying Kingdom on the 2 edges of its boot and with the windows tinted black. Families hustled out of their houses and peeked from their windows as the smooth car drove in and parked in front of the gate of the house numbered 11, the house at the end of the road that wasn't either on the left or right side of the street. Parents and children watched eagerly as Shinakora, the head maid and right hand of the king, alighted from the right back door of the royal car, swept to the other side and opened the door with a kind smile. She held out her right hand to the person and a head of long red hair popped out of the car and grunted onto her feet. The maid quickly reached in, still supporting the king's mother with her left hand, and helped the woman bring out a crimson red cane that had the Uzumaki clan symbol as well as the flag of the kingdom near the handle. The red-haired woman nodded her appreciation to the red-haired combat maid and took the cane, leaning heavily on it as Shinakora gently closed the door behind her. The car hummed for a moment before it went off. The driver, a grey-haired man in his late 40s, dropped out and opened the fence, allowing both women to enter the garden. Kushina looked around the garden, savoring the sweet scent of the flowers that drifted into her nose, making her body lose most of its tension. Shinakora smiled at her and said, "This house was specifically prepared for your arrival, Lady Kushina." Kushina, still admiring the flowers and how beautifully organized they were, said in a whisper, "My son did all this." The maid opened her arms and gestured around her, to the other houses, the great palace that stood above the entire kingdom, gleaming proudly in the bright sun, to the car that had brought him, and to the police officers and soldiers that ran at the top of the houses to protect the people, and finally to the raptly watching families that were gathered outside of their houses. "Your son did all of this, Kushina." The mother sniffed and rubbed her eyes with her right wrist, seeing as her left hand was holding her up using her cane. "The more I hear about my son, my children, the more I regret not being strong enough to be there for them." She felt a soft hand on her shoulder. Lord Naruto found the strength to overcome hurdles so he could provide a better life for those that suffered just like him. Kushina looked at the maid with an appreciative smile and nodded her head a little. "He's a kind boy." She began to interpret the bloodthirst and rage he had showed her through his eyes and his murderous smile to be guarded and hesitant to believe she was on his side. The woman quickly wiped a tear that found its way out of her right eye. "He's a true Uzumaki." The maid teetered in place after the woman spoke and Kushina furrowed her eyebrows. "Lord Naruto and Lady Naruko will accept that they have Uzumaki blood running in their veins, but that is as close as they would get to your clan." The woman shrugged, her mellow smile stood in place, unshaking. "I don't mind, Naruto made a name for himself and Naruko is doing so too. They've both made me proud and that's more than enough for me." Shinakora bobbed her head and motioned to the wooden brick red door with the number 1 nailed to it. "My Lord Naruto personally prepared this house for you." She nodded to the driver butler and the man pressed his palm to the door and stepped back when the door shimmered to blue then back to red. "The door is protected by the best seals this kingdom has, and the doorknob as well as the middle of the door are etched with sensitive, barely visible seals that would recognize you as soon as you touch them. If the risk of losing those keys and the need for keys entirely." She shifted aside and Kushina, a level 10 seal master, hobbled to the door and squinted her eyes at it, smirking minutely at the tiny seals printed on it. She looked back to the maid and the woman nodded in encouragement. Kushina placed her hand on the door and immediately after there was a soft click inside, easing open a little and widening as the Uzumaki opened it. She walked in and gasped at the decor. The walls had soft blue and white wallpaper that washed away her anxieties. There was a flight of stairs a few feet from the door that led up to the 4 bedrooms upstairs as well as their separate bathrooms in the attic, but back downstairs there was a door around the back of the stairs that led into the well-furnished kitchen. There was an open space with no door that had 2 couches and 2 sofas facing a large screen, the television, before which was a coffee table. Kushina assumed it was the parlor. The floor of the whole house, besides the bathrooms and the kitchen, was covered in a blue carpet. There was another open space to her left where a large dining table with 4 seats placed around it. At the center of the table was a blood-red flower in a vase. It was the dining room. Walking into the dining room she admired how bright and well ventilated it was, appreciating the simple but durable furniture which she certainly knew would not be cheap if it was to be sold. Moving into the kitchen she saw a door to the right of the entrance and when she opened it she chuckled as she saw it filled with broomsticks and cleaning supplies, a storeroom. The door beside the storeroom opened to a space of equal size to the store which was stocked with food on shelves, enough for a month and some days if she used them well. She closed the doors and sighed in relief as she saw the words cleaning store and food store nailed on for her to see. Under the stairs was a trapdoor leading down into the basement, which had the house's boiler, circuit breaker, spare generator in case of a kingdom-wide blackout and a few other supplies stored inside cardboard boxes. The redhead shambled out of the basement and beamed at Shinakora. "This place is perfect. I'm glad. Lord Naruto put a lot of thought into this house." She followed the woman as she wobbled up the stairs on weak legs, still recovering from losing her seal shackles. Karen informed her that her chakra would never be the same, forever fractured, due to the QB, a vital part of her chakra network, being ripped out of her body. She opened a random bedroom and inhaled deeply, listening to Shinakora as she spoke. A few spies and scouts went to Konoha and broke into the Hokage mansion. "They retrieved all of your things." She laughed lowly as Kushina squealed in excitement, running her hands through her clothes, hung neatly in the wardrobe. "But despite that, you will receive a monthly stipend for your general upkeep, and King Naruto would certainly visit you from time to time." She handed the pleased a white earbud and helped her fix it into her ear. "In case you need anything at all, then you will be able to reach me with that." Kushina felt the earbud gently fasten into her ear but she could still hear fine. "It is waterproof and lightning proof, but if you somehow break it then the intelligence division would be notified immediately and sent over with a replacement. If you lose it, then you will find 2 spares under your bed." There was a manual on the other smaller features of the earbud on the bed, close to her pillow, as well as an assurance that she, as well as every other civilian with the earbud, was only being tracked to ensure they didn't enter danger but not eavesdropped on. The Tsukai Kingdom's police force was specially trained to handle suspicious characters within the kingdom. The woman nodded in understanding and sat down in a huff on the bed. She felt the soft bed sheets in her thin, pale fingers and gave the maid a lopsided smile. "I'm still surprised you're the QB." Shinokora shrugged laxly and smoothly sat down beside the woman on the bed, enjoying how soft it was under her. "I'm really just grateful Lord Naruto found me useful enough to bring back to life." The Uzumaki turned to the seated tailed beast with a question in her eyes. She opened her mouth but closed it, thinking the question would sound rude aloud. Shinokora rolled her eyes and patiently waited for the usually mouthy and brash woman to speak. Timidity and hesitation didn't suit her. "But, Naruto, he has all the chakra and all the control. What use do you have to him when he has the biggest reasons you're useful?" Against her expectation, the combat maid simply smiled serenely and looked to the white-painted ceiling. "Lord Naruto gave me only one reason: he deemed me useful to serve as closely as I have been honored to serve." She looked back down to Kushina and the woman saw fire spin in the maid's eyes, one of pride and determination at the same time. "He said I was smart." Kushina remained silent as the fox looked past her, lost in the memory of when she was first resurrected. "My Lord Naruto, he said to me that he has no need for dim and fearful people. He wants strong people, but at the same time he also wants smart people. People that knew the best course of action and would help advise him of it." The maid shakily dusted down her pristine white maid's apron and laughed mirthlessly. "He, my Lord Naruto, even said that he was too young and too immature to sit on the throne." Shinokora shot a look at Kushina and the woman smiled gently at the fox, placing a soft hand on the older redhead's twitching hands. "Even back then I knew he was much wiser than his age." The maid's shoulders sagged and her humorless smile dropped into a pensive, thoughtful frown. Sometimes I think he's just humoring me by having me around." Kushina shook her head and said, "From what you've told me and from what I've seen," he looked around to emphasize her point. "My son, the king, isn't humoring you." The woman flicked her eyes at the woman, then down to the woman's gentle hand over her hands. "Why do you think that?" The mother of the king grinned and playfully nudged Shinokora's ribs with her elbow. "Because you're smart," she groaned as she tried to stand up and the maid hastily got to her feet, supporting until she was fully leaning on her cane. "Damn you Obito." The Uzumaki weakly cursed the cause of her fractured chakra network. Shinokora covered her smile behind her right hand and Kushina scoffed, hobbling towards the door and moving down the stairs. "I want to go and meet the neighbors." She glanced over her shoulder and asked, "Would that be okay? Would Naruto mind?" The fox sighed in exasperation, mildly worried that her fractured chakra was making her anxious of her son's opinion of her. "Of course he won't mind." Both redheads purposely disregarded the fact that the world was now more or less under the king's rule. Kushina most especially pushed out any sadness from her mind at the thought that in a few short hours her husband was going to be killed by his eldest children, the twins. She smiled at Shinokora as the woman placed a hand on her shoulder and eased the gate open for her, letting shuffle to the neighbors at the bottom right side of the street, a small family of three, a white-haired man, a black-haired woman and a male toddler with a mix of both hair colors. She waved at him and called, "Hey there." Minato deserved everything he had coming to him. It made the mother both angry at her almost weak, crippled state and depressed that the deed was most certainly going to happen, but the Uzumaki refused to feel sympathy for the Yondaime. Hell, if she was still in her prime then she would squeeze the life out of the blonde man herself, watching with a wide smile on her face and a song in her soul as the light left his eyes. But since she couldn't do it herself, and even if she could her children would never allow her to do it, then she was content with Naruto and Naruto ending their father's life. It was all going to end where it all started. Grass Country. Chapter 20. Present. Kukuchisusuke Town, southeastern border town of Earth and Grass Countries. The Counter Konoha Division. The 11th ranked Tsukai Guard campsite. Earth Country. A clear path was created for the king and he walked through with his hands in his pockets, smiling wanly at the formal soldiers, ranging from males and females from bronze to gold rank. Behind him marched his twin sister, Naruto, and the king's younger brother, Minato Jr. The red-haired girl had her mask perched at the top of her head slightly over her left ear and the departmentless blonde boy tried to keep his face straight. Both wore their ranks, silver and bronze respectively, with pride. The amount of respect and reverence for the red-haired king was palpable. Soldiers subtly inclined their heads to the ground, even as they stood at attention, and muttered greetings to him. There was a loud call at the front, several yards from the king, and the soldiers slammed their right fists on the left side of their chests, straightening up as one. They stomped their feet in unison, creating a deep tremor. Commander present, Indra, head of frontliners, yelled at the front of the multitude of Tsukai soldiers. He was standing alongside Magi, head of Fuinjutsu, Karen, head medic, Uekuso, head of espionage and infiltration, and Nirvana, head of inventors. The platinum ranks followed the lower rank by holding their right fists over their heart. The holder of the Kubikiri looked over the rigidly standing soldiers, all who looked forward without shaking and with their chests puffed out. Naruto's smile became a small smirk as he kept on walking through the ranks, his overcoat swishing with the faint breeze blowing through the border town. The two soldiers marching behind him, his siblings, stomped on with their king, lifting their chins slightly. The Tsukai Code. The man roared and all the soldiers, platinum to bronze, roared back. Discipline, order, obedience and loyalty. They were the foundation of which the great kingdom was built, a ragtag cluster of people that had no future and no hope surrounded a child with the eyes of a god and followed him, took orders from him and were deathly loyal to him. They were the ones that had made a future for themselves despite the bad hand life had thrown at them. And they owed all their gratitude to their king. Dying for him would be a privilege every one of them would want. Junior felt the air become thick at the amount of esteem that Naruto held. Fixing his eyes on his brother's back, he could feel them glaze over with tears. He finally had a family. The king's army was his family. Naruto shot a look at him from the corner of her eyes and the boy subtly nodded without looking, blinking his eyes to get the tears out. There would be time to savor this feeling later, but for now he had been tasked to follow his king brother with his silver-rank sister. Back in the kingdom, a live feed from over a dozen circular drones flew silently through the air and recorded the king as he moved through his soldiers, sending the feedback to the kingdom where it was broadcasted only in the soldiers' barracks. Soldiers and police officers that were entrusted to stay back and protect the kingdom filled the mess halls of the different barracks and watched with complete reverence as their king got closer to the front of the assembled soldiers. Sitting at the front was the king's mother and the king's right hand. Kushina gripped her cane with tight hands, trying to regulate her breathing as she watched her children. Especially Naruto. The boy exuded power and authority. So much so that she could hear the chattering reduce and the soldiers around her standing onto their feet to salute him. Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and Satoshi, head of rescue and support, both of whom were the only soldier division heads to stay back, led the salute. The power the king wielded, the authority he held, willingly given to him by his people, it was terrifying. The Rinnegan king reached the front and the division heads, proud platinum-ranked soldiers of the Tsukai kingdom, dropped onto their right knees and bowed their heads slightly. At ease. His order was low but carried over to the massive assembly and to the soldiers in the kingdom. There was a general shuffle of legs as they placed their hands behind their backs and opened their legs slightly. The division heads got up and copied the motion. Naruto and Junior stood behind their king brother, also at ease. Naruto regarded the division heads for a few seconds before he nodded. "Well done. It's our pleasure, sir," Indra answered humbly, acknowledging the two-worded praise his king had given him for arranging the bronze, silver and gold ranks according to their different divisions and according to the strict procedure for when they were expected to face a full frontal attack. The frontliners stood at the front with the Fuinjutsu specialists, the inventors stood at the sides also with Fuinjutsu specialists, the intelligence soldiers and hunters were nestled in the middle with the medics, with the hunters tasked to provide protection for the other two. Rescue, support, scout, spies and retrievers were situated at the back. Their specialties were not full-on combat but rather support. No soldier stood out of place. Naruto briefly looked at him and pursed his lips, nodding slowly. He removed the gunbai, Madara's weapon, strapped onto his back and idly tossed it to Nirvana, adding her to the three-man team that would carefully analyze the weapon, comprising of Indra and Hamato. Admittedly, he had the memories of the Uchiha that used to wield the weapon, but the memories on recorded the man discovering the gunbai in hidden darkness. His eyes slowly moved over the thousands standing in neat rows, waiting for his order. "Very impressive. Thank you, sir," you responded. Naruto breathed out and turned around, steadily walking down the rigidly standing soldiers. Naruto and Junior trooped behind him and Indra and Karen followed as well. "How many soldiers do we have here?" 5,000, sir, as per your orders." "And in Fire Country?" 10,000, sir." "Any news?" "Yes, sir." Naruto stopped and turned to the man, standing before the weapons specialists of the frontline division. Naruto patiently waited for Indra to continue. "It was a success. Division heads Mora and Nora have reported that the capital has been overrun and the daimyo willingly surrendered." Konoha. There was a slight hiccup in the invasion. The clan heads had smuggled their children and a large number of their clan mates in hidden underground railway leading to an island roughly 50 miles offshore, but the rest of the invasion was a success. "Have the clan heirs been captured?" The man was almost hesitant to reply and Naruto cocked his head to the side, furrowing his eyebrows in question. "Yes. Your hunters and scouts are still pursuing, sir." Naruto scoffed and turned around, sweeping his Rinnegan eyes over the section of soldiers he was standing in front of. "Never mind. There is nowhere on this planet that we cannot get to. Their fate is already sealed. Tell them to follow at their own pace and be wary for traps." "Of course, sir," Indra answered with a relieved breath. Naruto's eyes soon fixed on a particular person standing in the weapons specialist section, a dark-skinned woman with black hair styled in thick waist-length dreadlocks and gleaming yellow eyes, contact lenses. She was a silver rank and her shoulder shook with trepidation as her king stared at her. Naruto looked over her shoulder and saw that she was wielding two steel batons and she also had a longbow slung across her torso. All the soldiers in his force, beside his two siblings, passed through the academy before they rose up the ranks, and all academy graduations passed through the king's office for personal scrutiny, keeping careful track of each of his 40,000 and more soldiers in his force. The Rinnegan Naruto bore never allowed him to forget anything and he squinted his eyes, looking to the sky briefly before he snapped his fingers as he remembered the woman's name. "Vine Torun, am I correct?" The woman blushed heavily as he spoke, swallowing thickly and nodding. "Yes, sir. Best in your year and an ace at target practice." Naruto recalled as he gave the woman a faint smile. "What was it they called you in your class?" Sand shooter, my lord. The woman answered, trying her best to keep her voice from shaking and her eyes from glazing over with proud tears. It was every soldier's dream to be simply spoken to by their king, even if it was a fleeting word. How is your father? Is the treatment working? Very well, sir. The migraine meds prescribed to him are working wonders. That's good to hear. Naruto nodded. He looked over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes. His Rinnegan zoomed in several miles at the approaching force of Konoha ninjas, led by his father wearing his full combat attire. The king turned back to the silver rank and said, I hear your brother and his wife have a new baby. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Vine couldn't help but blubber, sniffing and giving a watery smile to the Rinnegan king. His name is Araki. Naruto and Junior shared a look, wondering why their brother was making idle chatter with a soldier while they all waited for the arrival of their father, but eventually shrugged it off as Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked if she had any pictures. The woman fumbled through her pants pockets, profusely apologizing when her wallet dropped onto the floor, and showed Naruto the picture she had taken of the little child, barely a week old. I'm sure you must be very happy. The woman stashed her wallet back into her pocket and bowed. Yes, sir, we owe it all to Lady Karen and to you, sir. Naruto nodded appreciatively and patted her shoulder once. He breathed and asked, is this your first expedition with me? No sir, I was in Kumo and Kiri. Is that so? He muttered, then he said to his bewildered siblings. I'm not sure Vine here remembers, but when Naruto and I were back in Oto, on our first day there, she gave us Hirkote. Vine's eyes enlarged and she gaped. I think I remember. Naruto furrowed her eyebrows before her eyes lit up. Oh yeah. A thin, shaky hand reached out from a cage across from the two shivering children. Naruto had caught a cold from the frigid winter weather rushing through the Oto and flowing through the slave pens. The red-haired girl was tightly clutching her brother, rubbing her tiny hands up and down his arm to warm him up. Naruto didn't care that she was freezing to death as well, she just wanted her brother to be okay. Hey, a weak voice whispered and Naruto looked up. Naruto shook as he did so as well, grabbing onto his sister for dear life as the icy fingers of terror took hold of him. Naruto could feel the fear crawl up her spine, but she needed to be the strong one for them. Her brother was sick, he wasn't strong enough to be strong. The girl's shoulder sagged in relief as she saw a pair of dark brown eyes shining from the cage opposite her. Their eyes adjusted to the dim lighting and saw a girl that didn't look older than 11 waved at them shortly and pulled her hands back in when a flash of light shone on the walkway between their cages. The Oto guard moved on after a moment. Vine shuffled closer to the bars of the cage and gripped it in her hands, weakly smiling at the children. You're new here, right? Naruto nodded once, her lips sealed shut and her eyes guarded. I came in 4 months ago with my little brother, Kasuke, from Hidden Darkness. Our aunt sold us to Orochimaru to settle a debt. My name is Vine, she whispered, and shifting aside to show the sleeping lump nestled at the far back of the cage, swaddled in a thin black overcoat, the same one Vine wore. The shiver Naruto had been fighting to suppress ran through his body and he sneezed. The dark-skinned girl's eyebrows creased in concern. Cold. The 4-year-old girl, still a bit wary, nodded silently and hugged her freezing brother tighter. There was low rustling from the other cage and Vine took off her black overcoat, throwing it through the walkway without hesitating. You can have that. Tears filled Naruto's eyes as the warm, but dirty, piece of clothing landed on them. But I can share with my brother, the girl said, giving a flippant wave, looking away for a moment. The younger girl snatched up the coat and draped it over herself and her brother. All the while Naruto stared at the girl with wide, reflective purple eyes. His small hand wiggled out of the side of the coat and gripped the bar. The child coughed and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you." He had been keeping a careful eye on her since her induction into the academy, ensuring, from the background, that she was properly treated and trained. The twins would have died in the next few nights if not for her help, joint Kyuubi Jinchuriki or not, they were still children. Naruto beamed at her and patted her shoulder. The woman's knees trembled and she bowed deeply to Naruto. "You're very welcome, my lord." A long time ago, barely a month after the kingdom of Tsukai was up in the sky, one of his first orders was for Mora, headhunter, to track Vine and Koski's father. They had found the man wandering around Kumo, searching for his 2 children. The aunt that had sold them had been accidentally killed by loan sharks as they struggled to kidnap her, so she was not there to tell the mourning father where his children were. The man suffered from severe migraines from all the time he had disregarded his personal health and stubbornly looked for Vine and Kasuke. He brought the man back and permitted Shinokura to reunite him as he dealt with matters of the kingdom. At that time he was too busy leading, organizing and strengthening his kingdom to set up a meeting with the Torun family, but he had sent his blessings, ensuring that the family were well treated, through his right hand, Shinokura. If there is anything you need, anything at all, then all you have to do is ask. He reached forward with his right hand, patiently waiting for her to reciprocate, and the dark-skinned lady blubbered, faltering as she realized that her king wanted to shake her hand. She sniffed and shook the hand, bowing her torso deeply in gratitude. "I'm honored, my lord." Naruto patted the back of her hand and released the limb, sticking his left hand into his pocket and sighing as he sensed the swarm of Konoha ninjas approaching. "Say Vine, can you help me with something else?" "Anything, my lord. Can you lend me your longbow? I always forget to pack my own weapons." This sent a ripple of laughter through the crowd of soldiers and his siblings. This was because they knew their king didn't need weapons, so he didn't pack them. Any weapon he sees on the battlefield that he thinks would serve him he would pick up, use and discard, like the blood-caked tanto in Root Headquarters and the half-burnt katana in Hot Water Country. They had seen him do it, the only question was which weapon he didn't know how to use. The woman quickly removed her longbow and gave it to Naruto. "Of course, my lord." "Thank you." He took the weapon and idly promised as he fully turned to the approaching dust cloud of ninjas. "I'll give this back to you in a minute." Vine nodded and peered over her king's shoulder at the ninjas. "It's been a long time since I last used a longbow." Naruto looked at her brother curiously and asked, "When was the last time you used one?" 5 years ago in hidden darkness," he answered, testing out how firm the smooth silver and red bow was in his grip by pulling the string and releasing it. "What were you doing in darkness, Lord Brother?" Junior asked, watching as Naruto requested for an arrow from Vine. The redhead twirled the silver-tipped, seal-reinforced, wooden arrow in his right hand and gripped the bow in his left, closing his eyes as he tried to remember. Orochimaru was afraid of entering darkness and staying for more than a few hours because he had heard there were monsters capable of destroying entire countries there. "Were there?" Junior prodded inquisitively. Naruto nodded. The rumor was a bit exaggerated, but there were remarkable beings there. He turned back to the weapons specialist section of the frontline division and jutted his chin at the white-haired man standing directly beside the excited dark-skinned woman. "You're a vampire, correct?" The pale man looked at Naruto in surprise and nodded curtly. "Yes, sir, I am. By the way, how is your family? I hear that you're adapting well to the blood pills." "They are all fine and we like the blood substitute very well, sir, thank you." Naruto looked around the man at a diminutive, silver-skinned man with pointed ears and a pointed nose. "You are a pixie, right?" "Yes, sir." Naruto nodded and said as he returned most of his attention to the incoming attack. "You can find a written report of my adventure in hidden darkness in the public library, but for now we have other matters to attend to." He looked at Indra and asked, "Have you gotten the number of Konoha ninjas?" Nora, head of scout and retrieval, has counted up to 408. One of them, 67% are Junin ANBU, 23% are regular Junin and the remaining 10% are Chunin at best. The Black Mask Lady had done so on her way to Konoha with her brother, Mora, head hunter. "How was our father able to gather so many?" Naruto asked, but Indra remained silent. Naruto rolled his eyes and nodded for the man to answer her question. He pulled out most of them from retirement, long-term missions, the Fire Country capital and the rest from his ANBU. "Still, 5,000 against 481, Naruto said, trailing off as the Konoha ninjas slowed to a stop. Their father stood in front, panting for air and clenching and unclenching his fists. The blonde man's eyes bugged out as he saw his thought-to-be-dead daughter, Naruko, staring back at him several yards away, standing slightly behind her kingly brother. Junior lifted his chin defiantly and met his father's betrayed eyes. "This is going to be a slaughter." He adjusted his arrow onto the longbow and ordered, "Separate 400 from our forces and get them in position." The king's fingers holding back the arrow glowed red. He straightened his back and closed his left Rinnegan eye. There was a small spinning vortex of red chakra forming at the tip of his arrow and he released it. A massive gust of wind blew back after this. 480. Minato Namikaze was brought out of his daze when the ninja standing behind him to his right, Genma, was brought down by a blink of red light. His face dissolved and his brain melted out of his ears. The ninjas began muttering among themselves as Naruto gave Vine her bow, watching as the tall, head-cleaver-wielding man started yelling orders that they could not comprehend because the man was speaking in code. The armored soldiers moved among themselves and a few marched back, leaving the few that stood in place. Naruto smirked at his accomplishment and threw his arm over his sister's shoulders, motioning for Junior to stay back as the twins began walking towards their father, who in turn motioned for his ninjas to remain behind as he too walked closer. The twins wore the same expression, wide smiles and upward curving eyes, but as Naruto also threw her arm over Naruto's, Minato noticed something transpire between them, even as they showed no change physically. They were talking. They were planning. And he was right. The two dangerous redheads hummed and tapped their shoulders once at the same time. Plan. Plan. Naruto laughed under his breath and tapped her shoulder 3 times. "I've had one for 7 years, I just want to hear if you want to add anything." "I was thinking we mix it up. Savor it for as long as possible." The girl proposed. "What do you have in mind?" "How is your transformation?" she asked, then she scoffed when Naruto's lips pursed to stifle his amusement. Oh yeah, there was a deeper, more intricate reason she had asked if he could use transformation. Something definitely surprised their father. "Is it physical?" "Tap, yes." "Mine too. Now what's your plan?" she asked as they were now within a few short yards of their father. "How are you with combination jutsu? If you take the lead then I'm sure I can do it." "Weapons. I'm a walking weapon," was the girl's drear response. Her bones were made out of the planet's second strongest metal, adamantium, second only to obsidian, and her Uzumaki genes had successfully assimilated the dead bone pulse bloodline Orochimaru had introduced into her body years ago, so she could create knives from any part of her body and, seeing as she was the one with the metal-based bloodline, she could break them off and use them however she wished. Naruto was indeed a walking weapon. Hand to hand. "We freestyle it, twin style." His eyes drifted to the hundreds of stunned silent ninjas behind the Yondaime. They tried putting up a courageous front, but with what they had heard the king of the Tsukai kingdom had done and with the dead girl twin alive, they could feel their initial bravery seep out of their feet. These idiots just walked into a trap, so don't worry about them. They stopped roughly 5 feet away from the man, perfectly between the two opposing sides. Minato nose breathing raggedly from his nose, his eyes were bloodshot and his eyebrows were twitching. Naruto lifted his left hand and waved a little, his eyes closed peacefully and his lips stretched into a gentle smile. Hello. The man glared hatefully at the carefree siblings and spat. You think you've won, don't you? Naruto's lips tightened as he held in a chuckle, but Naruto beamed at her father and nodded. I think we have. The man got angrier at the girl's response and he rounded on her, bared his teeth in a mad grin. I watched the clip of your murder. Naruto's grin slowly dropped into a frown. Every night and every morning I watch it, just as being served every single time for one of the beasts that destroyed Konoha. Naruto though still wore his happy face. Lot of good that did for you, huh? He tilted his head to the side and tapped his sister's shoulder to calm her down, narrowing his godly eyes at his father. Look at what her death has caused. Neither your eyes nor your army can extinguish the will of fire. Minato grated, looking straight into Naruto's dangerous eyes. Tsunade said that, you know. Naruto breathed, giving her father a lopsided smile. And now she's dead. Monster. Minato snarled, his eyes widening with insanity as the twins' faces glowed, simultaneously saying. Thank you. You've taken my wife, you've brainwashed my son. The Yondaime roared. Spit flew from his mouth as he yelled. This time when you die, both of you, you won't. Come, back. The red-haired king smirked as his father finally snapped and he whispered into his fully operational earbud. Now. The ground rumbled beneath the ninjas behind the Yondaime and the 400 Tsukai soldiers that had been separated from the 5,000 dragged in 400 of the 408 Konoha ninjas into the ground using earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, pulling them entirely into the ground and killing them efficiently, then leaping out to engage the remaining 80 ninjas. It was over in 10 seconds. Minato turned around sharply and his fists tightened when he saw gleaming bronze, silver and gold wearing soldiers instead of his ninjas. Blood soaked deep into the grass, staining the sides of the soldiers' boots, but there were no bodies to be found. There were 2 soldiers wearing platinum rank armor, Yu and Indra, and they looked back stoically to the father of the king and his sister, standing at ease. There wasn't even time for the Konoha ninjas to scream in surprise. He was all alone. Sometimes I wonder, Naruto started, looking up at the sky and sighing in satisfaction. I stayed up most nights and wondered, he paused and his lips screwed to the side. Why a seal master, a level 10 seal master, would blame his children for what they clearly did not do. Sweat started rolling down Minato's head, realizing that if his son's army could take down highly trained ninjas with such ease and efficiency, then what hope did he have against the one the army loyally served and his precious sister? He scrambled to find the anger that had overcome him before but only got a few small drops, then it was gone. Why seal the QB into your children and start hating them soon after? Naruto muttered. She dropped her arm from Naruto's shoulder and Naruto did so as well. She crossed her arms and Naruto placed his hands into his black overcoat pockets. The man gulped and turned around in a full circle, the unbelievably capable Tsukai soldiers on one side, then his seething children on the other. His hands reached into his white with red flamed cloak and pulled out 2 tri-pronged kunai, pointing them at his children and entering a strong hummingbird taijutsu stance. You are the reason my wife lost her mind, he whispered weakly, still trying to justify his hate for the twins. The bile that had settled in his stomach became heavier, forcing him to actually think about what he was about to do. You. The 2 redheads narrowed their eyes in sync and their hands went to their sides, cocking their heads to the side and looking at their father with wide, evil smiles. Do you love us, father? The man gulped again and his body trembled slightly. His bright blue eyes snapped from one twin to the other, each wore the same expression and they echoed their question to him again. Do you love us, father? The man's lips twisted down and he spat. Fuck you, QB. Deep down in his heart, deep within his soul, he knew he was going to be killed in the most ruthless, barbaric way possible at the hands of his children. The unexplainable, illogical anger that made him blame his children for being born to hold the QB left him with, for once, coherent thought to realize that he was as good as dead. He has scraped Konoha of every strong shinobi, leaving behind the clan heads as they refused to leave the village unprotected, and those ninjas had been taken out without so much as a whimper in defiance. He remembered videos Orochimaru sent him of Naruto's progress. When the girl was only 5 she was able to lift weights of up to 400 pounds. An underweight girl of less than 15 pounds was able to lift 400 pounds. She could move at high speeds at the drop of a hat. She was able to use any knife, no, any pointed object, like they were simply extensions of her body. She was basically Junin level when she was 6. And then there was Naruto. The Yondaime's eyes flicked to his smiling son and his heart became grim. The boy was a god. Plain and simple. The child could crush skulls with an idle thought, level entire plains with a swipe of his hand and he commanded the unquestioned loyalty of an army of monsters and mutants. His eyes briefly lifted up into the sky and he could still see the dark red clouds that swirled above Iwagakure, pelting down small burning rocks and showering roughly half of the village with soft, black acid rain. The man could feel the Rinnegan King's battles hundreds of miles away. The sky lit up with red and black fire and there was a terrible roar, the QB, ripping through the courage of the unfortunate ninjas he had dragged along to their graves. It was at that moment, that very moment he saw QB change from red to pure, unforgivable black, that he began second-guessing his motive. Naruto alone, with her indestructible bones, could do him in, with effort, of course, and Naruto could easily toy with him without using his Rinnegan. But with the two kids together, the twins united after years of separation. He was dead already. Minato Namikaze clenched his teeth and forced out a breath from his tight chest. His eyes lit up for the shortest of moments when he remembered his seal tags scattered all over Konoha, but as his hands tightened around the Harasshin kunai in his hands there was a low fizzle and a quiet pop. Nothing. He tried again and the pop was more pronounced as yellow light crackled over his white robes. Still, nothing. His eyebrows shot into his hairline as his escape plane went up in a glorious ball of fire as Naruto spoke. Did you really think I won't have countermeasures in place in case you tried to run away? The king lifted his arms up, palm facing the sky, and stopped as they were level with his sister's elbow. The air became charged and the man cast his eyes up, realizing that there was a shimmering red field of chakra, a fuinjutsu barrier, thousands of miles above them. He swept his eyes around and saw that the barrier extended far, far away from them. Grass country is now sealed off from the outside world. True to what he had said, the 400-man force that had killed the Konoha ninjas were now nowhere to be seen. He found them standing many yards away with the bigger army, behind the red-haired twins. Behind Minato was thousands of miles of grass, small trees but no human life. The border between grass and earth was only some yards behind the two teens. There waited the king's army. He didn't want to know what had happened to the people of grass country. I think a cordoning off whole country would give us more than enough space to fight, don't you think, father? The girl twin asked with a playful smile. Her hands stayed at her sides and Naruto's returned to his, just as the mighty barrier merged with the background once again. It's funny how you didn't think Lord Brother would prepare the stage perfectly. Naruto shrugged and said, but I'm not so cruel as to completely neutralize one of your signature moves, so you're permitted to use your Harasshin and your rasengan within this barrier. The man's nose flared angrily. Permitted. Naruto looked at his sister and the two rolled their eyes, saying at the same time. Yes, permitted. Minato's blue eyes hardened and his hands shook with anticipation, watching as the twins settled into matching stances, their center of gravity lowered a little and their feet slightly apart, holding up their fisted hands under their eyes. They waited, their bodies still and rigid. Waiting. Then the man understood why. They want me to attack first. They wanted him to dig his own grave. In his current situation, with how boxed in he was, he had only two options: go ahead and attack first, or suicide. The second option sounded so refreshing at that moment. Ending his life with a clean, deep slice of his kunai in his neck and watch the morbid horror that was surely to show on the twins' face. It would certainly sting the two. They had obviously been planning this meetup for years and to end it so abruptly and so anticlimactically would serve to be a great disappointment to them. But he couldn't kill himself. It would serve as a waste to all the ninjas he had dragged along on the suicide mission. The lives that had been lost during the global invasion just to get to him. The blood that had been spilt in his place. The countries decimated and destroyed. Yeah, suicide was out of the option. The last battle was inevitable. He would attack first, but would go down swinging with all his might, and, hopefully, with at least one of the twins sealed in his stomach. Minato threw both of his kunai into the ground before him and his hands laced together into the dragon hand seal, flipping to rat and then lastly to bird. Cursed seal of the underworld. The corner of Naruto's lips curled up a little as Minato growled the words. Ah! There was a shrill whistle coming from the man's body and 2 5-foot-long horns grew out from the sides of his temple, curling once and then pointing at the twins. The Yondaim's body became a dark red hue and his eyes became coal black as a complicated seal spun into life on his neck, hidden under his white cloak's high collar. The man's hands became savagely clawed but not his feet. His form grew to be twice as big as he normally was and thick, barrel-like but still very mobile muscles popped into his arms and legs. The ground cracked as sharp fangs grew out of his mouth and the man roared, a horrifying, death-conjuring sound, and a pair of spiny but magnificent black wings blasted out from his back, shredding his precious cloak. Minato ripped off his shirt, revealing the runes and seals that moved up and down his crimson red torso like living creatures, winding around his arms and reaching his fingers' tips. A deep, ground-shaking growl escaped the sides of the demon's clenched teeth, flapping his wings twice experimentally. Naruto hummed and he said, "The stolen seal." The Namikaze might have trusted the dead snake sage, but that didn't stop him from stealing the man's most prized creation, the cursed seal of the underworld. There was heaven, there was earth and there was underworld. The last cursed seal was just as strong as earth, albeit with little drawbacks and more benefits. The memories of Orochimaru Naruto possessed only recalled the seal being stolen years ago and the man had summarily tortured every living creature in the building till they were a frothing mess but had ultimately forgotten it as soon as became fascinated with the Sharingan, would release and the twins. Naruto gently tapped the side of his sister's clenched right fist with his left and he shook his head once, flicking his eyes to the sky and then to her feet. The girl didn't respond to his silent message for a second, watching as Minato steadily lumbered towards them, wielding 2 tri-pronged kunai in each hand and breathing out black dust from his mouth until she shook her head and tapped his fist back. Naruto and Naruto smirked and they mutually bumped the sides of their fists. The world slowed down to a crawl as Naruto nipped a Harasshin kunai honed at his neck out of the air and stabbed it into the ground. Naruto, frozen in time, slowly moved her eyes to her fast-moving brother and two triangles made out of QB fire cracked into existence 2 inches above her head. Her whisker marks thickened and her eyes dilated then constricted into a thin line, before opening to form Fox's eyes. The world began moving quickly before her eyes as she released hold of every single limiter in her body, matching the pace at which her brother saw and moved, to an extent. Her jaw tightened when her senses sent a strong pulse through her body, looking down to the kunai stabbed into the ground. She and her brother dove away in opposite directions as the kunai exploded into red fire. Naruto quickly looked up to her brother with her demonic vulpine eyes and found him crouched on the ground roughly 30 feet away from the blast zone. He looked back at her, his black with red ringed eyes glowed with intention and his whisker marks darkened and thickened as he too began using QB chakra. Wide grins ripped onto their faces as they blasted towards their demonic father, their heads low and their arms flying behind them. Pat, 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 pat. Their feet echoed despite the din of destruction over Iwa, and an iron, segmented tail, tore out of the demon's tailbone and shot to Naruto first. The hunter skidded on her knees, leaning her head back as the tail threatened to impale her from under the chin, and past her brother, who leaped over the horned beast, his black overcoat fluttering in the chakra wind. The two landed on opposite sides and spun around, engaging in a blindingly fast hand-to-hand battle with the screaming behemoth that used to be their father. Naruto jabbed Minato's side, leaned his body back as the tail attacked him and driving his elbow straight down onto the semi-sentient appendage. There was a violent spark of red and yellow light that burst from the tail as the cursed metal came in contact and Minato winced, briefly distracted in his heated fight with his daughter, allowing her to slug him across the face, racking her adamantium claws over his face as she spun around with a backhand. More sparks rained down as she did so and she diligently front-flipped over the demon, stepping on her father's head as her brother rolled under the savage tail onto Minato's other side. It was like a game to them, see who could get their father angrier with their evasive offensive attacks. The man tried his possible best to keep up, in spite of his higher-level cursed seal activation, but the twins moved in a fury of limbs and claws, switching sides every once in a while. The demonic bellow threw the two teens apart and the Yondaime flapped his wings twice, shooting out wind blades imbued with fire. Naruto skimmed around the attacks, as did Naruto, running to meet each other in front of their father, where Naruto leaped into the air to her brother and her body shifted into the form of a pure adamantium scythe with a pair of eyes on the blade. The king spun the scythe in his hands and grunted as he deflected blade after blade, baring his teeth as the demon flashed over to him in a burst of fire. He bent back, moving the scythe to over his head keep him balanced and then fluidly shifted as Naruto returned back to normal. The girl caught the coal-black, cursed obsidian katana Naruto had turned into and clanged the blade against the dangerous claws of her father. Clang, 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 clang. She repelled every clawed attack her father sent with her brother katana and hopped away as the man bellowed out toxic red fire from his mouth. The girl twirled the katana in her right hand as she flew away from the fire. The pair of Rinnegan eyes reflecting off the obsidian blade widened and the girl took this as a mental cue for her to stop backtracking, slashing the incoming pillar of fire once. The fire was dragged into the blade and she sent it back with another slash, following behind it closely. She tossed the blade ahead of her and leaped after it. The katana changed back into the king and the girl shifted into a large battle fan. Naruto caught her by the handle and swept it after the ball of fire tunneling towards the demon, propelling it faster. Minato batted the ball of fire away and used the back of his right arm to block the downward bash from the boy twin. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his father and stepped on the older fighter's abdomen and flipping back. Unlike what Minato hoped, he knew that the underworld seal only increased the strength, speed and response time of the user by disabled them from using conventional jutsu, that is nature transformations. He and Naruto just had to be stronger and faster than him. The girl changed back to normal in his arms and he dropped her, ducking close to the ground as the man roared to them. They got back to their feet and Naruto's eyes pulsed as his sister began flashing through a set of hand seals. An invisible force wrapped around their father's neck and violently yanked him towards them as the girl slammed her palms onto the ground, both grunting their respective jutsu. Universal pull. Earth release, blast brick wall. The demonic man cracked head first into the raised defensive earth wall, bouncing off it twice with the Rinnegan jutsu, until he finally broke through, only to meet the twins' combination jutsu. Naruto's left hand was melded together with Naruto's right in a tiger seal, before it flipped to rat as their fists clenched, Naruto's crackling with red lightning and Naruto with sharp, red water. Water and lightning release, combination jutsu, collision course. Their clenched hands swelled up with chakra until they were roughly as big as an average adult's head and they brought it together as Minato kept on hurtling towards them with the last Rinnegan jutsu, crushing his head between their fists. Cage. The hastily formed shadow clone weakly fell apart and the two red heads shifted their eyes up at the shattered brick wall and their chakra boxing gloved fists raced forward as two balls of soccer ball-sized rasengan blinked out of nowhere. Their father pushed it on with each of his hands and his wings propelled him faster. Demonic rasengan met twin combination jutsu. The result was catastrophic. The ground beneath them moaned as the two powerful opposing forces crashed together and a thick crack formed between them and went separate ways. As they pushed harder and Minato flapped his wings faster to overcome the two, the crack widened and widened, until the earth under them, spanning in a 40-feet radius, collapsed under their feet. The twins crashed inside and dust exploded outwards, and their father hovered over the newly formed pit and wasted no time clapping his fists together and cupping them. A fizzling blue rasengan formed in his hands and he raised it over his head with both hands, roaring with intention as it grew to the size of the toad summon boss, and he drove it onto the pit under him. Rasengan. He guffawed deeply as he pushed it harder and harder, his eyes becoming hysterically wide, but he ground to a stop. His rasengan blew apart in a glorious gust of wind and he gasped as he saw two burning kunai shoot towards him. He coughed as the silver and black weapons thunked into his chest, and he did not know when his back smashed into the ground, skidding back a few feet before eventually stopping. The weapons shifted into the forms of his children and he sat up, only for his head to bounce backwards off the ground and back into an upright sitting position as Naruto bashed his knee into his father's face. Naruto swept around to the back and slammed her heel into the center of the demon's head, smoothly slid back 2 steps and shot back, piercing her sharp nails under her father's massive shoulder blades, tearing him outwards in a spurt of blood and chakra. Naruto grit his teeth and clenched his fists powerfully as he blasted 3 punches into his father's stomach and ended the sequence with a rising elbow that cracked under the red demon's chin. Minato could feel his jaw dislodge and a few teeth sent back into his throat, hacking out more blood as his son leaped into the air, laced his fists together and came down with them slamming into the top of his already fractured head. Crack. The man weakly swiped at his son and the teen rolled to his left, giving Naruto room to enter his line of vision with her bloody hands and bash her head into his in a savage headbutt. She rolled back as his tail swiped at her and he screamed in agony as Naruto reached his back and gave his tailbone a single kick, grabbing hold of the wildly flailing metal tail and tearing it out. Pain could not even begin to cover what Minato Namikaze was feeling. 4 fingers, Naruto's, stabbed into his left eye and the subsequent Kyuubi chakra on her nails burst his eye, charred beyond recognition and regeneration. He heard a crunch and it felt like it was coming from miles away, as his mind slowly churned to stay awake, until he was hit with pain so hard it rattled his skeleton, realizing that his knees had been crushed by a pair of feet. He grunted lowly as he felt his arms swing against his will, hoping and praying to at least scrape against his attackers, but the limbs were grabbed by 2 different pairs of hands and the 2 people holding his hands pulled slightly and cracked their knees straight up, destroying the man's elbows and allowing his hands to bonelessly flop onto his sides. He heard a distant wheeze and a moment later 2 fists crushed against the sides of his neck and met, coming apart before his head could fall off his shoulders. Minato panted for air as a blow hit his back and his diaphragm at the same time, and then an uppercut ripped against his chin as a clenched fist broke his pelvis from behind. 2 hands grabbed the base of his wings and the Yondaime started panicking, tiredly breathing out as he struggled to fall forward in hopes of crawling away like a worm, but he had no such luck. A pair of 2 different feet securely fastened themselves to his shattered shoulder blades between the wings and they harshly pulled back, ripping out the wings from the demon's body. Ryuichi. The cursed seal couldn't help him again, and it seemed to know this. It stopped glowing and the blonde father groaned as his body became smaller, returning back to his human form, and the wounds he had sustained as a demon adjusted to his human body, worse off than it was supposed to be. His dislocated jaw wobbled as he blubbered out incoherent pleas. Blood streamed down his eyes and his mouth. PSH, EEEEAAA, PSHEEAAA, Pia. He cried as a firm slap crossed his face, dislodging more teeth and making him fall onto the ground. Minato puffed pitifully and fought to stay upright. His knees were blown out and his elbows were in pieces. He could barely see from his one good eye and his spine was hardly able to keep him sitting up. Terror struck him as his eyes cast down to his legs, breathing frantically as he only saw 2 bleeding stumps and his legs laying haphazardly before them, pale from lack of blood. The cage sobbed and another slap raced over his face, flipping his tongue over in his bloody mouth. A firm hand grabbed his cheeks and snapped fingers in front of his eyes to clear the haze. Minato's dying eyes blinked and tried to adjust to look at the person, gulping as he saw it was his son. Naruto cracked a small smirk and said over his shoulder to Naruko, who was standing behind her king brother with her arms crossed. I remember begging him when he dropped us off, right sis? The blonde's mouth dropped open and he whispered in a dry, raspy voice. Mia, she why, Ori why, ish, see. Naruko shook her head and said with a grim smile, no mercy. No forgiveness. He placed his right hand on the top of Minato's head as he released hold of his father's cheeks and Naruko stood at his side, her right fist rearing back with sharp, 5-inch claws. Naruko's hand rocketed forward, coated with Kyuubi chakra, and tore into his chest. Uerig, the Yondaime puffed, his one good eye started rolling into the back of his head and his life started flashing before his eyes as Naruko's fist closed around his heart and Naruto's fingers dug deeper into his broken cranium, gripping his brain with the tips of his fingers. Starting with the day he had been picked up by the Sandaime and enrolled into the academy, picked by the late Toad Sage to be in his team and then apprenticed by the man as he became Chunin. Then he finally married the love of his life, Kushina, and lost her again after the Kyuubi attack. He handed over his children to Orochimaru and more or less discarded them from his head. It all moved in a slur of color and sound. Wind blew in his ears and he could vaguely taste iron on his overturned tongue. The light shining through his eyes, the pair of vengeful eyes staring down at him, moved back as his soul drifted backwards into a pitch-black tunnel, looking back at the only source of light coming from the end of the tunnel. He could feel his mouth open as he tried to scream, beg, plead for them to spare him. He felt many pairs of hands grab his body and drag him back, pulling his immobile body back as he tried to wail for mercy. There was a crack and all he knew was darkness, the feel of the icy hands running a path of fiery chill over his body and demonic laughter. Naruto and Naruto stood back, releasing hold of their father, and watched as the man crumpled onto his back. Minato Namikaze was dead. The two redheads stared down at what they had done and breathed out as one. Naruto shook his hand and hummed in irritation at the blood there, nodding his thanks as Naruto unsealed a bottle of water and poured it onto his hands as he washed them, drying them on his overcoat. He helped her pour water on her hands as well and she rubbed them onto her blood-speckled red shirt. The girl sighed and her shoulders sagged in relief, feeling the massive weights lift off her shoulders as the plans she had been making with her brother concerning her father had finally come to pass. She looked to Naruto and gently nudged him with her elbow, sending a relieved smile to him. He reciprocated and returned his eyes down to the pathetic, despicable lump of skin and bones lying dead on the ground. Naruto licked her dry lips, murmuring, "What now?" A tiny smile grew on Naruto's face and he threw his overcoat open, showing two hand-sized scrolls stashed into the two inner pockets. He removed the scroll on the right and grinned as he said, "Now we eat some ice cream." The girl giggled and playfully punched her godly brother's shoulder, eliciting a pleased chuckle from the boy. "Sounds like a plan, bro." Oh 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 oh. 4 months later. The burning crater that used to be Konohangako no Sato. The partly barren land that was now fire country. A pair of black boots scuffed against the ground and the owner hummed lowly. His black with red ringed eyes twinkled at what he saw partly buried under the rubble of the destroyed Hokage's tower. A broken crow ANBU mask. He picked it up and looked down at it, idly nodding for Hamato, his head of intelligence and interrogation, to speak. Am is now successfully off the ground and linked to the kingdom. The Kiri and Kumo rebels had been squashed and your device is fully powered and ready for use, my lord Naruto. The grizzled man said, intently watching as his king blew off the dust from the mask and examined it. Are the people ready for the trip, Satoshi? Naruto mumbled to his head of rescue and support, who also doubled as the chief of police. Yes, sir. All citizens are securely in their houses and have been instructed to stay put unless told otherwise. The frizzy-haired man briefly looked up and saw the flying kingdom hovering peacefully thousands of miles above them. His police officers were in constant correspondence with him to ensure he was up to date on the situation in the kingdom. At that moment the only people allowed out of their houses and accommodations were the police and gold ranks, while the platinum ranks were on the ground with their king. Naruto and Junior were currently in Kushina's house with their mother. Nirvana, what is the condition of the kingdom's thrusters and propellers? Fully operational, Lord Naruto. Pressure and climatic atmospheric control seals. Magi answered, quadruple fortified, my king. Any of our own on the ground? He directed this question to his headhunter, Mora. No, sir, all are in the kingdom. Naruto slowly nodded and dropped the mask onto the ground, looking around them at the chaos that had occurred during the aftermath of his global tournament. Konoha had managed to make it to the semi-finals against Kiri. The arena had been grass country, and each country was represented by their best, Konoha by Uchiha Sasuke and Kiri by Chujiro, seeing as Mai Terumi had gotten a severe inferiority complex after her battle with Naruto. It had ended in Kiri's favor and the Tsukai kingdom had rained fire and brimstone from the heavens onto Hidden Leaf. The reward for Kiri was a week's grace, where no Tsukai soldier would be in their village, but the village had used that opportunity to organize a rebellion against the kingdom, spearheaded by Ao of Kiri and Samui of Kumo, the latter of which had migrated to Kiri with a few of her comrades before Hidden Lightning was removed from the map. On the last day of the week they had invited the king to a feast to celebrate their success in defeating every other village and country and had launched an ambush by planting explosives in his chair. They didn't count on Naruto humoring them by sitting down and absorbing the blast with his eyes, shooting out the compressed explosion out and making the person that had ushered him into his seat, Ao, explode into bloody chunks. The other rebels took this as a signal to fight and they were all subdued to the very last person. They had been surprised when Naruto simply ordered for his soldiers to leave and followed after them. Though this surprise turned into terror as they saw the moon come down from the sky. Naruto always kept his word. Go back to the kingdom. The platinum ranks didn't raise any arguments, flying into the sky to the kingdom. When he was sure they were all gone he looked around for the very last time and lifted off the ground, slowly. His right and left hand closed gently and he pushed them outwards, opening them to reveal two black orbs that fit his palm, spiraling inwards with gravitational pull. He reared his right hand back and threw the ball in his hand forward, shooting it as far as Kumo, and he did so with the left orb, taking it to the island the clan heirs and genin had been hiding on. The orbs dragged up massive clumps of earth and steadily grew in size, even as Naruto turned away and flew up to his kingdom with an ear-splitting crack. He landed at the very edge of his kingdom, before the sentry post, occupied by Nirvana, Magi and Hamato. The king watched as the moon started to increase in size, eating away at the already destroyed planet. Naruto flicked his hands over the earth below him and a massive fissure cracked open on the ground miles below him. The planet groaned as the king kept on pushing it open, exposing the volatile core at the center of the earth. The Tsukai kingdom rose higher into the air and finally broke out of the atmosphere into space, where Naruto flicked his hands again and the moon screamed down to the earth. Bright light flashed as the planet imploded, the vibrations rocked through space like a supernova, but none of it penetrated the barriers of the Great Kingdom. The king admired his work for a moment before his right hand opened at his side and a golden gauntlet was fastened onto his hand by Nirvana, the creator of the gauntlet. Naruto closed his fist and admired the metal fist, a work of pure mastery and a harmonious combination of seal work and technology. There were 4 Sharingan eyes on each knuckle and a final Sharingan placed at the center of the gauntlet. All of the eyes were activated as eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and spinning wildly. Obito and Itachi's eyes and one of Madara's, the other one was sealed away in the king's office. Naruto's mutated Rinnegan glowed and he lifted his gauntlet high into the air, his feet stuck firmly onto the ground and making sure his subordinates were safely back inside the sentry post. His body burst onto fire as he channeled his Kyuubi chakra and then the fire sputtered once before it changed to pure black. He said, Demon Rinnegan Kitsune, Rinya Sharingan, Kamui Multiverse Track and Propel. The jutsu and the gauntlet alerted him on a nearby universe and he grabbed hold of it with his mind. As he sharply dragged his arm down, brilliant light overcame the kingdom and they were gone in the blink of an eye. The king and his sister had finally done what they had been planning to do for years, kill their father. It had taken a display of global invasion, mass genocide and to finally meet his children face to face to get the man to finally see he was always in the wrong. Minato died a disgraceful, agonizing death. Naruto and Naruto finally found peace. The end. What happens next? 1 month later. Location. Yet to be determined. A hair of spiky red hair bobbed along to the music resonating through a pair of sophisticated wireless red headphones. His eyes were closed as he allowed the hype music to pump into his mind, tapping his knees and cracking a small grin as the music seemed to pump him up but at the same time calm him down. Funny how music worked. His legs swung freely off the very edge of the flying kingdom, but a few minutes into the song he pulled his right leg up close to his chest and wrapped his arms around it, perching his head on his knee. Then he opened his eyes, beholding the wide expanse of land that lay out for several miles under his kingdom, peppered with skyscrapers and other metal buildings, though it seemed that the place was not as populated as he guessed other cities were. The drummer in his ears was entering a frenzy. He sighed and begrudgingly removed it from his head and set it on his neck before the music could take him to another place entirely. It was a rising, 2-man band that was making waves through his kingdom. He hadn't personally met the band but he had secretly attended one of their concerts being held during the kingdom-wide festival held. The Wikiri were also celebrating their success in the global tournament. He and his soldiers still hadn't found out name of the world they were in, but the new world knew of their presence. They had appeared with the crack of the sky, hovering peacefully in the atmosphere, merely a small 5-foot square if one was to look up from the ground. The alarms had blared loud enough to reach his ears, hearing a frantic voice scream. Dragon level emergency. Dragon level emergency. Dragon level emergency. The king had his priorities set, so he ignored the alarms and the swarming people that were gathering in the city below him, and activated the Fuinjutsu, kingdom-wide illusion to cloak his home so as to make it look like the rest of the sky, hiding any heat signature or any other means of detection. As he took off his gauntlet, handing it to Nirvana to check it, went back into his kingdom to determine if there were any problems the multiverse teleportation had caused. There were problems. The electrical grid for the whole kingdom had been completely blown, from sockets to light bulbs to even the backup generators. The trees, grass and shrubs began to deteriorate as they tried to acclimate to the absurd lack of nature chakra in the air. The climate, atmospheric seal had been destabilized because the trip had sucked up most of the chakra batteries used to power that seal alone, seeing as the other seals were being powered by other batteries, which in turn had been depleted but not more so than the atmosphere-maintaining seal. The kingdom's radio towers had shut down by a freak lightning bolt that had made its way through the atmosphere seal and struck the central tower, closing down all the earbuds, telephones, radio channels and television stations being broadcasted in the kingdom. The last problem was that all perishable goods in the kingdom had expired. Naruto theorized that it was because of their swift trip through space and time into an entirely different universe than their own. It would have caused mass hysteria if not for their king remaining level-headed as he heard all these reports. The king had been the one to look over the problems, with the advice of all his division heads, whether soldier or civilian divisions. The solutions to these problems were all straightforward and quick to implement, but the Tsukai kingdom was not built on those 2 words but emphasized on efficiency and carefulness. Their emphasis was on personal security before global invasion. The solar power seals engraved onto the roofs of every house was activated from the central power in the Fuinjutsu department headquarters, and every inventor, copper to even platinum, were dispatched to the hundreds of houses and establishments to fix and or replace the broken electrical implements. As they did this, the Inventors Division collaborated with the Intelligence and Interrogation and Fuinjutsu Division to investigate why the electrical grid had exploded and create ways to curb any future occurrence. Very soon the grid was back on and the houses were alight once again. At the same time, if not before the electrical issue of the kingdom was solved, the Environmental Protection Department of the Civilian Division attended to the struggling wildlife, getting samples of the air in the new world and replicating it into the now repaired environment seal. Nature was steadily returning back to normal and the department had been gently coaxing the new environment into accepting the nature chakra the kingdom's environment thrived in. The problem of the radio tower was fixed by the inventors, and fruits and vegetables were being quickly grown to restore the perishable goods lost, equally distributed among the people and stocked back into the kingdom's supermarket. The police, from support and rescue, helped maintain peace and order as the kingdom was rapidly adapting to the new atmosphere they had found themselves in. It had taken 3 long, busy weeks before everything was returned back to normal, and in a constant state of improvement, but it had taken 2 more additional weeks to soothe the tension among the civilians. To do so, the king had ordered for there to be a military parade to display the sheer strength of the army before the civilians, organized a tour of the soldier division headquarters to show that the Sukai force was and always will be 3 steps ahead of any danger, ready to counter at a moment's notice, and the graduating ceremony of highest class of the Sukai Academy was widely broadcasted and attended by the citizens. The graduating ceremony consisted of the graduating students performing a series of tasks, assigned into teams of 5 based on their specializations, which would end up with the students facing off in the kingdom's stadium in a friendly match. Normally, the ceremony could be watched by anyone and could be reported in the kingdom's newspaper and news station, but actual fights were not allowed to be seen on screen. But Naruto had bent his own law to show the people that even the youngest generation of soldiers was totally capable of protecting them. It would probably be the last time it would happen. The graduating students saw this as an honor, to be the first to have their ceremony attended in droves and widely broadcasted, and in turn they performed to the best of their abilities. There were people from the ground that had shown the ability to fly, circling around where they had last seen the flying chunk of land but leaving when they were hit by the dual disorientation and disillusionment seals covering the kingdom. They were still charged and ready for anything. Perfect. Naruto made an acknowledging sound as someone sat down beside him and bumped her shoulder against his. Naruto turned to his sister and smiled brightly, sensing his younger brother behind him. The budding, bronze-ranked ninjutsu specialist huffed as he sat down on Naruto's other side, his large eyes admiring the city of steel before him. "Sup, bro," the girl said with a teasing smirk. She had, thankfully, gotten over her lord brother, phase and was referring to him as she always did, though still somewhat treating him with higher esteem than the red-haired boy twin could admit he was comfortable with. Junior though. He had a big brother complex. Red dusted over the boy's pale cheeks and Naruto turned and smiled at him as well. "What's on your mind, bro?" Naruto asked, noticing the mild excitement that danced in her brother's godly eyes, an excitement that excited her. "This place has potential," the king said. Naruto held out his hand to his sister, the other one safely holding the palm-sized storage scroll, as his total control over gravity shuffled their father's corpse into a kneeling position, forcing him into a somewhat sitting dog position. He helped her sit down and took his place beside her. He smoothly unsealed a tub of ice cream, the container read, Mama June's chocolate chip ice cream. The lid flipped off and landed haphazardly on the ground as the boy passed over a plastic spoon he had unsealed to his sister. The girl wasted no time digging in, even as the boy unsealed 4 more ice cream tubs from the scroll, stacking them on the ground on top of the other, and stashing the scroll back into his inner overcoat pocket. He rushed into the tub with the same fervor as his sister, mentally thanking Indra for ensuring that no soldier entered grass country, giving some privacy. The twins happily swallowed the ice cream, powering through the earth-shattering brain freeze until it became too unbearable to hold, clenching their teeth and rubbing the sides of their heads in a vain attempt at unfreezing their brains. Naruto pushed his tongue to the roof of his mouth and Naruto followed his example. The two shared a silent, mutual message and dove back down into the ice cream, stubbornly fighting through the resulting brain freeze after 8 massive spoons. They were like 2 kids that could not get enough. Mama June's ice cream, especially the 2 cases of chocolate chip and single, good old, classic vanilla-flavored ice cream. The image was only spoiled when, if one was to look carefully under them at what they were sitting on, by the bleeding corpse of the blonde-haired legend known as Minato Namikaze. The man was crumpled, sitting on his knees and his elbows, and under his elbows were only elevated by a few flat rocks to make their makeshift seat level. It was a bit cramped, but they made do and ignored the small space in favor of swallowing the delicious, cold treats the king had brought through his civilian division head. The man's head lay on his cheek and his horrifically wide right eye, the left was punctured, stared into space, unfeeling as the 2 ate on his dead body. When they were on their 3rd tub and still going strong, Naruto threw all caution to the wind and removed the 2 scrolls in his inner coat pockets, unsealing the vast array of ice creams, different colors and flavors, thought he same, 8 by 4-inch containers. Naruto gave a mighty swallow, having to wrench her eyes shut and defiantly battle the warring brain freeze going on in her head, and beheld the ice cream laying in 4 stacks of 8 before her and her brother. She gave Naruto a messy kiss on his cheek, appreciating him more than ever, and returned to emptying the tubs. Her cheeks puffed out with creamy goodness as she mumbled. After that fight tournament, she gulped down the contents of her mouth and licked the corners of her lips. What next? The king unabashedly snatched the tub from her and tipped its contents into his mouth. He threw the container away and answered, "Pack into another universe and invade when we're ready." He flipped open the lid of another tub, saying, "It'll be great for the soldiers' morale and good training." The girl mused over what her brother had said. She had to admit, with the prospect of there being many universes, they would be very busy for a very long time. That can't be all, right? Naruto snorted. Of course not. I'm not all about invade and conquer, dear sister. Their pace slowed down a bit after their 13th tub. Because we don't hold any grudge with the universes we're invading, we can actually take our time, learning and developing, as long as we don't slack off. He shrugged and licked his bottom lip. We might even find a place I consider worth enough not to destroy. Who knows? Who knows? There were over 1 million universes out there. There has to be at least a few that could give his soldiers some sort of trouble. The youngest sibling quirked an eyebrow. The deployment bulletin on the kingdom's all-rank soldier network or ANET didn't say anything about a spy being sent out. The boy was referring to the online network for soldiers that spread and revealed information depending on rank and importance. It was controlled by Hamato of Intelligence and Interrogation, under authority of the king. Only soldiers were privy to create accounts, one per person, and read information, and any civilian caught would be punished. Among the information that could be spread was a list of spies on the ground, which only bronze to obsidian ranks could read. "I've sent no spies or scouts to the ground," Naruto said as he deeply inhaled, feeling the energy and the paranoid panic under him. There was also something big, no, some things colossal, that walked around with the people in the city beneath him and in other cities. He had not left the kingdom since his arrival, so he had only been content to peer through a telescope, realizing that, against expectations, they were people, or creatures, with the power were not behemoths but rather normal people. Albeit they dressed up in costumes and some wielded an array of weapons. Naruto masterfully suppressed his excitement to encounter these people, in battle or otherwise, but Naruto felt what her twin was feeling, buzzing and shaking with anticipation. The enthusiasm was basically pouring off her body in waves, but Junior, who was still trying to build a connection with his older siblings, looked at the pair with confused eyes. What's going on? "We want to explore, little bro," Naruto squealed, throwing her left arm over Naruto's shoulder and shaking the king. The king chuckled and shook his head in exasperation. "This time we take our time, even if it's a year. We understand this world before we invade. Hell, we might not even destroy this place, we'll see." Knowing his track record for being brutal and cold-hearted to those that stood against him, he very well might destroy this new world. It was a logical possibility. He got up and dragged his sister onto her feet as well, motioning for the other boy to rise. He looked over the boy carefully, noting the blonde's blue shirt and black pants with the bronze armor, shoulder plates, chest plate, forearm protector and shin guard strongly strapped on, and the jewel sickles on his back. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Do you have your stuff packed?" Junior opened his left palm and showed his big brother the storage seal there. "Yes, Lord Brother." The older brother ran through a list of bare essentials and Junior ticked them off, even showing his big brother the items. Naruto then ran down another list of other items, less important but important nonetheless. Junior ticked them all off, except when the male redhead asked if he had a spare set of toothbrushes, of which Naruto interjected and said she had 3 spares. She didn't mind lending Junior 2 of them. With all the things they had on their person, they still intended to return to the kingdom every once in a while, but they wanted to truly explore the new world. Behind the king stood Yu, infiltration and espionage, assigning spies and scouts, instructing that there only be 5 spies and 5 scouts per city, and the rest, if too many, to come back to the kingdom, ultimately waiting for Naruto's order. There were 400 of them in counting, and all were either gold or silver rank. Naruto gave the man a thumb up and lifted 5 fingers, signaling him to wait 5 minutes. Naruto looked sternly to his siblings, saying, "We aren't going down to look for any trouble, only to explore and discover. A simple scout, socialize and report mission. If any fights come, then we only attack to incapacitate, employ code -, he said, forcing the 2 to dig through their minds to remember what the code meant. Junior's eyes lit up and then Naruto's. The code was to attack and leave behind little to no body damage, wiping away the last 1 hour of the victim's memories with a secret jutsu Orochimaru had created, simply called memory wipe. It was so that the victim would think that the fight was all a dream. All the spies and scouts were notified of the king's order. The king then placed his other arm over his younger brother's shoulders and beamed at them as he fell off the kingdom with them, without a parachute but with the 2 soldiers having flight seals under their metal boots. "Let's have fun." Thousands of miles below the kingdom, inside an abandoned apartment building, a bald-haired man poked his head out of the window of his apartment room as he saw a flock of blackbirds fly through the sky from behind a cloud. He blinked once, a dull expression on his face as he discarded the birds from his mind. Master Saitama, a blonde-haired man with robotic body parts, called to the Cape Baldy as he pushed open the door with his right foot, his arms filled with shopping bags. "The supermarket has run out of toilet paper." Saitama sighed sourly. Damn it. Unbeknownst to him, he would meet the Rinnegan King on multiple occasions, eventually facing off in a battle of the ages to determine the fate of the world. It would be chaotic, destructive, catastrophic and even apocalyptic. But that was a story for another time.